Hello, hello.
Oh.
Yo, Danny,
How we all doing?
come play warm up ARAM, by the way. Oh, we're good, by the way.
Good.
Doing good.
Oh,
Yo.
yo.
Any questions about TR format, etc.? Anything?
We play 3 games. We play games 1, 2, and 4, right?
Play 6.
Wait, did I
Oh,
read it wrong?
1, 2, and 4.
Oh, 1, 2, 4. Nice.
Yeah, schedule got updated a couple days ago. So yeah, 1, 2, 4.
Excellent.
So you guys have the early day.
One last thing though. After the games are over, like, am I allowed to like watch the tourney perspective?
Yep.
And co-stream it? Is that cool?
Yep, that's chill.
Awesome. That's all I needed then.
Perfect. And just a reminder, after the game, if/when you guys win, we'll be yoinking one of you for an interview.
Okay.
It won't always be you, Scarra. But
What?
yeah.
Oh God. Okay. What if I don't? Okay. Got it.
It can be anyone. But yeah, we'd prefer to have at least one person for when
Got
you guys
it.
win to interview.
Got it.
Perfect. All right. Good luck. Have fun.
Thank you.
Sure. Daddy's playing Street Fighter.
All right, cue it up. Well,
Alright, fuck it.
Wait, you guys need me for something?
Well, we were gonna ARAM.
Oh, I'm coming. I'm about to win this guy. Hold on.
Good morning, guys. We're going straight to the games. No intro screen for the day. Danny is actually fucking owning this guy, so I'm gonna put him on screen as I set up Boogies real quick, okay?
I might have to grab food like halfway through the ARAM, but you guys got me, right?
Yeah, dude, I literally made, like, I have these air fryable, like, chicken breast things.
Oh,
like
that's literally what I had
nuggets.
that's literally what I had last night. Some air fryable chicken nuggets.
They're so good.
Yeah, they are. But I can't do that 2 days in a row. I had to order.
Oh. Dude, Breezy, we gotta change your Discord, man. Your Discord default picture.
Yeah, I'm NPC
Wait, Are you
Discord.
guys on live?
Yeah.
I don't think anyone's queuing up ARAM on TR.
Maybe.
Not this guy.
It's kind of nice. I have 2 ping on TR.
2?
Yeah, I have 2 ping.
Holy fuck, man. Wait, everyone's gonna be dodging my Sweaties, man.
Yeah, I was thinking
Dude,
that. I was like,
I'm
maybe it's
so
better.
happy. I'm so happy we're playing on LA ping, actually.
Mother Tucker Jones. What
I'll
about to play
play
for months?
anything.
Dude, okay. Guys, real quick. Do you guys know what you're supposed to do? What happens is if you're a tournament, if you're playing on a tournament that's on Tournament, you have to download 2
Go,
tournament
go, go.
clients
Go.
in case one of them breaks. And you have to set up your accounts on both tournament clients. So because everything gets reset and they don't do account things like they do in Valorant, you have to save all of your in-game settings and screenshots. For tournaments, when I used to be an LCS player, I had these saved on my phone. and I would just I memorize them actually, and so I would know where everything goes. But I just have them saved to adjust when you're in clients, and it takes like a couple minutes. Oh, okay, we're rolling this. I am not playing this shit. Hold up.
The
Jake, are you
Sivir?
gonna play Talia in the tournament?
I think
I'll give you
he.
that.
Oh wait, I don't want these characters are kind of. Yeah, yo, I'm playing Darius in the tournament.
Fuck it.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I hope I have one game on the AP character I want. Because I don't know if
No
I'm getting
weeks. No weeks.
I don't know if I'm getting more than one game.
Don't worry. We have strats up our sleeve.
Yeah, honestly, we can freestyle. Like, Genuine Gamer, welcome. Thank you so much for gifting 5 subs.
Wait, what'd you say?
God
You think
bless
cut
you.
out?
Holy shit, Kihiro 7, welcome back for 127
Bro,
months.
Scarra, check our
What the
team
fuck?
like Discord chat thing. Our
127.
DM.
I
Like,
think his like mic died or something.
I've been ready. I'm ready.
Holy shit.
I think
God
Scarra's mic
bless
died
you.
or some shit. I
Dude.
don't know what happened.
Wait, no, sorry. Did I cut out at the end?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think I held it down long enough. That was my bad.
Oh.
All right.
Well, what did you say? You like hella cut out.
Oh. I said I hope I get to play the stuff I want. But that is a lot. That match is looking kind of nice.
This champ is broken.
Wait, right? She's not bad.
No, she's actually the buffs are nice.
Oh. Connor, welcome back for
think they did
25
some
months. Uncanny
scouting
Fan,
and
welcome
shit.
back for 62
some
months as
scouting.
tier 3. Thank you.
Did you guys scout?
Well, I mean, I know what he plays.
We got the general vibes, you know.
The general vibes.
Like we can ban Yasuo, you know what I mean? It's like it's a good start versus Team Yasuo.
We'll tilt them in champ select.
Actually, we should probably talk about that. Nah, fuck it. We're free
Well, I mean, like, what's the first game? It's against Mo's team, right? Well, we have one
Yeah.
ban.
We have one ban.
Okay,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's Yasuo.
Yeah, let's just play Yasuo. I won't play against it. I'm bad against it.
Yeah, I'm bad against it too.
Who else is on his team? Is following Turtle and
Bio, I think. Turtle bio.
I think we have to ban. I'm not gonna lie.
we should ban Zeri. We should
Yeah,
ban Zeri.
Turtles is very one trick in my games.
Yeah,
Really?
he's only playing Zeri in solo queue. We should ban
Yeah.
it for sure.
Yeah,
And
I
then-
would. I'd be down to ban some ADs, but like I don't know. After that, I'm kind of whatever.
Well, what else has he been playing other than Zeri? He's been playing like,
Kaisa a bit.
We're banning 6 ADs, man. JK, I don't think that really matters.
I would be. I mean, what would you want to verse Kaisa? Or
I would
like,
want versus Samira, but I don't think anyone plays that character.
Nah, no, they're not playing.
shit.
Samira is like the easiest thing for me to play against. I'm a little worried about Lucian, but it is. I don't know if anyone's playing it. That's not.
I think only Suki plays it.
Yeah.
Okay, I pulled it in.
Lost.
Oh my gosh.
Double kill. An ally has been slain.
Was this tournament new?
Pretty sure only.
Hey, Denny's, there's gates. You gotta click on this.
Dude, he doesn't
gates in
even
the
know there's
tournament?
gates. Yeah, when we get the hex gate, we can use those.
There's no gates in the tournament. I don't get used to it.
There might be a hex.
What if we get the Hex Exol? Yeah.
Actually, you're right.
Oh, he's too good.
Okay, Revenge is low-key different on ARAM.
Opposed to?
Oh.
Shut down.
Bro, I'm serious today. There's no Briar or the Fury coming out.
Yeah, Ron.
That
I
was
can't believe
all
they named her
distraction.
Briar.
Bro, that champion, I actually won a solo queue game on her.
Wait.
I got carried.
Every Briar jungler has gone 20-0 in my game. I'm not kidding. Every single one.
Shoot,
I think
I
she's
played
like
with Night
garbage.
Blue. He actually went 20-0.
Wait.
Actually?
Like,
I don't know how.
Yeah, like
I
actually,
think
actually.
I think jungle it actually low key might be decent, but I don't think it's playable top.
I've never played
Yeah.
it.
An ally
Oh,
has
wow.
been slain.
Yeah, she's not a top laner. I'll just say that. I've
Right,
done some
30% win rate? Yeah, if you're
Oh,
bad.
Holy shit.
Okay.
Hey. Oh my gosh. Bring out the
God.
Shyvana.
I don't know.
Spit on them, spit on them.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, wait.
Shyvana's is broken.
Okay, Jimmy.
Oh, what?
You got me?
Yeah. Oh, wait.
Sorry,
my-
you're a tower. I need to go. I need to go.
Okay, I'm hitting.
Nice, nice. Get your mark.
Oh, I got it. Damn, you got renekton? I just realized.
Bro, I wanted to make. We need to make it a fast game.
It's true. It's true.
Really? I bet.
Holy fuck, I thought you were about to.
No.
Bro, I thought you were about to just fucking
I was
full Tyler one send it.
I played versus Tyler 1 yesterday in solo queue actually.
Does he still play?
Yeah,
I thought he was on
really?
like his chest.
Yeah. He was playing like Quinn 80 carry in my game.
And
Oh,
he
yeah, you
owned or
look-
what?
He's like Masters like 200 or 300 or something.
Oh.
I finally hit Masters. That shit was so hard to get.
Oh, man. I'm D3 right now.
On the climb.
I'm in. Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
Big.
I got something for you. Yo.
Wait, don't worry. I got it.
Loaded.
Oh, one more.
Penta? One more.
Oh.
Okay, yo, there's another one right here.
No, I got it. I got
And
it.
you're stacked up. And you're stacked up.
Oh, my
nice
god.
Try, buddy. Nice try.
Oh, he went back.
Wait, where'd he go?
Oh, I missed. I'm
Don't get
boosted.
dizzy, guys. Don't get dizzy.
I'm a bit dizzy right now. Mine.
Oh my god.
He's too good.
Has been slain.
Oh, you fucked me.
Oh.
That's Scarra later.
Yeah, that's actually me. Oh, I got him?
Ooh, into the thingamabob.
Hmm.
Going in.
Okay.
Oh my
My
gosh, your
goodness.
damage.
Fucking Shyvana, man.
Shut down.
Oh.
Oh, good speed run. Good speed run.
Nice. We're actually speedrunning.
Good warm up, good warm up.
Oh.
Wait, what else do I build on this character? He builds
Shut
Eric's
down.
and shit? I don't even fucking know, man. I don't play this character.
Shut down. Shut
Okay.
down.
Oh my.
One more.
Oh my gosh.
Shut down.
Thank you.
Guys, we got 2 minutes.
Plenty of time.
Wait, did I not hit him? Oh, he went back.
Get him. Get him.
Has been slain.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
No, my move speed.
Yeah, I can hit me.
Oh.
Okay.
Big.
Bring out the Talia. Am I wrong?
Wait. Wait, you said a pick last night? Are you gonna play that today? That shit. Oh.
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, the trainers.
Destroyed an inhibitor.
Or him. I don't know.
Wait, that missed.
Ally
Oh my gosh,
Oh,
Dr. Blade's
oh,
OP.
something.
Dust Blade's
my
OP.
God.
Shut down.
Oh, you went that way.
Guys, I'm in a situation over here.
Oh, me too, don't worry.
Shut down.
Oh, wait. Are we?
Are you late?
Are we late?
Yeah, just a
we're-
little bit.
Yeah, we're late. We gotta
We're not
dip.
late. We're not
Can
late.
you FF in the A-ring?
I don't.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
can have
Double
that.
kill.
But I don't
We
want
can
to
have
lose.
that right.
My record's pretty high.
Okay.
Let's keep playing. Let's keep playing.
Okay. We gotta
I
win
bet you
this.
the enemy team's late though. Are they on time? Is everybody ready?
Unstoppable.
Yeah,
Check
they're
the
ready.
lobby real-
Wait, really?
check the lobby.
Shut down.
Just
No
get
way
in
they're
lobby.
ready.
You can get lobby.
Or yeah. Hold on. Where's
We can just join lobby when we're still in this game.
Okay, they're joining. They're not fully ready.
What's
Last push. Let's get it.
password?
Game time.
Oh, it's in chat.
Toast.
Hey, what if people are joining? You know?
Wait, I don't
TFT
see the
accounts?
lobby.
Well,
I can't tab
Alright.
out. I can't
Last
tab
team
out
fight,
and
last
join.
team fight.
I can't tab out.
okay, it's fine. Let's win fast.
Wait, I don't see the
We're at
lobby.
Isn't the Yas turtle one?
Yeah,
Are you
I
on
don't.
tier 1?
Yeah,
refresh.
fair one.
Refresh at the top maybe? There's like a little refresh.
Oh my god. Scarra,
Okay.
serious.
Okay, wait.
Oh, got him.
Oh.
Okay.
End it now.
I mean, no, we're not adding delay on
We
this.
can actually end.
We're just hoping people aren't cringe.
It's a turret.
Like who's
Don't give him turret.
if you use my mini
Tower.
if you use my if you
That hit me?
Tower. Oh, we can't.
Alright, one more push. One more push.
Okay, I'm gonna go die then.
wait I don't see the lobby though like at all.
Yeah, I don't see the lobby also.
I can't find the game.
Okay, let me know if you guys find though. Actually.
Wait
Man,
It's okay, two of them are
Already
missing as well.
I actually I'm searching. I can't find anything.
are you in TR4?
Oh, we
Tier one.
one.
Tier one.
Yeah, I'm in
And
one. right now.
those of you who cannot see the lobby, please send your username on your team chat so I can manually invite.
Yeah, I got it here. Yeah, I
We're
cannot see
starting
the
on a
lobby
loss
at
here,
all.
boys.
What, you think we're losing?
Well, someone FF. Oh god.
Enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been
Back.
slain. Shut down.
Yeah, we can end now.
Oh.
Okay, small fry.
Live is nice. Yeah, live is nice. Yeah, I'm so happy we can play a tournament without delay. Like, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
God, 3 minutes is so bad.
Twitch rivals?
Yeah, like I get why it's necessary, but man,
I know.
Do you think it's necessary now?
you're right. They're gonna need it.
I'm putting map cover on. I don't give a fuck.
Oh, I have map cover just because
Wait,
like
Turtle's still in an ARAM. Okay, we're chilling, guys. Turtle's also still in his ARAM. We ended before him.
Wait, we ended before him.
Hey.
Started before us.
That's
It-
fucking
I
hilarious.
I'll be right back.
Oh my gosh, she's in a banger.
all right. Let me go play some mats while we're setting some shit up.
Dude, yeah, it's... Bro, imagine we FF'd and Turtles is still in the fucking ARAM. So, Shifter, can you join the lobby? I can invite you too.
I'm logging on right now. Let me check.
Okay.
I watched the ARAM tournament. I think in theory you would, but
Scarra, did you get the invite?
We're back.
no.
No.
I will relog
Okay.
because I don't know. I don't see anything. Uh. Um. Okay, cool. Okay, I definitely can't show you guys this login. This one is a little yeah, you're not allowed to see.
I want to write out some of our bans. So
Okay.
I can ban Zeri.
I see it now. Thank God.
Oh, Milk Up Turtle's solo queue.
The lobby or the invite?
The lobby, the lobby. I don't see the invite.
Okay. Okay.
Do you want us? Okay, there we go. It's fine. Do you want us in general positions? Like,
Yeah.
No, I mean, I don't think it's
Top
important.
down.
This is
No.
good enough.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we're perfect. So
Okay. So I'll be on
What's our
the
third ban gonna be? If we're banning Yasuo and Zeri, what's our
I'll be
third
on
ban?
the observers channel. You guys have fun. See ya.
Thank you.
thank you.
What do you
Yo,
guys think? What's another AD
anyone know
carry
who the
or
support
maybe a mid-
plays?
What about like Belveth or something? Isn't that champ
Oh,
broken?
Belveth. Okay, yes. I don't want to verse this guy playing Belveth. That's a
Yeah.
good one.
Oh, I
He's
don't know what
spamming
the
that shit
jungler
solo queue.
plays.
He plays like everything.
He plays everything, but recently he's been saying like Belveth and Lilia.
Oh, okay, we can ban Belveth or Viego. Those are like his two best champions.
I feel like Belveth is more annoying.
Yeah,
Honestly.
Belveth for sure. And then on 4-5 ban, if Viego's open, we can ban Viego.
Elise, welcome back for 21 months. Thanks for
Like, these
subbing.
are like, I think this is like the highest chance. Like, I view their jungler as probably their biggest win con and their AD.
Back.
Like,
Don't ban
Yeah,
junglers.
but I don't.
Don't worry about the AD. We'll hold him down.
Yeah, I don't think like banning out AD matters unless he plays something.
I mean,
specific.
just
Zeri's a
Zeri,
good
just
man though.
Zeri.
Zeri's a
Banning
good man.
And
jungler doesn't
I just
matter
think those are like
also.
those are their two best players on their team. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go grab food. If you guys need to start lobby, you can.
But these 3 bans I think are good. First 2 bans, 4-5 bans also good too. I wonder what they'll ban. What has Mo been playing other than Yasuo? Let's target that actually too. He's been playing Yone and Vigar.
Wait, that's so funny. He could just play the other Yasuo.
Yeah,
These-
okay, so on 4-5, but Yone is way harder to play, like for him, because it's a completely different champion. Like,
Okay.
it's not the same as
Dude,
Yasuo. Like
look,
Yasuo,
look at our top laner trying to tell me Yone is hard. Dude, this guy.
it's way harder. I think it's harder to
You,
just go from playing Yasuo to Yone.
it's true. It's true.
Yeah, I think if you were like a Yone player and you go to playing Yasuo, Yasuo will feel more brain dead to play than Yone. I just think there's way more mechanics for Yone.
It's too bad Yone, I think, is a better character, like by a lot.
Yes. Yeah. So okay, if jungle picked on 1, 2, 3, 4th ban Yone, 5th ban Veigar, we should just target Yasuo.
Bro.
Like then he'll end up
Wow.
playing like Syndra, and I think you'll just shit on him, Danny. Like,
Oh my god.
Dude,
I
I
think he's just gonna play a Kali, but
no, I see his solo queue. Like and
Oh,
I
you
know
watch
him.
him?
No, I'm looking at it right now, and I also know him. Like
Oh.
Syndra's like his his mage champion that he goes to. He doesn't play Akali.
Oh, I thought he did.
I've never seen him play that champion before. And then let me see. And then Laurel, I mean, we could.
Oh, really? Yeah.
No, I
We'll
don't.
see.
Someone in my chat wrote ban Auction for Laurel. I mean, he could play like Auction. If he does that blind or some shit, then I'll just play like Cassante or something, and then it'll be fine.
We get a tank top lane? Hell
Well,
yeah.
Cassante is like, I don't know. It's a tank, but it's also a carry.
Oh, okay.
It's
Oh,
OP.
yeah. That character's not. character's not balanced.
Yeah.
If you can make
I
it
do
out
have a
lane.
feeling that's what he'll blind. But I don't mind. I have a lot of like my whole LCS split was playing champions into Cassante, so I don't mind versing it. Guys, do not
He's
ban
asking not to
Yasuo.
ban Yas though.
Okay, well we're fucking banning that.
Wait, where's Breezy? He said we could start, right? Dude, this guy's fifth pick. He's chill. He's gonna air fry some shit. No, he has his food here.
Did he go use the bathroom?
No,
or
he
did
has his
get
food. He has his food here.
Okay, I'm back. I'm back.
All right.
You guys know there's like a pretty cool trophy for winning.
Yeah, it's really nice actually.
Yeah, it's actually nice.
My runes didn't save.
Lol.
Okay, that's weird.
They banned Jax.
They banned Jax.
I mean, they're just gonna ban my picks, my like solo queue most.
Yeah, they
picks, I
don't
guess.
realize our real carry is the mid lane. That's fucked.
Alright, it's all a distraction. All been a distraction all along.
I'm pretty sure I'm like just There's only one thing that's oh
Big.
there, Benny. I knew I would get okay, it's fine.
Alright, Zeri second ban.
The Zeri.
I wrote stuff in the Team Scarra chat. On
Yeah. I see that.
Does anybody know if we're allowed to listen to music?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean
you can.
We're chilling, right? Like they're not
Yeah.
gonna look at our props or whatever.
No.
Oh, that I don't know actually.
Just
Like,
blast it.
maybe.
Just blast
Fuck
it.
it, bro.
I'm literally listening to music right now. So like
Alright,
Oh
Ben
shit, we're
Belveth.
banned out.
Ben, what?
Psych.
Belveth.
okay,
What about Swain first pick?
I'm down. Like I was gonna say, like that character is so good. I am fucking down.
Let me think really quick.
I'm-
Well, now I think we should take jungle, and then if there's any prio, yeah, I guess maybe prio support pick. I don't think
Honestly,
there is, right?
I forgot about
Nah.
my jungle pick. What is my jungle pick, guys?
I think Swain, and then I just.
Dude, just
What's
random
your
your
jungle
jungler.
pick?
I can support on 3.
Yeah, just Swain me.
Okay, I'll pick Swain last second. Let's think about jungle.
There's Poppy.
Dude,
Shit.
Poppy, Seju.
Shit.
dude, thank God they
Poppy
didn't. I didn't play much
Makai,
Swain because I didn't think I would
Ivern.
get it.
I
But
don't
I
like
think
Ivern
this is
already.
one of the
Zen
best
is
ADs.
strong on this patch.
It's
too.
like I wrote
Zen.
like 4 good picks that you've been playing.
Zen or Poppy?
I like
Thanks,
Zen.
brother. You choose.
Whatever you want, yeah.
I like Zen too. You're popping off on that shit.
Mm-hmm.
This is like the pre-Sojourn nerf patch too, so it's like.
Pretty nice.
To the
yeah.
arena.
Oh, it's the pre-Shojin nerf. Fuck this
Yeah.
patch.
Oh shit.
It's,
Oh, I don't
it's like
think
the
you can-
pre-Briar release.
I'm not
pack.
sure you can go
Oh
Shogun on
fuck! I forgot about Rumble, bro.
competitive
Fucking
game.
Rumble.
That's top for sure, right?
Yeah.
Who's their
Ugh,
top? Orlo?
Should have.
Orlo.
Yeah, I should have thought about that.
Do you
Mhm.
want to just play here? You want to just top here?
I doubt they're flexing it mid.
Dude, if
Let me think what I want to play into
Aurelia?
Rumble. No, Aurelia's not that good.
Cassante
Cassante loses,
or Nectin?
also loses. We can
Aatrox?
go Yone. We can go Yone.
Oh,
Look over here.
Yeah.
that for sure wins, right?
It-
Kappa.
Kappa.
we can try. It's not an easy
Why did
matchup.
he say we could try?
So
We can
okay,
try.
listen. So listen. So like, okay, this game.
What am I banning? Wait,
the
what am I
Cassante-
banning? What am I banning?
Okay, we're gonna ban
Karma.
Yone, or
You want Karma?
You want me to?
yes, ban Karma. Yes, ban Karma.
Yeah.
ban Karma. We should ban 2 supports like that are good with Ezreal.
Alright,
Or
let's
aids for you guys.
what's
Soraka,
his
maybe?
OPG?
I think maybe Soraka's not a bad ban because it's like a really free. It could be like a free lane for them. Is how they see it.
Wait,
If they go
wait.
Soraka, I can play Senna, but
Yeah.
actually we should 5 mid. So off 1-4.
I mean, I like Soraka ban because it's Champs OP.
Oh, I mean,
I
I'm
think he's gonna play it. I don't think he'll play it.
You don't think
Maybe.
he'll play it? Isn't he a
I don't
Soraka
think so.
player?
No, I don't think so. Well, you can bet if you
Oh,
want.
fuck. we
I feel like he's gonna just play.
You see we lost?
He lost.
No, don't say that, Jake. I can play more than Echo, I promise.
Oh, what do
like
you
he's
want to ban? This? That? Oh,
Like,
you-
they need like Leona or something, but
Sure.
do you want to ban Soraka Revenge or Leona?
Up to you.
I don't think he'll play Soraka, honestly.
I must not
We're
fall.
listening.
wait, I was gonna say I hope they. I don't mind Soraka.
Free lane.
Oh well, actually, she's the harder one in lane, man.
Oh.
It's the Leona's the easier one for me,
Yeah,
actually.
but that's you might get ganked. You know. It's
Yeah,
dark.
that's true. I might take 8 Jarvan ganks in the ass. My
If he
solo.
goes ignite top, I think they're going to play the camp top.
I think
Because
I
they kind of have to play around ignite.
I
So-
just pick Senna.
I
Or
think we just have to counter the dive.
I'm a
now,
little
like-
worried against Jarvan Rumble if you're playing Senna, but it's up to you. Like I'm
yeah,
down.
I'm either Senna or Nautilus, but they could like go Braum or something.
You can't Alistair here. You don't want to.
Uh,
kind of bad.
Oh,
yeah, it's not
honestly.
great. Not really
it's up to
great
you.
here.
Wait, what do I pick? What do I pick?
They're gonna go.
Squeezy.
You want me to?
Just pick Nautilus. Just go Nautilus. It's fine.
Bro, okay. I almost fucking didn't have time to pick. You
Sorry,
You had
sorry.
so much time.
I had 4 seconds.
Yeah, that's fine. You just type.
Yo, he picks a Kali here. I played Nautilus mid.
Oh,
Oh, we actually have the flat.
Oh.
Wait, it's actually Nautilus. Wait, you're right.
Bro,
Wait,
he's gonna play
if he
fucking-
picks Braum, I could just go Senna 5 if you want to play Nautilus mid, depending on their.
Oh god, not.
Wait, I can just go Senna here for free.
Wait, someone left the
If
lobby.
it's a good Nautilus matchup mid.
Yo, the flex pick. Yeah, Mo saw the bans and just left.
Oh shit. Huh?
Poppy.
Is it Rumble
Oh,
it's Rumble
I guess
mid.
it's Rumble mid. Oh shit, okay.
How's Nautilus their side? Do you want something else?
That's bad. I
I
would
mean, I
not.
could probably do fine. We have Zin. That lane's probably pretty easy.
Oh, okay. What's
Maybe
up
get
to
shit
you?
on
Just
bot
our,
really
our
hard. I
TB2,
can-
our TB2
I
kind
mean,
of bad.
Ballin's
Is it?
fine.
Rum-
But
Oh?
Senna's
Huh? That's
What?
not allowed, no?
Wait,
is
what?
that allowed? They have to keep the picks,
What
surely.
just happened?
What? You screaming?
And if you can shit on
Are you
Rumble, you
fucking
can pick
scared?
something.
That's what
And
is
if
happening.
Nautilus is
They
fine, I'll
cannot
go
change
Senna.
picks. They cannot change picks.
No DC. Oh, okay.
Well, I'll play the Nautilus or Zoe. I don't really care.
We didn't have our mid. Wait,
Yeah, I don't really care either.
Like his internet went out. Did he pick something random?
no, I'll tell you, Nautilus versus Rumble will be pretty hard for you as Nautilus.
Yeah, I would
Like,
rather you play.
I think
It's
you
not
should
that
play like.
bad.
Really?
I could play Zoe though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you would shit on him if you played like something like Zoe or something. I could see you shitting on him. But Nautilus is kind of like
Nautilus is fine for a spot. I don't think Braum does anything against
I
Swain.
think if we go Nautilus,
Wait.
I don't think we would ever win against Rumble.
Okay, yeah, I'll play a bot,
Yeah.
but
yeah, it's they
This
so
game
they
is
changed
great.
Rumble.
What
They
did you
changed
link
Rumble
me?
so that he does more damage to like.
Fine,
tanks
I'll
and
play
wizards and stuff.
Zoe. I'll play Zoe. No, I get it.
I mean,
play Nautilus
This
some
is
other
what
time.
Azure lane players.
I'll
You can pick
play
anything
Nautilus
not.
some- Nah, I'll play Nautilus some other time.
it's like we're on
You
stage
guys
ads.
have
We
issues,
practice
bro.
Nautilus
It's
Flex. We
fine. It's fine.
practice Nautilus Flex all week. Then we get to stage and we don't want to
No,
play
it's
it.
fine. I don't want to play Nautilus anymore. I'm
Well,
gonna
can I go pee? I'll be right back.
just
You guys
saying-
decide. You guys
I'm just saying,
decide.
if both of us are full HP, we're
You-
not gonna kill anyone. It's just that
I think we're
Unless it's
changing
Jarvan, unless we go
Poppy.
Jarvan.
Wait,
we're changing.
Real quick, guys. Yasuo's PC blue screened. So after draft is done, we're just gonna remake the lobby and have you guys pick the same things.
Oh.
are you gonna make them pick Poppy again? Cause they can't just like have more time and change their pick.
Yeah,
no?
no, they're gonna whatever they picked is what they have.
Okay,
Damn,
okay.
really? I mean, I don't think it's that like crazy of a turn. I don't mind if they want to swap.
Yeah, actually true. I don't mind. I mean, it depends.
I can go ask him.
Yeah,
but like
I
Mo
don't-
was.
I
earlier
don't mind
in
if
the
they
draft,
swap. If
so-
he like DC'd, then like I don't really mind.
Yeah, if he DC'd, it is what it is. I mean, is he like
Also-
if they're like talking about flexing Rumble or something, and then he's just like not responding? Like I don't know what happened. You know, like
Brezzy, your pick didn't get locked in also, by the way. So we're gonna redo draft, and you guys will both get fresh 5 picks.
Sure.
But everything else is the same.
Oh, okay. I mean, so we wait. Did they even pick Poppy?
No.
Okay. Sorry, I was using the restroom. I have no idea what
Okay,
happened.
so the dream is still alive.
Yeah.
I didn't know he plays Rumble. I guess I don't know if he actually does, or if they just like fuck, like the draft just got fucked because he DC'd or something. But I didn't think about it. But Rumble in this tournament is not a bad banning in some of these tops because the champ doesn't like lose lane. He just presses Q on the waves and runs away, or like.
Yep.
Yeah.
That champ has
It's a really
back real
good.
quick.
It's a really good champ to negate me.
no, that
to
champ
just-
has never been bad. Even mid
We're
lane,
not-
that champ
We're
has
playing
never
top
been
anyway.
bad.
It was like 100% pick ban for a little bit in pro play, like
Yeah.
a month ago.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's a pretty good champion to play if you just want to like have a safe winning lane top lane that kind of makes the enemy just have to like farm under tower or like just farm, or you just play top lane like you just gank him the whole game. Like both junglers are just ganking top the entire game. Like that's what the game becomes.
Yeah, I was gonna
Normal
say like
game.
the only
I am-
downside is he has to push, right?
I mean,
Yes.
we're playing Sway and all this ball. We can chill. If you
Yeah,
wanna
like
just-
I expect to be weak side, man. Just
I mean,
like-
that's the game literally becomes whichever team wins the 2v2 top just kind of wins the game. Like it's really, and if the Rumble's really good, it's very hard to win. But a lot of people aren't like insane at Rumble. If them.
Wait, is his PC like working though?
Wait, is
Or,
he
like,
is he
Because he blue
dead?
screen, right? Like, is he like coming back or?
I think we're
Yeah,
one.
that's a good question.
Wait,
actually,
we're
what the fuck.
1-0.
We're 1-0. We're 1-0. Yeah. You guys need a mid.
Dude, thank God they haven't been watching my stream. I
Your
definitely
tag is Yas.
I def-
So
Yas.
troll. Yas.
I'm about to use the bathroom too. Be right back.
got the clip of Scar saying he hope this happened. Yeah, I hope this happened. Actually, I think this is the best case scenario because I think I don't know. I think Swain is the best AD. The other ones require a little bit of, I don't know. It's interesting. Playing a hard drive in most PC, bro. His computer. Oh, you mean about Mo being dead? Oh shit. Dude, I know. I want to play. I'm going to bed. I hope I wake up to see you on your VODs. Yeah, just fast forward 4 hours. Don't worry, man. So I hope my opponents get struck by lightning. Yeah, after I beat them. Like, you think I care about, dude? It's like, yeah. Oh, he says he's ready in 30 seconds. He's good. Dude, oh, holy shit. Wait, I saw this picture this morning. Isn't this picture ridiculous? Guys, look at this picture.
Tomorrow, the Elim bracket, is it BO1 or BO3s?
This is such an amazing...
BO1 for the first round, I think.
This is such an amazing picture.
And the finals is BO3.
Like, holy shit. This picture is crazy.
So we could go 0-3 tomorrow, or 0-3
I
today
feel
for
like
fun, and then just win our match tomorrow.
I want to jump off a cliff, but like it's
Yeah.
an awesome picture. Edits well did a great job with the picture.
No, that super secret pick you were talking about, Jake. You can just hold that till tomorrow.
Oh,
Wait, so if we go 0-3 today, we can still play tomorrow?
Yeah.
wait, really?
Oh,
Yeah, I think though today's just like for seeding for tomorrow, and then it's like
I have a
Today's
raid
for fun.
tomorrow.
Today's
Wait,
basically for fun.
Wait, today's for fun?
Well,
Yeah,
no,
then-
no and yes.
No, and yes, do we have one game tomorrow that we can't fuck up?
Oh
Like,
wait, it's seeding, so like if you get to play against the fourth team.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Like,
I see.
Like you probably want to get decent seating if you don't want to play against like Afro's team or the fuck.
Wait, you think Afro's gonna be 2?
You mean our team?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. R2 is gonna be great.
Why
Does
did
it
you
matter
say
who we're
it like
against,
that?
bro? Literally doesn't matter who we're against.
That's what I'm saying. Wait, then I should just grief all 3 of this game. Fuck it. You're bot
We're gonna go
revenge.
raid.
Yeah. Fuck it.
There's some M+ing to do.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Mo says 55% updated.
Updated. It's not a different PC.
Yeah, he literally used a different PC because his main one blue screen. His picture, he said, is literally like a fucking blue screen. This is Mo right now. You didn't win the whole thing. That's true. Wait, Kobe, you're in for a treat. As long as I don't go 0-12 in lane this game, you're in for a treat.
Look at the trophy in the group chat. It's actually sick as fuck.
I know.
Oh yeah, no, they spent a lot on this too. This is awesome.
Apparently, you can actually wear it.
Really,
I don't like
Yeah.
Vi.
bro? Don't look at this. Awesome, right? Sheesh. Yeah, Kobe, have you seen Fishlord? Have you played with Fishlord yet? I think that guy is actually onto something. The guy's
Oh,
on.
they're
that-
ready. You guys ready?
Yeah, I'm
Right
ready.
Oh shit, every
Revenge.
time. I just got back.
Nice.
Dude, honestly, thank God it's PC blue screen. I need to use the bathroom so bad. Holy fuck.
That's how I felt. Like literally in the middle of draft, I was like, "Oh fuck, I need pee."
It gave you time to eat
Dude.
food too. It's lit.
Like, holy shit.
Wait, what's the LCS trophy? Do you get to like take it home? Like, do you get
No.
like a? Oh,
You only you what?
You don't-
Only companies.
oh, so
Let's
you
see.
you don't get
No.
like a medal or anything?
Nope.
Oh,
Oh,
that's heat.
oh.
No price pool either. Actually, there is, but it's like pennies, you know.
Yeah, yeah,
Zeri?
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. It's
Wait,
the-
Jake, you won LCS before, right?
Like once.
I saw your trophy at TLG. It's still there, just
Oh,
chilling.
shit.
Once, he said.
What was the revenge?
bro. I
I
don't.
bet Velvet last time.
Yeah,
Oh,
Velvet.
yeah.
And
Is
I,
Velvet nasty?
yeah, that
He's
character
pretty annoying right now.
goes. Oh, I think it's just like a
Honestly, I
stupid
just go
snowball.
Poppy and dick on him, but
Oh, wait, you could have
I
said
play-
that.
but I'm not the coach, you know.
Right.
You're
or-
insane at Zin though.
What am I playing? I was Zin.
Is
right?
it-
You're Zin. You're insane at Zin. I don't know.
I don't know.
That's what I
have
said.
2 games on Zin, guys.
Bro, you only need one.
Oh, true.
Wait, yeah, it's. You don't get anything for LCS. Even Worlds had a participation award, man.
Did they?
You still want Yone?
Yeah, yeah.
Get 20K.
Yeah. Well, yeah, they did. I still have the medallion for my first Worlds.
Huh? I never got that. Oh, you
Wait.
mean like that?
You get like a Triforce.
Medallion.
I got a Triforce for it.
Like a small pin, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Well, like
Yeah,
it's not. It's kind of heavy though. Wait, what am I banning?
Oh, yeah. Did you ban Yona? I don't remember.
What did we ban
Wait,
again?
no.
We bet Karma, didn't we?
Karma. Nice.
I literally forgot.
Oh,
man.
you
Thank
did.
you.
I
Thank
paid
you.
attention. All good. Breezy, where are you, bro? Wake
Yeah.
Oh, my bad.
We need
Yeah, bro. I literally
You guys think I
forgot.
go? Oh, I'll wait.
I forgot.
Honestly, the best LCS thing was
Please
the
don't ban
backpack.
Echo again, bro. Please. You used to. Please.
Wait, all the 5 bans just go. Wait,
Was
what was
that
our
last
last
ban?
ban?
Yeah, I forgot.
It was Leona
Leona,
or
Oh, Leo, this
Yeah,
Leona.
man.
I must not fall.
Bro, we should let him have Leona. Leona gets swayed, sounds like.
Kind of shits on Zin and Yon though a bit.
Oh, that is true. What am I picking? I picked
Flex
not.
not.
Yeah, not flex.
I'm telling you, he picks a call here. GG.
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 You think he's picking a collie?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh,
It's actually Rumble
Red
mid.
neck.
Oh.
Oh, it is Rumble mid.
Oh, what the
Wait.
fuck?
Mo, do you think I
That's-
should go conk this game instead?
Instead of lethal
Halo Blades?
or Hellblade. Yeah, I would go conk.
Yeah.
You want the Zoe?
Yeah, give me
Fuck.
Zoe.
All right.
Wait, this is not the right pick. Hold
They
on.
might early.
Zoe wasn't the right pick.
No. I swapped the wrong
Okay.
person.
It's like I just want to pick something everyone's happy with.
No. I mean, just pick whatever. Wait, these are for
Wait,
fun
we're red
games. Yeah, we
side.
own.
Do you want us? Do you want to split the map?
I mean, they might split the map because they have Ezreal Braum, so they're trying to invade.
But they
The
have a
other one's
Renekton.
pretty
It should be.
strong, But
Okay,
they
so the
probably
way
don't
my,
care.
my matchup works is that
they split
I
map,
win.
it's fine.
I win the first 3 levels, and then after that I lose basically the
So
rest.
you just
of
get the
way.
pushback, or you just get pushed in.
Yeah, I just get pushed in, and then it's
Okay.
like when he hits 6, I'm going to be diveable. So, but if we
Yeah.
get me out of early game, then I do.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
early game will
Wait.
be hard.
This guy just said from 3 to 18 he loses. Wait a second. Where?
Well, yeah, it's like, yeah, it's not a good matchup.
Oh,
I
we
really
fucking,
didn't think. I
we-
really didn't think Yasuo was gonna
we
play.
fucking lost. What?
I want to be fucking honest.
Jimmy, chill. We
I did
won.
not
You're better
think-
though. You're so much better than him.
But I'm better. Yeah, like I can win if I'm better. Like not really, but
Bro,
like
I thought you
How
said
did you not think that though?
our top laner's trolling.
dude,
Why would you pick like the most
Not
volatile
think-
thing ever? Like I could have picked mid there if you wanted, bro. What
No.
the fuck?
No,
Actually,
Revenge
wait,
is
yeah,
just.
next time I give you last pick top.
Yeah,
Reve-
that
You
was
played
our.
probably
You
been
played
more
too
smart.
much weird
That was
shit
the
and,
reason
like,
we got Mo Kadura guys to last
what
pick. You know.
the-
Yo,
Next
word.
time, I'm blind picking.
Wait,
I'm blind picking.
word early. Word early.
Revenge is just making
I
the
can
matchup
ward
sound
blue.
hard. Revenge is making the matchup sound hard, so when he wins, we're gonna think, wow, he's so fucking good.
That's true. That's true.
Careful,
Someone
careful.
word. Jimmy probably word this.
Are you gonna stand, Scarra? Where are you going?
I was
I
just
think-
gonna stand here, but
Okay, yeah. Just careful of getting Braum
when do
keyed.
you want
I
me
think you
to
should
word?
stand here.
Right now.
Actually,
word
here's
right now.
right now.
And then you can go anywhere you want.
Yeah, I'm just gonna watch this.
Oh,
Oh,
Oh, they're
Braum's-
invading top.
30 seconds.
Oh,
till
no.
minions spawn.
I'll go where it is red.
Yeah,
I want to
yeah,
get a
yeah.
word on their blue in
These
later.
guys
later.
No,
blue
I don't
screen
think
or-
you need to word blue. We just word the red.
Our level 1 is weak as fuck. They definitely beat us. Chilling.
These guys literally
They
blue
might
screen
split
their
the map,
screen.
but they
this-
cannot split the map.
If they split map
Okay.
on us spot, it's fine.
At
Well,
red,
no,
they shouldn't. We'll shit on them at
Yeah,
red.
we should.
No,
So,
like
I am gonna
I
word
think-
blue at
Yo,
like 1.
Breezy, can you
20.
come with me real quick?
Yeah.
Just to
Minions have
retake.
spawned.
Yeah, sure. I'll just hover in
Mo, get
between.
ready to like walk like this.
Ready? Walking on.
We don't have to.
I'm like
I'll just
here.
I'll just hover in between here and then
Yeah,
go
yeah,
Bosco
yeah.
over.
We'll check.
Mm-hmm.
I'm wording blue.
No,
Oh,
you don't have to.
wait,
You
you
don't
don't
have
want
to.
to.
Yeah,
Okay,
alright.
okay.
I'm taking his cone.
we want to get shoved in or what?
Yeah,
gonna
I
word-
mean,
I'm gonna
they're
word
gonna-
river anyway. for
They're
level
gonna
2
push
game.
us anyways,
Well,
but
like,
yeah.
Remember, they have Jarvan.
You
Care
wa-
for level 2 game.
You want me to?
win.
I'm not.
He's going to his Crocs.
You want me to auto this wave or?
No, you don't have to.
Okay. Okay, I don't know how to get the first 3 CS without autoing though.
Yeah, he might invade your bot side, Jake. They're gonna push.
That's totally fine.
Okay.
We might split map, but I'm not gonna split map against them. They're pushing bot, right?
Yeah, they push.
Okay. They might invade my blue up.
I'll push mid.
Oh,
Let's shield. Nothing. This is fine.
Try to die with dignity.
Oh wow, you took a lot of damage. My bad.
That's fine. They already did too. They're gonna crash 3 bot.
okay. I might just do wolves.
I mean, if they split on us, it's fine.
Well, I expected.
Well, no, I can't split. You can't really dive top. So.
Okay.
He's mid soon. I'm coming here. I'm gonna work for you.
Okay.
Oh, he stopped. Coming top.
Oh,
I'm fine. I can
this
invade
is
it.
kind of bad. This is kind of
Okay.
bad.
Yeah, careful here. It's okay.
Come right. Oh shit, I think you might die.
First,
Diplomacy is a subtle
Mine.
art.
Oh, they're bot kid or
you.
go towards mid, okay? Careful bot from below.
Oh, the dirt.
Yeah, it's a big tower shot, but it's fine. I crashed in base.
Okay, he did 3 chem top, so he's just gonna be top side. You guys are perfectly fine bot.
Yeah, I think they cheated and bomb is mid.
Sacrifices must
Yeah.
be made.
I'm gonna let
Should be,
Nick push
Jarvan
back.
should be here soon.
Let me just slow push this and try to crash this wave.
I'm gonna do a quick
Or maybe
gank
the
mid,
next one
actually.
too. Yeah, just slow push here.
I'm here.
Bomb still miss.
I'm
Oh.
gonna flash for it.
If you insist on
Oh.
Bomb is there.
Mid.
We're just gonna push bottom base.
Nice.
Okay.
Flash for
I'm
five.
gonna give push top. Jarvan's gonna look top again, by the way. He's doing blue, and he was
do you need
leading
help?
here.
Do you need help?
I should not be
Doesn't-
diveable.
You can just base after this guy.
Wait,
Yep,
Renekton
hold on.
saved his TP. Okay, I don't think he's gonna look top.
If he
Then.
hits
Oh no,
this,
no,
the
never mind,
second
never
one.
mind.
If it's the
I
second
often
one.
kill
I'm basing and running towards mid.
my close.
Okay.
Oh, never mind.
Wait, hold
next
on. I'm
one.
lowering the volume a little bit. The music volume a little bit. It's a little loud for me.
Did Rumble flash mid?
Yep, no flash.
Okay, I'm coming.
They might try to dive me top.
I think you should just go top,
Actually.
honestly. Oh. He's here. You should just go top.
Jarvan, wait, who's
I
Jarvan?
don't-
Jarvan or Bro?
I can't go all the way top dude.
Pretty sure he's around
Okay, I'll
mid.
just top then.
Wait, you
Brom-
asked my support to go
Brom-
pop?
Braum is not top right now.
No, no, man.
There's not. He's just stacking the wave right now. There's still nothing. It would be on
Okay.
this wave when he does
Oh,
it.
Jarvan's
I-
here.
I wanna look mid
Okay.
here.
Jarvan
watch
was
him.
top.
Watch me mid.
Yep.
I'm here.
I
Let's
got
do
you, I got
VTuber.
you.
I'm here, sir. I'm here, coming. Come on, Rumble. Rumble, no flash.
I can't. It's all you guys. Right?
Nice.
Yes,
I have
flash.
I have ignite.
I'm just gonna say, guys,
This
I
guy?
got a fucking
I have
stack for
fucking
that.
6.
I'm the goat.
I will not tolerate interference.
You have a push.
Yeah.
Did you need help? Probably not.
I'm not fighting turtle on this fucking wave.
There's one more. Yeah.
I can hook him here.
Yep.
I'll just help you push.
Oh.
I don't know if Braum has ignite or not.
He
Yo.
ignited. He ignited.
Would do well to die.
Wait, no, that was Rumble.
Maybe I can come into your
I'm out,
mobile.
I'm out,
Oh
I'm
shit.
out, I'm out.
Oh, he's up on your Boba. I'm okay, I think.
Yeah, he has no flash. Ignite.
Yeah, I'm good. You're on V1, Scarra. Both supports at the base.
How tedious.
Fine.
Are you still okay top though?
I mean, it gets really hard around now. I mean, he's gonna stack the wave. If you can cover the next dive timing, then I think it'll be good. Like, we can outplay it.
Me and Braum are same timer to bot, Scarra.
I'm watching.
My patience.
Okay.
I mean,
I-
just looking at J4 alt mid.
True. He's not 6 for a while though.
Braum could be mid here, but I think low chance. Probably just coming
Okay,
bot.
my wave's fine. I'm letting myself get pushed in here.
This will be mine.
I'm gonna have to catch a big wave. I'm almost 6. Care for like a fight bot.
How do you want to do this? You want to shove?
Mm,
I'm almost 6.
They probably won't let us. I'm just gonna look for one hook on his if he wants me.
Yeah, care bot right here. Care bot.
Yeah, we're fine.
I put him in tower. Put him in tower.
Okay, he's dead.
Yo! Does he have
This guy's
flash?
a-
Okay.
Does he have flash? Does he have flash? Get slow. Get
Rumble
slow.
can still go bot.
Has flash.
Oh! Go in this guy?
Just leave me, just leave me.
Okay.
Rumble's here.
Shit, I'm
Easy
dead.
leave.
Fuck, I forgot about that.
Oh my.
Enemy double kill.
That's fine.
Right.
Braum got the kills. It's chill.
Yo, I got zoned off this. Fuck me, man.
It's fine. Ezreal's probably
he
gonna
has to
catch
breathe
mid.
on me top.
Ezreal's gonna catch mid.
Yep.
Yo,
I can come 3-man top.
Yeah,
I
I
ain't
can
come.
break this freeze. It's good. I'm gonna look for fruit right
it's
now.
really bad for me though.
I can come too.
Bad.
Do we have
Maybe
ignite?
Nautilus just
We don't
come?
have ignite.
Oh, I'm missing so much.
Nautilus just come
Here.
to play the phase, I think.
Yeah.
I'm telling you,
I'll be really fucking hungry
80s
for
do
this
not
stuff,
expect
man.
Swain. Whatever.
Yeah.
It's
I'm
so
with you
annoying.
here.
I'm here too.
Do you have
Braum-
ignite?
What's he
Braum
have?
should-
I have ignite in 7.
Yes.
I'm just gonna heal the kill the ward.
I wait. I saw.
He.
I'm here.
Do you have flash?
I think he has flash.
I'm here.
It's not back.
I'll
Yeah,
just
Braum's
ignite
here.
here.
We can go, we can go, Brom.
He's very tanky.
Look for all
He
these.
flashed. He flashed.
Okay,
Nothing.
oh.
Nothing. I might be
Do you have
going here.
ignite? Do you have ignite?
I have ignite.
An ally has
Ignite him,
been
ignite him.
slain.
You guys can win this. No flash on both. Alright, no flash this guy. Nice, we got the
Nice.
bounty.
Yep.
Wait, he had
huge.
a bounty?
Yeah, he got both the kills bot.
That's so
They
big, by
could
the
be-
way.
they could be
We can
top
do
nine.
Herald. We can do Herald, by the way,
Are
right
you
now.
sure?
Okay.
They rumble.
Yeah, rumble back,
now.
rumble back. Wait, he backed really late. I stopped his back.
Okay.
He's gonna
Okay,
be
I'm
there
gonna
soon. I don't know if this is good.
Easy, easy.
Oh, he's bot. Okay, nice.
I'm
He's
telling you,
good?
They're not thinking. They're not thinking. They're not thinking.
Oh shit.
Help him. Do you have flash?
I cannot help.
Okay, we can maybe kill Ezreal.
Gather
I can look
I'm
at
looking,
Ezreal.
I'm looking at
I
Ezreal.
can,
Nothing.
I
It's
can.
not. It's nothing. It's
Okay,
nothing.
we're getting the rift. We're getting the rift. If you distract them, that's good.
I'm distract them. I'm dead though. All you guys. Just get it in. Get it in. Get out.
Oh, God.
Yeah, we
flash?
distracted.
I'll just flash.
They're coming here. Just careful.
I'll base here. Oh, my base is delayed as fuck.
Revenge that call, you fucking troll. It's okay.
Good distraction. Good distraction.
I died for Rift. All good.
Yeah, you suicided my support, man. I need that guy.
I'm coming. I'm coming.
And to think, they
Rumble's
call
going back
me
mid now.
cripple.
Coming quick in top.
He has no ulti still.
I don't have flash, but
Does Rumble have flash?
It was Renekton and
Okay.
Braum no flash.
Backing.
Rumble should
Renekton
have flash.
flash.
Back, yeah, it's back. Hopefully they don't dive me on this wave. They shouldn't.
Fuck, my chat settings.
I have chain vest now, so maybe I can survive.
This
it.
is the least of
God,
my
I almost
crimes.
I don't want to shove is the problem here. I don't want to shove.
Yeah, yeah.
I'll slow push ideally.
careful mid. They have no Jarvan ulti, but
Yeah.
coming mid soon. I might need Nautilus for the
We
fight.
must remind them. of
Yeah, I think both sports will just be bot here.
Okay.
I want to get 6.
How close?
I need like next wave.
No, I don't. I'm not gonna shove. I'm not gonna shove.
Oh,
We're gonna build.
yeah.
We're gonna build.
I have wrong keys. I just heralded.
Oh shit.
That's
Oh.
okay. What's that for
Ah,
mid?
it's
Bless
mid.
up.
Why is my 4 herald?
Braum mid. Braum going mid.
Braum is
Okay,
mid there,
okay,
yeah.
Yeah,
How
he
close
has
to
to
the-
be top again.
Right. Are you close to Allies?
Have we seen
Uh,
Jarvan?
I'm looking.
Not
I'm
for a while
finding.
now.
300?
Okay, it's like 2 waves. Okay.
You guys can
Jarvan's
start
mid,
fighting
Jarvan's
bot.
mid,
You
Jarvan's
guys can
mid.
start
He
fighting
just
bot.
crossed towards bot side.
Okay.
Even Burgo and Braum.
I hooked Ezra. It's nothing. It's nothing.
I'm just getting this. Got their ping. Jarvan's mid, the bottom.
I'm 6.
help, probably
I mean,
help.
3-3
I'm
should be
running
good.
bot. I'm
We're
running
double level 6.
Yeah,
we can
yeah.
fight it.
Rumble.
I went through
I don't
there.
wanna- I don't wanna.
I'm just gonna fight mid.
I want to crash it by rallies, but I don't
The
know
right
when we
to
can.
rule held in my
Yeah, I don't think we can push anymore. They're looking bot.
Coming bot.
I'm just following.
I'm running bot.
Maybe we can win this. Drive in, no ult. There's no ult. We can win. We can win. We can win. Look, drive in.
I'm still coming.
I get TP. I get TP.
Looks good. Looks good. No flash, Braum.
That's great.
I'll go Braum.
Ezreal, no flash.
Is there no flash? Triple Jimmy.
No, I'm down. Fine.
Nice.
nice.
Well played, guys.
Jump a rumble ult.
The 5-man.
Yeah.
Yo, no, Renekton no ulti, by the way. Alright, I'm in a really good spot now.
Oh, I'm this game over. I'm
Dude, I
so
know you're
huge.
carrying the shit.
It's
I'm gonna just run towards
That's
mid.
a jinx if I heard
no,
that.
whoa, chill.
Not
Ezreal's
really.
Triforce. He's actually strong
It's
too.
not
Okay,
winning
well.
either.
Oh wait, this
I'm looking
Ezreal is huge.
Yeah. I'm coming. Say flash.
Nice.
And no flash anymore. It's worth.
Careful, Renekton.
Yeah.
I flash to get out. I flash to get out.
I'm coming, but he has no ulti too.
I'm on
Maybe-
my
maybe
way.
Swing can come.
Oh,
Yeah,
drive an ult. Drive an ult.
Okay, I can go quick with an ult
Over
here.
here.
Look out, look out. Oh, fuck. I'll kill Jarvan.
Got bomb. Nice.
Nice.
Big.
I think we
You
go
go.
for drag.
Rumble's one.
Everyone
Yeah.
And no flash.
back to their lanes though. Everyone back to their lanes. I can solo drag.
Yeah. Olive is good
So
for us.
fast now.
I can just help do Drake.
Can you ward their jungle?
Yeah.
Just do that and then just
It's
go
gonna
bot.
stop much though.
Dude, I do like negative.
No,
tracking
you
damage.
can go bot. You can go bot.
Okay,
Alright,
My
so
damage is
I
fucking
kind of get
nothing.
shit on right now until I get this item.
Oh,
so
they're
500
looking
gold.
to contest. Honestly.
Yeah, I can help you.
You dare
They might.
oppose
Should
no
be
Well,
ours,
get
right?
it.
Just ready to leave. They worded it. They see us. I think we got it.
Wait,
We got it.
I have ulti in
Just carry
12.
Ezreal,
Rumble's
okay?
going bot.
Nice. I want a base here, Scarra. I'm out of words.
Yes.
Hey, Jarvan's not bottom. Yo, they're
Yeah.
trying to dive you top. They're trying to
The
dive you
3-man
top.
There's no
He's
way.
a 3-man bot. Probably he doesn't have Rumble ulti yet.
They're already in our red. Careful, dude.
I can come cover this wave. I'm gonna go top and cover. They have no wave.
Okay, grabbing stuff too.
Jarvan has ult.
It's 4.
I mean, you trade one maybe. He has stopwatch. Fuck. Nice try. Nice try. Nice try.
You lack discipline.
Nice try.
Let's go.
I can't even hold this. We're getting free shits mid. I'm gonna cancel
I'm
Jarvan
getting bot
base.
too. This guy's getting denied bot.
I'm canceling
bot.
Jarvan base. I think he has.
Yeah, Renekton got quite a lot from that dive.
Turret plating
A
will
petty
soon
squabble.
fall.
But I should still be outscaling him soon.
Oh, they're coming to me. Looks like.
You got time. Jarvan's like here.
Yeah.
Alright, I got
I'm
two
down to.
plates.
We can scrap Jarvan and bomb null.
He's right here.
Wait, can I back real quick? Oh,
Oh
fuck.
yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
please,
gonna push
please.
mid and back too. I'm gonna push
I
mid and
am
back.
like,
Oh, you're so fed.
wait,
You're
I could
Jigga
probably greed one wave. I'm gonna greed one wave.
They're walking in here.
They're getting
Is the
to bot.
only team.
Fine. Just give it to them.
I'm just gonna base here. Let's Scarra.
Yeah, I'm
I'm
back.
basing here too. Oh, Renekton's mid.
5 mid.
Nice.
5 mid.
I don't know, he's just creeping. He lost the wave.
Nice.
Restack.
Yeah, I'm pretty strong now. Renekton still beats me, but I can, like, if we gank him, we can kill him now.
You wanna fight this Herald?
I think
Yeah,
so.
I
Actually,
do.
can you-
Yeah.
Can you
I
walk
can
through
come.
lane top, Jake?
Yeah,
I actually think
I'd
he'll
rather
be
rather wait
aggressive.
for his Swain. Wherever Swain goes, I'll
Yeah,
go.
I'm super strong.
Okay. Sure, that's fine.
Rumble's bot. We can just do it for free.
Yeah.
Rumble no TP.
I'm baiting.
Renekton will
I'm
be
baiting
really
this.
strong.
I'm baiting
Yo,
this. Okay, I'm baiting.
These are
I'm baiting.
Ezreal no E. Ezreal no E. This is our fight, guys. We have 5 people. We have 5. I'm ulting this guy.
Okay.
Got him. Ooh.
I'm dead. That's fine. Rom and Jarvan ulted.
They
You guys
might-
can fight.
They
You
not
guys,
wanna.
you guys can fight
back,
anything.
Back to lanes.
Yeah,
Back
yeah,
to
Yeah, I'm
lanes.
going.
Yeah.
I ghosted.
Renekton's here. You can watch top 1 timing after, Jake. See if he fights me. Okay, he's
I'm
not.
just gonna Herald
Ends
that
of
thing.
war are dead.
Maybe.
You're gonna Herald mid? I can move.
Your turret has been destroyed.
He thinks you're top right now.
I think Brum warded this, so
Again,
Yeah, probably.
I killed the pink there.
maybe heralding this probably.
Yeah.
You
Pretty
can
good.
break, yeah.
I'm
Try to
resetting.
die with dignity.
Maybe I can get this cannon.
That's right.
Nope.
Nah.
Yeah.
Careful, Rum's missing. Rum's
Yeah,
missing.
Yeah.
yeah.
This is their time right now.
They guys, that guy is bot. I don't know what he's bot, but
I'm just gonna drop a word for you, Revenge. They could be 5
Yeah,
tall.
watch me.
Okay. They could have Rumble
Okay,
behind.
they got 5. Okay,
wait,
okay.
Yeah,
be careful.
I have TP advantage right
Oh,
now.
we see Rumble.
Almost mid.
Is there no one bot? It's just jungler. Oh, I can.
No,
Yeah,
don't
they're all
bot.
top.
Five
All
top.
top. Defend
That should be
this
all five
top.
top.
Yeah.
I'm
Defend this top.
coming,
I'm here.
Daddy. I'm coming.
Wait.
He has no W now? Yo,
Careful,
he's
careful. I'm not there.
I know,
I
I know.
can't cut yet.
Rumble is here with ult. There's just.
Wait.
Oh, the tower's
Yeah,
dead.
dip,
now.
dip, dip,
I think
dip,
it's
dip,
a-
dip, dip,
it's
dip.
a-
That's a fake
Tower's
turret.
much-
I have ulti too if they
Your
ult.
turret
Wait, they
We're trading bot. It's fine.
They still going?
they're gonna
yeah,
miss.
we can-
They cannot.
We can defend this. We can defend
They
this.
cannot.
Can you careful getting cut off, Danny.
I'll bait here.
Yeah, I'm okay.
Is a subtle
They don't have Herald. They have no wave. We're fine. Just push spot Scar and then go
They
mid.
might
Yeah,
look
yep.
though. They might look.
They're
Yeah,
trying to
you're
die.
fine. You're fine.
Yeah, I'm
Just hook
down.
someone.
I'm
Hook anyone.
down.
Hook anyone.
Okay.
Hook anyone.
I'm on Renekton. Driving a lot.
I got big ulti.
I'm dead. I have to leave. That's fine.
It's not bad. We traded shutdowns.
That's not bad. They're losing like 10 wave spot.
Yeah, just care. Don't die
Oh,
here
they-
now.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
it's. You have TP. No, you don't have TP. I have TP when I spawn. If you keep
They're
them here.
looking.
They said
Rumble
one-
flash on me.
Okay.
Bomb flash, Rumble flash. I'm okay.
Bro, this is. I have TP here, by the way.
Jimmy's
Scar, run
coming
top.
in like
Scar's
5
fine.
seconds.
If you have TP,
They
I'm
have
going.
nothing. They have literally nothing, by the way. Nothing.
Oh, this guy's in? You see this?
Yeah.
8 seconds.
Oh.
Oh, what? Wait, what? Where did it
Guys,
go?
here, keep
Oh, I
going.
might have been my W.
Yeah, I'm gonna TP here. Don't
I
be
need to
scared, Scar.
go.
Walk with me.
W,
Walk with
Jimmy?
me.
Maybe
They have
W?
They have nothing. Yes.
Oh, I W. Fuck you.
No, I think they're live.
Here.
I'm running.
Okay.
No ghost. No
1 HP, but I'm coming.
Okay.
That's
No,
your hot
he has
splash.
splash.
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck.
He has flash.
Just
Has
shot-
flash.
They're gonna sprint the dragon.
Good.
Nice.
I'll
Nice.
get him. Nice.
No,
job.
Okay.
I
Get him.
realized, what?
You get him. You get him.
nice.
What the fuck?
I meant like, if you don't get him, I'll get him.
We can all run here.
It's gone. It's gone.
Guys
It's
said
gone.
all
gone.
get him.
Oh shit.
I had to bait.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I could have stayed top, yeah.
Hey, we can't lose 5-5 anymore.
Yeah, like I'm so fucking here.
Yeah. I got Renekton down.
They're on my blue, so be careful, chicken.
Oh, I can't walk in. Yeah.
No, you can. I'm here.
Oh,
I'm
no,
here.
I-
I'm here. I'm
Yep.
here.
Yeah, I'm just going top. I'm just going top, by the way.
You can
Just
eat
make it.
him.
Yeah, 5 people. Leave
You
it.
guys,
Oh,
they're
I
all
missed
there.
it.
They're all there. If
Yeah,
we just keep,
yeah.
yeah, that's good.
All good.
I'm gonna get top.
Fuck.
We just defend this. They're gonna 5-man this mid tower. Careful, guys.
Right.
Out of
Yo,
fight, out
this
of
guy,
fight.
they're
There's no-
losing
there's no
waves top, by
fucking
the way.
way.
I don't know what they're doing.
Yeah.
We just need one
Just have to
person.
defend this.
Can you come mid, Scarra?
Yeah, I'm running.
I think this
Maybe
tower
should
might
be
be
me. I
good.
have better
Yeah,
wave clear.
Danny. I was gonna say you have better rage. I
No,
don't.
you
This
guys
tower-
need to come right now.
This
I'm on
tower
way,
is
I'm on
gone.
way.
It's gone. It's gone.
Wait, I'm here.
They die, bro.
If they die, they can't.
They're losing so much for getting this turret, though.
Sure, bud.
Sure, bud.
They are. What? Are they still diving?
Hey,
Oh,
yeah, they're
yeah.
diving.
Okay.
Oh,
I'm just gonna keep pushing.
Double kill.
too far up.
Oh shit.
Yeah, we're just getting.
Yeah,
Keep going,
send
keep
it.
going.
Getting five.
I mean, we got tier 2 top. It's actually not that bad.
I didn't know they
Oh,
were
my
doing
shutdown
this.
was. It's my bad. I walked the fuck forward.
That's okay. They're all running top now. That's 5.
Yeah, I'll bait so.
Baron's in 30.
Yeah,
Maybe they run me down,
I
but if they do, their template's fucked. We can just push bot.
Yeah.
the thing is,
Ezreal's like their only
Alright,
strong
well,
one.
I have IE now. Yeah, I'm gonna trail you bot here, okay? You can
I
fight.
think
You
we
can
should
fight this
put.
guy.
I think we just put Zoe mid every time.
yeah.
That's
I,
just fair.
Yeah.
I do not
You
want to
can
be
take-
mid.
You can take this wave, Danny, and then you can go mid.
Yeah, I'm down.
And then we can transition to top after.
Sweeping.
I'm not gonna show yet. Which I'll just show now.
They all reset it, so.
Okay, you can go mid now. I have TP in a
One's
mid.
on our top side.
600
Yo, I'm gonna
dive
push
on.
one wave and then I'm gonna move mid, okay?
Yeah,
We should wait for Swain's Anyos if we can. It's big.
it's so far. That's the
Oh,
problem.
okay.
It's 1400.
Yeah. And Rumble's
So, yeah,
top
I'm
right
gonna
now.
I'm gonna do one more wave.
Ready to
bot
fight
camps
anything
are-
bot side.
Their bot camps are up.
No,
As
we
long
should
as
look
we.
top side guys. Dude. They
Yeah,
can
yeah.
still do Baron.
Yeah, they do Nash fast.
Okay, I got my wave bot. I'm
think
gonna
it's
move top now, okay?
I need help here.
Yeah, I
I W 3 seconds. 3 seconds.
We don't have revenge TP if we Oh, they one shot it.
Baron.
Just leave
Better
it.
now.
No.
I'm coming here though.
Play so.
They won't.
this guy.
We're not gonna shoot you.
Maybe we can fight. No.
Okay, wait. If we stall this, yeah. Hold on.
Up on this guy.
I have a hook.
Okay, I'm coming here.
I'm on
Yeah,
way.
I'm
I'm
good.
on
I'm
way.
fighting.
We win this. We win this.
GC.
I can keep
Fine.
it. Keep chasing.
Trying to ult anyone.
W 3.
Oh, bubble shoot someone.
Oh, nice bubble.
Hit,
Nice,
hit, hit.
Marvin. He spiked out.
Hold him.
I got him.
Nice. Chase bomb. Big kill.
Behind you guys, watch behind, watch flank, watch flank.
Okay. I ulted.
Watch flank, watch flank.
I ulted Renekton. Nice.
Oh,
chase, we
I
chase,
LT
we
through
chase,
Right
we
side,
chase.
right side,
So
right
good
side,
for
go
us,
right
by the
side.
Ezreal's below. He's gonna E over. Ah, they're gone. On base.
They waste their Baron a lot. It's really good. You can push them. I'll base. You can catch mid. Yo, can you base after top? We can play into their
Yeah,
bot
yeah,
side. I
I'll
can
base
TP
after.
bot, okay? I want to TP to bot. You can walk to me if, what's it called? Jake.
Pity stays
Walk to
the
me.
hand of the
They're coming.
Okay, it's a
But not
2v3.
No.
Careful. We are not there.
Here. Nice try.
Oh, my bad.
Try.
Herald's probably gone, or Dragon's probably gone.
This one's okay. I mean, I ideally just want to get Zanyas, honestly.
Oh, how long?
Ugh, we're fucking 900.
They're gonna try sieging bot, I think. With their Nash. We
Yeah.
can defend, I think, with 3.
I'm
Sorry.
running.
This tower might be gone.
They called me a cripple.
It's gone.
Yeah, I'm just gonna try to push mid.
Actually, I'll bluff.
Well, I mean, I don't.
They should come now, Oh, Jarvan.
He's not gone.
Me. I
Thanks,
flash.
Flash.
I flash.
Oh.
Oh,
Wait,
yeah.
what's that lag? Hello?
Rampage.
Run, Jake.
Yeah,
maybe we can
Get on.
This looks okay.
Yeah.
Oh, close.
I have a hook.
Good Scarra. Keep playing Scarra.
Oh, I can future.
I'm ulting away. I'm actually wow. That's your one shot, man.
Oh man.
Oh shit.
I think we're off.
Yeah, I think they just said.
I'm so confused how my flash was like that, bro. What?
Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
Oh.
Honestly, it was an NT.
It was.
Ooh.
We were smurfing for the first 12 minutes of the game.
Yeah.
Oh man, we were. I never got the fight. The whole fight,
Yeah, we never got to get a real fight in, huh?
dude.
Yeah.
It's okay. It's all right, dude. The holy
Also,
shit.
Jarvan is kind of nuts, bro. What the fuck?
Yeah, that champ is
He's
screwed.
so tanky.
Hmm. I did not. I'm not sure. I feel like I needed more pieces, if that makes sense. Maybe it's just we need to fight. Honestly, I felt.
I mean, our comp is kind of disgustingly bad.
Yeah.
We have Zoe Yon against their full bruiser comp, so it's like does nothing.
Hmm.
We have to play
Yeah.
fights more differently,
Yeah.
and maybe just a different top, honestly.
We get revenge fight.
Yeah.
We,
I mean, I really didn't think they'd play Rumble mid. That's kind of sucked.
Okay. Yeah. We'll just give him fifth because yeah, the
My fucking that matchup's just not it. I mean, to be honest, I still somehow got fed because they were trolling, but it like there's like that one time when we could have
I'm gonna
team
play
fought.
Spence.
Maybe I should have just moved mid, but when they dove you guys, like I didn't think that they could dive. And then I think if we fought them there 5v5, we would actually win. We were like pretty strong. Maybe
Yeah,
if I grouped there.
it's like we
Yeah, I mean,
Scarra was so strong.
trading is never the play there.
yeah, like I want to
Even
fight.
if it's
Like
even if it's 1-for-1.
yeah, I
Well,
want.
okay, mid turret being gone is fine. First mid turret being gone is fine, but then next mid turret, I didn't think they can get next mid turret. I thought they were just trolling, you know? Like I
That's
thought
a 4v5, so
Yeah, like that was my bad for stepping up too far though. But I don't.
I didn't think you'd die.
Yeah, same.
That was
Like
kind of crazy.
like the
I didn't even
Jarvan-
see what happened.
Jar-
Honestly,
Jarvan
they just said
went
it.
on me with
They just
bomb.
sent it
Yeah,
like hard.
Yeah, they just Jarvan
like-
Rumble,
like
just dove.
like
Maybe
the
Zoe
problem.
wasn't, but I feel like I couldn't do damage.
Yeah,
It was
yeah.
so weird.
The problem was the only one that could poke that could get out of my damage was Ezreal, and he got super fed, like giga fed.
when did he get fed? Actually, I thought I didn't even know when
He
got
was
fed.
3 kills off bottom, and then he rotated top and killed you. The guy got he started
the
5 kills.
dive. Wait, was it the dive?
He-
Did
he's-
he get-
That's
oh
when,
wait, no, he didn't kill me.
Oh,
on
he
that.
That's
got-
like when
he got-
Rumble went bot late. I think that they got a lot of.
Ezreal
bots
got
late.
fed off that Herald thing. He killed me and Danny.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh, that was bad.
No, I don't think Leandri's on this was better.
Oh yeah,
like
they
the-
heralded top.
I think
God.
well,
And these guys just run around as 5 permanently.
yeah, which I was down to do, but like I need 5 like bodies. I did not. I think.
all good.
Oh yeah, all good, all good.
Remember, it doesn't
Man,
matter.
They got Baron. They fucking rushed
Oh.
Baron.
They actually fucking one-shot it.
Oh, they killed it in between my W cooldown because I
I
W'd it.
could have ran in, but I was too scared of them waiting in bushes. So I had to
Yeah,
like,
Yeah.
sidestep and shit.
same.
Actually, when I look at it, we were like even gold. We were like in a good spot
I
before
think
the Baron. Like
yeah.
even after the inting, we were like still. I think we could still play the game.
The problem is like once they get vision, like don't we always lose every 4v5? So like we can't even have you split, right?
Yeah, I can't really split that game.
Yeah, it's just like we have to run in.
Yeah.
Dude, their initiation is kind of nasty.
The Shogun sucks also. I got baited with that.
Shojin Zin.
Wait, are
It's
we
just
playing?
really,
are
it's
we
always
playing
better
next
in
game?
competitive.
Yeah, we're next game.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah, we're 1, 2,
Two
and 4.
damage items on real games is actually just an
Who do we play against next?
Sneaky.
oh yeah.
Oh, the game's up.
Oh, let me go look. Oh, I don't know. Aside from that, the game
Ezreal might not be a bad ban, honestly. That champ's fucking OP.
wait, really? I thought there was no problem, but like, it's like
That's why
somehow,
you play versus good Ezreals. Though.
yeah,
Good Ezreals are a problem.
yeah, but like, I still thought there was no problem up until he got.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, I don't know, man. I'm pretty sure.
And it's also 2 ping Ezreal, so.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure if they didn't, I don't know. I just think that like, it was a comp
Are we blue
diff.
or red this game?
I don't know. Let me go double check.
I assume we're blue because we're like listed first.
Or it's all right. It's all right. Get a little warm up. But yeah, Ezreal's not bad. Like I feel like as a ban, it's not bad. But like against, we're playing sneaky, right?
Yeah.
I think. Well, we're definitely banning Lucian.
Yeah, just ban
Yeah.
Lucian.
Wait, let me think. Oh no, who's on
He
that
might
team
play.
again?
He might play Caitlyn. I'm
Smoothie,
kind.
balls.
Caitlyn's kind of annoying.
We can ban Rumble. That's like Balls' best champion.
Oh,
right?
that is Ball's best champ. Yeah.
Oh, no, that's. I mean, he got famous for that one.
Wait, let me see. Okay, so bans. We can do Lucian. Rumble, third ban. What's third ban looking like? Lucian. And maybe you said you want to ban Ezreal?
I don't.
I mean, I'm down for Caitlyn ban if there's nothing.
I think with Caitlyn, I just played Ziggs or Karthus. Well, yeah, it is kind of annoying.
Ziggs, I mean, it's just annoying, yeah.
But like, I feel like
they have Spica actually.
No, okay. So real talk, I feel like we play against a lot of annoying shit bot, but it matters more about what the rest of our comp looks like. That I don't care about that many bans.
Like I think we should ban a jungler.
Yeah, I care more that you guys get your picks because me and whatchamacallit, Breezy would play whatever.
So much. It's Spica. He would literally play any random shit.
Yeah,
that's true.
It's either Jarvan or he plays random shit.
Do we want to ban Jarvan or do we not care? I don't really care about Jarvan that much.
I thought it was the rest of the comp.
Knowing Spica, he's not gonna play Jarvan.
He's probably not gonna play Jarvan, right?
He's gonna play a 4-fun champ.
He's gonna play like Talia or something annoying.
Yeah.
Then we should maybe just ban, and we can. Who's their mid laner again? Oh, it's Stunned.
I can see here. I can see him playing Briar. Honestly,
Stunn's just gonna play like.
Oh, you can't.
It's disabled, or like it's not on that patch.
Stunn's just gonna play like Ori or like.
Yo, whoa! What side do we want? I want the coin flip.
Red.
We want red?
Yeah, give Mo the counter.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. Let me go red.
You. If I hear I'm week 3 to 18 again, I'm gonna be so pissed.
We also don't have any like first picks except for Jarvan.
Yeah, it's because my pool is so weird, right? So we have like really weird picks. I'm down for red every game.
Are they ready?
So
what's our third ban then? What are we cooking?
Who's on their team?
I'm pretty sure Stun's just gonna play Ori mid. I don't know if you care about that.
I don't really care about that.
Yeah,
we just ban ADs. We just ban ADs.
You want to ban it? I'm down.
I vote Caitlyn or Ezreal.
I'm down for Caitlyn and Ezreal.
Caitlyn, Ezreal, Lucian.
Well, we need to ban Rumble now.
Yeah. Whoa, yeah. And we can ban it next rotation.
We should headshot the Rumble. We should headshot it. It's too comfort.
Ezreal, Kate? You're fine with them playing 100 games with Lucian?
No, we're banning Lucian. No, we're banning Lucian. That shit's gone.
It's Lucian, Rumble, and then our third ban can be like Kate.
I'm down for Kate.
I think ban Kate, yeah.
Yeah, because wanna position our Breezy into Senna maybe. Well, we'll see.
Yeah, sure.
We'll see how our the comp goes.
I
Yeah,
get
yeah.
carried, Revenge. What are you playing, man? I'm trying to
Just
get
up to
carried.
just
He's
up to what he picks. I'll actually pick something. What if I could see their whole comp and everything? Then it's
Okay.
like
All right.
We got 5P top. So he must carry now.
if I can see the whole comp, I can just pick something that's good for my lane and our comp, and then it's just more simple that way. Like Yone, when I saw their first 3 picks, looked okay last game, but it's like if they're gonna pick Renekton and like
Yeah,
Braum, then it gets
I
really hard
think
for me to play the game.
It was a hard fight.
we just trolled draft. I didn't realize like their wombo's so good.
Their
we
draft is
needed
actually kinda
we needed
good.
like
Yeah.
really mobile mids that do a lot of damage to front
Yeah,
line.
last pick there would be like Trist or something. Like something like you gotta get out of the
Or like
Jarvan ulti.
Azir maybe.
I
or
guess it's
something?
probably Azir.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. That was
Azir kind of sucks against Rumble later though. But
yeah, it's like weird, but like I guess we just yeah, they suicide. The Rumble was like 0-1 like the whole game.
yeah.
Yeah, I think we have to really snowball with our comp to win.
You gotta pick Draven, yeah. But like we have to, dude.
That wasn't that bad except
We'll
for,
see. Would you
Oh,
care
yeah.
about Draven over Caitlyn?
Nah, I don't care about Draven, I
Okay.
think.
Yeah, I think we play into it. I might pick Cho this game because it might we might be able to get Revenge or carry.
Cho's fine with like all supports too, right?
Yeah. No, it's because I go tank. Like I'm two damage into tank, full tank.
Mm-hmm.
So like
You want to 1-2 Cho? Send,
like the thing is, there's no way Sneaky's saving pick, right? Maybe give me can you give me 2? What? Yeah, give me 1-2. Maybe give me 3.
I have to pick jungle enemy because most likely I have to 1-2.
Yeah. Sarch was way back for 16 months. Yeah, it was bad Zoe. It's just like our comp was really bad. We drafted the 4-5 really bad.
What's the delay?
And that's when it really mattered.
But you gotta go somewhere, man.
Bro, I'm ready to game.
Last game
You
we were
sound excited.
Yeah.
I'm
We
still
were ready to
waiting.
game last game.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for you, man. What happened?
Dude, last game was I need to play another game
Bro,
after
Which
last game,
reminds me
bro.
of that one game we played that just give him Fiora or give me Fiora, and then they just pick Jace top or some shit.
Oh yeah. Oh wait,
Yeah.
against C9, against
It was
C9.
C9? Oh
It's
my
they
goodness.
blinded Cassante and they're like, just pick me Fiora, and then they went Jace top and we fucking lost.
Oh god, man.
Just pick the Yone, bro.
Deja vu.
Danny, can you move up? I'm moving. I think. Dude, like
Fine, today doesn't matter, right?
Yeah,
Actually,
yeah.
true.
true. We were
This
just
is
warming up.
scrims.
Yeah,
We
we
just needed scrims.
we literally learned like about draft that game.
Wait, so
Yeah.
wait, how does it work though? So like today we played
So
3 games.
so
and then
1-4
seeding for tomorrow?
1-4 plays tomorrow in the elimination match, and 2-3 plays tomorrow. And the winners
Oh.
then play in a best of 3, I think.
Wait, is it elimination best of 1 match?
Yeah, don't
Yeah.
fucking
Yeah.
lose.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Dude, wait, that's a crazy format. Okay, I respect.
I mean, I don't mind it.
Finals is BO3.
Yeah, I don't mind
Okay,
it.
that.
so finals is BO3, but tomorrow we play a best of 1
Yeah,
elimination.
man, don't lose.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't lose.
Everything's on the
Don't-
line.
First seed.
You're-
Imagine you're first seed
Yeah,
and you
you're
just
3-0.
lose.
Yeah.
You win
Yeah.
3-0, then you got 0-1 the next. You got cheese
Yeah.
0-1.
And you
Yeah.
just fucking lose, bro. You just lose. Like you
Today-
just get out.
Today is literally just scrims.
Yeah, actually.
But that's a banger, actually. Okay, I like that. I like that.
All right.
I don't know. Someone has a bad game. Someone's stomach booms or something.
Yeah,
bro, and then
we
you just-
first rotation Yone, it's just over. We Dude, oh. Man, fuck, if I didn't die to the mid die, that game I'm so fucking fed that game. Holy shit.
Dude, yeah. Actually,
Were you 3
like,
items? Were you 3 items, Jimmy?
I was 2 items at like fucking 20 minutes.
The
18.
Park. We actually kind of trolled. We 2v2 killed him bot, and then Danny's yelling Rumble bot, and we just die anyway.
Yeah, I didn't want to
Yeah.
see it. I didn't wanna bring it back up. That was
No,
really
I
funny
got
for me.
baited. I got baited
That
by
was
my
troll.
scrying orb.
That was really fucking me. I didn't want to bring back that
Yeah,
up, but like,
I had
really
to.
fucked me.
I brought it up for you, Danny. Don't worry. Yeah, I felt bad for you. I
Then,
felt
Like,
bad
I
for
mean,
you.
yeah, that's fine.
I scrying orb and I didn't see Rumble. It's like, all right, 3v3 we win, and then Rumble just came out of my ass.
Yeah, I was, dude. Fuck, man. I
We
don't.
got the 2v2 kill Scarra. It's all good. It's all
Yeah.
good.
Oh my god.
I even said, oh, Jarvan could be, no, Rumble could be bought, and it's like I didn't see him. I was like, all right, let's fight.
Dude, yeah. When I got the kill, when I got a turtle at the tower, I was like, we fucking won the game. Oh, holy shit.
True.
And then he died but picked up 3 kills. And I'm like, what the fuck?
We know blue screening PCs.
You know what sucked though? Because like after that, I just started laning against Ezreal mid.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, it's
It was
pretty.
like
It's
such
pretty.
an awkward sequence.
Yeah, imagine me, like, we just win. We can win every 2v2
Yeah, you
bot and they just
started beating him
left.
bot, and then you just like, yeah, it was so awkward.
The next time I see him, I get a 700 gold shutdown. I'm like, what the fuck? It's okay. Like, honestly, today is really just whatever. Because the idea 2 and 3 or getting 2 and 3 is the exact same. But I think it'd be nice to win the games for morale reasons. I'm just, but like the problem is I'm the cheese team. It was like someone said, I'm the team that like we can play the most unconventional bullshit. Oh wait, I'm losing my fucking my where is the game? Like, why say please hold?
Oh man.
Oh, they're still interviewing. It's okay. We're chilling. They try. Yeah, they're icing me. I'm ready to go. You see that first game? I was owning. Okay, minus. Dude, I'm fucking dumb as shit, man. It's weird because like I kind of needed Zhonya's in that game, but it's just based on the team comp. Hey, our problem was connecting at level 3. Fuck, you're right. Turtle, bro, you own that game, dude. Imagine this is what happens. We get the bot lane fight, and when I spike, the next time I see you, you have 9 kills, and I'm like, what the fuck happened? Oh shit, Ezreal's so annoying. Dude, I actually played like shit in lane. Breezy bailed me out a lot. I've not played against Braum. Fuck Braum. I've not played against Braum in a long time. But I actually think Swain is like giga good right now, bot lane. I really want to see, Well, that's pretty lucky, I think. I just think right now, like I always say, bot laners have a hard time playing against Swainy because they didn't see it as much as mid laners. It's something where like you have to play against to get the skill shot is kind of weird because it's got like a little bit of a circle at the end. Oh wait, Breezy, real quick.
Yeah, what's up?
Pretty sure Swain beats Kate. Like
maybe. I mean, if they play Caitlyn Lux, it could be hard. I think.
Yeah, but I like the matchup. It's not bad.
Okay, sure. If you want to leave it up.
Just get pushed in. Is that fine?
Yeah.
Honestly, I'd rather play versus Ezreal than Caitlyn, but
then
I'd rather play versus Ezreal than Caitlyn personally. But
well, if it's ban Caitlyn, it's fine. I think this is a game I might want to go Cho. We'll see. I kind of want to set up. I kind of want to set up mid top this game.
I mean, Cho's probably better versus Ezreal than Kate too.
Don't worry about it. Like Swain was a good. Swain was a good pick too for.
Yeah, I think Ezreal.
Like, it made a lot of space.
I mean, Ezreal just got fed off random shit. I'd rather play versus personally.
Okay. Support the Swain thing, yeah, but it wasn't very popular. And I would say even AD Swain isn't very popular either. Mork, no one's picking Mork, bro. That champ sucks ass. The one time you pick Morg is if you're playing like against Vi plus like some bullshit, and you only need to make it out of lane, and you're guaranteed a winning lane matchup with Vi or with Morg. And then like late game, you can just play against Vi bullshit and you just auto win. Like for the most part, it's like awful. Morgana is so bad. She's banned a lot, but she's not good. She's situationally good. Bro, we're getting iced.
We are. What if Eavesdroppers 2 in our call is just like secretly sneaky scout or something?
It's fine. I've got a champion
Sneaky
Ocean. Dude, in before I play against Yone bottom, I get fucking rolled. Could you imagine? Sneaky's been playing Yone off stream for like weeks.
We might have to first pick Yone this game.
Actually, true. Actually, I'm too young.
Bro,
Just figure it out.
We just hope they don't hit their win condition of Renekton hitting level 3. God.
But actually true though. Bro, I'm not gonna lie, it's honestly a miracle I was not more behind that game. Like, I'm gonna be honest, like, I thought we won, bro.
No,
like, I actually thought we were gonna fucking win that game so
we
hard.
were, and then they rolled us, and then some shit happened.
We just got buried for free, guys.
Yeah.
Some things happened.
But we actually pulled the IMT, no, Jake? Like, we actually pulled, like, that was actually the IMT, no? The fucking Baron at 20.
Jake, I'm starting to see how it's like coaching this guy.
He gets so excited though. I like it.
Yeah. I'm starting to see what it's like, bro. You're like,
I'll be like, guys, Baron's are 20 minutes coming soon. They might go Baron, and everyone goes bot side. I'm alone a Baron. I can't go in.
I'm just a streamer.
Yes. Yep. I followed the call.
What are we waiting for exactly?
I'm opening up their mainstream.
Bro. I have a raid in 2 minutes.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I have to do some M+, you know?
I mean, I'm just excited because, again, I think Scarra's team played a lot better than a lot of people were expecting them to in their first game, despite the fact that they still lost this one. They're warmed up already. They've already played their first game. They're playing
expecting us to
lose? So, especially with Sneaky's team being called out by Wild Turtle as the other one that he had his eye on, I'm wondering how close this match is going to be between these two.
Wait, is it fast?
We do have a little bit of a role overlap, I believe, with Smoothie and Stunt.
Reminding them we're alive, you know.
And I believe Stunt will be the one moving to the mid
Bro,
lane.
Flowers is always shitting on me, man. Every time
So
I
we're gonna
see
see
a Flowers
Stunt
clip, it's always
versus
just like,
Shifter matchup.
Scar fucking
I'm
washed,
very
bro.
worried about Team Scar's bot lane once again. Scarra not an ADC main, but he did hold his own against Wild Turtle. And now the question is, how much better would Sneaky be against him?
Well, I've also been hearing that Sneaky, I mean, Turtle was even, we were even talking to Turtle about, you know, Sneaky practicing the Lucian, wanted to play a lot of Lucian.
Dude.
Lucian is a very aggressive AD carry compared to Ezreal, who wants to stand a screen away from you and press Qs for a long portion of the game, up until he gets to that point where he can just shift forward and immediately kill the Yone like he did in the previous match. So
This guy thinks I'm not banning Lucian. Literally the first ban in our draft.
Or they're willing to leave their ego at the door and just ban it away. Because falling behind versus Lucian can feel a lot scarier than falling behind versus Ezreal.
Absolutely. I wouldn't be surprised if they ban it. You know, looking at his OPGG, Sneaky is 400 LP right now in Grandmaster. He's got 71% win rate on Lucian, and it's by far his most played, like more than 4 times as much as his other champions. So that I think is very likely to get banned out. We'll see if they do leave it up though.
Scarra in chat, not even 60 seconds ago, said Lucian is getting banned first. Scarra in chat confirming, no, Sneaky will not be playing Lucian.
There's
in
no
this game.
way, bro. This guy has
There's our
literally
answer.
a
You can't
billion
ask for much better
games
service
in this
than that.
fucking
Thanks,
pick.
Yeah, if you scroll through his match history, it's just like all Lucian. Out of his last 20 games, 15 games of them are Lucian. So he's definitely spamming it. He's feeling the Lucian, but sounds like it's gonna get banned out. We'll be interested to see if Scar just goes right back to the Swain, if he's gonna be playing a lot of that, or if he's gonna be trying some other mages. I do think there's a lot of different mages that aren't popular in pro, but are actually really good in solo queue and bot lane. You can play Karthus, you can play Ziggs, you can play things like Swain as well. So.
Dude, all I'm saying is if I was in the tournament, no one would be having you'd be seeing these boring ass bot lane matchups. Okay, we're going. But with me here, bot lane's always spicy. All right, just ban fucking Lucian. Lucian, Rumble, and the Caitlyn, and we'll see. I'm just saying, guys, I played almost 100 games of solo queue for just to make sure I was warmed up for this tournament. 100 games, man. No one can say I half-assed this shit. Wow, I really got Karthus.
They're just copying that me team strat.
Thank
God
God.
damn it. We're downloaded.
Rumble?
Yeah, Rumble and then Caitlyn. I think they're gonna go for something 2v2 that smashes lane. But I kind of want to Senna show it. You feel me?
I feel you.
I feel you, bro.
But maybe give me third pick. Yo, wait, hold on, Revenge. You played Show Top?
Oh, he's counter pick, last pick. He's
sorry.
You might have to pick bot lane though. For
I mean, you could
only
always
one bot lane.
If you did want me to play bust out the Samira, you could always play Chotop.
You are last pick counter.
Your last pick counter pick.
What's
what I been?
What the fuck, bro?
Kate.
Okay.
Yeah,
I was gonna say, I low-key
Shall I
prefer
tell you my
Ezreal,
bad
but
and
it's
rightful
fine.
as
I
well?
think Caitlin's more likely to
Dude,
win.
I'm literally unbannable. These guys are fucking.
For sure.
Oh wait, are we playing? We can't play jungle plus.
We are playing, or we are picking jungle, but we need to at least pick Senna or
Fuck.
Show.
What do you want to do, Breezy?
I think I
What if
should
we
hold.
just slam them? What if we just slam
Let me
it?
just pick
like-
a mid.
I'm down for Swain. I'm down for Swain again. Swain's honestly.
I mean, they're mid. I mean, we know their mid's gonna pick like Sandra or Ori.
Oh, okay.
There it is, Ori 1P.
I can echo against
Oh,
literally
wait.
everything.
Could be
so
real
these-
jungle. Could be real jungle.
I don't want to. Give me Swain. Give me Swain. Give
Wait,
me
who's their
Swain
jung-
jungle.
Who's their jungler?
Don't
Spica.
insta-lock.
Oh,
Spica?
yeah.
Maybe Spica will play it. Yeah.
No, honestly, just give me Swain. I don't like picking Show here.
One team, one chip.
It's really hard to play against that champ bot lane. As
Do you want to pick jungle here, or just want me to pick?
I just don't know what to pick.
I can just pick Alistar. It might be real jungle.
Or
but it's fine.
Nautilus? Do you want Nautilus or Nautilus?
Alistar's better in this matchup if it's real
Because
support.
we can flex Nautilus.
Gigantic flex.
They might just pick Swain if we go, or they might pick Silence if we go Swain alley like this, but
Fuck it,
So
give me
Nautilus
Echo.
then? Nautilus?
Just go to Alice. Fuck it.
Okay. I can also jungle it.
Whoa,
No.
you're worried about their
Oh
mid-
wait,
No.
Nautilus.
Not
Nautilus
jungle?
jungle is not bad.
No. Top carry, jungle carry. Top carry, jungle carry. Me, streamer, top carry, jungle carry.
Stunt LeBlanc? Is that coming out? No shot.
No,
I think he's
gonna
been
play
playing a lot of
Ori.
Lux.
He's gonna play Ori.
Oh,
Zeri.
very.
I mean, Nautilus. I can just play Nautilus spot.
We can see. I mean, what's he gonna play? Like Sona?
He probably just rail support.
Yeah, where are we banning though?
We'll see.
What did I write? Oh, we didn't talk about 4-5.
What counters are shit?
Oh, you want to
Ori.
pick for mid here? Is Nautilus mid
I
bot?
could just pick
Mid or bot?
or whatever.
Nautilus spot probably. Just pick your mid thing.
Okay, what do you guys want? I can play Echo. I can play Ari. I can play.
Yo, let me see the
Whatever's
Echo.
best for you,
Can I
bro.
play Gecko? Let me play Gecko.
Yeah,
Play
let
Gecko.
me pick Gecko.
I'm
Alright.
back.
Alright, we have to double AD top.
Yeah, we need AD.
Yep.
I'm fucking back.
If
Oh
we
wait,
want
what
me
am I
to-
banning?
You can ban Renekton then. Because then I'm confident to play like
Right.
any
Wait, don't worry. He can't hit level 3 this way. We got it.
like Renekton counters most strong AD tops.
Yeah,
so
and you want to play
if I
something.
want,
Wait,
yes,
who's
Yeah.
I
their
don't
top-
want him to
who's their
block
top?
Renekton.
Oh, balls.
Do you think Balls will play Silas? Probably not, right?
No,
I mean,
top
Silas
lane
is kinda
Silas is really.
Wait,
Silas is
doesn't-
kind of nutty.
Double
that
AP
doesn't
top.
matter.
Yeah.
That doesn't matter. If he picks Silas
I
or
don't
something,
know what to
bro,
pick
I'll
here.
play like Riven and this game is fucking over.
I'd rather ban another top laner.
No, we don't need no.
Bro, we have
No,
nothing
Do we need to
else.
ban just?
Ban Poppy then. Ban Poppy. Fuck Poppy.
Sure.
Yeah.
She just counters like every good beast or melee top laner too.
What
Like
do
I can't
pick here?
fucking. Okay, they banned
Any
Jarvis and
AD,
Poppy.
something AD.
Yes, anything AD. You want to play Riven? This is your time.
No,
What?
no,
Wait,
it's
no,
top.
no,
Or
I'm
jungle,
just
pick,
jungle
jungle,
here.
jungle.
Jungle
Oh,
pick. Jungle.
what do
What
you
do you guys
want?
need?
What are you thinking?
I
You
don't
want to
know.
play? He'll play Nidalee or
Viego?
something if you play good.
Diego?
Viego, hover
Zing.
Viego. Fuck.
I like it. Not bad.
I really don't have anything.
Okay, that's fine.
For
We
AD.
play
I
Diego.
mean, you could have gone Zin again.
Yeah, I think. No, the first game was weird because of their comp. I think Zin is fine.
He's gonna go Lily. Yeah, okay.
These guys are
Triple AP.
these guys are scaling.
Whoa.
It's looking free.
Whoa,
Hey,
legal? Revenge? Legal?
Riven?
Riven? I don't know if that's legal.
Riven?
I don't know if
It's
that's
a
legal,
Riven.
bro. I don't
It's a
know.
Riven.
Yone's actually.
No,
good,
wait, it's
dude.
actually a Riven.
Fiora, or Riven. I think Fiora though.
What?
Wait,
Riven,
wait,
bro.
Riven, it's Riven.
Give me
You do you,
Riven,
fam.
bro.
You do you, fam. Guys, don't pressure him. You do you.
Go Fiora, go
Whatever you're
Fiora.
Okay,
comfortable
okay.
with.
Fiora is
No
better.
way.
I
Trust
like
me,
the Fiora.
Fiora against Lilia is so good, by the way, and it's also so good against Ori. It's
Alright.
I don't know.
Our setup is disgustingly bad, so we have to like play through objectives or just bot lane.
Yeah, it's not as bad because they can't initiate on us, so it's
the
not a
thing-
big deal.
The thing is, if they
Yeah,
do
bro.
if they do initiate on us, Fiora is really good against comps like that too.
No,
Like,
no, it's just
I will be fed this game.
I can't get fucking one shot by their initiation. It's I'm pretty
Yes.
I'm pretty happy with it.
They've got a kind of nutty 5v5, I won't lie. They
Yeah.
play for the revenge side lane and the shifter side lane.
Yep.
Gotcha.
I mean, it's looking kind of free, low key though.
Yeah. Wait, we got the Danny Echo. Fucking it's easy.
Alright.
They banned me out last game, but I'm back for this game.
Early game, their low one's not that good.
Yeah, they're the ones.
If they ever 5-man something, just collapse and then we can win.
Yep.
Probably go. I'll probably just solo start this game.
Can we shove? Actually, I don't think we can anyway.
Nah, Zeri's pretty strong. Level 1. Really can shove.
All right, guys. How easily they win this game?
I can go training force this game, I guess.
Oh. Yo, what do you think about Vi? Sorry, random question.
Vi?
Yeah.
I mean, it's good if
Yeah, I'm gonna look
not
top
the
level.
only AD carry.
You guys can send 5. Can you watch my spot here, kid, Danny?
Wait, they might do some shit with Rel.
No, I'm warning.
They're pretty
Oh,
bad
yeah,
on
what if
one.
they are pretty shit.
Like if they ever.
Danny, you
come
can sit here. I'm
fight
warning the same spot.
I'm gonna try.
Okay,
I'm gonna just try to
if
get
it's
a
a
shot
chance,
flash.
I can make him diveable too. By the way,
You can go here. You can go
Yeah,
here.
I'll watch it.
Huh?
if I can make him diveable on the third wave potentially. Oh, he's here.
Sure.
Yo, he's here.
He's
By
in
the
there?
way.
He's in there? Oh, I'm
He's
coming.
in here.
You can fight him here, man.
I'm waiting for you.
I'm running.
Yeah.
I'm gonna walk this way.
Okay, he's getting messed up.
Okay.
He's started AD.
He's
Getting work.
fucked. He's
He's so fucked.
Oh.
Noxus will fall, Swain.
Chunk him.
I can't.
Starting with you.
With what ability,
Chunk
bro?
him.
You wanna
Hey,
cancel?
careful here.
wave?
Careful here. 80K,
Yeah, I'm
80K,
thinking
80K.
about it.
I'm not walking them.
Oh, I'm gonna go on this
No,
guy.
no,
He's
no, no, no.
I'm basing. Yeah, I'm base.
Oh,
Yo,
Shibal.
there's a banger happening.
Diplomacy is a subtle art.
Boy, what's
Oh.
going on over there?
They're
I'm not
in
that-
my jungle boys.
I'm not there, guys. Okay, they have E-Star Aatrox. Top must carry now.
Alright, they have this area whole warded, so.
Yep.
Okay.
What is this mission?
I was
What
it's because
the
I
fuck?
actually don't know what that is.
Well, I had the base and then I just shot my word.
Oh,
to see
I was
go.
like,
I just had the base, so I
You
just
don't
shot
need
my word.
that much vision, guys.
Honestly, I didn't see this word.
Not that scary.
Hey, I worded this one first.
Submit.
he pulled wave.
Starhead wolves.
Yeah.
He's gonna end top side.
Rel's
I
like
think.
probably gonna like the W out of this push. Oh, nice rate.
Wait, he's not on his horse. What the fuck?
Yeah, that's how you play. He's just gonna when he gets level 2 off these, he's gonna W flash on you. Careful.
We can't dive.
He's gonna,
I think,
yeah,
top.
he's gonna flash right now. Careful,
Okay.
careful.
Wait, he's reversing.
It's
Oh,
fine,
he's
fine.
going bot.
No, he's just doing wolves.
Okay.
I mean, we still can, but it's delayed. What do you want?
I don't think we need to. Let me see if I make him lower. I don't think it's
No,
possible.
I can't wait longer.
Yeah, no, it's not that. I mean, he's playing so safe. Like he can't touch the. He's not CSing, by the way. He's already down so much farm, so it's fine.
I'm warding here and then probably. Can't really gank bot.
Yeah,
fine.
Rel's gonna have a timer to move here. He's going mid. We have a word though.
Sorry, Danny. You're.
Oh, they're going to.
Oh,
mid.
alright, they're invading your bot side. They're gonna be 4.
Ori's low.
Okay, we can fight then. 3-3 or 4-3.
I don't have flash, so I cannot
Okay,
face check.
Karen here. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Ori's coming. It's gonna be a
Not
banger.
even on yet. I'm gonna
Yeah.
fight Ori.
Lily's in this bush.
Just play slow.
Yeah,
Just gonna
playing
fight
slow.
Ori.
Yep.
Play slow, Scarra.
I am.
I canceled him. I
It's
canceled
fine,
him.
fine.
Yep.
Rel has
Yeah,
no
you can
skills.
fight,
Wait,
you
this
can
looks good. This looks good. Run no skills.
fight. How long for you?
8.
E. Oh,
Lily a flash.
5.
That's
I
fine.
have
that's
You
fine.
have hook or anything?
3 seconds. I'm gonna flash hook right here.
He's in W.
Oh, I missed.
Go back,
Nothing,
go back,
nothing.
go back.
I'll go back, man.
One flash. I think Lilia.
Who flashed? You flashed?
Lilia, yeah.
My wave's good.
Fuck, my E came out. My E came out after my. That was so weird. You see what happened?
Yeah, I
tried
can
to
hook
E flash,
Rel here, Scarra.
and it didn't work him out.
Nice. They're all in really bad condition.
Dude,
Lilia-
I would have had
Lilia
a
warded
fucking
this.
kill there for sure.
I don't think I'll be able to help you, Jake.
No, it's fine. It's totally fine.
Rel is really low. He needs the base.
Yep.
Bro,
Or we can
top
even-
is like.
Are we getting fucking ganked?
I can come after
No,
this
no,
wave.
no, he's here.
I can come after this wave, Jake.
Ori's
Rel's
leaning
first.
over.
Rel is first. I'm coming. Rel is first here. I'm stronger when I
Go
get
on,
there.
Ori?
I'm stronger when I get there. I'm coming.
Nobody's right on top of you.
We win this.
Yeah.
I'm coming. Look, Ori. Look.
Yeah.
I've hooked.
Yeah, I'm on Ori.
Here?
Ori
I'm
down.
dead, Frederick.
No flash on Lilia. No flash Lilia.
That's all I have.
I have nothing. Hook in 3. I can look in 3.
I mean, it's,
Wait, I'm leaving.
Nothing.
That's
I have
all you
nothing.
guys.
I'm
Oh,
looking.
they're
Hey, can you look?
fighting,
Can you look?
fighting,
Can you look?
I
Can you
literally
look?
can't help.
Oh, it's fucked. Wait, maybe it's not bad. Can you get that, Scar?
Yeah.
Okay, not bad. Good job.
Fucking scrap.
No.
Wait,
It's okay.
so
Ori's
look at
fucked.
their
She
mid
missed-
is their mid is
Ori's
doomed.
fucked.
Yeah, not bad.
Wait, bot lane's fucked. Based on what happened there.
It's good for us, no? It's good for us. Yeah.
Yeah, she missed everything.
After
Yeah,
you TP, I can look mid.
Ori no flash.
You,
You can just catch bot Scar. He's gonna base. I'm going mid.
Incompetence surrounds me.
He's basing somewhere here. Or just warding.
What do you think he's based?
Yeah, he just came back, so he probably warded top side.
Oh, big cancel.
I caught the cancel, yeah.
Big cancel, big cancel.
Oh, he's...
Careful top.
I wanna look on
Yeah,
this
or he
one.
could go top.
or
Or he could go top.
Yeah.
Yeah, or
Alright,
top.
I'm gonna base the TV here.
I wanna look
I'm
here.
so
No flash.
ahead.
I'm here. Maybe.
Slow.
I have no flash, no
Nice.
flash.
An enemy
Nice
has
job.
been slain.
I'm gonna go find what the fuck? What is my room?
Oh, Russ mid.
Things
Oh, wait,
what?
no, I'm fucking Ori. Never mind.
We can look at Rev when he walks back here. He has no flash.
No.
Nothing.
Leo will be there.
I mean, Lily has no flash too.
I
We should
just
find
wanna
out.
clear.
Okay,
Things I
alright.
want to hear from my fucking jungler.
Yeah, they're retaking.
No one
What
cares.
am I
They're
rude?
retaking.
Can I do anything top revenge?
Not right now. He's
See, I
in a
like
really bad
practicing
spot.
in solo queue
Yeah,
where
we're
I
so
totally
such an good spot
2v2.
five. Rel could look mid, I guess. It's 3. I think he's coming bot though. He's bot.
okay. Top no ulti.
Lilia
Sorry.
should be right side. Like around here.
Yeah.
Wait, I'm 6 in, like,
It's like one wave probably.
2
after
ways.
this. Okay.
Or,
It's close.
I have a freeze top.
it's like a little bit iffy for with the walk here, by the way.
They don't have flash on Rel.
They're
It's
gonna
a
be
little
bot.
bit-
They can get.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm-
Lily's top,
yeah,
Lily's top.
Lily's top. Lily's top.
Just kidding.
Our Rel wave's coming back to us.
You wanna fight 2v2?
Yes, we can. I'm freezing again.
Lilia no flash. Oh, nice one.
I have
Easier
flash
still.
now. We
focus
should go on
Aatrox,
Lilia,
focus
okay?
Aatrox.
No, Lilia has no
No,
flash.
I'll close to your 6, girl.
Okay,
okay,
but
okay.
Aatrox has no R.
Okay.
Wait,
Yeah,
Oh,
go with
wow.
it. Go, Lilia.
I'm
Are
here.
you 6 here?
Yep.
I'm just gonna look hook. Just poke.
I'm not okay, I'm not okay.
An enemy
Nice, guys.
Nice job.
Doesn't
Hold on.
Doesn't he has no flash? Or
Aatrox, he had flash, but he had no ulti. I burned his ulti already, so that's why I was like, but he's like in the wave.
yeah.
I got hit by 2 Lilia E's there, so I was like so low. I should have dodged them better.
We have maybe
I literally just missed
10
it.
seconds till Lilia comes spot.
Yeah. I want to stay one more wave for my wards.
Oh, one more wave?
Stop
I
saying
need-
that, man.
Go there.
I need one wave for my wards.
Fuck me, man.
It's okay. It's kind of hard for them to gank us.
I mean, I'm pretty sure I turned the gank actually, but it's a
Yo,
little
I'm
rough.
looking
It's okay.
mid,
We got this.
Actually, no, I just pushed away.
Yeah, I'm gonna back after.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, we just kill this wave. I'll base here.
Yeah, I'm really strong.
Lilia should be doing his blue right now.
Lilia's bot.
Oh, just,
We're
I'm gonna go for his blue.
okay. We're okay. Oh, I'm dead actually. Goodbye.
An ally
There you go.
has
You wanna do
been
Rift?
slain.
Yeah, I want to do Riv.
I can start pushing then. And then come to you.
No.
Like Aatrox is gonna fuck with you for now. He has no job.
He's gonna do blue,
No,
but
wait, I can come. We can fight.
I can stop it.
it's
Okay,
either
just-
you don't have to. You just take your wave, honestly.
Are you doing
He-
blue and
he's
then
like
Rift?
scared.
I'm doing-
I'm auditing for presence here. by the
Save
way,
your mana
guys.
in case they try diving you, Scarra.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
just
They
don't have
will,
to
though.
sacrifice yourself for the blue. Not that big. No biggie.
He smited.
Alright.
6
Go
now.
mid.
This
Or
Ori bases.
yeah, yeah.
Try just going after.
I'm gonna get plates here. I don't think we can dive him.
They see
Actually,
me.
if I get him lower, maybe.
He will flash
but-
my ulti, so
Yeah. We don't. Just do Rift.
Yeah, I'm here. Rel will be here too.
After we can do it after wolves. Like top is so
oh,
like
here.
we'll always be winning because of top.
We see Rel.
Okay. Fuck, man. Sneaky got such a good base because we.
Rel's mid, okay?
Oh man.
I'm here too.
We greeted one wave
That's
bot.
under in base by the
Died
way.
to gank.
yeah. We reset for gold. We don't have to fight.
Yeah, we're fine.
Oh, they're lucky.
I'm okay. They use Oriole. Rift fight's really free.
Alright.
I'm gonna get root really quick and then I'll be.
Or you know our Rift
I'm
Rift
walking
free.
here.
Yeah.
Watch
Yeah,
it.
I'm here.
Oh,
I'm here.
I wanna
Presence
go
too.
Rel is 6. Oh, has flash. Looks good.
Winning. I'm going back top.
Careful. 80's coming. 80's coming.
Oh shit. Lily's bit OP.
I didn't realize I got fucking slapped. I didn't see it.
I'm coming top revenge. No one's here. You can fight. See a flash?
Pass.
No, has flash.
Okay, he should be dead. I can ult him.
You would do well to
Ulting.
die before my
Oh, Zeri's mid.
minions find you.
Yeah.
I can kill.
You're free bot.
Okay.
An enemy
We're
has
tanking,
been
man.
slain.
Come
Oh my god,
on.
is that legal?
It should be. It
kinda
should be
is.
It's legal. It's legal. Legal. Yeah, we died.
We can just play for Drake.
I'm so strong. I'm so strong after this base.
Aatrox flash there.
Only teacher.
Rel stop
Keep
for some
pushing,
reason.
Jimmy. Aatrox could be bot.
Or it might
Aatrox
TP
could be
bot or
bot.
something.
Yeah,
Or
or
TP
TP bot.
or Ori TP.
Yeah, he TP
Ori.
bot.
Ori.
Yo,
Ori
I can.
TP.
Yo, if I TP back top, we can fuck these people up too. By the way,
Sure, we can do it too.
How cheap.
I think I'll save my TP though. You're fine versus Aatrox. I'm pretty. Oh, it's Ori. Never mind. Yeah, I'm gonna TP on the wave. Okay.
Swain shit's on Ori now, I think.
I need to buy them before Dragon is a problem.
I'm just gonna go top.
Alright, Mo. Play through objectives.
Alright. I mean, they haven't taken Dragon yet, which is so good for us, by the way. Because that means I'll make it to 3 items. If I make it to 3 items, we cannot really lose.
That's the comms I like to hear. I didn't
like
get that
that.
last game.
Like, I mean, I just need to make it to Hullbreak. Like, once I'm at Hullbreaker, no one can split push against me, so they can't really play the game.
Ori's mid.
Yeah.
I'm gonna stop him.
Yo, I'm getting Aatrox. I can get Aatrox diveable easily now, okay?
Yeah, but
Zeri's
he's right.
going.
We get
Zeri's
we
gonna
get-
go back bot.
Ori's missing. Ori's
They have
mid.
Herald,
Ori's
they have
mid.
Herald, okay, Jake? I don't know if we
Yeah,
can make
yeah, yeah.
plays.
I wanna play mid.
They're just gonna Herald mid this game, I think.
Oh wait, what?
Oh, Lily's top.
Diplomacy
I'm not with you,
is
Jake.
a
So yeah.
subtle art.
Are you okay?
They're all coming, all collapsing.
I'm walking
Yeah,
to you.
yeah, I'm fine.
Okay, okay. Seem fine.
Man, we should put Swain mid when we can.
Yeah,
Lily
but
has
Lily
no
has
ulti.
no.
Lily has no ulti.
That's gonna give us tempo to make a play top because she's still top right now. If you want to
Maybe
stay.
we just loop on
Yeah, yeah,
bot.
I'm
I'm pretty sure they have no word.
Okay, on this wave we can dive him. Okay, I'm gonna
I'm
make
going.
him
I'm
lower than
only
you,
by
so-
my
that's
Alpha, that's all you, Danny. I'm gonna defend
Lily has to
Herald
be
mid.
bot, guys. Lily has to be
Oh,
bot.
nice.
Okay.
Scarra. This guy flash.
Oh, he flash. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll make him diveable in a second. okay?
I'm gonna base rewards. They could all be top.
No,
Not sure.
that's the
No,
Rylai's
they're
tech,
not.
by
They're
the
not. Okay,
way.
he's diveable.
Lucky Fish Lord was onto something, man. That guy's a fucking
That
genius.
TP shit goes bad top.
Yeah.
No flash top.
Okay. Okay, we got the wave.
Lily's mid.
You
Think-
tank?
I
I'm
think.
here
Yeah.
to defend. I'm here to defend
Wait,
Rift.
it's 4 play.
An enemy has been
Nice.
slain.
There's a plate. Oh, there's a plate there. Hold.
Careful bot Scarra. Just run. I'll leave my big on her.
Fuck.
Well, I got a stun on it maybe?
I agree. It's so hard for the play, honestly.
Oh, no ulti mid. No ulti mid. Oh, no ulti.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, you guys ult this guy?
I'm ulting, yeah. Oh, Rel's gonna block. No
Careful.
flash on this guy.
No Oriole. No Oriole.
Big ult here.
Can't help. I'm out.
I can get out.
I'm probably dead.
How about W if they die?
Ult there solo. No flash. Oh, I'm inting. I'm inting.
Am I reading?
I'm gonna help protect your top camps out of base. He might try to take all of them. I don't know if I can do anything
I'll
about
take
it.
back, man.
Let's see.
There is a little bit strong now.
Oh, fuck. I gave her a fucking shutdown, man.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
He's doing my top side right now. I'm just
I'm
gonna
gonna
go
check.
He's
Oh no, he's
You
here.
dare oppose
He only took your
Noxus.
Raptors then.
Okay.
Yeah.
You can get red if you want.
I can't take it. I need to go top. They haven't taken Dragon yet. Oh, I'm gonna kill Aatrox here actually. I think he's trolling.
Yeah, we can
Ori
do
wants it
Drake.
back.
We can
Maybe
do
he's
Drake.
okay?
Yeah, we can do Drake right now. Zeri's in base too.
Oh, this guy's just dead.
Oh, Zeri's overstayed. Okay, we can fight anything.
And to
Yeah,
think
I am
they
enormous,
call
by the way.
Yeah, Zeri has a lot of gold right now. We should fight this.
Okay, wait. Okay, Lily is top. Lily is top.
Wait,
Okay,
I
okay.
can't use
Can you
mana.
go back down, Jimmy?
Rel is
Yeah, I
top
can't
too,
use
by the
mana.
way.
anyways.
Yeah, we can dive Zeri if she's still here. Or no TP.
All right.
I think she based though.
This is so insane for us that we got this dragon. By the way, it's like so
the
good.
ends of war
I'm gonna help
are
push
dead.
this.
Again, there's 2 top. Rel and Lilia were top. They
Yeah,
can be
I
crossing
can dive Zeri too if
crossing mid
she's
right
there.
now. Okay, Rel is crossing mid to bot right now. Okay. Lilia's probably finishing top camps and then going bot right
I'm
now.
gonna
Wait.
go with Danny.
Oh, they're crossing back.
You
Yeah,
can
careful.
W.
We're breaking top bot for free, guys. Okay. We're just breaking bot.
Yeah, Carrot fighting in jungle right now.
Yeah, careful, guys. All you guys, we're just
No.
breaking turret. Leave. We get
Lilia
first.
should be there. Yeah, they're gonna
We get-
fight.
Just leave. We're getting
He's
turret.
gonna go on me.
Probably dead.
Try to get. Do you have ult?
Can I
I'll
fight
TP if it
this?
collapses on you guys.
They're gonna,
I'll
yeah, they're
TP.
chasing. They're chasing. Yeah, yeah.
But it's not too good.
Come on, Lilia.
Focus Lilia. Focus Lilia.
Looks good, looks
It
good.
looks great, looks great, looks great.
Zeri, probably Zeri.
Oh.
Are these barriers?
I have nothing. I have nothing.
Out.
I'm leaving too.
That's fine, it's fine.
good.
Not bad, not bad.
Yo, we
I'm
can
good.
maybe turn in 5 seconds. Okay,
Oh,
no, let's
fuck,
not
I
risk
should have
my shit,
Zanyas, that was my bad.
Alright, not bad. We got a big bounty.
No,
on
no, I was thinking about how to
Oh, yeah,
play
that's
that,
huge.
but I
Huge
didn't want the
challenge.
Zanyas. Ugh, fuck, I should have Zanya the
I'm 2 items.
you instead of
It's
flashing.
really, like,
That's alright.
as long as we randomly don't get pentakilled by Zeri, just they can out there.
Yeah.
It's hard for
I
Zeri
go
to play
top.
versus us
Zeri
later.
Yeah.
still has flash.
Yep.
All I need now is one more item, and I'm Thanos.
Oh wait, you're fucking. Woo.
You're fucking ginormous.
Oh my.
Let me get.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get one more wave. I'm gonna push 2 waves spot, and then I can get deep vision. Okay.
Yep.
You guys could just care right now. If you do anything in top jungle, just care right now.
Yeah,
She's
not
alone
there.
retaking vision right now.
Super ready to kill though.
All right. You guys are side lane. We're just chilling.
You can get me some shallow vision here.
After we push mid, after we push mid.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, after you push mid. We
Rel's
can
not-
hit the red too. Like we can make their red our
Rel's not
objective too.
Oh, it's pushing mid. It's hard to get pushed.
You can hook him. Oh no.
No, I'm good.
Hard.
I
Okay,
think Ori's
we
going
can.
mid right now.
Their red just spawned. Okay. I'm gonna take their red.
They're all going top side.
They might
They're
go
all-
there.
Oh, they're gonna do
Alright,
rift
well,
actually.
It's just rift.
Yeah.
It's just rift.
You want
I
that?
think go
You want
bot,
that?
go bot,
Top. I'm gonna chunk him now.
Ori might TP. We can kill her too though. We're all here.
If I get
Alright,
presence
go
of
in,
mind
go
there.
in, go in, go in.
Do you want this, Danny?
Yeah.
No, go for
He's
it.
dead.
Oh fuck. He's dead.
Nice. I'm gonna come
Okay.
defend. This tower's
gonna
mid tower's
mid.
probably dead. Just defend 2-2.
Yeah, I'm not.
Yeah.
I can't walk on this,
They're
man.
gonna yeah.
This is.
Don't worry. We get bot.
Careful, Scar. They might be behind you.
Yeah. This is.
No. Only that's
Oh,
only.
okay,
Lily.
okay,
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 never
okay.
mind. They're going top. Danny.
Rebel is bot by the way. Yeah.
Zeri, fuck top.
Can you come mid? Fiora?
Yeah,
Right
Lily's
now?
top.
Right now,
Yeah,
right
I
now.
can move mid.
I'm
I can
recalling.
move
I'm
mid.
out.
We can take mid
No,
top.
stay.
Mm-hmm.
You just
Yo, if you could cheat
Yeah,
this
I'm
with
looking-
Danny, if you could take it
he's
safely and
gonna
get out,
eat
it's
here,
really
he's gonna
good.
eat
If
here.
you could take it safely.
I'm
gonna
looking.
eat
I'm
here,
looking.
okay?
I'm just looking one time real fast.
Incompetence surrounds.
Yeah,
Alright,
he's
we
gonna
can
eat
hit
here.
tower.
Oh, I want to base. I want to base after
They have
this.
that's here, but we can break the turret fast.
They have 5.
Lily behind,
Running over.
running.
I'm
Sorry,
dead.
ult if you can.
I'm dead. I'm dead.
Just give. I don't think it's a good fight.
We have stopwatch, Scarra.
Yeah, but I don't know if it's worth.
It's not that bad if they don't get a
Not
lot
bad.
here. It's not that bad. I can catch mid.
Damn.
If they int, we could still kill them. It's really good you got top wave too. Okay.
TPing
They're
top.
TPing
Ori,
top.
that's Ori,
It's
that's
Ori.
Ori.
Lilia's running at you.
We can fight this.
Outside.
Yeah, I'm out.
I'm actually gonna run bot really quick. He's not
It's
gonna
definitely
I think,
something where like
when they
I.
engage first, by the way, don't be scared to re-engage with your ulti and then or Nautilus ulti and then we just gangbang that guy.
Sounds good.
Because whenever we ulti, I will just one shot someone with Fiora. And then we get a
I
reset.
think the Aatrox is dead.
Whoa, he can live this.
Jesus.
Nice. Okay. Yeah, he didn't expect me to run bot.
Do you want to fight this drag revenge, or you just want to play for top tier 2?
We should. I'm
We
gonna
should take
base
every
and go
objective.
top. But we should
take
play
every
for Drake.
objective now.
Oh, he
We
might
should play
rift.
for Drake.
He's gonna rift top.
I'm gonna TP top, I think, and then I'm gonna push the wave and then shift onto bot.
Oh yeah,
It's
that's
better.
fine. That's fine.
Okay.
Just stay here. Just stay, just stay
TP
mid.
rips. If he doesn't rift, I'm not TPing.
Weak of
Yeah, I'm not TPing. I'll just run.
of mind.
And I'll TP to the fight, okay? I think it's better. I TP and just flank them or something with these wards.
Oh, we didn't get mid.
I mean, I'm also down to just give and you just break top tier 2. They're just 5
I mean,
here.
that's also.
No, we want to
I
fight.
think
we
we're
want to fight.
strong enough to fight. I think
want
we're
to
just
fight.
strong enough to fight at this
Okay.
point.
Just wait for this push.
Focus. I think we have to focus Zeri or Lily. Like Zeri and Lily. Okay?
Oh,
they're
yeah,
looking
yeah,
at
fight
Scar.
him.
Oh, they're going to Scar.
I think Jimmy's dead.
I think
Yeah, I'm
he's,
dead, I'm
okay,
dead.
if he dies, we just play for
Just go
top,
top.
okay? We give Drake.
Yeah.
Just they're gonna try to rift mid though, okay?
Yeah,
we
we
have
need
to defend mid.
I think
Yeah.
Jimmy's dead.
Yeah, they're
Damn.
Put
riffing.
wards behind.
There he just
I
goes
can
over.
TP behind them too.
I'll have-
It's
I
Ori's
can.
out with no TP. It's 4v4
Yeah.
TP.
Go.
Okay, I'm TPing here.
I have ulti in
I'm
5.
here.
Ulti.
I'm
I have
looking
ulti
for a TP
in.
angle.
I have
Focus
angle.
Zeri. Focus
Look at Zeri,
Zeri.
look at
Okay,
Zeri.
Zeri. Zeri.
Okay, I'm walking up. I have ulti now. Just got it.
Okay, Zeri's out.
Just kill Lilia.
Lilia.
Lilia, no flash, no flash.
I'm gonna go for Zeri.
Yeah.
I'm gonna kill Rel first. I'm in trouble. I'm flashing out.
Just leave. Can.
My W is in 2.
Try leave.
You might
If
take the
he
E.
goes
Get
on
ready.
this, maybe.
Yeah, I'm watching.
Nope.
Nothing. Her ulti is about to expire. It's gone now. Okay, not bad. Lily a flash.
Fucking rel. Okay, it's fine. We can still run to the dragon. They're gonna try to do it.
We can't.
Actually, no. It's second. It's fast. Yeah. It's okay. I mean, we got Lily a flash. I'm pretty sure there.
Yeah, she Lily a flash there.
Pretty sure that was also rel flash too.
Yeah, he did.
Okay, I run to bot.
Ooh.
A petty squabble.
Yo, I'm gonna
for
kill Ori
petty
here if she
men.
stays. I can 1v3 right now with their. It's a single.
I think Lilio still has R.
Ori's dead. Ori's dead.
Lilio has R, okay? She didn't use.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. Yeah.
Yes, flash.
Oh, nice W.
Yeah. Forced to right.
Yes, flash. You said.
Yes, flash. Let's go. Just in case they ban.
Yeah. Yeah, they might.
Stay mid, Jimmy. Stay mid.
They're
on it.
Oh,
Just starting to steal.
Wait,
it's
I
really
can.
HP. I'm running there. I'm running.
5k. They have one shotting
Go
it.
in on them.
Yeah.
How does he see Lilio?
I believe in you. I believe in you. You got this. You got this.
Oh. Nice try. We can win 5 still. Oh, it's bad.
It's always the Baron.
It is burger flipped it. Vicious.
Yeah, they just full burger flipped it.
An enemy has been slain. You have been slain.
All good. I have my. After, if we survive this Baron, then we'll be fine. We'll be okay.
Revenge did say if when he gets 3 items, the game's over. He's
That's true. That's true. That's true.
Oh, God bless. We needed
All that matters is that we survive this Baron, because then this is the Baron they can stop me from split pushing with, I guess.
Just Zeri. Just need to kill Zeri.
Yep.
And we have, yeah, I mean, if she doesn't buy like a stopwatch, then we could still team fight and kill her.
I'm
They're gonna play
owned.
bot tire.
Yeah, I mean, I'm ahead
We
of them though.
can just give one and then defend this inhib. We'll see the vibes.
I'll
Just
see
take
who's
this.
defending this. I mean, it's gonna be harder for me to break tower in his face through Baron.
We can't defend this without you. We give. Yeah, we
I have
give this
TP in 18 seconds, okay?
Yeah, just break top tier 2 and defend inhib.
Yeah,
I have a
there's
TP.
no stopwatch.
There's a TP.
Oh
ward
wait,
right
yeah,
here.
there's no, okay, there's no one bot.
Can you come for inhib?
Or top, I mean, they're
I
trolling.
mean, 1-for-1 is not that bad.
Yeah, this is
I
good.
mean, it might be
They're not
more,
going
by the
anymore.
way. They're trolling, they're
They're
trolling.
resetting now. They're resetting.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm so, okay. Ari's already here.
We got mid wave.
I'm gonna try to get blue if it's up.
Someone reset it.
Blue's
I
up.
think it was Rel.
They're running for me. They don't want me to get this blue. I'm
I
gonna
think
waste
this
their
did-
time.
this-
I'm wasting their time, don't worry.
Yeah, 5 top. Just push up bot.
Yep.
I mean,
Yeah,
I'm gonna
yeah,
try
yeah.
to push.
I was waiting to go for
We've-
Leandrius.
Lads,
Okay.
we've survived the Baron. We've survived the Baron, okay?
Try to die.
They've
with
wasted the Baron.
Oh, I can't
is
walk
this
up
guy
at all
face-checking
against
here?
Rel. Careful, his team's here.
You have to go on Zeri when you can.
Yo, wait, hold on. I need to base,
Can you go
okay?
on... Oh, yeah.
Wait. I got...
I have a
Lilia's
good
still
flank
here.
on Zeri. So.
Yeah. I see you.
We
I'm
both have good
gonna.
builds on Zeri. No,
I'm
Fior's not here.
I
Fior's not
can
here.
TP.
Fior's not here.
Can-
Fior's not here.
Yeah, no, I see.
I can TP behind if they siege,
Yeah,
though,
right
okay?
here.
I'm base.
They're sieging top. They're sieging top.
We
now,
defend
okay?
tier 2. Defend tier 2.
I see.
Can you get this wave, Scar?
I'm gonna push
Yeah,
bot.
yeah,
I have
I'm
TP.
just chilling.
Okay. I'm just gonna base
Yeah,
the...
push
defend
bot.
this.
We can get ready to fight. Yes, we can get ready to fight here.
Their Baron's gone in 20
We
seconds.
must remind them of their place.
Your turret
coming.
has been destroyed.
Their Baron's gone in like 15.
How do you guys want to fight this? It's...
We have to go on Zeri. Just brute force onto Zeri with my ulti.
Just look TP if they dive us,
And
Danny.
Nicole's ulti as well.
Where's bot?
Okay.
Their Baron's gone here.
Yo, wait. I'm gonna go on this guy.
Yeah, just
far
upgraded. Oh, they're all here. We can't help.
And can you go on Zeri?
Or are you TPing too?
I can't right now.
It's okay. Don't worry. This is fine. Get the wave. Get the wave top. Get the wave top. Get the wave top. Get the wave top. I'm out.
I don't know where Ori
Don't worry
TP'd.
They're all chasing, okay? 5 people.
Wait, careful. I took so
Yo,
much
I'm
time
TPing
there.
bot. I'm TPing bot, and I'm gonna get the turret.
Wait,
Okay.
what?
Okay, out. Everyone leave. Everyone leave.
Alright.
They're probably gonna base for you, Revenge.
It's fine if they base.
Can we
I
go
should be
chase?
able
Can
to
we go chase?
chase them. Make them not base easily. I'll get the turret.
Holy shit, there's 3
We can't stop them, okay? Just leave it with the
It's fine.
turret.
It's fine. I got the turret. I got the turret.
Lilia based.
Your team has destroyed.
Zeri's still here.
Lilia based.
Ooh, I
We'll
can't
get ready
even
to go
walk
here
up
if they go on
here.
me.
Mm-hmm.
They
Jimmy's
shouldn't
far. Jimmy's
Yeah,
far.
They
yeah.
shouldn't. They
hold on.
shouldn't. All right, we can fight this Drake now.
They should have no wards here.
Winning either.
Yeah, we can. Yeah, okay, you can get vision.
They can't base
Watch
check.
Lilia here.
Yeah.
Hey, wait,
Oh, she's
Jimmy's
top fudge.
Jimmy's
Or he
not
wastes
dead,
top
right?
fudge.
No.
Yeah, I'm fine. They all made it,
They're
fine.
chasing.
Help him here.
I'm okay, I'm okay. She ulted me. One man ult.
Yeah, look at.
Lily no ult.
My
Nice,
dev
not
is
bad.
wall.
Zeri if we can too.
Okay, I need to base, guys. If you wait for me, we can win.
No, we just give it then.
Maybe you guys can stall. I'm coming from base. They have no Lily ult.
I'm hitting this.
Just play slow. I'm coming from base.
I'm gonna go try to flank.
This will be mine.
We can
When I
fight
get-
after
when
the
I-
dragon too.
When I get there, we should win. Lily no ult.
Oh,
Like,
no ward here.
15 seconds away.
Oh fuck, they know.
It's spooky. It's spooky.
We can fight after.
They see me right now. It's gone.
Yeah, they're kind of.
They're gonna see me if
Yeah.
I flank here. This is
Yeah.
not a good positioning.
A
I'll just push bot now.
is a
I'll
loyal
just push
one.
top then.
Yeah.
Sorry, you want to catch mid? I'm 300
Yep.
from my item too.
Yeah, I almost have my Shojin too.
Oh, we need your second item real bad. Oh, I'm at the point where I. Oh, the siesta's huge.
Yeah, they're gonna have to send like 5
They're-
people. for me.
they're 5
Okay, they're
chasing.
sending
Push
5.
5.
They're sending
Yeah.
5 for me right now. Can just push top out all the way. I'll try my best to survive. I might
Zeri,
I
break
want to
on
back
here,
up this
though.
wave
Zeri just used
for
the.
Baron.
I'm just gonna get Baron vision.
Dead.
I think I'm fine.
Strength is the only teacher.
I'm fine, by the way.
Nice. Flash.
I'll
We
get
have to go
flashed
for order. We have to go for order. We have to go for
Yeah,
order.
yo, Zeri
I don't
flashed
think
for
we
me.
can.
Hell, really just
She
flashed for me.
ulted. It's nothing.
And they have no wave. They're trolling, guys. They're trolling. They use Zeri flash and Lilia flash.
You wanna just pull Nash then?
Yeah. We
Or
can
no?
pull Nash. I actually think we can pull Nash. yes.
They blew Oriole as well.
Gotcha.
But we're
You don't have enough
pulling the Nash
damage if
this
you're
time.
not here though.
Yo,
You don't
I'm
have enough
coming. I'm
damage.
coming. We're pulling the fucking Nash this time, boys. Give me the red. Don't take the red, okay? Dan. No, I'm in the soul. I meant Danny.
Oh, yo, not. Can you stay here and then just
Yeah.
Nautilus ulti?
Yeah, I'm looking.
Zeri no
I'm looking
flash,
here.
okay? Zeri no flash.
I'm looking here. Look,
Lilia,
look.
Lilia no flash too.
Nothing.
Is a subtle.
Okay.
Wait, maybe my W?
Yeah, I'm watching Danny.
No.
Okay.
Us?
Take the vision. Just take the vision and let them come into us.
Let me get this mid wave. My W's
Yes. You can take mid wave, and then we can pull the. We can.
They're gonna stall
No,
for
no,
their
I
ults.
don't want to put much when they're here.
Okay. I should maybe base and enter this bot wave then.
Yeah, you have TP. I'm just gonna base here.
I have item after this bot wave. If they pull, I TP and we fight them. Okay.
Okay.
Can
I'll
you
just
skip this? Nice.
Are they pulling?
They're not starting. They're not starting.
They're on it. They're on
They're
it.
starting.
They're pulling. I'm gonna TP.
I don't have any words. That's all I have. Scare Rel. Rel has flash engage. Rel's looking
You
flash
can
engage.
look at it too. You can
Yeah.
look at it too.
Oh, it's mid.
I mean,
Oh, big.
Oh, big. Careful, Rel flash, okay?
look for Zeri too.
Yeah, I'm looking to hold Zeri. She just jumped in, no flash.
Ori.
No flash.
I got her.
Okay. We can kill.
Zeri's dead, by the way. Get Baron after. Get Baron.
Oh.
The 3 of you all have to focus Baron, okay?
Yep.
Yeah. Nice.
It's only Rel.
Yeah. You guys should be fine.
You have smite, right? Okay, yeah.
Whoa.
Because Rel QE does 1 billion damage, actually.
Wait, really?
Yeah, it does. It does like 700 or something. He might try stealing. Just don't burst it in case he tries.
Yeah, but just let me.
We have smite.
Yeah. Nice.
Nice.
Nice shit.
Nice.
Oh, thank God. Okay.
Okay.
I need 200 gold for Zanya's. I can team fight.
Oh, you got who got the 1k? Oh, you got the 1k fucking.
I got the
Lilia.
1k. I'm really
Yeah.
juiced right now. I'm almost 6 items. Okay, we have
Get
Baron
engaged,
now.
Danny. Get engaged, man.
Yeah, really
Thank
well
you.
played.
Yeah,
actually.
That was sick.
Okay, I'm gonna push 1 top wave and then I'm gonna go mid. I want 4 of you guys to go bot. I'll eventually take over mid. For now, 1 of you go mid, okay?
There's only
Push one
3
way.
Baron.
I
okay?
think Danny
Bro,
just catch mid one time.
Bro, the
But
instructions
you go
you just gave were.
I didn't hear any of that. I'm just gonna
Okay, Danny go mid, take 1 wave, all of you go bot, okay?
I don't.
You don't have Baron. Oh,
They're looking hard at me. No, I'm okay, I think.
Okay, if you could stall, I'm gonna push top. I'm gonna keep pushing
I'm fine.
top, okay?
I'm fine.
Oh, Dennis trying to
Look
get
at
Ori.
Ori.
Yeah.
They're
No.
trolling, by the way. I'm gonna keep pushing top.
Wait, Lily's just pushing mid.
They're gonna catch mid now, yeah.
There's a word.
Lily's top. She's alone here.
I literally was
Sure.
listening to what he was saying. I'm like, why did he phrase it like that?
looking for anything.
Here-
She
Okay, I'm gonna
said,
push
like,
this top wave and then I'm
Wizards
gonna move
go top,
mid, okay?
one person
Okay, we're
catch
pushing
mid.
bot.
You dare.
All right, we're doing 1-3-1, guys. We're not LCS team, so it's be careful. Just be careful.
Yeah, I
make it
agree.
picked.
Yeah, just go bot. Just go
Can I
bot now.
please get one base here for Zanya's?
I can.
Revenge is fighting top hard.
It could be.
We have
That could
Lilia
be.
no Zanya, Lilia no
That could be.
Zanya, no ulti.
Fuck, I
could be
can't,
five
I can't
top,
base. I
yeah.
can't base then.
They're 5 top. They are 5 top. Okay.
We got mid.
Lilia's in base right now. Keep pushing bot.
We can't hit that right now. We're too weak. I can look at Zeri one time. They're looking top again. 5 top. 5 top. 5
I'm
top.
running. I'm
5
running
top.
now. I'm running now. I'm running.
We gotta
now.
go. We
Get
gotta
out.
go.
Zeri's gonna
Keep
look
going.
to jump.
Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. I'm out. I'm out now.
Alright, we got bot in him.
Back up,
We're out.
Jenny. You gotta back up first.
Yeah,
We're out of here.
Zeri's coming mid. Zeri's coming mid.
Yep.
You guys can go.
We can
dragon
just do
now.
Drake. Yeah.
Yeah. We have
Oh, it might be
TP
fine.
soon, so we shouldn't fight yet.
Yo, they're throwing. They're throwing. By the way, I can keep pushing top. Just don't die. Don't die too much here. Okay.
Yeah, just leave. Yeah, we're done.
I'm breaking their base though. I'm breaking their base. It's fine.
Yeah.
It's not good by them.
Can you guys sneak this? Can I sneak this?
Yeah. I think we go for it. Oh wait.
Oh no.
We're just
And Revenge is like ending the game.
Here? Yeah. Zere's here.
They have 3
Probably-
people here. They have 3 people. Okay. It's just like a steal. That's it. Don't fight. Oh, 3 top. Wait, Lilia's not here. Lilia's not here.
They're gonna try to fight us, Jimmy.
How many?
He looks
Is it
inferior.
two?
Out here.
Yes.
Wait for
Oh, I can't get up.
E3, 2.
I get TP in 20.
Nice.
Okay.
Nice.
Okay.
I got it.
Oh, look, Lilia. Alright, see.
Run.
I'm running.
Just run.
Ah, Jake reset.
Drink reset, I can TP then. 8 seconds.
Jake is probably
I'm
dead though.
I don't think TP. Just give.
Yeah.
Shut down.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah, it's not that bad.
We
I
got
mean, I
2.
broke their base. I broke a lot of their base, by the way. It's hard for them to play.
Someone TP there. Was it Aatrox?
Yeah, Aatrox TP.
Yeah, Aatrox TP'd. I almost have this item too.
Did
Can we look
she-
at this guy? He greets.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm gonna do this brush here.
Yeah, I'm ready.
What the heck? is
I'm
this?
gonna ult him. He has stop flash. I'm just gonna flash ult him.
Wait, no, his Zanya's still down, I think. His Zanya's still
Okay.
down. And his ult's down too.
He's on us.
Fuck, okay, stop.
I'm gonna be.
Nah.
Wait, hey,
8 seconds. Guys, I have TP soon. It's already
I'm
TP.
coming.
Oh, he's low.
they have no TPs.
Oh,
There's
oh,
no-
I'm gonna TP on them. I'm gonna TP far, okay?
Okay.
I'm TPing behind them far, okay?
Yep.
Zeri no E.
Zeri just D.
No, he'll have it. He'll have it.
Okay.
He has behind you. He'll have it. Careful.
I'm going down this way.
Oh.
Wait,
Get roll.
Rock
Only roll.
yourself.
Only roll.
Holding ground.
I'm gonna heal in TP. I'm 1.
Or he's over the wall looking for ult.
I got it.
Okay. I hooked up there. I hooked.
Go slow.
Nice.
Go
Zeri dead.
slow. Oh, there's that? Okay.
Zeri's dead. Yeah.
Yeah, Zeri's dead. I can look Ori.
You guys can end
We
bot.
can
You guys
end bot.
end
We can end
bot.
bot.
End
I'm
bot.
gonna
Can
chip
someone
Lilia.
stop
You guys
base?
go.
Stop
I'll
base.
stop for base.
We kinda need you to hit Zeri's, I
Yeah,
think.
I'm TPing bot.
Maybe they.
No,
Why am I so slow?
As long as I can find Lilia.
Oh, she's so fast, man.
I'm running to the base. I'm running to the base.
Bot, yeah.
Come to me.
Yeah, hold on.
Lilia knows Anya's here.
Healing right now and they're coming.
Try to protect this
Yeah.
wave. Try to protect this wave.
We can't protect it. We just have to hit.
Yeah.
Okay, I one shot.
gonna
I
take
almost
him.
one shot towers, guys.
Zeri's up in 20.
Okay, I might be dead. Watch me. I'm dead, guys. You have to hit. Hit.
Oh.
Fuck. Oh, fuck.
Oh.
Holy shit, he's full build.
Holy shit, he
Oh.
does so much fucking damage, bro.
I
What?
don't think they end though. I don't think they can end.
I mean, we have Echo and Fiora. We can backdoor easily.
Okay, we're keeping it spicy. Let me see.
We don't have TPs for how long?
I just used mine.
Yeah. I get revenge TP in a bit. I'm just gonna drop like a word around. You kinda one shot Nexus, no?
Yeah, I
I
think
do
one
one
here
shot.
is good.
Yeah.
One here is good.
Yeah, they saw me.
I
Oh, I
think.
saw it.
Did someone
One
not
of the
hit
Golden Wolves
Nexus?
is really good.
Good run, bro.
Yeah. I'm just gonna put this
Trying
here.
to find your
I
ass.
thought-
Oh, they know.
Fucking dash.
Nah, I don't think
Okay,
they
if they go
Go down,
Baron
go
though,
down.
I should be able to run to
I
their
don't think
base.
they don't know. Oh, he found me.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
fucking dead.
They saw your warrior.
I'm a fucking goner. No,
I
they
mean,
didn't see it.
as much
There's no
time as you
way.
can. Stall as much time. It's not that bad.
Yeah, I'm trying.
It's
I
like
can't
now,
stop.
if they go
I can't
Baron,
stop.
I can end the game. As long as Lilia is not in base, I end the game. Okay.
Hey,
They're
they
gonna
didn't
run
find,
to Baron right
they
now.
didn't find these two. You guys can try to stop bases maybe.
They have to run to Baron right now.
Yeah.
They literally one-shot it. It's gone.
Oh.
Sure.
Alright.
We might be able to catch a strike.
They're just gonna play defense now. Honestly, if they ever come out once,
they ever leave.
we just end.
Yeah.
All you. I don't want. Okay.
It's okay. Zeri and Lilia aren't getting stronger, guys.
They're coming for your bot. They're coming for your bot.
I mean, Danny can maybe end if they all send the homies to rebot.
If they're smart, they'll split apart Zeri and Lilia.
In my hand. Cloud of the eye.
Holy fuck, they're so strong.
The enemy's inhibitor is respawning soon.
There's not much objectives for drag. If they go up for drag at once, then we just win.
Then we should
Yeah, we're chilling. They're just gonna look for a pick.
This ward, by the way,
They need to get a pick before.
Can you refresh another ward in top jungle?
Yeah, I can put one.
Backing out.
I'm so far back from mid right now.
We're seeing fuck drag grab, just staying top.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's awkward.
Some dudes here. Rel, I think.
I'm gonna try and put a word.
Do not try my
Oh no, you can't go there briefly.
Yeah, no.
I'm really strong still too. If we do fight 5v5, I can maybe.
Alright, push top right now. Push top right now.
He's not going GA.
It should be bot. It should be bot.
Okay, Rel warded topside jungle.
Yeah,
Zeri's
it should be bot.
bot,
It should be bot. It should be bot.
I think we just do this. And if they come in, we just try to end.
Yeah, they're bot. They're bot.
Yeah, they're trying to fight this soul.
If you see Zeri here once, you just TP top, like right here.
Okay. I think I'm gonna TP soon.
Oh no, Zeri's here.
They're on it, guys.
Yeah, we fight.
Should I buy or TP? I'm
No,
gonna
fight.
TP in. No?
No, Zeri stop.
Okay. I'm coming now. I'm behind them here.
It's like, no, we just
got it.
We
got
They're
it.
just giving. They're giving, guys.
Someone's over the wall. Yeah.
Pepper, maybe it's like you should have tried. I'm gonna get blue actually.
I need the base rewards. If you buy a pink Danny, it'd be sick too, so you can just ward for revenge.
He's gonna farm.
Or you can even just swap to yellow trinket.
Just gonna back into this.
Both of us, Danny, both of us should swap to yellow trinket, okay?
I'm down.
It's really important. So we can TP for each other.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go Merc Treads and this pot now too. Okay.
400 gold for my demonic.
This guy has full build, no boots. We can't 5-5 them.
Try to die with dignity.
Yeah, she's really strong. It's very hard to fight now.
Yeah.
But now that their Baron's out, we can find an angle to backdoor around the next Baron.
They're gonna all mid if they're smart.
I'm gonna push bot.
Yeah, they're literally mid right now.
Yeah,
They're playing for top turret.
We have to clear this.
Turret doesn't really matter.
They cannot leave, bro. They're gonna have to base. Like they have to base right now.
I'm walking up.
You guys should walk
if I die,
up.
if I die, we win. If I die, we win.
Yes. We have to play more in that mentality now too.
Wait, hold on.
They backed up for sure.
They could be 5 bot. They could be 5 bot.
Yes. I'm already backing off slightly now. Now we push out top all the way. Like the map should always be ours, okay? Like they cannot have a map.
Ooh, can I back? Oh fuck, we're pressuring.
No. This is our...
Yeah.
Watch me. Okay, I'm just fucking with them.
Don't fight.
I know. I'm fucking with them.
Yeah.
There's 3 bot, okay? Keep pushing out top. The map is ours.
I mean, Jimmy, if you want to base, just base. I'll just...
No, I'm not.
Lilia here.
Alright, we're pushing everywhere now.
This is a terrible time to base.
Yeah.
Okay.
Holy fuck.
Yo, okay, now the map. We keep the map like this now, okay? We keep one of the jungle sides lit up like this, okay?
That's gonna Knight's value.
Dude, one more way.
We're literally playing against fucking
Don't be scared to fight.
and there's 2.
Okay.
I can end the game.
Okay, I'm baiting. I'm baiting. Rel ulted me. I'm good.
Yep.
I'm good. They're chasing. 2 on me.
Yeah.
They're coming back for you, Revenge. They're coming back for you.
Okay. I'm running.
We can't do much here. We can't do much.
I
on
ulti,
our
I
side.
ulti,
I'm trying to
ulti.
get top and hip.
I'm out, okay? I'm out.
Okay.
We can't do
I'm
anything.
out too. I'm out too.
Yeah. They use
Really
Rebel.
ultied, so our pressure is really low right now.
They already have no ult. And
Yeah,
Ori
bro.
has no Zanya, okay?
Yeah,
Reset,
but
reset,
I have no
reset.
ulti and we need to reset.
I think we just play off Baron now.
We do the same thing when Baron's up, but the next
Yep.
time we're taking Baron instead, okay? And then we can end the game with Baron.
Patience is a virtue, but it has its limits.
I get 26 AP, so it's a
Okay. And I refresh my
100
pot.
and 100
I also
AP
have got
item.
this ward for us, Danny. We can use this to end the game.
Okay.
Oh, Zeri's
Oh.
trying to stop me. I'm fine
Hey,
though.
Lilia's top, by the way. I can cancel her.
Low key, I can kill Zeri if she fucks up here.
Lily's basing now.
Yep.
I'm gonna go Nori here.
I wasted my ult.
Oh, Lily didn't base.
Oh shit.
Zeri's
Shit.
taking red
Shit.
right
I'm
now.
going
Doesn't need the base actually. Just hold up. Careful on you, Jake. Lily here.
No, I'm trying to go on him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're fighting me bot, by the way. 3 bot.
Oh,
We're losing up there. We're losing.
we're fighting.
Lilia flash ulted. I'm getting one shot.
Is it losing? I can TP.
Yeah, it's losing. It's
Yeah,
losing.
yeah.
How hard is it losing? Okay.
Really,
We're
really
losing
losing.
hard. We're losing hard.
Lilia flash ulted
Yeah,
there.
I'm gonna try to use this
We
ward
just
to
look for
TP
TP
into the
bot.
game.
Yeah, yeah.
If they go
Lil-
Baron.
Lilia use flash at least. She fucking one shots. Holy shit.
Yeah, when you went on Lily and she queued, I was like, this does so much
If
damage.
they touch Baron, we double TP here, okay?
They
I
one
think
shot.
only
You
is
guys,
very
you
aggressive.
guys have to do it fast.
Yeah,
They
yeah,
one shot
go,
Baron.
TP,
Go, go, go,
TP
go,
here.
go, 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 go. They do it fast. Try to stop bases through W, Scarra.
Yep.
We see 3. We see
I
3.
hit him.
We see 3. Maybe you guys can end. We see 3.
No. Just inhib out. Oh,
Okay. Oh, they're chasing. They're
They're
gonna chase.
chasing. They're chasing your ass. Go down. You guys go down.
Nice dodge.
Go down.
Nah,
Go
I'm
this
dead.
way.
I'm dead.
That's fine.
Oh my god, I didn't hit him.
An enemy is legendary.
They're gonna try ending right
They're
now,
gonna try
maybe.
drag.
Has destroyed
They
a
cannot
Feeling
ever
a
end.
Drake.
Like, I can
gonna
always
end.
force at least two of them to base, at least. If it's just the worries if Lilia is
No,
fucking up.
Lilia can like 1v4.
Yeah,
I'm going
she
bot
is
then right
so
now.
strong.
I'm going bot right now and
Yeah,
forcing
they're all
them
go
to
mid
base.
here.
Yeah.
Just end.
Yeah.
Like, they
They're
have to
basing. They're
send.
basing. Oh,
They have to
Zeri's
send
not
Lilia
basing.
to base, by the way.
Lilia has no flash if she
Lilia
comes for you
base,
guys.
Lilia base.
Okay. Yeah. There's
Watch
3.
that.
We can't do
Running.
much. We can't do anything mid, okay?
Okay. So I just give it.
Just give this. We
Yeah,
need help on these towers though, I think.
Okay. I'm gonna run to their base again. Okay, you guys need help? Okay.
Yeah, we need help. They're gonna try ending right now.
They're on me.
I'm trying to base.
They use
no.
Aatrox ult. Nah, it's bad.
I'm 15 seconds.
Oh my
They were
I got
chasing me, you
canceled by
gotta end
cards.
it.
I got cancelled by fucking cards, bro.
They use Aatrox ult. They're just gonna end. You guys have the montage.
You gotta go in, Jimmy. Gotta go in.
Yeah, go right at City.
But my thighs is fucking 8 seconds though.
No flash Aatrox. No flash Zeri.
I'm looking at City.
Over.
Nice try, guys.
Oh, Lilia.
Dude, this champ is fucking crazy.
Holy shit.
That was a good script.
19
Good
and
script.
4.
Wait, no, it's just I overextended the game. Zeri kills. That sucked. I can't walk anywhere like late game, like mid late game, because it's like they always initiate. Oh
Yeah, Lilia at some point could just 1v. Bro, like, this champ's crazy when she's
That champ
excited.
is nuts, bro. What the fuck?
yeah, she seems
She
unkillable.
unironically could 1v4 us.
She's so tanky too.
It's alright. Go place
Do we have a
mats.
break now?
I think we play after one more game.
Yeah, so we're game 4. Oh wait, I actually had such a big lead bot lane too. Or it's like a pretty good lead and that game was shut down. And that died mid. Dude, it's actually so hard to walk up at all. How do I Yo, Bree, I'm gonna ask you if I'm safe in certain areas because I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm
sorry,
getting
I didn't see what happened.
I'm getting
but, yeah.
owned in like by whatchamacallit, Zeri just eating over walls. And I'm not
Oh
used
yeah,
to
yeah.
like because I gave away shutdown bot and then like after 1-0 and then mid lane I got initiated on. It's too far up.
Yeah. Maybe I
hmm.
could have played better in the base. Fucking Lilia.
They did 74k
I don't know,
damage.
bro. She's just tanky.
How many hits can you kill the Nexus?
Me?
Yeah.
It's not super fast, but it's pretty fast.
I think the last one where they were like 3 on me, I think you could have probably.
Oh,
one
like
of
ran
them.
into the base, but they had
Yeah,
Baron
'cause-
recall.
Well,
I could just force them to
Zeri was
Yeah, the lanes are
Zeri was
going well
fucking
because we're
great.
not laning. Like the
Like 3
support
was on
leaves, and
them.
then their support leaves, and then
Oh,
I
I
get like a
see.
solo
I see.
kill
Like I just
randomly,
run past,
or like
instead
I
of
get
trying to base, I
pressure.
just run in and try
But then
to
like
just hit the
the
Nexus.
death was really bad. Like I played that
Yeah.
game so
Yeah,
bad.
I probably could have
Actually,
tried that actually.
I'm not
yeah.
used to Zeri at
see,
all. Like I usually play against
Yeah.
Zeri players in solo queue.
These are some good
Actually,
quality scrims we got here, guys.
They were
I
good
know.
scrims.
okay, wait. So next one we flip dash first, okay?
Yeah.
Is this draft? No. The problem is like I never play with like a front line.
I'm playing Alistar next game. Fuck Nautilus, bro.
Yeah, I was gonna say like I need.
I'm so fucking useless.
Yeah. I it's just I can't walk up at all. Like mid game, like even with we're 3, I can't walk up. It feels
Yeah, I mean, I'm even I get one shot as Nautilus. When I'm playing Alistar, I can't get one shot.
yeah. I'd much rather you be on alley.
Yeah.
I mean, the
okay.
lane's been going great though. Honestly, you guys don't even lane, but the lane's been going really well.
I mean, we have been doing well in lane. Alley's a lot weaker in lane, but
Yeah,
still better.
I'm not worried about the lane. The stuff that's hard is like I can't walk up at all, and neither
Yeah,
can
yeah.
you. So it's
Yeah, Alley will help a lot.
It's just kind of hard for draft. If you guys can pick 1, 2, or 1, 3 alley, Swain, but fine, but
Yeah.
I actually don't mind, but like I don't have to pick Swain. Well, it depends what they ban.
Maybe it's better if I just play a backline champion now too.
Yeah, it's a lot easier if you do, but then it means we 4-1, and our 4-1's weird. I guess with Alistar it's not weird. With Alistar it's pretty good.
Yeah, let's just fucking pick Alistar.
Did you like Viego, Jake? Question. I didn't know.
it's fine. I just don't have any other chance.
There's not a lot of AD junglers.
Let me go look. Let me go look.
Yeah.
Like, they banned Jarvan,
but it's
right?
probably more useless. They banned Jarvan.
Yeah, they did. They did.
They banned it for 5. Maybe just pick it on 3 or something.
Good,
I just play Triss mid too.
Yeah, but that's like that's the easy way out. Like that makes our comps pretty good, but it's kind of boring. It's up to you.
I can do whatever. Don't matter to me.
Honestly, I feel like Echo started really well. It's just like sometime during the mid game, I gave away 2 kills to Zeri, and they got really ugly because I couldn't we couldn't siege anywhere. It's like walking S3 is terrifying for me or Breezy. Yeah, usually when you play these comps, you'll play Triss mid. Like that's the meta way to play these comps. Triss mid or like maybe Akshan if you're really crazy.
Holy fuck, Lilia 1-tap.
Yeah, if you look at the fights, Lilia does so much.
Hey,
when you guys are
fucking one-shot all of us.
Did he fucking one-shot Jake? Was it fucking Q
If it was any other jungler, we'd be able to end with Revenge's pressure, but Lilia can like just 2v3 or 2v4.
I think she had 3 times my AP. I was like, oh, okay.
Fuck, they ironically just burger flip Nash too.
That was what?
I don't think they burger. They saw him by. They just made it was like it was a good play.
It's probably like 60-40.
Yeah, and that's like you'll take those.
Yeah, but like if they lose that Baron, their game's over.
If they lose Baron, GG with Fiora.
Like
yeah,
they're putting themselves in a 50-50 smite situation. That's why it's
we had no control. Like the problem is like it's not 50-50 because we have no vision, right? Like we have no control, no vision of any of the areas because
we had vision of the Baron.
We saw them doing it when it's like a 8K. Like
yeah. Like I W'd it, but like that's the vision that we have. You know, it's pretty ugly.
We got Yeah, I mean, at that point we're just playing for the smite, but we had vision of the smite.
Yeah. Because like we could never set up, right? Because it's really hard with our comps.
We're probably all gonna be dead, even if I steal.
Yeah.
Unless like I just steal and then you guys just all
There's no
go
delay.
to lane.
Yeah. Fuck, I'm surprised we couldn't end that one time actually when we killed them all.
Dude.
Yeah.
Literally just one tapped.
Yeah.
I don't know. I thought I W'd her ult, but I didn't. If I W'd her ult, I think I kill everyone there. It's kind of sad actually.
So
I'm watching it
close.
right now. Like I actually
Yeah. I thought we ended there too, but I don't know what happened.
like even Danny for some reason you got slept even when you ulted her sleep. Like it didn't make any sense. Like I'm looking at it right now. I W'd and still got slept.
Yeah, I thought I removed it, but maybe I was thinking about it wrong.
You
I
I
thought
held
it
it then,
removed it.
maybe.
You
I
did
thought it
my
removed
even
it
my
too.
ulti, it removes it.
I really thought that your ulti removes it, and then I thought my W would not let me get slept, but then I got slept, so I was like, oh.
And then we got all one tapped. All good.
Oh, okay. Oh wait, I'm watching it now.
Yeah.
How did this go?
Then what Nash? Yeah, a couple Nashes.
I flashed. Huh.
Fuck, this is actually so close.
Dude, this I was like, oh, you died instantly. Yeah, I don't even think we play for lane breezy because you're not even in lane like half the time.
Yeah, and Nas has been getting some free kills mid though.
That's true. I mean, it's up to
But
you, but I like I like your
Alistar's
Alice.
fine too.
Yeah,
And Alice is just kind of shit champ, I think.
you mean Alice?
Hmm?
Wait, you mean Alice after like 15 minutes, right?
Yeah, Alice after 15 minutes. It's
Welcome
hard
back
unless you're ahead.
to the Subway post-game interview, and man, what a insane game! I was watching the entire
If you're ahead on
I
Nas, you
did
just hook
not
anyone
know
and kill
who was
them.
gonna win. That the lead changed from Scarra's team to Sneaky's team, back to Scarra's team.
Oh, fuck, man. It's all right.
I mean, day one.
Yeah, it's day one doesn't matter.
True.
True.
It's like week one for NA. It's whatever, man.
It's actually a perfect scenario. We just beat
So
the
there's-
undefeated one seed in one game and knock
The
them out.
underdogs.
or the
Yeah.
Oh, what did the records look like for these teams?
rank among
I mean,
your all-time
we played only 2
achievements
games.
here,
We
you
played only 2
know?
games.
Oh shit! Wait, I'm stupid.
No one else plays?
Oh, it's because they stream all the
now they're
games. It's
playing.
6 games.
Now they're playing.
Oh.
Oh, did it start yet?
Who plays that?
Now it's Yasuo's team against Afro's team.
Oh, this is
Oh,
Afro's first game.
we
After
can
that-
scout. We can scout the Afro team.
Yeah, after that, we're versing Afro's team.
Lily
Yeah, they haven't
passes into
started yet.
damage. I thought it immunes
Afro's
everything.
team.
They're
The team
still-
that's scrimming.
They're still lobbying up.
Yeah, sneak in there as a spectator, man.
Crawl in there.
We can have a watch. We can have a watch party.
Actually. Damn, I didn't think Lilio was that strong, but I didn't realize she picked up a lot of kills that game.
I didn't think she got so tanky.
Yes.
I knew she would do a lot of damage, but she gets so tanky, bro. What the fuck?
Yeah. She's like super fast, hard to hit, and like just fucking 8,000 health.
Bro, she has no boots and she's still moving at like 600 movement speed.
Yep.
Crazy.
Mhm.
Do you guys remember Spica's 9-man Lily asleep?
Oh yeah.
That's why he's the GOAT.
both these teams that we played versus draft full like 5v5, like just fucking.
Yeah.
Well, they all have like main like ADs, like
Yeah. That's the
Yeah,
thing.
we
Like,
have an
actual
AD
like
carry.
actual ADs.
we have
Yeah.
a fake AD player.
You're smurfing and laning phase guard, that's
Dude,
for sure.
I just
Yeah.
I out of
I'm
lane,
pretty
I don't
sure
know what to
just need play
do.
backline. I just need to play backline, I think.
Oh.
And then we're Bing chilling.
Like, yeah, it's like
Honestly, I don't feel impactful in like my shit right now, anyways. It'll be better.
Me and Breezy will play front.
Yeah,
I'm playing Alistar.
I feel hard because I technically from bot I go to team fight and I can't team fight. Like, it's not, there's no fights. It's really rough.
Yeah.
Oh wait, I'm on Speaker's body right now. I mean, I'm fine. Like, I'm in the bands. It's okay. Lane's going great. Like as well as can be expected. I don't mind being down a little bit. It's just like I just can't. Like, the mid games are so weird, man. Like All right, Jake. Take the sedge. Lock it in. We're going. We're going.
Pull out the fucking big guns.
Yep, give me Sejuani.
Dude, I feel bad because like I don't know how to navigate the mid game really well. Just like let me know where to go because I'm a little lost somewhere sometimes. There's
It just sucks like our 3-man is usually weaker.
yeah, like I feel like I
our
can't
team
play
fight comes.
anywhere.
The ban Ziggs, man. Ziggs was the answer, honestly.
Oh, I mean, yeah, that's true. Even if I mean, maybe the answer is just Senna.
Senna?
I'm down to try next game. At the very least, I think we should.
Senna Cho. We put Senna Cho inside, or we put Cho inside it, probably.
Yeah, or I can just frontline for you guys. It doesn't matter because I'm full tank after 2 items.
Sure. After 2 items.
Well, like I'm tanky regardless of the 2 items. I'm still like 3,000 health.
Yeah.
I played against in solo queue where I died level 1 on Cho against Draven, Sona, and literally by mid game he couldn't do any damage, and he was like 7 kills.
I see. Just nameplates off, guys. I think just play like solo queue.
Dude, I am. That's why I'm dying. They fucking
Never mind.
5-man me out of vision, man. I'm getting owned.
Never mind.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, we need a Graves, man. Graves mid. Or Graves jungle.
Graves mid?
Hey, Nick Smithy wins 15-0.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I've been missing.
We need more setup.
You're right. Dude, we got Alistar. What more setup do you need? Or actually,
Yeah,
maybe we'll see.
We're tiring than all those.
Dude, these actually do feel like scripts. It's like, oh shit. All right, go next.
Yeah. No post game review.
Oh. Afro's playing. What's Afro's AD? Who is it? Anyone know?
I think Insanity.
Oh yeah,
Oh
Insanity.
yeah. Holy
There
shit.
was Grayson is mid, right?
Oh.
Yeah.
He plays Draven and then random shit. Like just the most random shit. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, we can go with 3 today. It's not a big deal. Like, as long as we learn, realistically, the only thing that matters is tomorrow. But it sucks because we have to play against the best team, right? I don't know why I did these. It is the best team, the best record team. If we're last. You put a link to the teams. Is there a command for it? Is there, because I don't even know if there's like an easy graphic or anything to see. I think the other team Scarra. Wait, what do you mean? I got my best champ both games. I feel like Sway is by far the best pick. It's just like our comps have been weird around it. Like I think my best AP bot right now is actually Swain. Like not even kidding. But it's like it's just awkward because I'm not given the position to do well, and then it's like I don't get a team fight comp, right? I get like a 1-3-1 or like some weird 4-1 where we lose the 4. So it's like I never get to play. No, I definitely I'm almost down to just brute force the Senate show game just so we can see for tomorrow.
Down try.
Yeah. We don't want Triss mid. We just play whatever. Because we'll have the 80 as well.
Yeah, Sand does a lot of damage. You can play whatever mid.
Yeah.
I think I'm just donkey.
No, man.
It's so crazy because in Street Fighter 6, my reaction time was insane. I DI'd everything. I don't know what the fuck happened.
Dude, it's okay. We're warming up. Our 4th game that's gonna be the banger. Okay, Rose Thorn. Okay. After we close the game out, I mean, I think if we play a little bit better, we just close the game out. I honestly think it's bad of me. I just can't walk up, man. Dude, playing against Zeri is so weird. Who the fuck plays Zeri? Oh, the character is so good. Laney was so easy too, but like it's just like, bro, getting out of lane is so hard. Wait, they got the whoa, these things. This is the wrong location.
Yeah, they have Golden Ghost as AD.
Wait, isn't Insanity playing?
Yeah. It's pretty sure he's going 80.
Oh wait, yeah.
How's Perry? I haven't seen him play much. I saw a little bit of him in ACL, right?
He's
He's
not.
alright.
He's one of the better in ACL jungles probably.
Oh. Mid safe wave clear, that's not what we need.
He's young too.
I
He's
can't
18 or
walk up
something.
because we can't win. We don't have front line, so I can't, or initiation, so I can't win. And I don't have poke, so I can't win the thing. But if we're playing Senna Cho, then you have the front line and you have a lot of range because Senna gets insane range. Like I can pretty much play a 2v3 with, well, not 2v3, but like a 3v3 with Cho a lot easier. As long as my mid laner has damage. The first band's Yasuo, of course. Yeah, the comps are definitely really rough for me. Yo, Danny, how's your Ori?
My Ori's good. I can play Ori.
She looks crazy, but I don't know. She looks really good. Like if I'm, we'll see. I'll probably play something that sets you up next game. So they're not liable. You can play mid. Actually, it's okay. Top is gonna split. Yeah, I don't think Heimer really does that. It's true. Ziggs would have been pretty good with splitting though. Damn, Belveth this good? Nyla? Oh wait, it's fucking, yeah, okay, interesting. Wait, I'm excited to see what David brings out. That guy's fucking a freak. Oh,
Legends that had both of those champions.
How is the
in it, or
volume of
even
them? I don't want them to
in it
be
at the
over
same
my
time.
volume.
That
Are they? Is it a
this
good
might
level,
just
guys?
Be a North American first. This might just be a global first.
Make
Nyla and
history.
Belveth present in the same draft.
NA just dictating the meta
Those
for
are
League of
actually,
Legends as always.
Good.
Draft.
We're
strategies.
trendsetters, bro. I mean, hey, League of Legends was born here. We have to continue to lead the pack.
It's true. I mean, throwback to Aframu at MSI 2016 on CLG. I remember he was
Everyone's one picking Jarvan.
dictating the meta with his Sona pick, coming out with enchanters when everyone was playing hard.
Yeah, but like,
so definitely,
yeah, Jarvan's pretty good.
Aframu's team got the Jarvan first pick.
Stick with
Lilia
Jarvan,
as the answer from Rose.
Shit.
Playing Zeri, which was banned against him in that.
Wait, maybe
game,
it's a bit lower.
That's gonna be scary. Turtle,
Okay.
you know, on the Zeri, it's one of his comfort picks.
70% more volume. Okay, I'll move him down.
Unbelievably
70% seems pretty
game,
high.
so
Lilia.
Hard CC, something to be able to.
Whoa, Lilia is all right.
You have an LCS AD,
Dude, I don't care if they ban
pick
bots. Get that shit out of my
against
games.
Coach playing ADC.
That's just the phrase against a role swapped coach.
Oh, how do you feel about Zeri? I know she went crazy, but like
That champ's pretty OP. No, that champ's pretty OP.
Yeah, I think when she gets her first 2 kills, it's hard for me to control that character, like at all.
Some dude clicked a button.
Yeah, I mean, that champ in pro play is like 100% pick ban right now. Or it was.
Actually poggers. I really hope that they did mean to lock him in, but
It's just because Static Shiv is such a stupid item.
Yep.
You know, just one-shot waves and then just go either side.
Yep.
Kog'Maw would be a lot of fun to see, actually. It's a pretty cool pick. You do see it sometimes still in solo queue, not a ton. But you know, there are some
ADCs used to not be able to one-shot wave till they get like Hurricane third item, but now they just do it at one item.
Yeah, it's fucking terrible.
Meanwhile, you just have to sit there and use all your Swain abilities to kill half the wave.
Yeah, I mean, I think the last couple games Ziggs was the answer, but like that's fine.
They banned it both.
If I play Swain, I just have to ask Danny to play a range character. That's okay.
How's your Anivia, little bro?
I can play Anivia, but that champion sucks.
Dude, I'd rather he play Ori looks good. Like that.
Wait, is Anivia good? Because I play her and she does like no damage. She just walk through my own stuff.
No, I meant like for wave play.
Oh,
It was mainly for Jimmy, for so he plays the Anivia bot.
Oh, wait, I can play him. I got it. I got you.
Like that's the Ziggs alternative, you know?
How's your Zyra, Scarra?
Oh shit! Yeah, I can go 0-12 on that character.
Yeah, it's so hard to play.
Who do you guys think's gonna win?
I bet Afro. Yeah.
Wait, really?
Dude, they've been fucking screaming, man. I think Afro's team's gonna win. But...
Wait, we've been screaming too. We're literally screaming today.
Dude, like, I mean, they're like fucking booking scrims and shit, dude. Like,
protocols and stuff.
Oh, they got the playbook.
Honestly, I think anything can happen.
Yeah, they probably had a draft meeting before this.
Oh shit! 3-hour draft meeting, and then the first game happens. You throw it out the window.
The Michael Santana patch notes. I remember those.
I fucking knew they'd play Draven.
Draven Thresh. Oh my gosh.
Wait, they're going for fucking. They're going ham.
Yeah, this is absolutely famine. So
Turtle and Bio will do fine versus it.
Yeah. I think of all the.
He's playing mid.
I don't think so. No way, Golden Glue is playing fucking Draven.
Sandy's on Draven, bro.
They have to line up in order, so why didn't they line up in order?
They don't have to.
They are. They're flexible, bro.
Well, I mean,
you could play Samira, and then you could be top.
True.
Wait.
True, actually.
Dude.
So it's kind of similar thing, you know, bodyguard style support being locked in, but you know, I think this could be a really.
They'll really cover it.
If they can pilot it,
you guys have to get used to it.
Draven, like, how much has he played Draven?
Veigar made is
I have
terrible.
no clue, man.
Wait, what if
Draven Thresh Jarvan? That looks hard to play against.
Could be.
It
absolutely could be.
I was just thinking about this, and I know that there's not.
Wait, he picked it Alistar. This one's gonna be rough. I don't feel good for Turtle Man.
I mean, I think Alistar is probably the best pick you can pick here, though.
Yeah, but I kind of like the Braum. I kind of fuck with it, but it's just not great against. I like it.
Yeah, it's a little hard.
The Draven go mid, like if
His first pick me Alistar.
That's what I'm saying. Except for we gotta try out the setup. I want to script with it.
Yeah.
That'd be interesting. I will say.
I'm down for Senate too.
Blind Draven mid.
Maybe not against Draven Thresh Jarvan though. Might go 0-10. 0-20.
I mean, it's fine. Wait, no, literally, we banned Draven. It's good. We're gonna go. Even if we don't ban it, it's not. Okay, it's kind of bad. I'm not gonna lie.
I think we should probably ban it.
If we don't ban it, I'm going D-Shield, fucking resolve.
Yeah, no, we're banning that.
Yo, did you see there's a glacial? There's a glacial version of Cho. AD.
wouldn't put it past him.
It looks
He's
kind
definitely got
of
a little bit
interesting.
insanity in him. Would be
Dude,
a
I
lot of
didn't know
fun to see
glacial
something
reduce
spicy
damage for
like that.
teammates.
And
Of
yeah,
the person to your
I was
teammates. That's
expecting-
crazy.
Oh, okay, wait. They just changed
Yeah,
the player
doesn't reduce the
order,
damage
so
to you though.
Maybe it's also it's
Yeah,
insanity
that's
bot
the
instead
bad
of golden
part.
glue mid based on the graphic that just actually changed on the bottom.
Okay.
So it probably you were kind of both right. It's going Draven's going bot, but Insanity's the one potentially
Insanity's
playing
the
it.
pilot. Okay.
So that is really interesting because I was
Damn,
expecting the
Team
golden glue
Yasuo's
just
got
lock
kind
in
of a
base
sweaty
or something,
draft.
right?
Yeah.
And you know he may
Donna
still do
Lilia
that now that he's
mid-jungle.
actually been playing.
Yeah.
So this is pretty cool.
Who's gonna play
Donna
Triss?
gonna get locked in for
Yeah,
Yasuo.
I wanna see
Very
that.
likely that it's gonna be just on a mid.
He's so old.
Now we have
Oh,
to see what the
this is a
answer
good
from
Silas
Golden
game
Glue will
actually.
be.
Anytime the
really
other
good
team has
Silas.
Alistar, yeah, this is a good
Losing
Silas.
1v1 early, but if you understand that,
There's like
then I
every
feel
alt
that
is
it gets
good
to
so
a point where
far.
you could get
Dude,
People
wins
like
and
Silas
all
for
in
Triss
on
sometimes
Oh
too.
wait, isn't
Alistar
Zeri
ult
ulti
is, like,
crazy?
best ult.
It does a lot of damage.
Yeah, that ability hits
Wait,
hard.
Darshan's just blinding Fiora
Blind
like that?
Fiora?
Okay, no.
No, I wish.
I was about to say that.
That's not
That'd be-
Mo, bro.
Hey, now is when
Dude,
Loyal just picked the Fiora.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Last game we had a 6-0 Riven. Would have been game.
Would it? Fuck, maybe.
No, there's no fucking way. I think the Lily would have smoked you. You would have
I
gotten
think I would
something
have
once and you
been
would
able
have
to
died
freeze.
instantly.
Against
Yeah,
Red Lilia, I think I just would get fucking shit on.
But you might have been able to one-shot the AD better. But like
Yeah,
before, but
maybe.
like that's
Honestly,
it.
Riven's pretty OP. Like,
Yeah.
6-item Riven, if I'm 6-item Riven, I don't know what's more OP, 6-item Riven or
I'm
6-item
pretty sure
Fiora.
it's
I
6-item Riven
They
lets
slam the
you do
Fiora, they
crazy
slam the
stuff.
Gwen, and they try to just win through side.
And Fiora is one of Lolo's
I
big
don't even
cover
know.
picks. Like, this is
Fiora's pretty
something
broken in
that's
the
not
side
just,
lane,
oh,
though.
I think
Yeah,
a
that's
good
true.
matchup. You know, when I think
It's
of
like
the
depends.
champions
Like
that he is
if we
really
were
the
like
best
all
at,
even in
Triss
the
and
game,
Gnar are
like
probably
I
the
would
two
say if
that most
Zeri's
come to
not
mind.
ahead, because like Zeri's
Maybe
really
Arshan
good
as
against
well.
Riven.
It's
She
kinda
just
like those are
kites
maybe
the
like
shit.
mixed
Yeah.
I would say.
I'm
This is
pretty
pretty
sure
much
you're
absent
always
for him. It's
like if
really
you're
good in
ahead, just
matchup.
assume the
We
opposite
already
side
saw him
gets
solo
ahead.
kill Revenge in the first game.
Yeah, man.
Absolutely
Dude, okay,
could be setting
dude,
himself
like
up to do something
I
similar
griefed it.
to
I
Darshan
fucking
with
dude,
that
giving her
counter
that
pick.
streak.
They
I
have
saw a
really strong
plating
draft that
and I
they
got
overall
so
Yasuo
greedy for it.
team.
I was like,
This is
fuck,
like
man. I'm
almost
up
an
1-0.
LCS style
And then
draft.
Zeri got like
Where
4
you
plates
actually
back.
can
Yeah,
go
I was
through
like,
it, just
fuck.
but
She literally got
that is
like
a
an
really, really
800
strong
gold
meta
off my
comp.
dad.
Over on the other
I also
side,
felt so
there's a
bad.
lot of pressure on Golden Glue and Insanity to have a
All
good game
good.
because they are most of the damage, right? So if one of those guys gets shut down and you become that one threat team, it's going to be almost impossible because there's so many threats over on Yasuo's team. They can play through side lanes. You know, they can just
Damn,
send
Lolo
someone like
said,
the
"Give
Fiora
me." I thought
diving
Lolo was
on that one
playing
threat,
bar
just try to
top.
push him out of the
What?
fight,
That
and
seems
it
like a
becomes
real
really, really
pick.
difficult to actually get any damage done.
That first team is so much better.
Remember, Wild Turtle.
Yeah,
I
their
would put
comp is
Zeri
fucking.
this
But
game is the dude
yeah, their
who
comp is
popped
so
off so much
good.
on Ezreal back in game number 1 against Scarra's squad. And Zeri is a much more recently released.
Wait, I'm surprised they gave Turtle Zeri. I guess they don't care, but Turtle has. You said Turtle's been playing a lot of Zeri.
Come on, man.
Yeah, he
It's
is.
draft.
That character
I
is
don't have
nuts.
meaningful analysis to contribute, so I'm just gonna make up
Oh, that's
some
meaningful.
stupid joke.
It's more OP in comp too compared to solo queue.
I wasn't sure if we were gonna go release date or where. Like, there's many more.
You should
years
take
of
fights around
collective
yourself.
design experience
On
since-
this champion.
Yeah.
So I think that you gotta be a little scared about that if you're on Team Afromu. Like if you don't properly shut this Zeri down early, if Draven's not getting a payday and Zeri just ends up getting to farm and do what she wants, that's trouble, man.
Yeah, the Pentakill Pikachu always can spell trouble. We do have a pause in game. I like the lower third. Forgot to turn on monitor. So we'll see if there's
Man,
another
what?
monitor issue here.
Oh, I hate when that. I hate when I sit down to play a game of League of Legends, get all the way through the draft, have my character locked in, and then remembered, oh darn, I didn't turn my monitor on. What a shame. What?
My PC's not even on. It's all a dream.
I just imagine the entire thing. When the meta gets so stale, you're just like, I bet they're going to pick Tristana here.
Well, we have seen a Zeri or two in our time, so
Yeah, there's
wouldn't
kind of
put
like
it past him.
those dark times where every single game is just Zeri Lulu versus Lucian Nami.
Yeah, we had a lot of that. Thankfully, that era seems to be mostly gone. We're seeing a lot of engaged sports, which I think is a lot more fun.
It's always more fun.
Yeah, it's a lot more fun. And hopefully Worlds is going to be really spicy this year too, which is going to be coming up.
Bro, this is really like LCS. Fucking
Worlds
get
starts
it.
in like a month.
I'm excited for the
Yeah,
game
a little bit
pause.
less than that, so.
It's a little bit.
It's gonna be fun.
What
Yeah, it's a
happened?
little bit less.
Didn't they remake
World
the
Qualifier
lobby
Series,
too?
where Golden
Yeah.
Glue is going to
Bro,
send
Yasuo
BDS
seems
back
strong.
home in record
Yeah,
time.
someone's gotta get Yasuo a new
That's on
PC.
the 9th. And then play-ins
Can't
officially
run
starts
slots
on
and
the 10th, so yeah,
league
it's
same
like
time.
3 weeks weeks away.
Fiora is so
That's gonna be
1v9
fun, but we
this
are
game
now
though.
in
Like
the game. Afro's team.
Who the
seems
fuck is
a
gonna
little
kill
bit
Fiora,
more
bro?
Yo,
behind.
Danny, do you
They
cold
are
here?
now ready. We're into the game. We're gonna see if they can get their first win
Wait,
here on the board. Or Yasuo's team
Is
gonna
that
get their
too
second
greedy?
win of the day and try to move
Bro,
to the
I
top of
feel
the
like
standings.
Silent.
All right, let's do it.
Oh,
Here we go.
he's going for
Yasuo's
kills.
Wild Turtles currently
Oh,
sitting at
shit.
1-0.
Never
They
mind.
took
No,
down
you're right,
Scarra
you're
and
right.
Water Boys during the first game of the day, but here Afromu's Watchmen are
Oh.
looking to make sure that they don't get away with a 2-0 start. Darshan
Oh.
here on the Cassandra.
And Darshan won the trade?
Fiora, having the confidence.
Well, I guess he had
Fine
Water
for
too.
Orlo, 'cause he has mana flow.
It's a dangerous situation. I hope Darshan is ready for this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Darshan is someone that definitely.
You're right,
grinder,
Breezy. We're
plays a
banning
lot of the
5
game,
bot
and
later.
even
Fuck
when
this
he's
game.
been coaching and things like that, he still seems
And
to play
Jarvan.
quite a lot. So
No, we're
I'm
picking
expecting
Jarvan.
him
I
to
can
be
pick
fairly
it.
ready
We're
here.
red side
He's
now.
Honestly, first
prepared
pick
to
it.
get
It's
We're
not
red
even
side.
first pick it.
We're
it's
red
a
side
very
kings.
tough
Yeah.
matchup, and Lorlo
Okay,
is a
wait.
very tough
I actually
player
think-
we have to
to play
bend over
against
now.
here.
Dude, usually I
Also
love
going
playing
Ignite
against
on the
Jarvan.
Tristana, so going
But it's
really
only if I
aggressive,
have
wants
a
to be able to push the pace in this 1v1.
solid
Is
comp
Tristana
for
favored
it.
early. You know, Golden Glue on the Silas is just gonna have to do his best to kind of survive and just hang on, and then be able to hopefully, you know, get a decent TP back, start to create a bit of a resource advantage with that, and slowly be able to kind of get to a point where you can then threaten the
Damn.
all-ins, threaten those good trades, especially post-6. Even stealing Buster Shot can be really, really powerful.
I also like the advantage of taking Ignite into a 1v1 against an opponent that does have a pretty heavy reliance on.
How's the game?
Right?
Oh, I mean,
Kingslayer
we're
on Silas is a
O2,
big
but
part
I'm
of
not
creating
too
a pattern,
worried.
and
Like, I
the
understand that
difference
it's
in having
bad to
a
be
heal card or not
O2,
could
but
be the
like,
difference in getting a solo kill or not. So, although oftentimes
I learned a
Torment is
lot,
seen as the superior
and I
choice,
didn't do that
I definitely
badly.
think Ignite
So
gives
like,
some bonus
realistically,
points
like,
in some of those more
I did
heat-based matchups
decent.
too, so maybe Mo will have that killer instinct, because that's the thing about Tristana too. You got to play it aggressively.
Yeah.
You cannot just sit there and let the
Which
lane
joint? I
happen
mean, it's
as
fun,
Tristana.
but like
You
the
need
tournament's
to be
only
putting the
fun if
pressure on
you're
early on.
like if you
Yeah,
play
absolutely.
well.
I mean, you want
The more
to
you
shove this
play, the
guy
more
in,
fun
you
the
want to
tournament
work
is.
plates,
Unfortunately,
and if he spends
it's
spells
hard
on
for
the
me to
lane, you
get
just want to jump
great
in on his head and look for those all-in kills. You know, look
that
for
quick.
those
I've only been
Ignite
playing for like a
all-ins
week and a
where you
half,
can
I think.
really create a pretty big advantage. So we'll see if Yasuo's going to be
Did I pick
able
up
to
a
do
Swain? I
that.
have like
Yasuo's
6
been
picks,
banned
bro.
against
But I think Swain's the
back-to-back
best pick.
games
It's
here.
just I need a
Very
team to work
is
around it
clearing
more than I
out
thought.
towards bot. We'll see where he wants to go now. He's pinging in towards enemy blue buff, but that is already gone. So Rosethorn.
Actually, Breezy, we're
did
playing
start
Ashheimer.
Raptors, went
Get
down
on the
towards
fucking
his
get on the
bot side,
fucking
cleared
ash,
that
bro.
out, now moving towards top side, and Darshan already in trouble here. He might have to flash.
Yeah,
Oh
Darshan
my
very,
God.
Very low. Interesting thing about this matchup is that remember that every team has, you know, the team captains, it has the streamers
Hey,
who
Mo,
are
does Darshan have a team?
ex-LCS players, it has modern LCS players.
Wait,
and
what?
Each team also
Does
has
Darshan have
one
a team?
current, like,
A
tier
team?
2, like, amateur
Yeah.
player. Both the junglers this game are the
like,
current amateur
actually,
players
like,
in
is he on a
Perry
team
and
right now? I
Rosethorn.
don't think
These
so.
are the young guys looking to prove themselves. Like,
Last
still
he
trying to
did
get
was
shots,
sub
still
for
trying to
100 Thieves
climb up
Academy,
that
but I don't think he's on a
LCS
team right
level.
now.
So hopefully we
Who?
get to see some good jungling showcase
Darshan.
in this one.
Oh, Darshan?
Specifically,
Yeah, I don't think
you
he's
know,
on the team.
Rosethorn's got a lot to live up to.
He
and
was
to speak
he
of
was in
earlier
Korea for
performance
like a long
previous
time.
games, so
This past
Yasuo
year.
is just getting kind of slapped around here by Golden Glue with a quick trade.
Yeah.
Wait, Golden Glue kind
It's
of.
pretty concerning. If you actually lose control of the wave, it gets really, really rough when you're not playing TP, and Golden Glue's gonna look for it.
He's gonna
Oh
flash
man,
for it.
Golden Glue chasing
Nah.
after him here. Yasuo jumping all the way back underneath the turret. Even with the Ignite, not having a lot of success
Okay.
here in this 1v1 situation. That's a great early sign.
Wait,
for
how'd he get so low? Was it just a bad
and with
trade or?
Yasuo
Yeah, he
jumping
bad
base and
trade.
TP, Golden Glue just
He
pulls the
walked
wave,
up instead of
freezes it,
back,
and then
thinking he was
can
gonna
actually
win the
base and walk
trade,
back
but
if he
then
wants,
no,
or
Silas
sit
just
around,
fucking owned him.
farm it up slowly, create more of that kind of CS and XP advantage.
Oh,
then TP
that's
back when
not
he has a
looking
really,
good.
really good buy. Because the buy from Yasuo
Yeah,
is not going
not
to be
looking
that
good at
great.
all.
Just double
Damn,
longsword.
Grace.
Alright, he's playing Ignite
So,
Trist too.
Golden Glue really
Ruh-roh.
gonna
Yeah.
pretty confident, I think, from this position.
Damn,
Also
even
interesting that Turtle did
Insanity's
not
doing
elect to
great
go
bot.
cleanse. He's just kind of having the confidence that he's going to be able
Nah,
to
this is fine for Zeri. Zeri's piss chilling.
CC that will come on him, so he is playing Ghost. But it does mean if
You-
Afro can
you
actually
think
find
that,
you know,
like-
flash play into a hook or something like that,
Bro, where's
there's
the
potential
pull?
to really look for that
As long
win.
as Zeri's only down like
Yeah.
10, 15
It's one of those
CS,
things that's
she's
an
good.
opening that you might not otherwise have. It's one of those
Dude, the
things that
worst part is when
also
Zeri
been
start
kind of
cold and
critical
they get
of
like a double
players
kill. And I'm
before,
like,
is if you're
fuck.
That
ego
game
not
is just
taking
over.
the cleanse because Ghost feels cooler. It's one of those moments moments that can really come back to bite you later if the other guy can dial in the hooks. And Afromu is exactly the kind of guy that you know can hit those skill shots.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's the
He
ACL
kinda
jungle
made
matchup.
His whole career, I feel like, on these engaged champs. On
Is this
finding
really
mix,
common?
That was really what he was best known for.
I
being
mean,
the
they're
shot
both in
caller,
an
being the
ACL,
hard
so they
engaged
play each
guy.
other like.
Oh
Let's see if he can
shit.
Keep that running. As Rothorn just checking out, making sure the dragon is not being started there by Perry, sees that it has not been, and just goes right back to farming. Golden Glue does TP back now. He is the lost chapter on that first base, so gonna be feeling really good about this early laning phase for himself.
Exactly. The
Oh,
lost chapter is just such a power swing.
Oh wait.
Golden Glue. Let's go.
Wait, Grace is level 6.
Oh, there's no.
Whoa.
Oh,
There's
he
no
lost
vision.
The
vision.
Tristana
Yeah.
ult bugged. The Tristana ult bugged. That's a bug.
Oh, it's
When you lose
Wow.
vision, if you lose vision and you use a Silas ulti, it's the same if you're using like Nautilus ulti.
Yeah, I know that
You
one.
lose ulti entirely.
What?
I'm not quite sure exactly what
Alright,
happened.
we're
It
not
looked like
blinding
he
Trist
stole a
Ruler,
buster
bro.
shot and he tried to flash behind him, I think to alley-oop him into parry, but
Yeah.
I don't know if it just like if he didn't have the angle right and he hit the wall with the buster shot because it
think it
didn't
was the
seem like
wall.
it didn't seem like he actually created any distance with that attempted kind of insect play, we'll call it, on the Silas, but still playing aggressive. Again, pushes Yasuo back to base. He's getting
Okay,
able to push in
6-minute
the waves.
dragon.
They take the dragon off that. Bot lane's looking
Wait,
good.
that's
Insanity
so
is up in
unlucky
farm.
that
Not
he
massively,
bugged.
but you know, they do have a little bit of
It's okay. This is chill.
Yep.
Well, this
This
is
is chill
also
for
the
Zeri.
earliest
Whoever gets the
break
first
of
kill in
the
this bot lane
game
matchup's gonna
on
win the game, I
Miles.
think.
Game number 1, the first Drake didn't get taken until after 12
Imagine
minutes.
fucking
Game number 2,
Draven
it didn't get
cashes
taken
at
until
like
about
10
14
minutes.
or 15. Now here
Just-
in this one, it's down
Yeah, that's
to
the thing about Jaden. You don't
6.5
even need to
minutes
cash
of the
early.
game.
Like if
Much
you just
more normal pace
have
if
all
you
your
wanna
stacks and
compare
cash
it
at
to what,
10, it's
you know,
just
pro level
over.
League of Legends would normally
Oh.
be.
What's happening
But now
top of the
Insanity
screen?
could be in
Oh.
some trouble here. Nice engage from Biofrost to find him with a quick
Oh.
combo. But Afro was ready to turn it around, and Insanity
Fiora
with
looks like
spinning
she's kinda
axes,
smurfing a
putting
bit.
ton of
Yeah.
DPS on the
Scepter
cap.
is
Absolutely
up
is.
TP
he has
and
that
a call.
early Vamp Scepter, so gonna be able to heal up quite a bit. Perry lying in wait here, but he is kind of low, so I don't
This
even know
is-
if they want
this
this
is
2v2.
so-
Plus Lorlo has push.
Gold Glue's level
Lorlo is
7 to
yeah.
5? Wait.
Gonyas,
Oh, yeah,
what?
mid
He
is-
didn't EQ the Tristana thing?
What?
Oh, no.
Mid
That
is
was literally
like
double kill.
mid is like monster gapped right now.
That
It is.
guy's dead. He's level 5.
Oh,
No.
moving!
Wait. Oh.
Oh no.
Yo, if Darshan
But he
dies
gets
here,
the kill.
Darshan?
He gets the kill.
Bro, but-
Oh.
but it's so bad for
Getting
him
that
top,
kill back was
man.
really big for
Uh,
Yasuo though, because he was falling so far behind.
It's
gonna
still bad
buy a
for
little bit of time
Darshan.
For Lorlo as well. Lorlo has, it looks like, set up a freeze on top side, so he's going for the XP advantage instead of just trying to hard shove and actually farm plates or anything like that. He knows there's no TP on Darshan.
The
so
winner
Darshan
isn't the best team
makes
today.
their
It's the
own,
team that
gets
after
first
the best
blood,
tomorrow.
but
Yeah.
we'll have to see how
That's-
far down he
yeah.
actually ends up getting an XP.
Game-
because
you know what they
Lorlo's
say about
already
game
level 7,
day?
level 6, and you know, if we can see, you know, how much experience Lorlo actually has towards 8. It might
Maybe we
become
shouldn't
even
play
harder
Swain
than the
Alistar
one
versus
Yeah,
DSG
it could be
or not
problematic.
DSG.
At
What
least
team are they?
Darshan does have the Bramble Vest. Plus,
They're gonna play
it still
something
caps
bully,
both of those
so-
very important
Yeah, they're gonna
players.
play
So
lane
some of that
bully. But
damage
like the thing is, like,
Fior's
I'm
gonna
down to
Also-
play.
be able to
I'm down to
also
play
Golden Glow
Cho.
just-
1v1.
Golden Glow
You
just
see
picked
as
Silas, so
the
he's
problem
using his
is you get
DSG
worse
tag.
than expect, just
Oh,
because
that's
of Fior's
funny.
natural advantage alongside those EXP leads.
Oh, okay.
Oh! Oh, sub gap,
Right,
sub gap.
Rotation from Afro move, the dark passage gets Golden Glue away to save.
Oh, yes,
Oh, Afro
W.
flashing in. He might have this kill with the ignite. No, not gonna be enough.
not
Oh,
quite.
there was
Oh,
a-
he's-
Oh, that
there was
could
a
have
Draven
been
over
sick.
That
there.
would have been such an insane
Did it too
play.
early.
Engage in time as Perry is forced to use his flag
Oh,
combo
Darshan's
to
perking a
get
bit up
back
here.
the wall and
Got the
escape the
Fiora
river.
ult.
Nice.
Darshan
Free
Yeah, they
real
definitely
quick.
practiced, bro.
Lorlo
What
in
the
these
fuck?
1v1s.
Yeah.
The rest of Team Afro move rotating up
this
here
is
to
Joker.
steal.
Yo,
this
anyone
mid
watch the
barrel
scrims?
away.
I need to
Rose
know
Thorn, Biofrost
who he
can't
plays
contest
if he's
this
not
one.
playing.
Perry
They're
being
not
level
playing
6, Rose
their
Thorn
kill
being
bot
level
lane.
5. Feels a little bit bad. You
Oh,
get
I
stuck
should have
inside
done that. I should have been on
so
TR.
easily, and if nothing else, be forced to blow your
Because I have him.
flag.
I have him
Team
added.
Afro move
Oh,
taking
wait,
another
check his
one.
match
scrimming on
history.
TR?
Yeah, you check his
Yes,
match
they
history.
were they were scrimming on TR against like top collegiate teams.
You know, I thought, you know, with that
Were they
down,
winning?
maybe Insanity could have sniped him
I
out
didn't
with
see
the
that
ulti,
much.
but didn't
They
quite have
went
the angle
2-1
to actually
first
take
day.
down. Yasuo just stays down towards the bot side.
Damn.
They do have that push, but the slight advantage in mid lane, you're not as
They also
big
aren't
as
using
it was
Afro
looking
though. I
like it
think
would
they're
be
using like a
because
sub
that kill
support.
Yasuo
Oh,
brought
really?
back.
Oh,
Yeah.
Golden Glue's
holy
gotta be feeling
shit! They
really good
script.
about
Damn,
his
you
position
guys
this
could have done
game
that with the
with access to
jungler.
that Alistar
No,
ulti
we
now.
need to.
I can't play with that.
One
Yeah,
top side,
we
Lorlo's
can't
pulling
find
away
someone
and
like you,
trying
man.
to put it into a good position. Honestly, when Cassante gets this
Get
much armor
Kenny, bro,
early
same
on,
thing.
Damn,
you're basically
I
waiting
thought-
for Divine Sunder before you really get
Get
much of
fucking
anything
Canyon,
done.
man.
The wave is pushing away from him, so we'll see what his buy is like now. Has
Wait,
a
I thought the
good
Char was
team,
actually
so,
getting
yeah,
monstered
really
in
good
lane, and he
buy,
brought it
but
back.
He's not going to be threatening much of
Silas has
any sort of
Everfrost
kill pressure, I
though. Don't speak too
You gotta
soon.
get.
until he has his
You gotta
mythic
get. What?
extra blade.
Oh.
Oh, big
Oh.
engage.
Dude, big damage.
Oh.
What is that character?
First pick Jarvan.
We're first picking that character. Yeah,
just one tap.
What?
We do them both.
Where's Jover?
Wow, Perry just feeling so confident there. Just go straight in, getting both the kills. I mean, it's enemy mid and jungle, and he just likes his odds. Even in the 1v2, goes in, knows he's gonna have that support coming
Zeri's
through.
actually doing fine though. She can get her base off. She has Shiv.
Yeah, I think
here over on
The best ever game was 2 plates. It's not bad for Draven Thresh as well. I mean, they're just looking for, at this point, they're just looking for cash, right?
Both sides are happy right now.
Yeah,
Honestly.
they're looking for. Oh, nice E. Ooh.
It's also wise.
They're looking for as soon as I want a big Draven game because it'll be more fun.
Cash in with the adoration stacks, but you can only just end up losing
Honestly,
them if you're hard forcing something.
I like his build. A lot of Draven's like this random messenger shit, but I think he's going shield bow. I like that build better on Draven.
Wild Turtle is all the way back in the base. He's picked up his static shift.
Yeah, you just go like shield bow, IE, BT, and then you have like a fucking like 400 health lifesteal per auto.
Wow, you just shotgunning people?
Yeah.
Go ahead. Oh, you missed his Q.
Wait.
Alright, well, looks like this team revolves around their 2v2 mid.
Oh,
he got the cash in plus 770.
It's just over, man.
Oh, and Turtle Eat in?
He got plus. It's over. Draven just got
double kill,
Draven got 300
cash
plus 700. He got 1,000 gold for that kill.
Dude, oh my god.
1, 2, 3, 4 bodies traded for gold and blue.
Insanity just got absolutely
He split plates and he gets first power?
Okay, this guy's gonna have like a full IE now.
Bro, he backs and buys his fucking inventory.
He's gonna buy a shield bow and an IE here or something.
I'll be see it. He's at 3,300.
And Turtle is 4K total.
Dude, this guy is about
Oh, Lorlo.
Oh, he's dead.
Oh, F.
Just screaming badly. Just screaming badly.
That's good.
Yeah.
Ironically, wait, he's going Hydra. Hydra Draven.
Oh yeah, this is the meta build. It's the best if you're against melees. So when you play against,
you know, Draven like executes his ult based on amount of stacks.
Really?
Yeah, so like say he has 400 stacks, his ultis will execute at 400 health, no matter what.
Wait, really?
I'm not playing Alistar.
So like that Draven ult right there, it just if Alistar's like half health, he'll just die.
Wow, did you?
I didn't know that.
I didn't know that either. Did you see? Oh, this guy. I want him to like hit a creep. Oh my god.
Ridiculously strong and could absolutely carry this game.
But yeah,
top though, like I don't know how the gap should be so much bigger.
I mean, it's a gap for Darshan.
Hey, who should gap? Fiora?
Fiora wins on first one item.
He wanted to get away, but it's
I mean,
an easy dunk for
she should have a bigger
CLC.
CLC.
10-2.
Like Cassandra
Especially
the lead?
No, Fiora. Especially because Cassandra roamed mid and died. Like.
Oh, but the Cassandra got one kill, I think, right?
That shouldn't matter.
Oh shit!
Oh, that's so good.
Good rotation.
But Golden Glue continues applying pressure on Yasuo here in the mid.
Yo, this guy, you telling me Grayson's a coach? Well, sub him in, man.
They gotta send help if Yasuo wants to have any sort of a chance, because Golden Glue is running.
Oh my gosh, look at ball in. This guy got
first power, 2 plates mid.
Like 10 plates this game. Oh, I almost got him. Damn, I'm surprised. That's a far Tristana jump. He probably barely made that.
Wait, I looked at the goal difference. I thought it was the 0 was an 8, and I'm like, wow, I can't believe they're close. And then I reread it. I'm like, oh my god, guys, you see this? You literally look at these two numbers right here. It's a 7.4k gold lead, and it's not even 15 minutes.
Alright, so we're banning the Draven or we're banning the Thresh? Which one is more OP?
Probably
the Draven, right?
Okay. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like
this is nothing but trouble.
I feel like we do well into Draven, but it's like
okay. I think we should ban Thresh though. That champ's that champ's annoying. It's probably Afro's best champ like all time.
Yeah, it is. He's literally historical.
Yeah.
And it shows in the gameplay.
Like versus tomorrow, we're playing against them in literally 50 minutes. Actually, we're playing them against 5 minutes. Oh my! Wait. Oh,
this is Javen's gonna get a penta here, no? This is Javen penta.
Dude. Oh my god.
Wait, they're actually just getting AoE'd by his Ravenous Hydra. Oh my! Oh, he's dead.
He life stole it. Oh my my god.
There's literally just a random Krug, a random
Gets
Krug there
another
to
kill,
heal him.
and then actually gets the auto attack off
It's
from
okay.
those
I think
Krugs to
our
be able
first
to
team is our
barely
frauds. I think we
survive
can win.
from that
Agreed.
last turret
Dude,
shot.
look at
Really
these
well
Straven
played,
items at
going
15.
super aggressive, knows he's
They
the
didn't
strongest guy in
scrim
the game.
rank
They
2
found
flex
the
Q.
pick here.
True.
They don't have a strong bot lane, so it just looks
They wanna get
bad
the
like this.
shutdown. They were
But we
barely able
do.
to do it. The problem
Yeah,
is,
I'm just saying,
Navi is
I'm kind of
following
smurfy
Yeah.
in lane.
as the Ravenous,
That's
and they're
kinda
all
true.
stacked up. They're literally getting
Dude,
cleaved
that Dragon's
down
does so
by
much
a
damage.
Draven, not
Oh
something
my
you see
Dude,
every day.
look, his
And the
autos
man is
just like
going
chug
off,
people.
and then no hesitation
Hey, that's why you go
Dude,
Hydra on
look at
Draven.
look at Mo's life. Look at Mo's
People
life.
down.
Gets the first kill, and then look at the presence of mind here. After realizing
Choke.
turret aggro, I gotta back it up. He gets the final auto off, and then with his first shot in air, gets the auto down.
Oh
A
my
random Krug that
God.
is there.
The mini
He's
Krug.
dead to the turret shot for sure. Otherwise,
That is absolutely nuts. Look at the
The
damage.
James
dealt
mid
last
player
team
insanity.
fight.
His fucking damage is the whole screen.
Fresh.
Oh my
Did almost as
God.
much as the Fiora or the Zeri. He did more than the Tristana.
yeah, that is kind of ridiculous. Oh my god.
He's
Talk about
Insanity's
talk
playing
about a
versus
great
like a
performance
legit
here
bot lane too. He's just
from
good.
Insanity. Insanity is looking to steal
Yeah.
Turtle's job. They're on the same team. He's gonna roll swap in LCS.
Dude, this guy is absolutely smurfing this game. Lorlo trying to get away from Golden Glue. He already used the Grand Challenge, so Perry now knows
Jarvan's
he
looking
can
balanced.
dump the
Can 1v1
Cataclysm, keep
Fiora.
his Chase alive. Golden Glue coming back up to provide
Oh,
the extra damage.
Golden
Abscond,
Glutes.
abduct.
Okay, can you forfeit at
Easy
15
pickup
now?
for Golden Glue. 3, 1, and 8 here on the
In LCS you
Sylas.
can't, but I
We're
don't know if
wondering
you
how he
can
was
here.
gonna do
Oh.
coming back.
Maybe
Coach
maybe
said
same
Raven
rules.
will do it just fine.
Yeah, back in the day, you used to be able to FF in LCS. No, I feel like I've seen that before.
They made it. You're not able to.
Yeah, I never used to be able to.
Wait, did someone ever? Oh, they did. When there was a best of series, a team FF early to save mental, which I thought was hilarious.
Maybe the Lorlos will push win condition, but let's be honest, you're 11k down, and when you're this far behind on the Fiora, it's gonna be a long time before you can really.
I'll start ulti.
Yeah.
Oh.
Wow,
He wins this.
He looks really balanced. Yeah.
He wins this.
Stand aside, knocks the
Oh
Alistar
my
out.
God.
Turtle can't even fight through Insanity's lifesteal. The guy is so strong, but
Oh
went
no,
too
he's
far
sleepy.
forward.
Oh,
Finally gonna get
Zeri
shut
got
down.
it?
Lots of money
Wait.
going over the Turtle there, but it's
I don't think
still
he
over
needs a few more of those.
Yeah,
I
he
think.
needs like 3 more.
in favor of Team Afromu, who are currently averaging 1 kill a minute.
Yeah, I mean, Insanity's just.
It's okay, it's a mental booster. There's.
Oh,
Afro!
Rostorn don't flash that. The disrespect.
Wait, yeah, what?
He's back in
Isn't
form.
he's on 2 ping?
In 17 minutes and 55 seconds.
Yo, do you guys
About
feel
the
lag
only
on this
thing I can
server?
say for
Oh,
Yasuo's
yeah,
Wild
it's so
Turtles in this
laggy.
game is it's
No, like,
still better than
okay,
Mad
sorry.
Lion.
I'm definitely unused to the ping.
Well, I feel like Pack-a-Lot. It's fine.
Yeah, you take
Just because I feel like Pack-a-Lot or some shit. I'm not even kidding. I'm not even kidding, bro.
Like, has that ghost blade, man. So he's already 3
I
items
do not
completed
feel it. It just
now.
feels weird
I'm
to
just
me.
I'm just playing
It's
bad.
so funny because
Same.
after
Wait, what is happening?
after Afro found that flash hook and they get the kill, I can just hear the all chat noise, like someone typing. in
Darshan
chat,
does not
so-
take any damage from this
Yeah,
guy.
like I looked at his items.
Man.
You know it's going down, man. All right, Lorlo's trying to take the tier 1 turret here in bottom lane. He'll get
Oh,
it.
Perry's
He
pulling
uses
up.
Grand Challenge to try to get
Oh,
away,
Fiora, oh.
but the problem is Golden Glue also has
Hey, Loki
Grand
doesn't sound too
Challenge
bad
to
on
chase
Silas if
after
you
him.
run people down.
Lorlo's still trying to escape on this one. Golden Glue keeping that pursuit
Boom.
up, waiting for the next cast of the E.
Hit it,
to
bro.
connect this, I think.
Oh, he's so
Minion
insecure.
Oh, he's insecure.
You didn't go for it. Come on.
It's not actually yours anymore.
Yeah, I mean Perry is so strong. He already has his Shojin completed. It's kind of League of
But
Shojin
yeah,
right now.
how,
This
how
item
come
is so
how can we
strong.
even
He
play
has the
against
CDR
this
boost,
Lilia?
has
We got to
his
play against
mythic gun
Thanos
as well,
Lilia.
So he is king of the jungle. Absolutely has been running this game here too. Looking really, really good. Now Rosethorn in trouble.
Yep, Perry and Golden Glue decide to engage. Biofrost down to half HP as Perry disengages back out of the Cataclysm, leaving the Alistar stuck in
Is there a minimum
Looking
goal
up good.
for
Maybe it's beef for dinner, as
oh
Yasuo's
my
gonna
god,
fall.
for
Insanity
Draven
kills him with the
passive?
axe in the air.
It's like
We
50,
might
I
just
think.
get a
50.
dancing
Oh, so he
Rip Tear
he
at
always
this
gets
rate.
at
It's a
least 50?
5-man push
Yeah.
into the enemy base.
Man, that's still pretty good.
Afro's Watchman, 19.5 minutes into
It's
the
like
game.
50 plus
It's
2 times the amount of stacks you have or
3v5.
something.
They're keeping the push alive. The
Oh.
Herald is at least killed.
So whatever
before
happens,
it's
you
able to
always
make a
wanna
Nexus turret
attack.
charge, but another beautiful
Yeah.
hook coming out from Team Captain Afromu. Insanity
Wait, Turtle?
provides the follow-up damage, and now
Oh,
Golden Glue's about to die.
wait, he actually did get
Oh.
another
Shut down back
shutdown.
to Golden Glue, but
Okay, what he needs one more of those.
Yeah. Okay,
Plus the Dragon Steel, and then they can win.
Bro, it's Sandy's
they're gonna back
items
off.
are
They have
just.
no more minions. The Herald is dead, so they will back it up, but they get the inhibitor here. They're 12.
Speak of
PM,
difference,
and
yeah.
they actually are really close to
tired.
Soul as well.
We could
They've
try
been
tomorrow.
focused on objectives. This isn't a team that's looking.
So wait,
like they're trying to
what are
play
you
it
gonna
like
feel
competitive.
next
They're
game
trying
then?
to play it serious.
No, you
tired.
get
No,
fall
I'm
asleep
tired.
next
Yeah,
game.
I'm
Don't
tired.
worry, I got you.
Like
They are
D1
looking
actually.
good. Very, very good.
It's true,
long
true.
term
Don't
right now.
matter.
Even guys, even if we go
Slight
0-3,
concern
it's not
maybe
gonna be that bad.
of
True.
something going on around
Oh
Baron.
my-
We'll
he-
probably go
Cross
1-2.
moving in,
He
trying
tried
get
to-
the
If we
board
go
down to
1-2,
make sure that they can at least get
who
a
do we go
3-beat and
against?
maybe Rosethorn can have an
Who do we
Against
play
Afro
against
Team.
one? Maybe
They're
Afro's
really
team, yeah.
so far behind.
Afro Team, I
There's
assume,
no
will get
flash,
first.
so I feel like they could look to start this up even if they want.
I mean, you
We've
kind
gotta
of
beat
have
them
to at
2
this point,
times
right?
in a row.
It's 20
2
minutes into the
times in
game.
a
You're
row.
12,000 gold behind. Like, unless something absolutely crazy happens, you are losing this game of League of Legends. That's just the reality they found themselves in. This squad from Afromu is playing so good. There is no doubt in my mind these are the guys to beat right now. The way they're playing in this first game, it looks like they're not even going to drop a game.
Yeah, they are looking really, really strong. But here's the TP from Lorlo. This could be the final fight potentially.
Okay, Rosethorn's already at half HP as Perry disengages back over the wall. He did have an engage angle there, but he was all alone. He needs the rest of the team to be with him. Golden Glue has that.
Yeah, that
Alistar
was
ulti.
thorough.
Yeah, he has Alio.
There's what
He
we were
can
looking
just
for.
1v5.
This is his opportunity to go in and
Oh!
cause some havoc.
Oh,
Doesn't get
close.
The second half
Oh my
of
God,
the
he's
East. It was
going
not in the middle of everybody just yet. Finally gonna pop that Alistar ulti here as Darshan and
Oh.
Perry are taking the Baron the entire time.
They're getting zoned though. They can't even get in.
Insanity and Afro just keeping the entire enemy team occupied.
That's Jover.
Insanity and Golden Glue work together to grab
It's
the first kill
Jover.
on Biofrost.
Oh.
Oh, Penta, Penta.
Oh, you want
Oh,
Yeah.
It's a double, it's a triple, it's an ace
God
for
damn.
nothing. And
Oh.
Insanity and the rest of Afro
This is
Move's
good. They're
team
feeling
just
too
pop
overconfident
them off.
now. I'm ready
I
to
just
take them
called
out.
David a fraud,
Afro
so.
even landing the hook
Wait,
on
can I
Yasuo
say that?
over
It's
the
actually
wall as
good
he
if we
was
go
trying to jump in
0-3,
on
I
the
think.
Draven. It's Skeet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, think about it.
Yeah.
Down.
Because
His
if
team
we're
is looking
0-3 and
vicious,
we're
man.
pretty much guaranteed to play against
Golden
Afro's
Blue's
team
going to the
tomorrow,
end.
we only
This
need
is
to
taking
beat them in a
down towers,
BO1
taking
and then they're
down the
eliminated.
Yeah.
Yep.
If we finish
We just
if we
do it.
finish first or second, we would have to beat Afro's team in a BO3 to win it all.
Yeah.
But
Oh,
so it's better to play against a team that has practice in a BO1 than a BO3.
That's true.
True.
You're onto something.
Wait, how that hit?
Oh, wait.
Oh, Mo.
Wait, the fucking play.
Wait, Zeri got another shutdown.
Wait, that was
Wait,
actually
wait,
a good
wait,
shot.
Wait,
wait.
Zeri got.
Wait, that was
Two
actually. Wait, they get soul.
shutdowns.
Wait, they can deny soul here. Oh, hold up.
Wait. Let me see Turtles.
Yeah, I
Turtles
feel-
gold. I'm
Wait, I
really
feel like-
curious.
wait, I feel like low key they can win 3v5.
Wait, Turtle just got the both shutdowns on mid ADE.
To kill off Golden Glue. Now they're out on the map. They're going to be
I feel like
trying
they can
to
maybe
deny
win
Soul if
this.
they can.
Ah!
Oh!
Wait.
Turtle! Wait.
Wait.
Oh.
Wait.
They cannot breathe. Oh god.
Yeah, they win. Oh, why did he do that?
Bro.
Classic turtle style.
Beautiful engage over the
Oh,
wall from Perry.
no.
This man's just
Oh.
transformed
The guy,
the
man. I
hearts.
don't know about him.
Oh my
GG.
god, Perry is going off, and it's just a bounce house. Lorlo getting CC'd up there, trying to make something happen, but he's just getting knocked around. Now Golden Glue
Wait,
is
Mo?
41.
Oh, it's like that.
Yeah, I was rooting for Mo there.
It was close.
Gone, and with 4 dead for another 10 seconds, and the Baron buff still here for Golden Glue and Darshan, I feel like you just walk this one in. You look to end it right here. Biofrost will try to get away. He pops the ulti.
Yeah,
He wants a
Traffic Dave,
headbutt
man.
into the fountain. They
Ready
need the
to
laser
get
to have
Flame
the damage to kill anybody,
Horizon
but they ain't gonna get it.
by
They steal
Jimmy.
away the Zeri ult. Turtle alone
Yeah.
cannot defend this.
Get his
Turtle
head.
and Rosethorn together
Yeah.
cannot defend this. Insanity will pad the stats a little bit further, and the Nexus will
Oh.
fall. 33 kills.
He almost
in
6
24
itemed at
minutes.
25 minutes.
Yeah, they look really, really good. Afro moves a watchman.
Yo, what if
Looking
we
like
just
the
put
team to
Samira bot?
beat after we've seen now.
Yo, I'm
all
down.
teams actually compete
You want
once.
to do it next game?
Insanity
But-
Who are we
down
against
to
next
No, no, that's
game?
the cheese.
We're
That's
against
the cheese.
Afro's
That's the
team.
cheese.
Nasty on the Draven.
No, that's our
Draven
tease
looking
for,
Yeah, we
uh,
do that tomorrow
best
when
of
they
three?
least expect it.
Mhm.
Oh, and, yeah, and actually, oh shit, and you guys want to do it in the elimination best of
Of
one?
course,
Yeah,
man.
yeah. We just pulled the
I'm
cheese
down.
in the BO1 to live.
You
I
are
mean, if
dying,
it
bro.
looks good, I'm always down. I'm always
Good team
down.
effort.
How's
you know,
Samira
even,
into
we saw the
Draven?
early TP
Draven to
down,
Samira.
It's
or
pretty
excuse
fucking
me,
hard,
early
but-
roam down from
No, it's
Darshan.
fine,
He's
honestly.
getting
It
I
involved
mean,
in
if we
the
3v3 and win, it's
Afro
over.
did
It's like
Honestly,
completely over. Like
deathless in this one, so
It's just
for him.
monster
Dude,
performance. You can
Dude,
tell this
I'm
kinda
just
fun for
saying
Samira.
their AD's not gonna get
Goldcraft
that fed.
is
Don't
scary
worry.
as
Yeah.
Let's go ahead. Let's look at those
Dude,
stats.
I believe.
Let's see what we got.
We just
here.
need
It
like
is just
ganks on every
one giant
2
Yeah,
waves.
you think Grace is gonna get
They
30K on Danny? Hell no.
Wow.
No, shut up.
Oh, no.
Wow, Grayson out damaged Insanity.
Wait, do we know what side we are?
I think you do coin flip right now.
Right behind him at
Okay.
29. And man,
Oh, it's just
Afro
coin
Moose
flip
Fresh
every
almost did
game.
as much damage as Mo's Tristana.
Alright, so
They are
what are we
2,000
banning?
damage apart. The Thresh
J4
was
Thresh?
just all over the map this game. He had so much presence, so much pressure, so many plays. Awesome stuff.
Yep, looked really, really good.
But I'm pretty sure they're gonna pick Draven or Nyla or some 2v2 thing.
But I'm
Nyla's a bit cringe for sure. But
I've never played against Nyla, so it's kind of
There's
weird.
a champ's really OP in lane because you just get like super EXP.
Yeah.
But it's kind of useless later.
Because that was frightening. You know, Spica didn't seem too worried about any of the other teams. Everyone in the interviews has honestly been really, really confident, but I don't know, man. Watching is kind of the
Yo, what side do we want?
I gotta say, Afro Moose.
Guys, wait, guys. Heads or tails? Heads or tails? Guys, heads or tails? What am I flipping?
Time for us to head to another break now. Once we
Someone
get
just
back,
throw something in
Sky
chat.
Force is gonna be back with
First
us.
guy who does it.
Bringing
Heads,
in
got
one
it.
of the victorious
All you,
players in
man.
Afro Moose
What if we
squad.
switch it up?
And we'll get
What
some
if we switch
answers
it up and go
about
blue?
What they're eating for breakfast, what
We
they're
test the
doing
vibes on blue.
scrims,
I don't
whatever
mind.
it is.
I'd
Set
play like
these
Renekton or
guys
Cassante.
apart. You won't want to miss it.
Or
Don't go
Jax,
anywhere.
but everyone's
We'll be
I went
back
heads, guys.
here with the
Wait, hold on.
Analytics
I went
Invitation
heads, and I'm gonna see if I win the flip. All right, wait. They're playing ads. I will also play ads. I'll be right back. I need to go pee. Be right back. Wait, I'm gonna pee against water. I'll be right back.
Subway refreshed their ingredients, their menu, and now they're slicing their meats fresh. That's why their new Subway Series subs are preferred by this champ.
And this future champ. Pros who are talking heads prefer fresh sliced turkey.
And pros who use their heads prefer fresh sliced ham.
More deli meats are preferred by this QB.
And preferred by his old backup QB. And if we prefer it, we know you'll prefer it too. Is this slice as good as your tennis slice?
I can't answer that, but yes.
I'm 6 soon. I don't think I'm 6 after this wave, but...
Let's have the flash.
Okay? No flash.
I can reach.
Yeah, if you can reach, we can maybe get on him.
E in 3. I think we reach.
Did we win the coin flip?
Yeah, I'm watching.
Let's try.
We got him.
He's flipping right now.
If you can hook Ellie, we can maybe
Let
kill.
him flip.
He went to use the bathroom.
Let him
so
flip.
we don't know.
Oh.
My bad. Miss everything. Still
They
good
should,
though.
they should say it. In
Oh,
the
I'm putting Lily here. I'm putting Lily here.
They're
Remember this
there.
shot.
He's coming. Yeah.
Okay. I have ult in 13. I can look soon.
I'm assuming he did win.
Oh,
Because
boys.
if the other team won, they would have chose the side by now.
Says 1 HP.
Oh, yeah.
1 HP, holy shit.
Yeah, watch
Fighting.
this here.
There's execution.
Yeah.
Let's
Yeah, I
go
got
more.
Scarra. Hey, nice, Aaron.
I'm dead.
Yeah. Got everyone here.
Go. Nice.
Nice, and the
Let's
caption.
go,
Can you get the mid with you real quick?
Yeah, we
Yeah,
can.
Insanity
Yeah.
can get the nice.
Jesus.
Fuck, dude, I can't buy it actually.
I think we just keep playing for this.
You wanna go mid or bot?
Oh, well.
I'm gonna go back bot.
Yo, I'm gonna fight this all-star, right? Just sit.
I want to walk through with you here. Okay, watch this.
Here. I'm going.
I got him here.
I can't fucking
I think
move.
we fucked. Yeah.
I'll just push mid.
Ulting me here.
Yo, coming.
Oh, Fjord's here?
Yeah.
I'm looking. Looks.
I'm teleporting. Looks hard winning.
No lantern.
Yo.
Everything.
Have anything?
Good.
Hello.
Yo, we won. Yo, we got.
We won again.
We won the flip. We won the flip. What?
Dude, we're that good.
Well,
We're
what
that good.
do you guys want?
Be better.
I don't know.
I think we go red.
Yep.
Wait, let me ask the other team what do they want.
Let us get one, bro. Like, are we guaranteed last?
If you beat Afro's team, there's potential for a 3-way tie.
Oh,
Wait, we're
what
playing
do we
one
do
more.
with that?
Are we playing one more game today?
This is your last game.
Oh,
that
wait,
you're about
sorry,
to
this is
play.
our last game.
What's what's the tiebreaker?
Yeah.
Fastest win.
Oh.
Wait.
Wait, no,
hold
that.
up.
Wait, that's good for us.
That's good for Afro Seed. They just got 23.
It's fastest win, not fastest game. So
Wait,
yeah.
No, we just have to beat them in 18. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, are we red?
Wait, what? If they go 2-1, no, if they go 2-1, then
yeah, they go
1, 2, 3.
Oh, it's the other 3. Oh,
Well,
did we
so
win?
you guys can three-way. You guys can three-way tie at 1-2.
Yeah.
Oh,
so it doesn't matter.
And then we'll have to, we'll have to play like another game or something, or
no, we'll all gonna go through the VOD and check who.
Yeah, so
like,
we just beat
Oh,
these guys fast, and the other 2 games took so long because we got to like 2 Barons that it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
True. We are being chill.
Wait,
This
true,
is
actually.
good.
Yeah.
Wait, this is good for us.
Wait, are we red then?
It's your choice.
Yo.
I'm down for red.
Fuck it, we take red.
All right. Thank you.
Jacob's of scouting.
I'm scouting.
What did they ban?
Every team's banning the same stuff against us, but like it doesn't matter.
True, you can't ban
we
out
need to
Scarra.
beat.
No, like if they ban stuff, I wouldn't play what the bans were against this team, because
They banned Rumble. Probably because they saw that they flexed it. The Yasuo's team flexed it. So I don't know if they'll ban Rumble against us. But I'm down to ban Rumble last, ban. Because that takes away a blind pick from him as well.
So what? J4 Thresh Rumble?
Yeah. We can make Rumble our last ban. And then if he goes Cassante again, I'll be happy, don't worry.
Okay.
Yep.
We should line up, I think.
Yeah, but they're on our side. Perry's on the wrong side.
R. 2v4 them. We're not even betting.
Yeah, I don't think we should ban it.
No, I think Thresh is better.
Yeah.
So Thresh Draven what? Rumble?
Yeah.
Yep.
Do we need to ban Rumble?
We leave it. I would say, who's our top laner? Lorlo? No, it's Darshan. It's does he play Rumble? I don't think so, right?
They were playing it in scrims. A lot. Mid and top. So.
Wow.
Well, I mean, they're blue side, so it's actually like a good pick for them too.
They they leaked their scrims. What fools?
Sorry, did you say something? I didn't hear.
He said they leaked their scripts. Yeah,
Oh.
They play. I guess we should just play Rumble. Okay. Okay, I'm feeling some spicy stuff. And early apologies if we beat our brains out. But
All good. What are you thinking? What are you picking?
I think we should try Senate show.
What do we want to then?
I think it would be.
I don't think we can pick either. No.
You can pick Cho.
I can take mid first.
You can also
early.
just mid jungle and then third pick top and then.
Third pick top. No, you can pick it. If anything, we can early Senna.
Sure, Senna. Yeah.
Yeah, and then I can just flex my or pick whatever because I might just
early
go.
Mid's not bad too. It's not that bad, I don't think.
Yeah, we could do. Yeah, I mean maybe save AD and I might flex like Heimer actually.
What's a good blind nowadays, Mo, for mid?
I mean,
for mid,
just go Azir or something.
Ori's probably pretty good right now.
Ori and Azir are both fine to
Yep.
blind.
Yeah, I can play either of those.
And then there's like, let me think another pick that you might be. I mean, Ari's you could be fine with Ari too. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, Ari's good.
If we need like more CC or something, like Ari's fine because you're pretty good at her too.
I want to play a backliner though.
I can also
Yeah.
just play Rel. Fuck, Senacho Rel though, is that good? Fuck.
Oh,
That's a lot of.
yeah,
That's
especially
like
Joe, I should not
Jarvan
play
would
Ari.
be.
I mean-
we're banning Jarvan.
We're banning Jarvan because they're.
I mean,
first
send
pick.
that rel. That's fine, but mid just needs to have a lot of damage.
Okay.
Mid needs to be like a 0 Ori pretty much.
That's fine. That's fine.
What do people counter Azir with? Like Xerath?
Yeah, Zerat's pretty good.
Or
There.
Akali maybe sometimes.
Probably matchups. I don't know what Grayson's playing right now. I don't know what he's been. I think there's a high chance he'll be picking the Ori, right? We'll see.
Yeah.
There's definitely a chance.
Oh yeah, Vlad into Azir. I don't know if people.
Vlad.
I don't know if he plays that.
I don't play Vlad.
User FSP. Welcome back for 86 months. Someone sideswiped me at Costco. Damn, that fucking sucks. I'm sorry.
Nah, he won't.
Pages for Dean, yes.
We can line up now.
Oh, sorry. I'm up. So where are we first banning? I think. Yeah, ban Thresh last. We're
Yeah.
chilling.
So J4 Rumble Thresh.
Yeah. The Akali counter ends up losing. I mean, I feel like it's just the skill of the Akali player. Like if I see like a guy who's famous at Akali, I'm like, fuck, this guy probably owns, you know? But yeah, I mean, Akali's playing. Whenever you play the assassin, it's definitely the harder one to play in the matchup. Because team fighting with assassins is harder than normal. Big Triss, I would not. It's probably fine. I've seen it.
Pee really quick.
Oh, okay. We're ready.
Yeah, I'm ready.
We're ready.
Yo, I think it's gonna take
Hello.
2 to 3 minutes.
Okay.
But I'll
All
guys
good.
on the chat, okay?
No problem. Thank you.
I
2 to 3 minutes.
Like, what's another 3 minutes?
Oh, it's time then, guys. It's time. Hold up.
Collectively, that's 15 minutes, though.
Hold up. It's fucking time. I'm set 600 LP right now. Wait, I started 1200 and now I'm 600 LP lower. Is that normal? Am I crazy? I feel like I'm crazy for this. No way he bumps, right? So you started 1,000? Yeah, I started really low. I don't get it. I'm fucking trolling or what? It feels like I'm trolling. I started at 1,000. He goes here. I mean, I should just take, right? I could. Oh wait, he gave me the queen. Oh, that's why I'm 600. Wait, this is actually insane entertainment. Because you guys get to have entertainment for free. You're welcome. Dude, I'm actually a fucking genius. Yeah, it's literally fucking free. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I didn't take the queen on purpose, so it's too easy, you know? God, you guys are just noobs. You really think I am not just smurfing right now? This is a fake fork, I'm pretty sure. Oh, we can start. Yeah, I'm literally smurfing right now.
Here? Okay, nice.
Yo.
It's not fake.
Who dares defy my
Driven
will?
Rumble. Thresh.
You know, I've heard the saying that when you think about moving your rook, you decide on one rook after a lot of time and you move the other one. That's how you play it.
I think those two champs are going to be perma-banned from me, Scarra.
Good. Wait, I don't like those champs for a lot of things. What?
Let me at him.
What am I banning?
Thresh.
Start ban every game. Yeah, I'm literally
Thick Vi.
Wait, I actually think Vi's not bad.
I mean, it's a fine champ, but we can draft around it if they pick it. Like Swain, for example, is very good versus Vi.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was thinking. Fuck, I want to play Sway every game.
Maokai.
Well, okay, you don't. Yeah, we
He
can.
might play Jace mid. Heads up.
Okay.
Maokai Jace Pog.
Oh,
Are we
what
just
are we
taking
picking?
Azir here?
Oh
Azir
no.
or
You should take.
We could take like.
Yeah, you can just
I
take
don't
your
mind.
board.
I don't mind blind picking. I don't know.
Which one do you want to
Which one
pick?
do
I'll
Yeah.
pick Rel.
I'll take Azir.
Or you can pick Rel Azir too.
Yeah, we can just.
Can flex Rel.
Yeah, we can just sit on it.
Okay.
What the fuck can they counter?
Wait, is
Azir
it
with?
my
I don't think
move?
so.
So right now the
Wait, where
only
did he
problem is like
move?
we're gonna be. Actually, we have Senna. If you have Senna, it's fine. But
Only
if
80.
you're gonna go back to Swain X, then maybe
We
not
can
fine.
3P Senna, cause like I don't think they're gonna ban Cho. Like we haven't shown it.
Yeah.
They might ban Senna though. Oh, Renekton. Okay.
Fucking LCS drafting right now.
Senna's better, for sure.
I want to play versus Renekton. I'm thinking I could play like Jace. I could play Aatrox. Wow. Wait, is Maokai support?
Maokai
No, he's just hovering because it's David. He always hovers it against me.
Oh, I see.
They're fucking
Oh, they took the
LCS.
Jace. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, that's what you're gonna pick against right?
And
Well, let me think.
do we need to pick Swain? Because they'll probably ban it.
No, we don't
Don't
want
need it.
Swain bot.
Yep.
Oh, we don't want
Do you
Swain
need
bot?
to pick
Okay.
top here?
I'm thinking I should pick Aatrox here.
Yeah, I think that's better. I don't think they'll ban Senacho. I
Pick
hope
Aatrox,
they
pick
don't ban
Aatrox.
Senacho.
No, I mean we can
Because, like,
chill.
We need an AD bot though.
Yeah, we can chill. We chill.
Okay.
I mean,
What else? What else? Do you have percentage? Like that's not.
I can just play an AD. It's not a big deal. But it would be
Draven
kind of.
or no?
Well, Breezy could just play Ashe. We'll just flip the Heimer.
Draven or
true.
no?
What are we banning? What are we banning?
Yeah, we can ban
Sure.
Draven.
Draven's not that bad, I think.
Oh, okay.
There's also.
Ezreal's pretty OP with them. Jace, Ezreal, Maokai.
I can't
should
put
probably
the I
ban
can't
us
do both. I need to think about this. I'll go back
Or
for
Ezreal's
it.
not a bad ban actually. He's been playing
Yeah.
Ezreal too.
Ezreal's OP
I
with
like
matchups.
Ezreal ban when I'm playing Aatrox. Like
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean,
Down?
there's Zeri too. Do we care about Zeri?
No,
or...
I think give him
Nah.
Zeri from this.
I think better players there than Ez.
Zeri?
Ezreal?
Oh,
Ezreal
Ezra, yeah. Yeah, they're gonna ban. There's gonna be a Cho ban here, and we're gonna show up Heimer Ashe. I'm not even kidding.
Okay, okay. Can you just pick Heimer, I guess, and
Let us play Cho.
flex?
Really? Do you want to?
You want
pick
Cho or Heimer?
I think we should try it, even if this game doesn't go well.
Sure.
Senna first. Or
I think Cho first is better. You can play any support with Cho.
Yeah, it's because we might play robot in like a weird scenario.
There's
Brand. We're gonna play Brand Nami. Brand
Yeah.
Nami. I think they're gonna go Nami or something. Brand Nami.
I need to
that's
pee. I need to
they
pee,
did
so I'll
do
be right
that.
back, boys.
Okay.
I need a P too, but fuck, I gotta swap though. Fuck.
Brand.
Oh, they're going to AP bot.
I can just play. I can play Senna here. It's pretty free.
Yep.
Yeah, go for it.
I like that.
Yo, do you like TP or do you like? Go?
We're back.
I like TP.
Yeah, I think I'm going TP.
Yeah, I think TP's good.
It's weird because this is the only team that knows that how to play against Cho.
Brand. Okay.
Make sure you go MI rune, Scarra.
Yeah, I'm going double MR actually.
Yeah, not
Pretty
bad.
sure there's nothing they could do.
Do I go double MR? Nah.
I'm going double MR. I just need to make that lane and it's fine.
All right. Oh, I can change my ward. You guys are gonna get probably bullied, but huh?
No, actually, Senna does pretty well at this match.
I think we'll get
double poke.
I think we'll get bullied early.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
First few waves,
I
and then after that, it should be fine.
lose first 3 levels or first 2 levels, and then it's like the reverse of Renekton, where like I win every level
I'll try
after.
to find Maokai, then I might.
No, that is Renekton.
Oh no,
that is Renekton. Scarra. Renekton loses levels 1, 2.
Oh wait, no, you're right. No, the actual
this
Renekton.
This matchup's different. So Renekton is. It's like he wins the first couple of levels.
Oh no.
1 to 15.
Oh no.
Oh,
so like,
you guys think I should go?
It's hard to explain.
I feel like if Aatrox gets out of lane, even, you're happy.
Yeah. I want to get out of lane even. That's my goal. And
Yeah.
This guy.
Yeah.
This guy's about to tell me he loses 18 levels, man.
No, like, he's happy, like level 6 or 10 maybe.
Yeah, there's not many like matchups that like make Renekton hard to lose lane. The champ's just not that supposed to be like that good out of lane. If you make him even, you know, he's like you have to like neutralize him. So my champ will be more strong later.
Should we resume or should the production resume?
I think we resume.
I'll just pause.
Yeah.
Giga Chad.
Crown?
This guy's got phase rush, Brand.
Crown
Spend
is
the tech.
not that good against poke, but
I almost went to go D shield here.
but I see a lot of people go Crown against Jace, but I don't think it's that good.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
I mean, Crown's okay.
I want to know where Cho starts or where Makai starts. So
Oh,
like,
shit,
maybe if you can get a ward here later, like 120. Can you guys get
30
that?
seconds.
Yeah,
I mean,
we
what's a level
we can.
1?
120, like 120.
I mean, I think Q this anyways.
They're all hiding.
not here,
They're all
not
hiding. Carry here. Carry here.
No, they're not. Like,
He just queued it.
Oh, okay.
Q it again, then you can.
Yeah. I'll
you can ward here.
They're probably taking defensive
you hover
positioning
bot.
because of
Oh,
Rel.
they're
on 5 bot.
Shit.
5
Oh,
feet,
they're
5 feet.
invading us. Okay, I'll get deep ward.
Yeah.
I can try to get a stack when he walks out.
I'm running around.
I got plus 20 gold.
Nice.
Right on.
They're gonna have wards. But that's
How do I even enter bot?
You
This
guys
guy
should
doesn't
go
have.
long, I
He
guess.
doesn't have bone plate. I think he has second win.
Can you guys ward this late?
I can.
Yeah, like right here, just ward here.
Maybe just queue this bush, Scarra.
Yep.
I don't think you guys need to. It's fine, just ward it.
Oh, they warded fucking in between turrets, by the way. They're cheesing this bush, character.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so
He just warded here. Just
Is he trying
hug
to
this.
start your camps or
Hug
something?
this wall, and we're good.
Yeah, he's starting. Wolves
Hyper.
Wait, that's so random. What?
He
These guys are fucking weird.
He missed.
Jace isn't mid either. I don't know where he is.
These fuckers, man.
Yeah, they're weird for that. They might miss the XP. Oh, he fucking ghosted to get back,
Yeah,
by
I'm
the way,
going
so he
here,
didn't miss the
guys,
XP.
okay? Guys, I'm
Brando,
coming.
Brando ghost.
This guy is not. This guy's not real, man.
Oh, 2 souls right there.
Okay. Looks like I think it's Wraith right now.
We actually have push. For the meantime.
Yeah, we're chilling.
Oh, just kidding. He just blew up the wave.
Yeah, we have push. Brand W's 1.
WEs. Sokka's moving to you.
Yeah, he's probably.
Oh, he just warded River. He just warded River. A bone plate.
What if I flash here?
Oh, you're
disengage in?
I mean, you can. It's not worth it there.
Not worth it?
No, it's.
Oh, I think it's
fine.
worth it. I
Down.
think it's good. Yeah, I think it's good.
I'm just gonna go in.
He's rooted. No flash.
Oh,
He looked
next
red.
to you.
He has no flash. No flash.
Oh.
Oh,
no.
Ah, he flashed.
Sorry, I should have waited on my stuff there.
Oh shit. Oh, sorry.
All good. All good.
bro.
All good.
All good.
All good.
He's probably on my red now.
Spraying doesn't have TP. We're good to trade for a bit.
Yep, they're fully popped off.
Yeah, they're scared.
I use both bots. That bit.
What if I get bot again? No, it's fine.
Ah, it's nothing.
What?
Oh, I'm behind him, guys. So.
Okay, Brando flash. If you see it.
Yeah.
Chalk and Q.
Looking up right now.
Yeah, looking. Nice, he's a goner. Well played.
Nice game.
Okay,
I'm
stop.
gonna get dive top. Oh, I think he's dead.
I think it'd be okay.
They're gonna rewatch this bot and they're like, how did he get to the bush there?
Wait, we should.
Coming
We should.
straight top. I'm coming
Wait,
straight
what did you
top.
say?
We should get
Boozy?
this wave in base. Get this wave in base.
Do you need help push?
Me? After the whip?
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
coming.
probably.
Oh, I'm coming to you because they're gonna dive you again.
Yeah.
Okay, we can
I'm
leave
gonna
now.
Check here.
Yeah,
we can fight this guy too.
Yeah.
He's gonna try and cancel you
again?
probably.
I'm running so far.
He's gonna try to pop
Yeah.
on me. Oh, I'm
Okay,
dead.
good.
I'm coming top one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait.
This is charging.
I think just TP Scarra. They're
Yeah,
pushing
I'm
bot hard.
gonna run. I'm gonna run.
Yeah.
I was thinking, I was trying to find that item
You
in
can
the
flash, you
store,
can flash.
man.
He has no flash.
Oh shit! Fuck
Everything?
that one up.
I'm coming. I'm
Yeah,
coming.
I'm
By the
W.
way.
I got both.
Nice.
Five.
We're smurfing.
I all three.
An enemy
Yeah,
has
yeah.
been
You can kite down to
slain.
me.
He's not in there. I'm basing.
I'm free.
Oh, he's 6.
Yo, run. We lose that.
I'm base.
Okay, you can base. Fuck.
Ooh, I lost a big wave, man. Fuck, I should have flashed over.
Wait, is Jace here?
Okay.
I think Jace is here. I just saw him.
You sure?
Yeah, Jace is
wow.
here.
Oh.
Oh fuck, it's not a good game.
An ally has been
Scaling.
Yes, scaling.
Daijobu.
Fighting.
Fighting. Oh my gosh, this guy's really low. No flash. I'm coming, Scarra, if you see a Q. Oh, big.
You heal me up, man.
I got you, yeah.
You fucking went for the souls first.
I think if you ever hit a Q on Brand, he dies.
Yeah. 2 seconds.
Nice try.
Did Jace flash or anything?
Nope.
Don't take your minion.
All sums.
Guys.
Marker should be around here, so be careful.
Oh fuck.
I think, are they doing drag? No, they're not.
Soraka thinks.
Did not think he was in that bush. He's full life now. What the heck?
Yeah, I wanna walk mid here. Let's try something.
Or free farming.
He's insta dead, by the way. I'm gonna hit 6.
Yeah.
That guy's here. Well, that guy is tanky as fuck. I can W skip this guy. He's playing really
Yeah,
well.
I'm coming.
Okay,
My wave
it's
is
mid tier.
fucked top. My wave is fucked. I cannot really do much. Does he have flash?
Yeah, good.
Marker's doing golems right now.
You can try to look.
He's playing kind of.
They don't know where Rel is. They're queuing
You
push
want
this
this
bot.
cannon?
No, they know I am. They know where I am.
Yeah,
They-
when he goes in the cannon, we can
Okay.
try.
They just rock a kid try for fun, I guess.
Oh, he's playing really back. Actually, right
Yeah. Oh shit.
here. What? My bad.
I'll just help you push. Don't worry. I'll help you push. All good.
I'm surprised I didn't hit him.
Marker's bot.
We're fine.
Oh, I should probably not do that. Yo, I'm 6 right here, by the way. These guys are dead.
If they pull Drake on, actually,
We have flash, but
They have Jace move.
Brand has flash now, yeah.
Brandon's flash.
Soraka's in lane bot.
Yo, can we kill?
Yeah,
Oh,
it's all
fuck,
you.
fuck. Yeah,
Oh, I
I'll
got.
sell
I feel like Brand doesn't do much damage with phase rush.
It's just that he fell behind. Let's get Leandro.
Oh, that hit me? Really? Oh, I'm dead. I'm dead.
I guess both dead.
Yep. Oh, maybe.
Top is really good. Top is really good.
Oh.
You know what, guys? We are fucking Bing chilling.
Yeah, we're chilling.
We are Bing chilling. I'm coming to Rift.
You're doing hero.
I'm coming too.
Bro, it's not bad. If he's just gonna freeze, it's actually not bad.
Huh?
Wait, is he staying bot? No way, these guys are greeting. I'm coming back. They're gonna dive you again, by the way. He's gonna go in this bush.
You can leave now if you want.
He's
Unless
probably
you
just,
want this?
He's probably just sitting in here, Scarra.
We win this.
No, okay, fine.
He's leaving.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Here's not Drake. I'm gonna go try
You
to
take
take
it, you
it.
take it, you take it.
Jungle.
Okay.
Yeah, but watch me. Make sure I don't get dove here, and then my game is okay. My game's playable. Okay, if he just bases here, then it's chill.
I'm here. I'm here. I'm marking.
There's Malachi on Drake, I think.
Can we fight?
They're just no. It's 4v2 guys.
No,
No, they're bot lane base.
Yeah, I
They're
want
bot
to
lane
fight.
I'm coming then.
Slow.
No way, I fucking missed.
Alright, like, hit Malachi.
Ulti.
Oh, steal the Drake?
Wait, oh my god,
they didn't think about that one.
Show runs over to snipe the drag.
I'm gonna base in TP here, okay? If he stays, we can actually kill him. He's no ulti.
I have Sentinel, but they have Struck ult too. Okay.
Oh no, they ulti there. At my death.
I'm gonna buy anti-heal for this play.
Really?
If
I
we
thought
go
it
in
was
here,
just.
it's gonna save.
Oh, it might have been a normal
heal.
heal.
I think it was Summoner
I'm
heal.
gonna check.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Stay
check.
for like 10
They have
seconds.
they have Struck ult for sure.
Alright, I'm resetting.
Okay.
Fuck, he's too good.
Oh.
He ghosted and
Oh.
ulted. Brand ghost ult. Holy shit.
Bro, the fucking moves.
Careful mid.
Moves. Yep.
He can ulti.
Oh, we're getting done here. Can we just kill this
Yeah.
guy? Can we just kill this guy? Oh, never mind.
Careful of that sapling. Yeah, we can't help you, Jake. He just CP back when it's up.
20 seconds though. He literally just ults us.
Oh, I'm a goner.
I'm running bot. I can TP in 2. Actually, I'm just running. Tempo.
I'm a goner.
That's Jace for 3.
Oh, big. Swaka ulted. Swaka flash, Brand flash.
Oh, fuck, Jace here too.
Swaka has nothing. Oh, fuck.
Yo, I'm running.
I killed Rocket, kills Rocket.
I'm coming to this play, by the way. I'm coming to this play.
No flashes
Oh,
on
they
the
have
TP.
Renekton too.
Yeah,
Renekton.
this is good.
Interesting. Holy shit, they have 5. Oh,
Boy,
Fuck.
I fucking
I'm gonna go try to cancel this
playing
chase.
against the Avengers or what?
They used
Yeah.
they used everything. Maybe I can kill this Jace.
I'm here. I'm coming soon.
Wait, I TP in 4
I can
seconds.
TP in 8.
I hit him. He's
Yo,
rooted.
I'm
He's rooted. He's rooted.
I'm cutting them off. I'm cutting
Oh, yeah,
them
I'm
off.
gonna TP.
I can get a lot here. I can get a lot.
Brand no flash.
Let me get Brand. Let me get Brand. He's big shutdown. Let me get him.
Bro. Bro, what's my top laner doing?
Yo.
I think I'm good. I think I'm good.
What is my
Who's
top
dead?
laner doing?
Bro, he fucking he bought a Leanders in base.
Killed him, bro. What the fuck?
Wait. I'm here.
He died in bought a Leanders.
He has no
so I
flash. No
dodged
flash.
the
Aatrox no
burn.
flash. Oh, you guys
Oh,
can
they're
do
too
that.
strong. Okay.
I have Sun ult in 5 seconds.
Oh fuck, he hit me. Okay, I'm basing.
Oh, I'm not gonna take.
Oh. Shit, these guys are strong. We need Rel.
Yeah.
Wait, can you heal me? Get few?
That's 5 seconds. 3 seconds.
No flash. No flash.
That's all I got.
I'm here.
Oh.
Brand no flash ghost.
Okay, I'll base.
I didn't have E.
Okay. I have to herald something. So.
Okay.
Okay, maybe in here.
Wait, they...
Wait, this guy fucking hurts.
Yeah.
Jason's
I'm
all
going
mana.
bot.
Wait.
Oh, nice.
Nice. I don't know if you guys got the damage though. You got it?
Wow,
Let's go.
nice.
Oh,
Big. They
nice.
took a huge bounty.
Middle low.
Let go.
Dude, do I build Tabby or do I build... Ooh. Ooh.
I think you need mercs.
I know, but like, fuck, guy.
You got triple AP or 3AP.
Bro.
Yo, I'm running on brand here.
I'm dipping.
Yeah.
Yo, we can collapse on him.
He has no flash. No flash.
Can you scoop him here?
Oh, goodbye.
Oh.
Wait, he's fucking out of there with Phaser's
So
ghost.
fast,
I'm
bro.
coming. He's fucking out.
He's running through.
Abyssal Tabbies? Abyssal is so...
Alright. It's all good.
Your turret has been
This is going decent.
Not bad. Oh, okay here.
I'm here, man.
I don't have anything.
Yeah,
It's pretty low.
Right?
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, he took blue.
Oh,
you took blue.
I got blue. Okay.
Nice.
He's on your red right now.
Can't really do much about that.
Yeah.
Like, I'm super far, but...
This guy's mid.
I just want some souls.
Yeah. Breezy, go me. I'm just solo now, I think.
They have it.
Yeah, I'll go. I need a base. I'm just gonna get this wave in base. I'm basing. This shit's gone.
I mean, I can't wait. Is Maokai on it?
He's coming out of base. He's like here.
Are we finding this drag?
Because
I can
Renekton
TP.
shouldn't have. I don't know if Renekton has TP. I don't think he has it.
It's just really hard to walk in, guys.
Yeah, they have Makai.
I mean, okay. Our counter play is to try to 5-man this guy.
Yeah, we just
and
4
kill
5-man him. Yeah.
Because I have anti-heal. We can probably kill him.
Yeah. I don't like how
they're gonna try to kill you, Jimmy.
Yeah. I don't like how he said probably.
That looks like a hard kill. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. Oh. What am I doing? I'm just running back and forth.
I'll come defend you on this turret.
Yep. I mean, they're not gonna. They're back. Right?
Yeah, they're mid. Yeah.
I can TP.
They're just running to rift.
I'm resetting and then I don't
We
think
should
by Herald.
look bot side. Yeah. Rift Scar.
You look on this chase? Just walking through.
Yeah, I'm looking. They have full wards in here though, probably.
Yeah, this is warded, or this is warded right here.
Yeah.
Oh. They're running at me top. I'm fine.
Yeah, they're on rift right now. Someone should take this.
Oh, I am so far.
I'm coming.
Oh, okay.
Oh, there's 2 people here.
Maybe he's just sitting in the bush, or he bissed. One of the two.
Alright, guys. I'm gonna try to engage soon.
Jace might be in here, Scar. Can you check?
And before he's actually there by the Wait, 10 seconds on.
Yeah, he's not. On base.
Fuck, I need one
Oh,
way.
you guys are new to base? Shit.
No, I.
The worst
Just,
timing.
he blew up
I
this.
kind of want to just.
I mean, I don't have the
Yeah,
base.
I
I
think
want
we
you guys
just-
to just push bond and rotate to mid, and I'm gonna try
I think
to
we
engage.
just bait this, or we look for kill.
Yeah, oh, he's basing.
What
Alright, we
the
just push.
Alright, just
fuck?
push.
Wow, this guy was doing Krugs on weak side timer. He's too good. Too smart.
This is warded.
Alright,
He just TP'd bot, Jace.
back.
Oh, this is on our side to fight. Try to run, Jake.
I'm just gonna run.
Behind me,
Oh, they double TP. They double TP.
Yeah,
I'm out. Just try to live.
Make it.
Try to live, yeah.
He's chasing. You can get out. I'm gonna keep pushing top.
Ally has been slain.
They use quite a lot.
Yeah, he's gonna flash on you.
Oh, we're
Yeah.
good.
He
I'm
has
okay.
no flash. Renekton needs flash.
Please
They
push
used-
top. Please push top.
They use double TP. Not the worst.
Alright, I have my item now. I can try to TP behind Soraka here too.
You guys, it's just TB.
I think they kill us.
They're holding bot.
I
We're
get
here.
one
I'm coming
tap.
bot.
Okay,
We can look for a play bot though. We can look for a play
Yes.
bot right here.
I'm gonna TP here. I
Oh.
don't think Renekton's there.
Go on this guy first. You guys don't be scared. Don't be scared. Don't be scared.
Azir, come.
I
Try to play a little
fucking
slow for me.
ulted the
I'm
Rift
gonna go on Soraka,
Herald.
okay?
Oh yeah, we did him.
Okay.
Oh fuck. We kill this. Okay.
Oh, you're fucking dead.
Brand damage roll.
Got
Maybe
one.
get Brand.
No. We're gonna lose.
That's
I'm
pretty
just
fast.
gonna.
Alright.
I'm gonna test
Go
the
for it,
vibe
little
thing.
bro.
Yeah.
Wait, I can TP behind them. They still push. Where do they go?
Oh!
Shit.
I'm trying to just fucking make something happen out of this.
TP? I don't know if they see.
Okay.
I like that.
Yeah, I'm trying to make something here.
Use the flash.
Soraka has heal still, okay? They're trying to bait you.
Oh!
Are you? Do you need my heal?
Steady.
Okay, we got Valkyrie. Okay.
Oh my god, where did my health bar go?
Yeah, this guy's so strong actually.
It's okay. Once you have 2 items, you can go full tank now, right?
Yeah, no, I'm literally going now, but usually I want to go the armor. But this guy is like
Oh.
just so fucking
Yeah.
Yeah, you probably need Force Nature or something. Or Spirit Visage, I don't know.
I'll just go slow play next.
Who else use flash?
Maokai, Jace. That's what I saw.
Maokai, Jace, and Brand.
I didn't see Brand, but oh yeah, if you
Brand
guys saw
ball
Brand,
crushed me.
Jace is top. Jace is top.
watch out for Baron now,
Yeah,
guys.
they do really fast Brand.
Yeah.
Who's
Maokai's on your red. Yeah, watch me. Watch me.
25.
You're low.
He has no flash, Maokai.
Brand's like right there.
You're alone. You're alone.
Oh, you might be a gunner.
Oh.
I'm actually a goner.
Shit.
Wow, that is a lot.
I mean, I'm kind of down to go.
Yeah.
Oh, Maokai,
Wait.
I'm out of the fight.
Get Brand, get Brand.
Brand. Okay.
Got one.
Heal you, Jake.
Run, boys.
You have a turret here.
Yep.
Oh, that turret's gonna disappear.
It'll die fast.
Yeah.
It'll die fast.
That's
I
fine.
think they're gonna go Baron now.
Jace no flash.
Their damage without Brand is
It's
not that high.
they're really
Baron,
not that good.
They're just going Drake, it looks like.
Okay. Care, we're back off here. The turret's dying.
I am, but I got keep slow.
But I'm kind of low.
You're healing with red.
Yeah. But I'm not sure what we could do here.
Nah.
Renekton is Giga Chad.
Yeah. I think we just have to go this drag.
Oh yeah, we do. Oh, he's gonna have another one here soon. He's fucking trying to. Oh, okay.
Oh, hey.
Coming to you. Aatrox. I can maybe look here.
Oh, watching. Oh, we can run that Brand. We can maybe run.
Oh,
that
they're
Brand.
probably they're doing Baron. They're doing Baron.
Careful.
They're doing Baron
Yeah.
for sure, guys. They're doing Baron for sure.
Yeah.
They're doing Baron for sure.
Nice. Watch the TP.
Back in.
Try to run.
I'm dead.
I'm running.
Up the word. We still might try Nash, by the way.
Yeah.
They don't have jungler though. We have.
Scar's gonna have flash.
Wait, we have Scarra flash.
the
I'll
demo.
go see.
Wait, he might get pulled.
13 seconds.
They're gonna fight us here.
Bran is not doing Baron.
Maybe we can check. Okay,
sweet.
they're not on. I'll run bot. I have TP.
Okay.
Maybe look.
Just gonna try to get their wards here.
I'm not there, guys.
The
They can start Baron anytime. They can still start Baron.
Yeah.
Like when
I don't know,
they're up.
40.
They could be on it now, honestly. I'll just ward it if I die. Yeah, they're on it. 11k.
TP. They have no jungler, by the way.
No, they have it's the same
Can you
spawn.
queue it for vision? Yeah.
oh my
fuck.
god.
Is that 5k? I just fucking flash in there,
TP.
Scarra. Get in there.
Get in this car.
Oh,
Oh, no,
Let's keep, I'm gonna keep pushing bot. I'm gonna
just-
keep pushing
just
bot.
go.
Just don't. The
Kind of
rest
live.
don't die.
Kind of live, yeah.
Oh.
Oh fuck.
Okay, I'm okay.
Oh.
Oh, he
Oh,
flashed.
yeah,
Oh, whatever.
it's
He
fine.
flashed.
It's fine.
Alright, that's fine. He flashed.
Nice.
Alright, that was a big bounty, actually.
That was huge.
Yeah.
Maybe I
Wait,
can get this turret
Turret
body.
bounty? Your damage is so low. I mean, you're working at it. Yeah, you're working at it. No.
Chill, man.
No, sorry.
Go. I want to go.
Dude, I got.
Wait, the bounties fell off. That means we're coming back.
I have my
Yeah.
cleaver.
Dude, you know what happened?
I did not flash.
Rocket did a silence.
Wait,
zone
can you?
here.
Oh, he didn't.
Thank God you got
Soraka
that.
did a what?
Yeah, Rocket silence. I couldn't bite. You fucking-
Oh, it's fine. I got it.
yeah,
I
thank
got
God.
It's
Thank
fine.
fucking
Jake got it, don't worry.
God.
He got it all by
I
himself.
almost have my cleaver. I need one count.
Alright, I'm scaling, guys.
Wait, actually.
Oh my god, it's happening. That's half my health.
Wow. What the frick?
Yeah.
I'll get my cleaver.
Yeah, I have Nashers.
You're gonna get cancelled forever. Oh, another one incoming.
Okay. I mean, we have the Baron, so we're just farming now.
Who has it? I think only you have it, right?
I have
Oh,
it.
Danny has it too.
If we can make it harder for them to siege. Also,
I can
if
also
this
just
guy
straight up
overextends-
engage, but I don't know how strong we are.
No,
I
don't
think
think we're that strong. I don't think we're
Danny,
that
I think
strong. We should make a pick.
just I think do damage this fight.
Okay.
Or I think we need your damage this fight.
Okay, yeah, no scoopage.
We can try
No
to make a
scoopage,
pick on
yeah.
this guy too. If he's if he takes damage from me first.
If you use everything on this guy, we lose mid, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh,
They're
help
just
me help-
sieging
or,
bot
I
with him.
And they can't really siege. We have Nash.
That's like you're almost 100 stacks.
Yeah, I'm strong.
You're gonna be pumping.
I'm strong. I'm strong.
Okay, let's try to
Alright.
wave clear. We need to wave clear this. We need to wave.
I can
clear this.
engage here too.
Yeah,
they're
they're
looking.
engaging.
Alting.
We're good.
Okay, we're fine.
Okay, I'm locking up.
They just knock
Okay.
out.
Nice. The Fiji is dog. The Fiji is not that good. Nice. They're gonna go back to drag soon. I'll go to top wave. Actually,
You
Renekton's
can try
running
to
top.
catch Renekton.
I have RFC
I
now.
think because they're gonna be setting up bot for dragon.
Oh, they're
We can
doing
get.
red. Yeah, they're doing
Okay, it's just Renekton.
Can I
You
just
can.
fight this?
Yeah, you can.
Never mind.
Okay, wait, I'm coming. It could be okay.
Wow.
It's not okay.
Cut it, guys.
Jason's here.
Cut out. Cut out. Yeah.
Baited us.
Just keep running to
My bad. It was-
No, oh, man. I was like, you guys can fight that. I'm like, okay.
I did not see that their whole team is there. Actually, I thought they were dragon side. Fuck.
Yeah, I thought if it's just one, it was okay.
I think we give this.
Yeah.
Can look mid maybe.
That-
Oh, what the fuck? They're playing.
Brand's tanky too.
Alright, I'm just gonna try and hold top. It's only Jace. I'm fucking this Jace up, by the way.
Okay, I'm fucking about mid. Oh,
He's
Afro's coming in.
Oh, and they fucked you up.
Okay.
Alright, we gotta fight right here. This is like our only time.
Been destroyed. Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
I'm just gonna try to go in.
Okay.
I'm just
Oh,
gonna
maybe we
slow
go bot.
down.
Maybe we go bot. I'm
I think Hysterix is on CD. He has no,
Okay,
he has no
actually-
flash. No flash, no flash.
What's on CD?
You guys got it.
What's the cooldown of that shit? Okay, nice.
Somebody throws top.
Dragon?
Yeah,
Can
I'm
we
going
fight for
back.
drag or no?
No, I have no
We
ulti.
can.
I
We
mean,
try to kill Jace because he's 1k bounty.
I mean, he's gonna
GA.
run. He's just gonna run.
Okay, we can try drag. I'll
It's
blur
too
a bit.
late. No, it's too late.
It's
Oh,
gone,
blur.
yeah.
Let me
Then you have to go
Oh
there.
shit.
Oh
Dude,
shit.
I'm dead.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
And I'm probably dead too.
Oh, they're not even on dragon.
Brand flashed. Keep block. Fuck.
To infinity.
They're gonna end the game.
that's okay. I got a secret technique.
Top secret.
Dominating.
I scoop him. Can you eat someone?
Yeah, it's 5 seconds.
Brand has no flash. If you see it on Brand. Oh.
Oh?
Oh yeah!
Oh!
Oh!
And not
Oh,
losing
shit.
health.
Oh!
Wait, they're kind of dying. I'm
I'm up
up.
into
Wait,
it. I'm
are
up into
they?
it.
I feel like they're not.
Yeah, this
Oh, wait,
so
Jason.
rocket
Yeah,
kind
they
of
are.
catch them
Oh,
up.
Jason said GA.
They are.
Shit.
Yeah, Renekton's gonna be here kind of soon. Bro,
Ow.
I'm getting one shot by Brand.
Yeah, me too.
Has been destroyed.
Get some MR up in here.
Yeah, I'm making space. I'm making space.
Alright.
Oh, I'm getting one shot.
Fuck.
I'm dead. Fuck. No.
Something happening?
Worry, I'm pumping.
Something happening.
Fuck, my bad. This game.
He has ulti again?
I could have done so much. So sad.
Dude, after I died the second time top lane, man, that shit fucking sucked.
No, I could have salvaged it actually. When I went
Okay.
back to top, I could have helped you.
Yo, Breezy, good shit. Good shit, Jake. Okay, well, I pass all around.
Yo, if that was double F, I'm just saying he would have carried, you know?
Dude, I know it's my bad, guys. I
Instead,
So
I had
good.
fucking Vladimir double F. Just kidding.
These guys are gonna be 3-0, and then we're gonna be in a one game tomorrow, and they're gone.
and they're gonna be
Yeah.
very sad tomorrow.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. That's good. That's good.
Yeah,
Mm.
I keep underestimating Renekton.
Yeah,
Dude, how I can't
yeah, I
believe
mean,
he
I was
ticked 6. I can't believe he ticked 6 there too.
dude.
Oh, yeah.
That was some
Holy
sad
shite.
shit.
I tried to fight him too much. Like I was trying to kill him level 3, but I'm not supposed to do that.
No, I mean,
It was a
I mean, if you're
mistake.
feeling it, you're feeling it.
All good, man. Just a scrim, you know?
Yeah. Tomorrow's the real deal.
3-0, no diff.
Scarra, I think you gotta bring out the brand, man. That was looking
Oh,
OP.
I kind of want to try it. Yeah, I'm down to. I'm in the solo queue today with Brand to see how it looks.
It's not bad.
Yeah, that shit was not fun to play against. He got tanky too. He had 3
Yeah,
kills
yeah.
at the end.
It looked
Yeah.
okay.
Usually happens when they're all winning.
Yeah, yeah, that is true.
We're all good.
Wait, come on.
Wait, is anyone 0-2 or 0-1?
We're the first 3 of the first 4 games, so no one else has played.
Yeah.
The next 2 games are.
Yeah.
So wait, so no one can go 0-3.
No one else can go 0-3. We're guaranteed live.
Oh yeah.
Whoa.
My brain just went to mush there. Wait a second, we lost to every team.
Was looking forward to
like,
Chosen in
whatever.
late game. Yeah,
So
it would have been
tilted?
nice for me to be able to.
Check.
No.
Oh, I'm happy.
Vibe check.
No one's
Vibe
tilted,
check.
right?
We're underrated. We're in the good spot.
Dude, it's the underdog story every time. It works.
Just those stupid little mistakes, dude. Like we're actually good.
We're so great.
If we scrimmed collegiate teams, we would win.
How
many solo queue games have you guys played, huh? Are you practicing?
100. 100.
Hey, we've actually
look at my match history.
I think
but
we've all
I've
been
practicing
grinding.
a lot.
Yeah.
We're done today, right?
Yeah, we're chilling. We're
Yeah.
chilling. I'll probably.
I think we're done, right? Yeah.
Back to M+.
Could be a rematch against Afromu's team because I'm assuming.
Are you
that
actually
they're
playing
gonna take down
WoW?
Everyone, and then
I'm
bracket stage tomorrow
practicing a
would be
new
rematch
class,
of this
so
game that
for
we
the
just saw.
next expansion.
Well,
Oh my
as I said
God.
At the end of the last
Because
interview,
I've
I should
only
not be
played one
surprised
class
if we
in my
see
whole life.
Afromu's team
So-
back in the post-game interviews plenty more times, and that's exactly where we're going to be heading next after the break. We're tossing the commercials right now, but once we return, we're going to be having another player.
I
from
am
this
probably gonna
notorious
just be
and
watching the games, and then I'll be solo
cracked
queuing
Afromu
after.
squad. We'll see
If anyone wants to join, let me know.
What is setting these
For
guys
sure.
apart
GG.
aside from
GG's.
the
GG, guys.
GG's.
regimens.
See you tomorrow.
And after that, we'll be ready to jump into our 5th match of the day. We still got 2 more. coming at you
Dude.
guys here at the NA Legends Invitational presented by Disguised Toast. We'll be right
Cho
back.
is. I feel. Soraka brand was pretty annoying, but like, yeah, I don't know. It's weird.
Subway refreshed their ingredients, their menu, and now they're slicing their meats fresh. That's why their new Subway Series subs are preferred by this champ.
And his future champ. Pros who are talking heads prefer fresh sliced turkey.
And pros who use their heads prefer fresh sliced ham.
More deli meats are preferred by this QB.
And preferred by his old backup QB.
And if we prefer it, we know you'll prefer it too. Is this slice as good as your tennis slice?
I can't answer that. But
Yeah, like, I'm not gonna lie.
Nice, he's a goner. Well played.
Nice game.
No,
He's watch on him. Watch on him. He's dead.
Oh my god.
Back soon.
I'm watching it. I'm sitting all down.
He died, sir. Nice. I got you. I have heal still. Just come.
Hey.
Slow pushing.
Can you ward Herald?
Nice.
Atos
We
is
see it,
just
bro. We're real
solid.
spot. Real
He
spot.
can't
So,
solo.
He's low.
No way, I fucking.
Alright, the hit knock guy. Hit the hit.
Oh, ulti this?
Oh, still a Drake.
This is such a.
Wait,
Oh my god, this guy is
Wait,
such a...
they didn't think about that one.
Wait. What's the gold look like here? We're down 2.5k at 9 minutes.
Nice.
Yeah, that's better than the other team.
I don't know if you guys got the damage though. You got it?
Wow,
Let's go.
nice.
Oh,
Big.
nice.
There's a huge bounty.
Run, I'm coming to you right now. They're
Aatrox can be on your left. I'm just pushing. Wow, you're good.
I am running. Maybe give them a chance, and now revenge looking for the deep TP. So this is where they're gonna try to lay their line in the sand and see if they make something happen.
Okay, Revenge wants his moment. The Soraka Wish was used to keep Perry alive, but now Revenge comes in over the wall, and Golden Glue is also very low. Insanity trying to kite back, and again, unleash team fight hell with these ultis. Revenge will burn away. They'll make it a 1-for-1. As Shifter goes in to try to find the Shurima Shuffle he's been waiting for the entire game, but instead he's only going to burn away to another death to Insanity. It's a 2.
The red buff, he takes him down, and Insanity could look for more as Perry's looking to go.
Yeah, Shifter goes in for the shuffle, but he's immediately killed as soon as he tries. Insanity should at least die to this. Smithy gonna grab the kill credit on that one, but now he should be traded back.
No, just finish. Just show a flash.
Yeah. Rose here.
I'm gonna drop a silence. Silence.
Uh-oh.
That's okay. Go for kills.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, good.
Yeah, go mid.
Think you get him?
I can
Okay,
get him.
let's just push.
I'm gonna go break. Let's go break top and mid.
We're still
Big
6.7k goal behind on
I'm
this.
trying to get the red. I'm coming to fight the red guys.
We can collapse on
Oh,
them.
yeah.
Send his basic. Send his basic.
Watching
Go here.
with ulti. Watching with ulti.
Watch our shot.
Yeah, I'm
Keep going,
coming to kill more.
Look at Aatrox.
I'm watching Aatrox here. Watching Aatrox here, guys.
Yeah. Root him. Silence.
Oh shit.
Nice.
Yeah, top
Okay,
left here.
we got shuffle here.
Like,
Yeah, let's keep going. I'm looking for.
Griffith's OP this game, Perry.
Okay.
If you get
Wait, I'm just setting my ult on these
Mentioned
guys.
to you a while back that they were scrimming. You're like, no
God,
one's scrimming. I mean, no one is
stopping.
scrimming except for them.
I'm ending.
Oh, that's got here. Alright.
It's okay. You know what? You know what it's gonna be, guys? I know how to get hyped up after this, okay? This is how we're gonna get hyped up. Until the game start. Huh. What the fuck? Yeah, it's just scrims. Everyone knows people just play worse than scrims. No big deal. Oh, I want to do. Might be a this if he takes. Did you get elo? Hell no. You think I gained elo from losses? Are you gonna watch the rest of the games? Yes, I'll be watch party the rest of the games. Oh. I think it's fine to just take this out. And I'll force this pawn structure to be weird. Can we leave this in the middle? Okay. That's 685. Oh, I should have conceded. I forgot he had this. Oh, I should take it first then. That's not good for me. It's probably fine. It's whatever. We don't want to lose this. Where are Toast headsets? That's an interesting one. I've never seen those. They look like toy headsets. Oh, my pawns are looking a little weird. But at least I defended this. He bought them at a Taiwanese convenience store. Interesting. I hate playing in games like this because they're really boring. IMO. I hate the en passant greedy. I've never seen those words before in my life. Why is throwing? How is white throwing, man? Everyone has clear pieces. Yeah, I should just offer a draw. Here, watch this. He didn't accept. Draw declined. I probably push this. Take, he takes, I take. Baby. That's fine. I don't think it's as free as he thought it was. I'm gonna try something. I have no idea. I have 20 seconds, man. You can push up here. I'm in kind of a trouble. Sure, let him double his pawns. It's fine. He pushes up. I realize I don't have to even do that. Very weird. How the fuck do I do this without? Oh, I don't have enough. I can't play the timer. Yeah. Oh, he pushed. I'm trying this. I don't even know if I like this. Wait. The pawn structures are fake. They're not a real concept. Wow, he actually doubled this. Holy shit. We're just waiting for the next game. Is King's exposed? Yeah. That's why you usually don't push up the second pawn, but I'm exposing my king for fun, I guess. Wow. The fuck? Yep. This. See, fuck. Can't move here. Can't move here. Can't move. He can move here, but that's pretty far out. How do I take advantage of this? My bishop is in a terrible spot. Not a huge fan of where I am right now. I'm gonna do this. 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. I probably should push this last round, but it's okay. Oh. Okay, I didn't play this out in my head, but let me see how this works. Pretty sure it's just he fucked up. Pretty sure he fucked up. He should have moved and we just trade this. Yeah, pretty sure there was mate in some way there, but I'm not good enough to figure it out. But it's okay. I'll figure it out now. I actually have this. Huh. Okay. He takes now. Oh, he can't. Oh, and he still can't take. Oh my god. Oh, wait. I don't want to rematch this guy. I don't even know if we got the same guy. Okay. Okay. This is my opener mostly. I don't even know if it's good. It's just a funny opener. No way he pushes this. What the fuck? Man? There's no way he pushes and the enemy team always pushes. Do not mind. He's gonna play this, and I move up. He shifts over. He's leaning to a play that's a little too late. But yeah, I'll be playing chess with my down. Oh, do I care? I should have taken here, actually. Fuck. That was my bad. I had a free fork. Now he can play. Oh. I fucked up. I missed the free play. Ooh. Ooh. How do I do this? There's got to be a way out of this formula. If I take this check, then I guess we just trade, and I come out ahead. He checks, I take, he takes, and I come out bishop up, which is perfectly fine. He takes pawn. Oh. No way. No way he played it like this. Yeah, no way he played it like that. Okay. I probably should do knight first here. Why did he resign? Well, I mean, because I owned him. Who wouldn't resign after that? That embarrassing feat. Where's he going with this? Here? let me cook something. Oh, he fucking moved this. There was no cooking to be done here. What did I do with all this different betting on you? Oh, dude, don't worry, man. Trust me, Scarra points aren't real. I was thinking about doing something for my channel points, but I don't want to say it in case it doesn't work out. But there's been something that I've been thinking about. That I talked to John about. No, but like they're not real. Like, I would highly not recommend. This guy's trying to rock battery this, but it doesn't work the way he thinks it does, right? He moves back. What do I get for that though? I'm up, but like I'm trying to figure out how to do this. But yeah, I have been thinking about some channel point redemptions. And the reason I thought about it is because John And so I don't know if that makes it better or worse, but yeah, John is the reason why I'm thinking about some stuff. Wait. I fucked up. Oh, I missequenced this by a lot. There were some sequencing mistakes. Okay, I actually have the answer if he doesn't take here. Please. It's 600 LP. What are the chances he sees this? Oh, what are they drafting? Oh, they banned Harp. Okay, no problem. Oh. How is he gonna save this? He moves back here. Attacks this. I push up. You have the fucking piece, man. Oh, it's actually a draw. Wait, I thought I had to move it back. Is it just my pieces that are repetition, or it has to be his? Is it even if he moves differently, if I move the same, it's still a draw? Oh, that's a my bad. It's the same board position. Oh, my bad. I don't know when it's a potential draw, but that was whoops. I don't even care about that one. I don't think. Yep. Oh, that's why he can't. But he can take this. What happens if he just takes this? It's okay. I think it should be fine. Oh, you got Yasu. Okay. Hell yeah. Well, let me play chess like the top right. Oh, you can only see one draft. Fuck. I'm definitely a material here, right? Okay, he actually took that. Then he's. Oh, I guess I'm not up as much material as I thought. I mean, I'm up 2. That's pretty good. There was a rumble. There's Renata. Holy fuck. That's a hype ass pick. Wait, I feel like he should have traded and taken this. I think I'm gonna take instead. What does it say? Fuck it. He takes this, I take this. I'm down. Oh. He was not down. Kind of want to try something. He queens here. Take. Oh, it's a dead pawn. Fuck. Oh, I misplayed this. Fuck. Skip. Huh? Wait. We're back. We're so back. Okay, wait. The game's about to start. Nothing crazy happened, right? They leveled. They're just... Oh, I fucked up. I was one too slow. Wow. Who knows what could happen this game? I'm sorry, guys. I just have to focus on the game.
Not an Ignite Renekton, so
You know, I'm just a
that
huge
is
league.
The absolute disaster scenario here His nice little sidestep started off there from stunt. He goes forward, trying to trade with the Q, and Yasuo just commits to it because he has a lethal tempo. He feels he can just win this
Oh
kind of
my
auto attack
God.
battle out. Lands those extra Qs, puts the ignite down, flashes, doesn't hit the Q there.
Oh,
Stunt
does he
close
die to
leveling
the
up,
creep
just moves
wave?
back in here. Yasuo hits 2 first, does go for it, but Stunt moves up, gets that kill on the minion with his Q.
Oh my God. Oh my God. You get no fucking scream there. You can tell.
We saw in that little rundown, miss from Yasuo. If either one hit, he gets the kill.
That's rough, man. He's gonna really want that one back. He used his ignite, he used his flash, he still died anyway. And
Damn.
now what's already gonna be a difficult matchup will become even more frustrating as this Renekton is off to a great start.
Yeah, but it's gonna be tough. Lorlo doing fine in the lane so far, so I'm gonna be interested to see how long he does lane. As you said, are we gonna see the kind of your team's Alistar or the other team's Alistar? Will be interesting, but I feel like there's probably almost no one in the whole world that has as much experience as Lorlo on this kind of weird roaming style. Like he was just spamming it for so long when it kind of came into meta. So as there's someone to succeed with it in this tournament, it's definitely him.
Yeah, I remember him being the first horseman of the top lane apocalypse back with the Janna and everything, just completely turning the role into the opposite of what most people perceived it to be. But down here in bottom lane, Turtle and
Alistar
Bifrost
top?
currently
What the
losing
hell
into
is
the health
going
bar
on
where
this
Wild
game?
Turtle down to 300 HP. He went with the Cull start. So doesn't have any extra healing really in inventory much. Can heal up just a little with the auto attacks. Lorlo trading with balls back and forth, just trying to keep.
Wow, he won this
Roadforest
trade?
coming up here as well. Goes in for the gank, forces out the flash from the sneaky beaky top laner.
Yeah, well played. I mean, that is one of the strengths, obviously, that Alistar does have. The gank setup is incredibly strong. And you can disengage really easily with the phase rush. They're just going to go back in.
Nice,
Wow,
man.
wow.
The juggle, perfectly done. And that's a massive wave now that's being eaten up by that turret. Thankfully, Balls at least
Rumble
does
really
have
strong.
time
Yeah,
to be
Rumble's
able to
really
return
strong right
back
now.
there faster than if he took something like Ignite, but that still hurts a lot to lose that.
Yeah, I mean, he loses the full wave. At least Spica is up there to actually pick
Wow,
up.
he didn't stop
Bot
it.
lane going relatively even. But it is Turtle who has the faster base.
I'm
gets
not
the
gonna lie,
series of boots,
Turtle
he's gonna
having
have the
Cole
long
and
view
getting
of
out of his laning phase so far has been it's like
quickly. Now
criminal.
Lorlo, here's the roam.
No way. He still molded run? Oh my god, man. Lorlo had the godliest TP
Yeah,
there.
but lucky, it's actually Yasuo that gets the kill with the Ignite tick, so that is exactly what you would want. It is too bad that Yasuo ended up dying, but thankfully for him, he did get that kill. And we can see Yasuo just go up top to catch that wave that's being pushed
Bro,
in.
Mo,
while the Alistar
Mo's
pushes
the
in mid,
biggest
so definitely
griefer
playing the macro
ever,
right in this
man.
situation. Zeri had the faster reset, as I called out earlier.
These
so
stuns
Rostorm
just
used that
fucking
time and then
playing
early
his
reset from
fucking
Bifrost
music and just
to pick off
vibing.
this first
Oh,
dragon,
free
so
kill.
Playing more heavily towards these dragons over these last couple games. So at the start of the day, it was just only fighting, no objectives, and it feels like the teams are kind of like locking in on the macro a little bit more, playing more heavily towards the objectives now.
Got a nice close game here as the gold lead constantly just teeters on the edge. Back
Oh,
and forth.
shit.
Yasuo
Okay.
getting that knock up here for the ulti on Balls, who now has to retreat back to his own turret. Lorlo's coming in. The Alistar
No
is level 6. He's got the
way.
ulti.
Is
This guy
Lorlo
should
just
be
fucking
easy, and
faker?
Lorlo's making the money.
Nicely
Like,
done.
what
Lorlo has those
the
CDR boots,
fuck?
already gets that
This
roam towards
guy's
mid lane,
like-
gets a kill for Yasuo there.
What?
gets up
This
towards
guy's
top
just
lane,
fucking
and
faker.
helps him to kill off Balls again. So 100% KP already for Lorlo. It's that second jungler style that you're playing. You know, he gets the early tier 2 boots, farms up towards that, and then he's just making plays on the map. He's going to pick up farm, get experience where he can, but that's not the priority. Your priority is getting your teammates fed.
Wait, this is a good
especially
Spica
when you're
look.
playing Yasuo style.
Oh, he can't get anything
Spica
here.
making an entrance here in the bottom
Wait.
lane. The knock up from Smoothie immediately sets up for the follow up.
Wait.
Spectral Maw.
Oh.
Now Biofrost without
Oh,
his
no.
flash. Still no
I've been
heat
here
down either.
before.
In a lot of danger with
Oh.
Stun also making the rotation. The level 7 Renekton coming down here. They'll immediately kill the Renata.
Oh.
And then Zeri falls right after. Smoothie getting away
Oh
in
my
time. Not
god.
aggro after
Oh
that. These guys
no,
getting
man.
both enemy players in bottom lane.
I've been there,
Massive
man. It's
wave in the
fucking
turret.
you just like a fucking go
Yeah,
next.
that's a really good dive down towards bot lane because Lorlo had been making a lot of plays happen. You know, around mid, around top, they had to get something back on that bottom side. Sneaky's able to get one of the kills. Stunt already having a great game. You know, got that early solo kill on Yasuo, and now Sneaky out to the advantage is gonna be playing this Essence Reaver build that he has been loving. Balls could be in trouble here once again. Lorlo, you know, is gonna have his ulti, and he's behind him. That ulti has such low cooldown, you're dead.
Yep, this is over. They've got way too much manpower up here. Balls is down, no equalizer to try to thin the wave. Lorlo didn't even need to use the Alistar.
I think they handshook no bans. So they gave Turtle Zeri, they gave Yasuo. They gave like everyone got their picks, which is cool. Like I think actually having bans is kind of eh.
So he's just not playing it. He's lane swapped up into the top side. He's dealing with.
But also like it's really hard.
Now
Oh.
he's caught out in a bit of a 1v2 situation. So Speaka's gonna pick him up, and he's liking getting the extra money on that one to get this.
Yeah, they pretty much handshook draft this game. They gave like the other team. Each team's essentially got what they wanted.
Who gets the kill is going to be looking to try to pull off a big carry performance. But this
I mean, yeah, I soaked 4 bans a game. 3 or 4 bans every game. So
much better overall than the previous game that Sneaky's team played, because Stun is in a really good spot. You know, he is.
Bro, is this Alistar? This Alistar is
much faster mythic than what he also has.
OP? No.
Yep, Sneaky needs to get away from Wild Turtle here, who immediately just wants to go so aggro after that Lucian. Can't quite chase him down though. Turtle eating the turret shot.
I like how they're the fucking the top laner is in the bot river at 8 minutes.
Just making sure he didn't actually need to use that flash. I thought he was gonna have to at first. Now, stunt, good slice. Gonna be able to get away from that flag and drag, but. Yes, Sneaky.
Loro's just OP. Yeah, Loro plays a lot of random support top laners. On Twitter, I always see him being like, yo, this is OP, and he links like his Janna top, or his fucking Lulu top, or his fucking like, I don't know, Bard top screenshot. I'm like, this guy.
You farm the enemy jungle, and you try to put this guy down, but I have to say, thus far, you know, Spica has not really been affected. It's been more just kind of these attacks and these skirmishes from Lorlo, and not really any sort of invade action.
On the front
The one bad thing about Alistar is when the other team has this unit called Renekton. Oh, wait a second.
Just yet. Smoothie ready for the disengage as Stunt now forced to flash over the wall to keep himself alive. Yasuo still looking for an entry point here on the back.
It's kind of okay. Like Lorlo is losing a lot to Rumble.
Turtles aren't going to find any kills here just yet. The quickness immediately ready to punish the dive coming out from Yasuo here. Spica's got to be careful. Now he's going to get wombo.
Dude, you get Spica's. You can tell Spica's fucking pissed.
Easy stunt down to 100 HP. He gets a heal, but it ain't enough. He's going to go a double kill back for
Spica's like, what the fuck?
They have 5 bot right now, so they're going to be able to actually take this dragon likely on spawn if they want. They're trying to set a vision around it. They're farming plates here. Someone's going to have to go back up towards top lane to answer Balls, but, you know, Balls is not going to be knocking down that turret that quickly on the Rumble, so I don't think it's going to fall.
What is the fastest turret killer in the game? Let's say the turret just gets left alone, and you're just able to hit it in infinite amount of times.
Only 300 gold separating those two
teams.
Is
it Ziggs?
Though I will say,
well, like I guess possible top laners that you can that you can actually hit.
Down often in gold because
like I guess Jax maybe.
Be much more effective with low gold.
Or Fiora? I don't know. Like how can you actually like what is the stuff he hates playing into Tryndamere? I know Yorick does it really fast. It's Trundle. I think. Oh, I mean it's Tristana, but like if I was playing against Lolo, I'd just play Tristop because like that's something that like it's hard to gank and he can break tower really easily. Triss seems good.
You combo in, you Everfrost to follow it up.
It's not like Triss top is even that crazy. No, but yeah, Ziggs does a lot of damage. Like when my bot lane backs and I have wave priority, I always say people I get 2 plates.
Very squishy outside of your ultimate, but you know it's all about the utility. It's all
Gwen,
about
Gwen does
here for the Zeri and the Yasuo in this case. So I think it definitely makes a lot of sense. And Sneaky on the other side, Essence Reaver now completed for him.
See, he looks like grandma. What do you mean? Sneaky's a silver fox, okay? You take that back.
Turtle obviously went for those tier 2 boots early. Means it's gonna be a long time before he gets.
Literally, he can be casting Daenerys as Daenerys in the next Game of Thrones. You wouldn't even notice the difference.
Really get a lot of value out of it. Really like it.
The King of the Dragons.
Earlier today, build it. I know another example of a champion that really works well with it is something like Gangplank. Lucian just gets so much
oh my God! It's a full 5.
Intro here. Wild Turtle backing him up here for the damage. Smoothie's gonna be taken very.
Who's winning? What the fuck is going on?
Sneaky holding on and
it's Spica. It's Spica's winning. Spica's actually winning.
Going there fast. Sneaky
oh my God.
On the Turtle, but then he drops. It's Spica picking up a double kill as Lorlo has to try to head away. The absolutely massive team fight gap shows up, and Sneaky's Beaky's clean house. They pick up 1, 2, 3, 4 kills.
Oh my! He gets a shield, so his back didn't stop. That is so. Nah, he planned that. He fucking do.
And now Spica down to this bottom side. He's gonna take basically like all of these plays just for himself with the Herald coming down and gonna move back up.
Okay,
towards this
Spica's kind of
dragon.
good this
When
game.
you start getting those resets on the Viego, it is so problematic. And Yasuo was kind of just getting focused, getting CC'd up and locked down. Rosethorn though, gonna be looking.
Ball's in trouble, down to 200 HP. Rosethorn's got him caught.
Wait,
Lolo jumps in to finish
they
it off.
lost the T fight, but then they got the dragon.
They're able
Huh?
to jump in, force their opponents off the Drake, stack up a 2-0 Drake lead. That's actually
Being the best pick of the
massive
draft,
to make up
nah,
for the huge
bro.
loss that was
I think
the
David's
team
fucking
fight.
crazy.
Has
I
to
think
use his clan
I
to
think we would have
survive
played the most
engagement.
random shit
Yasuo
bot
here in the
lane
top
though.
lane. Smoothie coming up to reinforce his AD carry. Yasuo continuing to walk away from this one. His ulti doesn't have a very long cooldown, but he still has to at least be aware of that next 20 seconds or so. Well, I guess it's still 40 at this point in the game. Jumping back in, looking for Sneaky.
Oh, oh, okay, the moves. Oh,
Yasuo's ready for the 1v2 outplay. Another wind wall going down, and he
oh
cleans him
my
up.
God.
Sneaky's gone, but now Spica's ready to show up and try to get
sorry,
the
that's the
combo
actual
kill.
carry.
There it is, a killing spree for the Viego. Now Lorlo in a 1v2.
Do you see what he
This
did
is the
right
kind of
there?
situation where another top
Spica
laner might be
queued
able to win
first to get his Q cooldown down, and then immediately took the soul
Sorry,
afterwards.
you're not winning many 1v1s in this style of build, and Lorlo's got to be careful. He pops the ulti, might not even be enough. I think he's just dead.
Yup, he overplayed his hand. He did not respect
That's
the damage
optimization.
of Spica on this Viego. This is not one of
Damn,
those pro
Spica
play
started
Viego
5
builds that goes
kills this
something like
game.
Divine
And
Sunderer
power.
tanky items. He's
Holy
got a Kraken Slayer
shit,
first.
man.
He's really high DPS, and he's showing him why.
Yeah, it's
I was gonna be worthless. Let me tell you something. Alistair's never worthless. That character is fucking crazy. Especially because you're playing with like
I've been looking pretty good for them. And
Zeri Yasuo, you'll always have enough damage.
In this 1v2, makes it happen in the 1v2. You know, he had Sneaky chunked down low. You know, utilizing the dashes really, really well. Gets the knock up there onto Smoothie. Nice sidestep on the knock up from Smoothie. Then dashes out of Sneaky's Q as well. The wind wall comes back up. Sneaky pops the ulti, trying to actually knock him down. Wasn't able to do it. Does get burst out, and now Turtle going in.
Man, we've already got Smoothie dead as soon as we jump
Look at
back
the
to
damage
live.
from Turtle, by the way.
Stuck in the middle of all 5 enemy players. The Renekton's tanky, but he ain't tanky enough. Ball's still walking back here. Equalizer finally going to be dropped over the top. Lorlo wants a reset here with a bailout, but I don't think he's going to find it.
Oh my God. Wait, Mo got this kill there? I feel like he went through 2 people to get to Sneaky. Did you get to Sneaky? He's like, fuck this goddamn pick.
Dove so deep there. Past the tier 2 to actually kill off Sneaky. They both trade the flashes, but Sneaky without that flash, it's going to be tough now to stay alive for him in this next fight. So a lot of pressure on the rest of his team to be able to get that damage done, you know, to punish the people that are trying to dive in onto Lucian. Now Spica finding Rosethorn.
Mo's looking good, bro. His Rumble game was like the biggest grief ever. But his Yasuo's clean.
Spica's not gonna take
I'll get my
no for an
ass
answer.
kicked by his
He wants a
Yasuo.
fight, and he wants it now. Rosethorn barely getting away back to the safety of the tier 2 turret.
Yeah, stun flashed in there, trying to get a stun down on him, but Rosethorn able to flag and drag to safety, as you say, just barely. Does at the very least, though, mean they should be able to grab the Herald here. Sneaky pushing up through mid, so they have 5 members up towards this top side. Lolo's heading bot to kind of catch that wave and send that in the right direction for his squad. Needs to make sure he at least is getting some experience, some gold to stay relevant. Doesn't need a tremendous amount, but you know, Stun, despite that early kill, has not been able to really farm, you know, a tremendous amount. You know, is down as far as all the carries are concerned at the bottom of the table, but still definitely a threat at this point of the game. And Spica even going for the more high damage build. He's going Triforce, so it's not Sunder, it's Kraken Triforce. And he is going to be on a really high DPS build, but it does mean he's also very squishy. If they can actually lock him down, get him CC'd up, hit him with hostile takeover or anything like that, there is the potential that he could just get burst down before he gets that first reset.
And I feel like that's the name of the game. As soon as
Played
that
League for a
gets
while.
happened,
Nah, he's
I
played
see
recently.
the Viego that's 5-1 is doing this build. The whole goal for the whole team is shut him down before he finds the angle that he wants. Lorlo jumps in. They immediately follow it up with a massive CC combo, and there it is, exactly like we said. They can focus him down before we can do anything about it, and it's an easy fight.
Dude, Spica is just like, how the fuck do I frontline?
In onto the Viego.
He just gets CC'd like 12 times.
They have everyone piling in. They burst him down. They get the shutdown. I think the shutdown also went to Yasuo here. So getting his namesake pick, looking really good on it. thus far, so he's going to be able to push in the wave down towards that bot side also. And they do have the
no
dragon,
joke.
Plus it's an Infernal Soul, so
I wonder.
I think Sneaky's Beaky's going to be wanting to contest here if they can, but you know,
I
looking
wonder if
also now
Sneaky's
where he's
team
at,
wins
like,
this
he
game.
is
I
on
feel like with
IE.
Sneaky
Sun
Speaker,
is
they're like a really
just
good
the
1-2
item
in
plus,
terms
you
of
know,
like
going towards tank, but he is
positionals
nowhere
and
close to as
players.
strong as Yasuo right now.
And the other people aren't. It's no slouch. The only the off-road problem is
team
stuns.
is in a really good spot. To
But like he like owned this game at the beginning.
Yeah, like
So
I like to give Mo some crap when he does goofy plays on Yasuo as much as the next guy does. But the reality is he's still got 6 kills on this champion. He's 2-item power spike. He knows how to pilot it in the big team fights to be able to find some angles here. Now he's going to be jumped on. They may have just found him as soon as I start singing his
I like that
praise,
turtle flashing, baby. Yo, he guessed. He queued. Oh my god, bro.
Gotta be careful. It's a 4v3 fight now with the Drake spawned up, and it looks like we're moving on to.
I'm not gonna lie. If you're gonna play against,
no problem because
if you're gonna play with Sneaky, I think you need to play like an Alistar or like a Nautilus or like a Rel. I definitely think you wanna fresh. You wanna go for kills because I feel like that's what Sneaky's best at right now. Going full late game is like okay, but like you really kind of ruined Lucian's strength as a character. A lot of it was just like laning. Like Lucian is just fucked now, right? How does Lucian play against Yasuo Alistar? It's like impossible. Like he needs to come out of lane really far ahead, essentially.
Sneaky should pretty soon have his second item.
What's that team? Oh yeah, we're 30 though.
Farm and Turtle, you know, got paid quite a lot off that last fight. You know, got turret gold, got a kill. He's almost on his 3rd item now at this point. While Sneaky's still working towards that 2nd. So things looking tough, I think, for Sneaky Beaky. So we'll see if they can make something happen here. As Yasuo taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, be in some trouble. Dropping the wind wall. Wants to buy an extra moment. Bail out. Is it gonna work?
No
yes, it will.
way, Renata.
They should have killed him, but instead it's the perfect turnaround.
Wow.
Was massive there for Yasuo, able to survive. They turn around the kill. Turtle flies in. Everyone is there to support. Lorlo, right place, right time. Rosethorn as well, and now it is Baron. 20 minutes on the dot. They are right on it. Yasuo's team, that might be the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, this one, it was pretty close back and forth. They were starting to build some leads, but now a 20-minute Baron off the back of what should have been a pick if that champion in the support role was anything other than Renata Glass. But it turns around perfectly. Yasuo survives. They turn around the fight. They kill everybody. Take another look at how it happened.
Yeah, this was just really nice.
Yeah, what happens if you get Renata W is if you kill someone, before your health goes out, then you come back to life. So he actually got out with the Renata play there because he got a kill on the Rumble. That's crazy.
But Yasuo's squad was there to support him, and they were able to come up big. Now Stunt TPing in from behind. They're gonna try to make it happen.
They're trying to find their angle here. Yasuo
wow.
down here at the start of the fight. Bailout
Wait.
there in time, but now Yasuo's
watch this area. Watch this area. It's fucking game's over.
After the fact, it might have looked bad at the start with losing their namesake player, but they still got the Turbo Baron buff. They're still pushing down the mid lane, and it's still a 4v1 for the next 25 seconds.
And this could potentially be the end. Are they gonna try to just push in here and close it out? They are looking to posture very aggressively. How far forward they're standing, I think they want to try to go for some potential Nexus turret damage.
Yeah, Sneaky all alone does not have a very good chance in these kind of fights. First Nexus turret's already.
Bro, you can tell Sneaky's so like pissed. What is his character supposed to do against that team?
They can at least hold on for a little bit longer. If that push would have won the game, I think that would have been the fastest game today.
Yeah, not quite able to get it done. The respawn's too fast at this point. Turtle, though, got knocked over the wall.
Turtle, eat the wrong way. Turtle, eat the wrong way. Oh my god, he had to ghost out.
Spica still looking for a chance here. The Diego that started at 5-1.
He actually eat the wrong way. Holy fuck.
And therein lies the story of the mid game. They successfully focused him down in a way that did not allow his itemization choices to shine. He was so squishy, but he did so much damage. Now Lorlo engages. Yasuo over the top of the last breath.
Does that?
Wow. Which was that Red Viego, Stunt, Sneaky, and Balls all gotta try to fight this out, but Yasuo picks up a triple. He might be able to take this one all the way. There's a Penta angle online. It's a quadra kill for Yasuo. They finally give him his champion of the man.
Wow.
It's a Penta kill to end the game.
That's the last time he's getting his fucking character, by the way. There's no way he's getting that character again.
Yasuo gets the penta kill, and that's gonna do it here. They're gonna finish the round robin 2-1 and claim that second spot.
Now it's also
My chess games were closer than that, man. We're back. We're back. So, guys, I'm making it to 800 today. He just does that, huh? I think trying to hold on to that piece is not worth it. You're making it 500. No, don't worry, guys. Dude, when I was a kid, I was a peak 1400. When I was like 12. And now I'm half of that LP. And I know what you guys are thinking. That's fucking weird. And yeah, that is a little weird. I agree. Actually, let me hear him.
Stunt, but it was Lorlo who really got him back into the game. You know, roam towards mid, he got a kill there. Roam up towards top after Yasuo swapped out a lane, helped him get a kill there. So, you know, was really active on the map, and Yasuo gonna win player of the game for this one. 1300 damage a minute on the Yasuo, really, really nice. He's still got it on his main. He's looking nice. And I think that's probably the last time he's getting it. He's probably not gonna be able to get it tomorrow. It's getting banned again.
I think when it comes down to it, the other teams are probably going to keep banning the namesake champion away from the man who named himself after the champion.
The TSM XD banning strategy not working out, to everyone's surprise.
It's I'm flabbergasted. I never would have guessed. But hey, we still got one more game heading you guys' way. We're about to throw to another commercial right now. Once we're back from that one, it's going to be time for yet another post-game interview. And this time around, we'll be talking to somebody from the victorious team, Yasuo's Wild Turtles. We already talked to them once earlier today. They do get to finish the round robin stage with a 2-1 scoreline. So we'll make sure that we ask them a couple of good questions once we get back. And after that, we'll head into our 6th and final matchup of day 1 here at the NA Legends Invitational,
looped his
hosted by the
thing.
Skies
That's not good.
Coast. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Wait, what are you guys hearing? That's staticky. Is it Spotify? Wait, my chess game. Wait, what are you guys giving me that's staticky? Is it Spotify? Bro, why does that happen to my music? I'm so confused. Okay, hold up a sec. Oh. So it was the music. Oh, let me try to fix this real quick. Give me a sec. I don't understand. Am I the only streamer that gets these problems? Because usually, like, I swear other people don't have these problems. But for some reason, I do. And I don't get why. Is it like... Yeah, I don't get it. Let me. Does this work now? Hold on. How's that? Fuck it. We gotta break this somehow. I might as well go in because I need to break this guy's safety. Thank God. I found a way in. I just get free pieces? Okay. Let's go. Wait, oh, I can't do this. Oh, wait. Oh, it is um oh. I thought I didn't see the bishop. It's fucked up that I didn't see the bishop there. Huh? Ah. It's okay. Trust. It's okay. What I figure some stuff out. 10 seconds. Oh, I got it. I got it. We play like the wind. The wind is never slow. Fuck. I'm dead. Wow, I'm still dead. I couldn't continue it without losing checkmate somewhere there at the end. They just had queen last row. Roll the 500. No, I got this. Wait, why don't you guys believe me? Do you have your stuff plugged into the same outlet? Yes. Or not all my stuff. Wait, do I? No. It's all plugged into different outlets. Should have maybe left it here. Unity group isolator. It's not permastatic. Wait, I fucked up. He just pushes the pawn here. Where are my units? Don't worry, they're preparing for the war, man. I win. He fucked up, right? He has to take now. Yeah, I told you guys. It's literally the way to 300. Or, sorry, did I say 300? I meant something else. What the fuck just happened? It. Oh, there's a pawn here. Okay. Does it super matter if I lose this? I just can't castle? I think he can't castle. Oh, that is a way out. I fucked. I did not see this. Probably this. This. I have him right where I want him. I think. I think. All right, this is gonna look a little crazy. I need to eliminate one of these. How do I do that though? I mean, is it a problem if I just do this? I have an idea. No, my idea got squashed so quickly. Okay. What if I do new idea? What if I just put it here instead? Let me go back. Oh, it was not where it would be anyways. Fuck it. I gotta break this open somehow. I will do it in a weird way. He brings Rook over, and we are in a very weird game. Yep. Oh, wait, I did not calculate this. Oh, this is no good. Huh. How did I end up behind on this? Okay, hold on. I'm behind, but maybe it's possible for it to be okay. It is not okay. I am very far behind. Wait, I could have taken this. I have 6 seconds and I'm dead. Are you at a tourney? No. Look. I'm still in the tourney tomorrow. This is it. You don't worry about it. Four seconds. What's the tourney format? It's the first day is round robin one time to determine seeding for tomorrow. The next day is 1-4, 2-3, play each other in a best of one, and then the winners play in a final game. I'm dead. Dude, I have 4 seconds, man. If I took this rook, maybe it's okay. I've been trying this opener because I don't like it when they push here. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Day one doesn't matter at all. Yeah, it's just scrims. Like literally. We're actually just scrimming. The fuck? Oh, we're gonna do some wild stuff. Are we behind? We're behind by 1. No, we're not. The game just got really weird. Very fucking weird. He cannot castle anymore, which is good for me. Probably moving that anyways. Let's do this then, I guess. Wait, actually, I think I castled the wrong side. Do you reset this? I don't even mind. His rook moves out. What a very strange game. Okay, this game is so sketch. Whose pawn formation is better? His, right? I don't think I want to be trading. Okay. Thank God I did not trade. I win. This guy. I paid the way. Thanks for the sub. Welcome to the stream. No way, this is a stairway. Oh, nice golden kappa, bro. Yeah, it's not a stairway, bro. I always win. I see a rubble pick right there. What does he want to do here? Goes side. He goes back. Oh, interesting. Okay. Oh. He wanted to decouple. Okay, that's fine. The way these are 600 games, they are. That's why they're crazy. This guy's fucking dead, by the way. This guy's so fucked. Ah, A rel. Okay. The draft's looking kind of spicy. Guys, we're playing chess in between all the. This is the last game of the day. Okay. I think so. The volume.
I wonder if it's gonna be triple AD bans. Okay, so it's gonna be the Kindred. So they're gonna be banning out the jungler from Spica. He still does have the option to go towards Viego, which he played last game. Obviously, there's a lot of things on the table. He plays a lot of Nidalee and solo queue as well. Though I don't think there's very good setup for it, so I don't really expect it in this spot. I mean, it just depends how crazy he wants to get, right? Like, does he want to go for something that's pretty meta? Does he want to go for something that's a little bit more stylish, a little bit more flashy? Remains to be seen because he is going to be that 5th pick.
Well, we've got the Kaisa locked in for the first time today. I'm actually surprised we made it all the way to the 6th game of the day before we got to see any games with her in it. But then again, we've also had some kind of weird bot lane metas developing inside this invitational event today, right? Like,
wait, do I even care about this?
We've seen
Not
Brienne
really.
down there. We've seen the role swap mid laner turning into an AD carry playing Draven. Like, it's been a little bit more divergent from what you would expect. And Neela is the choice. Okay, so I'm expecting now actually Golden Glue pilots the Tristana mid, and it's Neela Tarek for Insanity and Afro move.
Oh,
This is like a really strong combo. Neela basically was played only a tiny bit in pro, but when Neela first came out, this is something a lot of people were playing because Neela can dash in with the Dazzle, bash and combo. So you can dash in, get that guaranteed stun, you have your ulti to follow up. You can throw in later on in the game your ultimate down from Tarek as well and send Neela into the backline.
Do you think you could beat the smartest caveman in chess with if you had the week to prep with a coach? You also get a week with no coach.
It's going to be Kane as the answer here from
I don't know. Were cavemen really smart back then? I feel like they had to have been like a genius caveman. I don't know if I could have competed. If he gets a week to practice with a coach, there's no way.
Potential for Assassin Kane. Generally in competitive, we only get Ross. We only get the red Kane. But I think this could actually be a decent blue Kane game. So we'll be interesting to see what he wants to go for here.
I'd much rather see blue Kane this game.
It'd be fun, yeah.
Double AD carry, Rumble, like this seems like primo time to lock in the blue Kane, go for the big.
How's the caveman going to communicate with? I mean, he's a genius. They just speak English. He realizes that he can use English, and that's what he does.
It can be really difficult to deal with. Like, you're so evasive as blue Kane. You can spend so much time in the walls, as you say, looking for those W's out of walls for the poke. It can be pretty devastating. Obviously, Tarek can be difficult.
Caveman knew English, right? No, they didn't. They can learn English. I'm sure it's fucking easy.
Will be more difficult because you have to be farming on ranged champions. So or something that you want to be attack. So it'd definitely be a lot easier to farm up the orbs, the souls, or whatever they're called, actually for red Kane. But Spica has snuck around here. We're gonna try to force the W level up at 1 from Golden Glue because they are fully wrapping around him here.
All right, let's see if they can do it. The Sneaky Beaky's taking on the Watchmen. Game number 6, the very last one of the day. Remember, we will be back tomorrow with the first 2 semifinal matches. Those are just going to be best of ones like we're watching here. But Golden Glue, now walking into the brush, has to level up that W at level 1 to make sure he can get away safely without having to spend the flash. So at least they get value there.
Yep, that is nice. I mean, you're never really going to kill him unless he's super kind of spaced out and levels up a skill before he actually has to. So they are going to be able to, at least force that W. But that's a really nice, for that level 1, going to be able to force that out. And we'll see if Stunt's going to be able to take some advantage of that. Insanity again down here on this bottom side, playing cleanse, no shock there. When you're against a rel, you are going to need that cleanse very, very likely. But I'm just excited to see, if Sneaky and Suthi can create any sort of early advantages, because I do feel like the all-in is so threatening at 6 from Neela Tarek that if you let them kind of just have their way with the lane early on,
guys,
it's gonna be really tough for you at 6.
It's Insanity Nyla. I gotta watch this. Oh my god, he fucking sucks ass. Okay, we're not watching anymore.
Rapidly losing the 2v2 in bottom lane.
Hold up a sec.
Man, zoned off of the minion wave entirely now.
Yeah, that was really well done there. They're just playing past the wave, utilizing that brush to reset minion aggro, and they know as soon as Afro.
All right, we gotta watch. We gotta watch. I don't care about my LP.
Your cooldowns are so.
Wait, they lost a trade so bad at level 1 that they fucking lost the game.
Zone them off those minions, and Spica is starting on the invade, so potential for 3 quadrant clear here from Spica, plus the big advantage they have down on bot side. Things already really looking good for Sneaky's Beakies in these early minutes.
All right, Perry still cleaning up his red
Larry
buff,
tried
but
to
it looks
dive.
like we might just get a dive. A level 2 versus level 1 dive. It's Smoothie going in, but Insanity won't drop yet. The final turret shot does not fire off, so Smoothie survives. That was a little audacious.
That's actually okay. That is
It was,
great.
but at the end of the day, they get 3 summoners for the 2, and they do deny some more of that farm from Insanity, but Perry is now coming up, so Smoothie's going to have to be careful.
You know the...
They see
Oh,
Perry, so they got to run now. But might be too late.
Yep, Afromu has already gone for the dazzle. Perry with the flash follow, twisted.
It was not
advance.
okay.
Smoothie's going to be your target here, and you know they want to put the money on Insanity. It's first.
It was
blood
not
for
okay.
Insanity
Fuck junglers.
again
Am
with
I,
the
am I right?
They're losing out in the 2v2, but they
Wait, who am I
expose
cheering
themselves
for?
in that
I'm
game,
cheering
now
for
affecting the
Insanity.
advantage.
Oh, I mean, yeah, junglers are
Jungler
fucking the
not
best.
going to be pushed back. Will be able to survive, but I mean, they should have known that's the only place he could really be because they actually have a ward from Spica over at enemy wolves. Spica stole the full top side of the map, so the only thing Perry can do is really gank, right? Like, that's it. So he has to be down on bot side, and Sneaky and Smoothie got really aggressive, wanted to try to go for that dive. You know, it was a good trade in the 2v2, but exposed themselves to that gank from Perry, and now, just like that, Insanity is out to a lead once again.
Insanity, man. It looked like they finally might have slowed down this war machine of the Watchmen early on in the bottom lane, but then immediately for the punish. That's why I was a little bit skeptical of the dive, even though they ended up coming out positive.
Dude, the thing is, Spica actually got so far ahead off that, right? Look at the CS difference. So like, Perry actually suicided his route, I think, to make that happen.
Advantages from it. Spica on the Kane is able to farm up very quickly. Hopefully, get this champion to the point where he can start being a menace.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he has just been power farming here.
I'm cheering for Scarra too, but like, you know, what does that mean? What do you mean by that?
The enemy Raptors, so we'll close the gap on that a little bit. But Spica, you know, out to a really fast start.
With a tiebreaker, it's game time 1. And let me tell you, Yasuo's team just won in 22 minutes, which is the fastest time. So if all 3 teams tie, Yasuo's team will be first place. And if we play against Team Mo, and that would be excellent for us. I would love that.
To get back into the red pit. Golden Glue needs a couple more auto attacks, but Perry and Afromu are ready to try to back these guys up. Spica down
Grayson is about to get
HP.
fucking
Perry
7 kills here. He has no flash. Sorry, it's Andy?
Way up the river. Another stun connects, and they put the money exactly where they want it. The carries are getting paid, and it's nothing but tragedy for Sneakies Beakies. Perry continuing the chase after Smoothie, as Stunt can't do anything to protect his support. This will make a 3rd kill of the game for Team Afromu if they can get this last hit.
I think Perry gets
The
a kill
shield's
on
about to
the...
wear off. Perry stays on the chase. He throws the sapling into the brush. Smoothie's shield will protect him from that, but the
No
also
way.
still ticking. No, it's Smoothie just barely getting away as Darshan only slightly survives.
That was so
hanging on to his
crazy.
balls as Aatrox.
Yeah, that was
If everyone goes to when you play Afro, no, we play Mo. Mo's team won last game in 22 minutes, which is the fastest game time. So there's a chance that we actually tomorrow play against Mo's team first.
Low, but I don't know that it's gonna matter. We'll see.
Okay, equalizer. That's huge. That's gonna be the
Billy was not
difference,
6
having
yet?
advantage or not. If
Oh
you
my
don't
god,
have
he has
the
1
equalizer
creep
there,
from
I
6,
think
right?
Aatrox just drain
1 or
tanks
2
the
creeps,
of
that
them,
is
'cause
so
Bubble can't get close
unlucky.
enough to do the damage without it, but hitting level 6 was so clutch in setting him up for that kill.
Yeah, getting 6 there was massive. It's such an XP advantage. And the farm per ball's way down. He's down in the experience. He's down in gold pretty enormously. So again, Afromu's team out to an incredible start. Some good moments from Sneaky's squad. You know, the 2v2 at level 1 really created an edge, but just Insanity seems to always be able to get the gold right where he wants it. You know, Perry
Yeah,
playing
if
well around him,
SNK wins, we dodge Afro first round, which I think is a dub for us.
Sneaky's ahead in farm,
And then we get to play against Team Mo. And I think Team Mo without...
really nice on Terra because it's so mana hungry on this champion.
Yeah.
So
Team Mo without Yasuo is a very big difference.
The top 3 bars
Than
on the
with
Golden Shard
Yasuo.
are all wearing Afromu's
Wait.
colors. Golden Glue trying to play aggro again in Stunt's face. He does get hit by the shockwave. Insanity goes in and drops Apotheosis. Smoothie trying to fight back alongside
Yeah.
Sneaky here. Insanity's super low on mana, so they don't want to keep this one going.
You know what
They're
sucks?
still maintaining control.
You
of the
already
bottom.
know
Both
Insanity
junglers also now hovering
has
around
a
nearby.
gigantic
He hit his
base.
level 6
Like,
on the Kane. Perry
he is
level
pissed he
4
hasn't
on
been
the
able to
Malphite.
shop.
The jungle
Oh
difference
my
there is
god.
massive, and now Afromu's going to get caught out. The punish comes down, and the money goes over to Spica.
Yeah, that's great. Spica really needs to get that kill. He was already massively up in farm, but Darshan in trouble top lane.
Yeah, Balls having a much better performance on the Aatrox this time around than what we got to see in his previous game on the pick. Having plenty of presence in the lane.
Wait, Balls is kind of clean with the Aatrox.
Does have a nice CS advantage, but now it's problems, man. He overheats at the right time and just thumps him with the auto attacks. Darshan gets the solo kill.
That is the danger of the Ignite Rumble here. The All-in is so strong. Spica does have 6. But Afromu's coming over, and they're gonna have to run.
Sorry, my bad. Rumble's broken.
Yeah, Afro
Apologies.
Perry just keeping these guys locked down so Insanity can show up and finish the job.
Dude, Insanity getting this kill is actually worth so much.
You always want to get him away from terrain. If you're going to try to kill him after he exits the ultimate form.
Actually, Stun has been, as long as Stun's farming, he's been a good job dodging deaths. I think as a support player, like, if he can just get out of the lane and get to the late game with Ori, he's a great spot. He's in a great spot. 61 CS, and he has TP up in like 10 seconds. He misses one wave here, he won't mess up later. He's great. Don't sound like great. Well, I don't know.
So that's the dead giveaway. But it's gonna be tough. I mean, they're already down 2K. It's only 8.5 minutes in. Yes, there are some things working in their favor. You know, farm and jungle, farm and bot are good, but Insanity is just gonna be so ridiculously strong.
Wait, it said I banned this guy, but I wasn't the one.
Is gonna be really threatening. Golden Glue has been
wait, how did
through mid? Already has 2 plates, and Balls is basically.
But I didn't ban him. Is someone using my account?
Struggling to deal with the rumble now. The equalizer comes down. Keeps ticking, but not quite low
Oh,
enough.
you banned him, but he said I banned him. Isn't this crazy? What?
Will be shoved up even more quickly. Balls is still just barely.
What?
He's deciding to stick around underneath the turret because he has Spica moving up here. Spica clears out that ward, and that means that.
Wait, all my mods have my what you call it?
Knows it's way too risky.
My account details? Uh-oh.
Maintaining their command over the bottom lane, but I do have to give credit to Sneaky.
It doesn't say channel. No, it usually says the person. That's not the username of the guy who got banned. Wait, did I ban? Wait, you're right.
Nice little trade though, honestly.
Wait, who is this guy?
When Tarek has tier,
wait,
you can
what?
use your heals pretty aggressively, so you have really good sustain in the lane.
Banned by Scarra 4 hours ago.
No cooldown on the heal as long as you're able to just constantly get autos because you get 2 passive procs.
Oh wait, I did ban him, but that was a long time ago. Wait, why did that pop? Like,
cooldown. Obviously, it only gives you the 1 charge as you get more ranks in the queue.
That was weird.
Charges, still, it does allow you to sustain up your
sorry.
ally really
okay. Anyways, so the thing about Nyla is because she has XP, she has the weird thing that should never be in the game, but for some reason is, where she splits XP and she gets full XP.
For this 1v1 against Stun, but Spica and Perry have both decided to
So she gets XP lead in the duo lane, and so therefore they nerf every other part of her to where like she has to be lane dominant but bad. So you can snowball really hard in lane, and if you don't, it's kind of hard outside of lane depending on the team comp, because you're like very short range. But yeah, I don't necessarily know if they should ever do this XP split bullshit, because Mordekaiser had it and it was broken, and then he got changed. And then Nyla has it now, and I'm like,
nothing like it was in that first game when he was playing Oriana, where Stun was kind of like completely out of it for a really long time. Sneaky's still in a great spot. Yes, he is going to be behind Insanity on the Nila with those 3 kills, but he already has.
Ward before had XP split, yes.
They're feeling fine.
Like a XP advantage.
They are right now.
They did it the first time. They realized it was bad, and then they added it out to Nyla.
This item is going to come in pretty late,
where you get more XP in the dual lane, kind of.
Yeah, the garage sale build. Like
I see Smith's best part of Zillion's kit. I mean, but in my opinion, that's a little bit different.
Items to pick up early on, but it does slow down that first big completion. It does slow down that secondary power spike. So Static Shiv feeling good for Sneaky right now. They've already got that first Drake in their possession from earlier. 3 seconds until the next one spawns. So kind of like the second half of the day.
I think Zillion one is a support, so it's a lot different. Absolutely. Because when the carry has one, I don't know. Like, yeah, he can ulti the carry, but like he's not a great later. So it's like I don't care as much, if that makes sense. But it's different when you're like, I guess solo lane is different.
See if that is going to be the option, or if he's going to be cooking up something a little bit different. But Golden Glue probably going to be able to finish off this turret. He has the demolish, he has the E-up on it, so this thing is looking like it's gone.
He is tearing this thing to pieces. First turret before 12 minutes into the game, plus 3.7 thousand gold lead.
Damn. Grayson also get with coal opener.
So even if Sneaky's team comes in and tries to make a collapse on Golden Glue, he's just fine. He's on the Tristana. Let's see, Smoothie looking for a Magnet Storm here. Perry with a respect flash, even though he's still at full HP, did not want to be caught out there. He knew that Sneaky's Beakies were up to something.
Yeah, and honestly, Now without the ulti from Smoothie, I don't know if they can really fight here. At the Dragon, it would be pretty tough. So yeah, Maokai lost his flash.
Oh
but
my God,
meanwhile,
Darshan just
Darshan's
monster
cooking up
balls
balls
right
for
there.
dinner. There's just nothing left to him, dude. This guy's just totally
Whoa, no,
roasted.
stop.
He's
I need
gone.
SNK
Now
to
with the enemy
win.
top laner no longer in the
Bro,
picture,
let's
it
go
doesn't matter
sneaky.
that he has teleport.
Let's go
He can't join the
Spica.
fight. That means the rest of the team's now feeling confident to step up here and go for their bottom side river fight. Spica gets back over the wall there, but it's still total river control now here for Aframu's team.
Yeah. Spica just trying to farm up his form as fast as he can. Hitting those melee champions does give you progression towards that red form. We'll see if he has it now. He went back to base. Yep, there it is. As kind of expected. He has the upgrade. He has his mythic completed now. So Gordigger plus Rost, you are massively more powerful, especially if you can get in the middle of a lot of these melee champions. And Neela is essentially melee. Like, your range is almost 0, so there are going to be a lot of champions you can expect to be kind of stacked
Bro,
up on
4K
Spica, so if you
lead.
can get the AoE down and really kind of shred through, you can take over a game absolutely.
Okay.
Frost. You know, this is one of those
Insanity, as long as he doesn't solo kill this, then they'll be fine.
Deal with, because it's kind of one of those drain tank style champs.
It's a true raid boss champ.
Why is Darshan here?
Because sometimes people say
Oh,
a raid boss refers to, oh, they just
no.
can't kill him. Sometimes they say a raid boss
Oh,
is referring to a guy who's just got the
no.
damage to kill everybody on his own. And honestly, Fed Rost is both of those things at the same time. He's very, very scary. Now you've got Darshan forcing the flash out of Sneaky as well. Kaisa not having Killer Instinct or Flash is going to hurt, but not as
Oh,
much as
yes.
Orianna. Nice shutdown going back.
I would say he was just great. His solos win late every game, and Sandy can play literally anything and win.
Behind him, bails out Sneaky. Yeah, Sneaky.
Yeah,
does
Sandy's
use the
kinda
flash. That sucks. But
crazy.
He's gonna get aggressive on the invade here, and Sandy's around. It could look.
Insanity wants to dive in on these guys, but now the TP's coming in. Balls is ready to join the fight. The Tarek ultimate keeps him invulnerable here for a moment, and they're trying to turn the burst back around the other way. The shutdown hits Insanity.
Yes!
Hits
Go
Afro.
SNK!
It's an absolute slaughter in the jungle, and Sneaky's Beakies are the ones holding the knife.
Yes!
God, huge fight there for Sneaky's Beak. He's able to get a bunch of kills back. 3 for 0. At the end of the day, yes, Golden Glue's pushing up on top side, so they are still down on gold, but they absolutely needed that. Stunt gets a lot of kills off that. He gets the Ludens completed. Balls has his mythic completed now as well. And that was a massive fight for them down on the bottom side. Off that initial TP from Stun. The flanking Orianna, not something you see a lot, but that got them 1 kill. And that gave them
Dude,
confidence
Stun
to just go for this
played awesome.
heavy,
Like I
heavy
said, like as long as he doesn't die mid lane, I
knew
think
they
he's
were
done
going
his
up
job.
and in, and they could take pretty much
And then
any fight.
he just sick TP, sick team fighting. He's 3-0. He got rewarded for not dying.
Situation, but it's so much better than it was. And here's how it started with Darshan initially forcing the summoner spell out of Sneaky, but then the reinforcements were great.
Exactly. The reinforcements were really good. It's a great shockwave as well. The ball placement was nice, snapping him back over towards Sneaky. And then they know they can just look for this sort of a play. There's no TP on Tristana. Aatrox has
I'm
the
right now
TP.
when
They
he cheer for
already have
SK,
an
yes.
down here.
But I think
Insanity looks for the engage. Afro tried to flash forward.
I think we had an
Couldn't
easier
get
time
that
against
done.
most teams,
Couldn't
honestly.
find a big stun onto a carry or anything like that. The Tarek ulti got kited out. Spica barely survived.
God.
I don't want to say 5, maybe 10% health when he actually.
Wait, it
gets
sucks that
ulti
Sneaky
off.
didn't get one of
He's
those
able to
kills.
vamp back up. Is able to
I would have
survive and
preferred
get a
Sneaky
lot
get one of
kills
those,
back,
just so that he gets gold here. Like, ideally, you want to split the gold between carries.
chances here for Sneaky.
But it's okay. Like, Stunt got both the
Huge
shutdowns.
from them. You can see it's actually Balls at the top of the chart. On the damage, on the Aatrox, joining in with the fight, making use of the TP.
By the way, when you play Nyla, you can't really dodge Oreo T.
Now it's
'Cause-
Golden Glue pushing up in top lane. Infernal Chains do connect, trying to use the Buster Shot to knock Balls back away from him. But Perry's ready to follow it up and try to give Golden Glue the help that he needs. There's the alley-oop, and they find the first kill. But they got to be careful because Golden Glue had the Turbid aggro. Now Insanity and Afro move in a 2v2 here in the jungle, but Spica and Stunt are able to fight it out. Insanity down to 100 HP, has to flash back over the wall, trying to stay alive, but Sneaky.
Yo, let's go. That's my boy Sneakers. Let's go. Sneaky, hit this W. Hit this W. You're a beast. Boom. You're in.
Perry and Golden Glue are on the run, but Sneaky's got the killer instinct. Golden Glue continues trying to escape as Perry wants to be the sacrificial lamb. Sneaky.
Yes.
Golden Glue before his
Yes.
complete, and now Perry's stuck in no man land, and all they got to
Oh,
do
and
is
he got the shutdown and the TP.
Spica picks up another one. The gold lead is almost back to 0. The advantage has been lost. It's anybody's game.
Yeah, this game is getting really close now. We're coming into it thinking Aftermoon's squad might just stomp through the whole tournament. But Sneaky's team having
Oh, you know Sneaky's fucking ecstatic right here.
All three of their carries.
I'm looking.
Spica is on a killing spree. Like he
and David's sad he didn't get killed. Sandy should have gotten the kill, but sometimes you just miss kills when you're playing Nyla.
And you can see it's Golden Glue out to a lead, but
I love the SNK strats to let Spica carry. I mean, Spica's a fucking monster, but he trolls a lot. But sometimes when I watch his stream, I'm like, damn, this guy inted like it's his fucking job. But when he's trying, he is fucking amazing.
As long as they're not fighting into the
one of the best NA talents that ever.
I think they have a good shot, but you know, if Afro can get that good engage alongside the Maokai and get that perfect Caracal.
No, don't change.
I still think it's gonna be really tough.
Oh, Cutie, thanks for the raid. Welcome to the stream.
Promising couple of minutes here for Sneaky Squad. We'll see if
welcome to the stream, guys. I'm currently participating in the League of Legends tournament. And our team, who we play, is decided based on who wins this game. So I'm watching the last game of the first day, and it's these two teams playing. And my team is currently
working away on that
doing pretty well.
They are going to drop the Herald mid.
We're top 4.
Trade both of these tier 2 towers for them. Now Balls is keeping in. They're going to try to fight.
No, stun missed ulti.
Before the fight ever really even started. Balls looking for a way to enter off to the side, but the equalizer
oh
gives them the
my
to
god!
Just charge forward.
Whoa!
Darshan will not retreat back into his opponent because the only way to go is straight dead ahead. Now Perry could be in some trouble. Afro move popping the ulti to make sure these guys don't die immediately. Spica and Balls trying to hang on here in the 2v4, but Balls gets stunned up, and there's the apotheosis. Insanity jumps in to try to bring these guys down. Spica finds a multi-man knock.
No, I need SNK to win. Dude, Darshan is fucking monster. What?
They're 4K up again. They play the map. They take the tier 2 top. They take the tier 2 mid.
Dude, Rumble's not fair. This character, man.
That advantage. Was slowly being
I want SNK to win because it'll be a 3-way tiebreaker, and the tiebreak system is kind of weird. It's the fastest win gets first. So there's 4 teams, and all 3 other teams would be 2-1, which means that we would play against Mo's team. But I think their team, we match best against their team, so I'd like to play them. Ulti here as stun was so greedy. You have to wait till Sneaky's there to get more value off of it. Sneaky and Spica, not greedy, but like you just can't ulti there.
For the perfect equalizer, they weren't stacked up.
He could have had ulti for this situation.
Across multiple members, flashes in, uses the proto belt, cleans up both those carries alongside Perry, and Balls is on the other side trying to make something happen over on Insanity as well as Golden Glue, but just can't make it happen. Afro gets the really good Terra Call to actually keep Perry alive, and then they're just flying in, finishing off those kills. Insanity with a super aggressive build does decide to go for the Gale Force, so he's on.
Darshan's crazy. He like solo killed my top laner. He like is fucking owning this tournament. He solo killed Balls here. Like, he is doing some work, man.
But just as soon as you give him an inch, the Watchmen take a mile. We're at 20.
Dude, I will say Revenge is the funniest top laner. When he says I love, it's my top laner is Revenge, and he has great lines like I lose level like what's like levels 3 and up.
More control over this top side of the map.
I love when my top laner says stuff like that.
Shockwave here a little bit. Perry's going in on top of the enemy mid laner, but he's
wait, Perry's just inted. Perry inted.
Perry could be in some serious trouble here. Equalizer comes down over the top. Darshan wants to finish off stuff, but they don't have the damage. Just
no.
Belt from maximum range to guarantee it. It'll be a 1-for-1 trade so far, but they got to be careful. Apotheosis.
Oh my god.
Smoothie and
wait.
Spica have to try to escape, but Smoothie's already down and Spica's on the run. There's no ulti left for the Kane, and that's a big problem. Balls is down in the bottom lane trying to deal with a tier 2, but the base is being absolutely throttled. Balls is going to have to get back and try to stop these guys. They are not going to be deterred.
Dude.
The inhibitor is crushed.
Yeah, they lose the inhib. Balls didn't have TPs on the other side of the map, so Aftermoon squad get aggressive. They are being spotted here. They're trying to delay their recalls a little bit, it looks like. they're going to be able to stop at least one, but Spica has to be careful.
Yeah, Spica's got no ulti. That's
He's
the big
dead.
problem here. It's such an easy catch. You can see all the pings coming out on Baron now. They know
Wait,
that's the jungler. They
wait,
know that's
what
the
did I
only
just
way they can
watch? Sorry, I looked and saw it, and I thought he was just gonna E over the wall, and so I was like, oh, this is gonna be no problem.
Yeah, this is going to be so hard to come back, but Golden Glue maybe getting caught.
Okay, this could be huge. Golden Glue with the disengage. Had to pop the flash to guarantee his safe escape. Balls is now rejoined with the rest of the team.
He did the thing where he tried to stall, but like he didn't make it over the wall. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, Stud fucking steals this. Easiest penta I've ever seen. Wait, why did he go over the wall? Why is he not on the other side of the wall? Wait, no. Oh, nice ulti.
He's still getting away. The shockwave
No, he should have just been over the wall here, right here. Like him going around is grief. Because his ball gets a vision, right? I don't know. Does his ball get vision? It does. I don't play Ori enough. Does Ori ball get vision? Anyone know? Maybe he just didn't know. I don't. It does. Okay, then yeah, he just had vision that they weren't on the backside, and he could have gotten a great shockwave from back.
They are looking really, really good.
Yeah, they definitely could have had a potential secure there. Balls going around is irrelevant to what he should have done. That could have been any unit in the game. It does not matter. Ori is not running right side there. It's okay.
All right, Spica, let's see what you can find. I'm still got a lot of expectations on him to kind of be the
Yeah, I think we're
X-factor in
that I
these
didn't
fights,
know.
if he can drain tank these guys, bait them into bad situations. But the damage and
So the thing about Nyla is you usually have to eat twice to get in. It has two charges. There's a dash to an ally or enemy. So you dash to like the melee minion, and then you dash to you flash ulti dash onto the carry, and that's your initiation. But if you die, then you're fucked. So like you can't get out once you go in. So once you commit, it is rough.
As Perry shoots off the ulti, equalizer over the top again. That combo is so deadly. And
That is so annoying.
Onto the tier 2 turret. And Void Seeker from a long way away is going to knock Perry down below half HP. So they got to be
Ori still a bit outrageous, bro. I'm just saying, our team games were fucking hype.
A chance to engage.
Yeah.
You didn't know what was gonna happen in our games.
Find it, it's tough. Smoothie has no flash, so unless they just walk straight up into him, it's not really gonna happen. And Balls now.
This Rumble is so fucking strong, man. Whenever I play against a Rumble like this, I'm like, please, FF.
Up the dragon, and Darshan, Insanity, and Aframu here, supported by Perry, push up, and are gonna be able to get another turret, just threaten towards this inhibitor now, as Balls is just kind of stuck, constantly dealing with those minions in top lane.
Yeah, Balls is stuck on minion duty for pretty much ever. Unfortunately, that's just the reality of the situation for these guys with the way that the lane states and the map state currently is. Golden Glue over in mid, pushing up on his own. It's the classic 4-1 Baron up split push. They've still got 30 seconds left on the Turo Baron buff, and once that expires, there'll at least be a little bit more breathing room for Sneaky's team. But hey, maybe Team Aframu just decides to go hard on this last little bit of a push, this last little bit of their buff. They're allowing the Cannon minion to do some work onto the turret down here in bottom lane. Golden Glue's push is at least answered by Stunt back in mid, so he won't be able to break things open there. All right, it doesn't look like they're going to be able to hard force this with Baron. Only 10 seconds left.
Yeah, this will be their last wave, as you say. Probably not going to be able to make it happen, but Perry's just going to drop the ult to try to create some space. There's the double.
Wait, no, that's a battle. That's a battle. This is great. SNK can win this.
And the Maokai ultimate.
I think
has been bought a little bit of time mid.
Afro's team knows to just run it.
This thing, but he does have turret aggro. He's got to be careful.
Yeah, the turret aggro is what really spoiled that, because now Golden Glue down to about a third HP.
Isn't Grayson dead here?
Disengage. Speak is still chasing after him. Golden
This guy's
Glue
dead for
thinking,
sure.
Hey, maybe I can stick around and try to take the red, but it's just so greedy. Spica goes in and commits the flash and just kills him with the ulti damage. Golden Glue at least bought some time for his team to try to get a little bit more turret damage, but that was just a little bit sloppy from the Glue.
Yeah, a bit of an oopsie. Pulled aggro.
Sneaky needs Leandries. Is that what you're supposed to build? I actually don't know what the current Heist build is. I know it's, you get Nashers plus like Shiv or something. What is the mythic you get?
Chase him down. At least it costs
Is it
flash, so there is something to be said for that. But speaking now on 7 kills, as you say, a lot of the onus is on him to really be able to make it happen. But the problem is, he's not really like enough ahead of the pace of the game. I feel like, he's the same level as the Maokai. I feel like as Kane, you have to be the same level as the Soul Laners. You have to be like multiple levels up to really be able to just like 1v9 a game. And it just has not been that kind of game for him.
Well, things continue.
Your poke is Ludens?
Very
Oh, I don't know if it's
play out
Ludens
Sneaky
this game.
side. Remember what's on the line here. If
Oh, well,
Sneaky's team can
maybe.
win this, we do have a 3-way tie for first, second, and third.
Oh, he went Leandries. Okay, cool. He's full build. Wait, is it Sneaky super strong now?
However, if Team Afro Moon wins it, they're just going to come out on top automatically. Now the fight breaks out, and Smoothie's going to be locked down, but he survives long enough to get himself away.
Wait.
Tarek ulti to reinforce the lines for Afro Moon's side as Balls is the first one to drop, and now Smoothie's got to try to get away again. Speak up being focused, but he has enough time to get the ulti off. Insanity finally gets the kill back on him. It's a 2
Wait, they
for nothing,
lost a
and with the remaining health bars
4v5?
being so dire, the push down mid continues.
It's a
Oh.
close fight, but they get nothing at the end of the day. Smoothie maybe gonna die to the dot. In goes Darshan.
Yup, Darshan's ready for the flash follow. That flame spitter will cut him down as Smoothie and Sneaky have to try to keep themselves alive. They're stuck underneath the tier 3 turret right now. Sneaky just trying to use the supercharger to make his way back to the safety of the Nexus of the Fountain, but you still have the problem that you're in a 2v5 for the next 20 seconds and your Nexus turrets are melting. The first one falls, the second one goes right after. Sneaky and Smoothie won't be able to hold on any longer. Yes, they at least get 1 kill back onto Perry, but the Nexus is dropping fast. Sneaky's gone, Smoothie's gone, the games are done. And the Watchmen of Team Afro Moo are gonna take day 1 with a clean 3-0 record.
Yep, they'll be 3-0,
It's fine.
topping
No
the
one's gonna
table,
tell.
so
Remember the
matches tomorrow
story.
as a result will be
It's
set.
just
We're
we
gonna have
beat
Afro Moo
Mo's team.
Watchmen
Who's
going
gonna
up
even
against
remember
Scarra's
who's
Water
on the
Boys,
team?
and then we're gonna have
But if
Yasuo
we beat
teaming up with
Afro's
Wild
team,
Turtles.
they'll
We'll
tell
be
that
playing
story for
against
the ages.
Sneakies for
Okay, good luck tomorrow. Yeah. Don't worry. I don't need luck. Yeah, miracle. What? I don't need a miracle. Shit's easy. Just like my chess games, I'm gonna take him out in 3 minutes. That is not the right game. I'm so sorry. That is definitely not the right game. That's a fucking weirdo.
The joke's on you.
It's just this BR game. No, I might have to play AD here. That's fine. I've been playing so much Caitlyn. Start playing League again because of the tournament I'm playing right now. Bum, 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 bum. What do I want to play? I don't even know. Let me. I have this weird fascination of wanting to play MF. I don't think I can play AD here. My team comp is not like for it, so it's all right. Wait, first strike works for 3 seconds? It's just not the immediate next hit? Oh, I think I misread that.
Fortune doesn't favor fools.
Ruin MF? Broken Covenant MF. I have been a sinner. Hey, I like pink skins. They kind of pop. Would you rather be 11 feet tall or 9 inches tall? I would rather be 9 inches tall. There's no way you would be able to be comfortable with being 11 inches or 11 feet tall. What's up, Tony? Yeah, I like pink, purple, teal chromas. I just so tight, but think of 11 feet. Like literally, think 11 feet is like monstrous. Like I don't know if you that it's a lot.
Handle me, summoner.
I'm not a bitch. I've been told if you're bot lane, you have no balls if you unless you go cold.
Not a problem. Welcome to Summoner's Rift. "30 seconds until minions spawn."
Yeah, and tall people die faster.
You've got
you know?
dangerous eyes.
As Lily always reminds me, Broden's going out first. And imagine you're 2 Brodens tall. Like they're just dead.
Watch your mouth, kid, or you'll find yourself respawning at home. Minions have spawned. I've got a good feeling about this.
I don't think you don't leash Ivan, right? Because like he's friends with plants. Yeah, okay.
Step 2.
I don't want to hit any more than this.
Strike like
Set
that.
sail. I know what I'm doing. Don't get cocky.
Not so fast.
The fun begins.
It's
Bro, we got level 3 Gateway Juggler again. Game sucks, man.
Sure you can handle me, summoner?
Same darkness.
Not a problem.
First blood.
You've got dangerous eyes. I like that.
Cold front.
An ally has been slain.
I've got a good feeling about this.
Bro.
Not so fast.
Bundle up.
Step 2. Set sail.
No way we get
An enemy has been slain.
It is easy.
Oh my god.
I
Enemy
know
double
what I'm
kill.
doing.
An enemy has been slain.
Damn, they seriously.
Don't get cocky.
We really didn't ward at level 3 and we got fucked because of it. I actually don't even know who the dodge the gig.
Bang.
A wave's in a terrible spot. Play the dice candy.
Sure you can
it's
handle
not
me, summoner?
Wait.
Not a problem.
Strike like ram.
Wait, his buy isn't even that good. What? How do you have a worse buy than
An ally has been slain.
You've got dangerous
Wait, we're
eyes.
fine.
I like that.
Bundle
Not so
up.
fast. I feel this ill.
Red, white? You know what that means? Red, white, don't fight.
I've got a good feeling about this.
The red, white guns are the best dueling guns. They give you lifesteal. They're really annoying to fucking fight against.
Set sail. I know what I'm doing.
An enemy has been slain.
Fuck. Yeah, I'm literally non-stop with this character or what?
An ally has been slain.
Oh, we won. Our juggler owns.
Sure you can handle me, summoner?
Our mid laner is getting... Oh, actually, everyone's doing pretty well. It is no problem.
Not a problem.
This is the most laning I've done in 3 games. Usually by 9 minutes, my support's gone. My top lane got 3 deaths. No.
I always shoot first.
I apologize for playing Rom. Yeah, I didn't play it that bad. It's I haven't played that well.
You've got dangerous eyes. I like that.
Stand behind throne.
I've got a good feeling about this.
Okay. That kind of chugged. Fine. He has a poly ulti? Bro.
Set sail.
An enemy has been slain.
I should have read.
Double kill.
Take this spot.
I know what I'm doing.
Danger strikes us.
Don't get cocky.
I got 2 dogs and a shield.
What Hex gives
Sure
you
can handle
ability?
me, summoner.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie. Like fighting 2v2 bot lane is like not possible, but I was hoping I'd get like a some more stuff. Oh.
You've got dangerous eyes. I like that.
Is that mid? Oh my, that was bot for a sec.
From is here.
I've got a good feeling about this.
Wait, does W make me attack faster? It does, right? Oh yeah, I get attack. I should use W there. My bad. For some reason, I thought I did it, but then it always does.
Step 2.
Dude, we don't know where Akshan is. Fuck, man. I can't walk up here. Oh, he's got red white as well, which is kind of hard for us. Like, where the fuck is this guy? Oh.
Not so fast. I feel this here for you.
Nothing but powder monkeys.
He DC'd? Wait, I thought you were being truthful. I didn't know you lied. I thought you were like, oh shit, it's a 4v5. I literally pressed tab. He's fucking save CS. You fucker, man.
Don't get cocky.
He's just really good, true. Aside for this buy, because the goal was perfect.
Summoner.
Dirk Yomus, I'm spiked like crazy.
Your turret has been destroyed. Not a problem.
Fuck. Dude.
Shut down. The fun begins.
I can't fucking move, man. That's okay. Bro.
I've got a good feeling about this.
I have to say, but I'm not that weak. Honestly.
Rise to the light. Step 2. Shut down.
Yeah. What? If there's a Clemens here and I die, I will be so fucking.
Set sail.
And we're back.
I know what I'm doing. Don't get cocky. Your team has destroyed a turret.
This character is really weird. This is probably the character where I have to use mana the most. If that is that like I go so low.
An enemy has been slain. Enemy killing spree.
Not a problem.
Your turret has been destroyed.
You've got dangerous eyes.
Cool.
I like that.
I want to farm to the level 11 ideally. Fuck everyone in this game, man.
I've got a good feeling about this.
I'm not moving past river. Or I'm not moving like past here. So AP bot lane is a ton of mana. It doesn't matter.
Step 2.
An enemy has been slain.
Set sail.
ADs use more mana than APs, by the way. Just because APs have like chapter, which means you don't really have mana problems.
Shut down.
Wasn't bad.
Shut down.
Don't get cocky. Sure you can handle me, Summoner?
Cool. Did I just buy LDR here? Is that how the build works? Oh, Shredio.
Not a problem.
How am I doing, man?
You've got
Yeah, the fight was good.
I like that.
You have to turn around and hit at some point, you know. Like red white. What's the fight?
Step 2.
Fuck. I tried to get a kill there because I thought the guy was gonna walk up. I can't believe this guy does so much fucking damage. Holy shit.
Not so fast. You thought you would leave
Whoa. Wow. Wait, I didn't even see his health bar. What?
Don't get cocky.
I got it. That position there was so weird, man.
Ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Shut down.
I thought the dragon was gonna kill me here, man. Attack moving with this character is so weird because you just have no base attacks. Her base attacks must be terrible. What?
You've got dangerous eyes. I like that.
I thought I saw Silas. Oh. Oh my, what? Huh? I think maybe minimap bug.
Bang.
You know, one of the biggest losers of items like Gale Force is MF.
Good feeling about this.
This is so illegal, man.
Step 2. Set sail.
I'm not fucking walking up, man. I learned my lesson last time. I'm gonna get fucking Kled, Silas flank.
Guns blazing.
I have learned my lesson.
I know.
Oh, Oxshot could be here.
Shut down.
Don't get cocky. Sure you can handle me, summoner?
The one. Yo. Yo, yo, yo. No way. Fucking.
You've got dangerous eyes. I
Yeah.
like that.
More powder.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
That should be easy. I'll be fine. That was such an illegal Baron play there.
I've got a good feeling about this.
How much extra gold is Collector giving me? You know, it should tell you how much gold Collector gives you. I guess I can just kind of tell. I've gotten like 5 kills with it. So like 100 gold. A little over 100 gold.
Step 2. Set sail.
Like, can I even walk up?
I know what I'm doing. No prey, no pay.
Has been destroyed. An enemy has been slain.
Don't get cocky.
Great, great.
Sure you can handle me, summoner?
That isn't here, or Akshan isn't here, right? That would be really bad.
Not a problem.
Alright, I almost have Axiom actually. I am so fucking. I decided to go Axiom over BP. So I am doing some. Oh my god.
An enemy has been slain.
I didn't know he was coming from the fucking right, man. Ivan owns?
I've got a good feeling about this.
More power. Bye, Daisy.
Step 2.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
If they catch us on this timing, they're fucking gods. So next item. Edge BT.
Set sail.
Alternating redemption is funny.
Strike!
I know
Oxshot.
what I'm doing.
Maybe see. Oh, this build does not.
Don't get cocky.
What was that?
Sure you can
No way.
Not a problem.
I have Iron Braum. There's no way Akshat can play the game.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
More power.
Your team has destroyed
You
a
got
turret.
dangerous eyes. I like
Your
it.
team has destroyed an inhibitor.
That guy is so sad. He walked the fight and got ulted out instantly.
Team has destroyed a turret.
Good feeling about this.
Victory.
Dude, Honor, dude, like my supports did such a great job. Both these guys and my top laner, like my team did a great job. I didn't see it calling on my stream much, mainly because she was split pushing. I just don't get to interact with her that much. Yeah, I got hard carried until I could finally be relevant in that game. Ivor's so good. Don't play Smads. person that I was bro. Oh, you did awesome. Like I fucked up lane. Dude, every time I've literally played bot lane over the last 5 games in solo queue, 4 of them were level 3 gank bot lane, which is fine. Sometimes it happens, but like like 2 or 3 were like one side red buff bot lane gank, and I'm like, man, fuck these guys, dude. I'm always surprised about how much damage MF does, because MF does a lot of damage. I am always impressed. Gee, I was a feeling. I don't believe you. This guy said he was Daisy, and this guy says he was the ward. Anti today? Yeah. Revenge, you got me tomorrow, right? I'm just saying, I'm getting kills in lane. Me and Breezer are doing our stuff, kinda. Yeah, today didn't matter. Today was scrim day. Anyways, came off. Tell you something, I'm not asking your handout promo right now. I'm streaming till someone from OTV invites me to OTV. I don't know how long it takes, but I'm gonna do it. OTV is the only thing I want. Maybe in years' time you will DM me. Yeah, for sure.
The joke's on you.
You know, live your dream, buddy. Wow, Senna got banned. Okay, I guess I'm not playing Senna Cho. It was a rare time I can play this in solo queue, but we chill it. You know what I also kind of figured out? I don't know if this is, which is kind of weird. I don't know if it's good to go Rise is good, but it's sometimes in, like when I'm playing those types of games, it's not. So it's really hard to tell.
Fear the power you do not see.
It's Yumi Zeri. You think play a regular 80? That's would be a bad idea. Super bad idea. support Timo? I mean, does Timo blind make Zeri miss her thing? Do you know what I mean? Does she miss her Q? Or does that count as like a non-auto attack? Because it's kind of weird. She shoots in a random direction. Well, does that mean you shoot it backwards?
You can sit on a throne. That doesn't make you a ruler. It only means you have an ass.
I don't like that my bot lane didn't go Ignite with Timo. I feel like if we're gonna play Timo, isn't Ignite just OP?
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. "30 seconds until minions spawn.
Nice. Full life. Don't worry, we run it back. Fuck, he's not here.
Minions have spawned.
He queued the other way. That's so funny.
I guess we're going this way.
Strength is the only teacher.
One of the things that's nice about Swain is you have no mana cost for E. Like it costs 50 and you regenerate about 50. Even without hitting anyone presence of mind. So it's like, oh, it's kind of decent.
A conquer mission is a loyal one.
Wow. The guy turned that shit like it was fucking NASCAR right there.
Spark ready. A gift from Dawn.
Yo.
Do not try my patience.
Fully charged.
We must remind them of their fate.
First blood. An ally has been slain. You have slain an enemy.
Oh, it's fucking over.
Death.
An enemy has been slain.
Some say the darkness scales back.
There is no CS on both players, by the way. But that's okay. Did you see what Zeri missed here, man? This Zeri is fucking depressed.
I'm here. Short on sparks.
And to think, they called me a cripple.
Electrocute. Running on empty. Sparks ready.
Sacrifices must be made. Empire above all. A petty squabble for pettier men.
An ally has been slain.
You lack
An enemy
discipline.
has been slain.
Was made okay. Oh man.
Shut down.
The right to rule held in my hand. I often kill in my visions.
Ready.
I am going to maybe try I'm gonna try the other build this game. Leandry's first, because I feel like I won more damage. What the fuck? Oh, he kept pushing. What the hell? This guy's greedy as shit.
This is the least of my crimes.
Fully charged. Please don't. That's my cue. Get out.
An enemy has been slain.
You dare oppose Noxus.
You have slain an enemy.
Another disappointment.
I didn't get that. There's no fucking way. I'm close to plate. Do I want to replay? I kind of want to replay. Oh, I should have replayed. Now I'm stuck here. Shit.
You would do well to die before my ravens find you.
Spark's ready. Not a chance.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Weak of body, weak of mind.
An ally has been slain.
I have the best game in the spirit realm.
This will be my offering.
Oh, because I have ulti. Theory is so lame, man. It's fine.
Got the fuel up. Need more power. Spark's ready.
Have a spree. Okay.
Surprise!
Try to die with dignity.
Shut down.
Fully charged. Zoom!
Him not backing with his life is so
I
crazy.
will not tolerate interference.
Rampage. Has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An enemy
Hey,
has
freebie.
been slain.
Oh my god, she didn't die. What the fuck? By stalling that long, by the way, I got Zeri to use Flash, which was huge.
How tedious.
I'm not messing around.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Diplomacy is a subtle art.
Fully charged.
The ends of war are death.
Someone ping me back. I got really fucking spooked there.
Shut down.
Incompetence blinds me.
Ah, fuck. And I was actually there, my bad. Bad old dude.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Pity stays the hand of the merciful, but not mine.
Lee's so far behind? Yeah, Lee is not having a great time.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. Shut down.
Submit.
Somehow, Zeri has a shutdown now. He's going Rift Maker. Interesting. I thought that item sucked.
Strength is the only teacher.
Off I go.
This item should never exist in the current state. The fact that it can hit 6 targets is like, what the fuck? You're giving free wave clear to a... to ADs? Like that should... Oh, that's like a tuning valve for how good ADs are. But now it's just like, oh. He might go over the wall from here.
Shut down.
See ya.
Do not try my patience. We must remind them of their place.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Fully charged.
And to think, they called me a cripple.
You have slain an enemy.
God, yeah.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Sacrifices must be made.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Okay.
Ionia still stands.
Has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
He get it, I guess.
An enemy has been slain.
Okay.
Empire above all.
Dude, every time I get hit with this dumbass shiv, it annoys me.
I'm an independent cat.
Oh
Your team
no.
has destroyed
A
a
petty
turret.
squabble for pettier men.
Spark ready. Heads up.
Secrets whispered in the
It's just really hard to deal with the fact that they have wave clear. It's so annoying, man. Come on. Yep.
You lack discipline. The right to rule held in my hand. This is the least of my problems.
Board game for me.
You dare oppose Noxus.
An enemy has been slain.
You would do well to die.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret.
See, this is what happens in solo queue, but like in actual games, it's not this easy. They hit 2 or 1. Let's see how many throws fall back. What? Yep. Like some bullshit happens. I miscarried. Some bullshit happens with Swade where I get so far ahead. It's just super easy. This guy maybe he's flash. Fuck.
Raven was a portent. Their time.
Your turret has been destroyed. Shut down.
Nice flash, by the way.
The battle is yet to be decided.
Killing spree.
Obvious, you should have. Bro, the way you talk is so weird. Like, it's like, it should have is so weird. It's like, it's not that serious. Like, it would have been cool to have scrims, but I was kind of busy.
Try to die with dignity.
Not a big deal. No way, I got ulti. We have to back again? Fuck.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Like when I make a comment, like I say that in like real games, like it doesn't work as easily. It's not like yeah, obviously the answer should be I could play more of them, but it was just like a statement of like, okay, well shit, you know? Like I'm pretty happy with what we got, and what we didn't get, it's fine. It's not a big deal. In the end, it's like we could have just played better. Rematch, it's fine. One team is gonna have more practice. It's not a big deal.
Rampage.
This happens. I can't believe I backed for just to heal. There's stuff going mid, but I'm not gonna look. I'm afraid they're just gonna get triple kill. I got crow. I got block. Nice.
Another piece.
Wow, he almost killed him. One more auto, I think.
Unstoppable.
Oh, he did kill him. Oh my god. Man, this is so crazy. This is 5,000 gold. Wow. I mean, did I do anything this game? Actually, I did pull her into tower. That was great. Clara Meow, welcome back for 22 months. Sorry if I missed you. I play with you. Oh, you owned. Well played. I think Trisman's one of the best picks with Swain. This game was really weird. Like my teammate didn't type at all the whole game, and he was just like, I'm gonna be a silent assistant. And that's cool, that's fine. Team was good. Yeah. It was just like I did okay with it better, and my jungle mid did really well in this game. Took over the game. Nice job. Play some ads. Really, Joker? Thanks for the sub. Welcome, welcome. I thought we were gonna have a Zeri moment this game, but thank God it did not happen. After winning this Scarra, nah, you play well. Good job. Even if you went 0-7, it would still have been fine. Like no one on our team like said a slur to someone. I'm pretty happy with how the game goes. I'll be real with you. All in all, I'm pretty happy. No slur. That's always a good one. I cannot pronounce your name that you just sub with, man. But you're the Tris before. What the hell? Is something with kin. Oh, someone banned Shaco. Wait, hold on. What do I ban? Kinsuno. Oh, there we go. Kinsuno. Yeah. It doesn't come up with the sub, so I'm like, that's like. Oh, a little AD mid. Hell yeah. Say less. Heck yeah. The thing is, man, I don't think unless the support wants to play Senna, I don't know. Cho is really hard. Bum. Dude, my Swain is kind of the GOAT now. So I want to try Brand so badly. I might want to play a Heimer game here. Heimer not sounds pretty decent. I think I would prefer it too. The other one bad time when I played Heimer was I played Heimer and I didn't have the right runes.
Indeed,
So it was doomed. I had Conquer, and it turns out when you're playing Conquer Heimer, it is literally impossible to proc it. You need to hit them with 6 abilities or like 6 auto. I don't know, man. I love it when people ask me to play Senna. Oh, interesting. Oh, let me move my camera down here. I don't think it matters, but what does Senna do that makes Cho so playable? Oh, well, she is your laner. She lanes and supports your Cho because Cho takes too much damage early. You can play Cho with more kill oriented. Oh, it's Samira bot or Xerath bot. It's kind of bad. Kind of a good pick by him though. Why is it better? Well, because she usually when you pick an AD in the and you pick a non-AD, you lack the ability to siege because you don't have ranged consistent damage. But it turns out if your support can be ranged consistent damage, it's pretty good. Yeah, Senna skills from not CSing. Another TFT, bro. I'm playing a tournament, a league tournament. Literally, as soon as this tournament is over, I'll be playing TFT every day because I'm in a TFT tournament. Fuck.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
One step closer to greater understanding. Ha! It's smaller than the diagram.
My Apex tournament is next weekend. So after that, I'll also be playing Apex.
Minions have spawned.
Oh shit. I feel bad for my juggler.
They'll have a few screws loose by the end of this. Ha! 42. There's just something about that number. Yeah, for great science.
Oh, the level 2 rogue.
What an uncommon denominator. Yeah.
I got one side rather than get. Fuck me, man.
An ally has been slain.
Every problem solved.
An enemy has been slain.
I have TP. Didn't even matter. That's 5 games out of 6 I've gotten once. I've gotten level 3 gigs. There's no fucking way. This can't happen to every bot laner, man.
Testing in progress.
That was really good. No, the problem was I got exhausted. I didn't flash early enough. I should have flashed immediately.
Wonderfully efficient. Fascinating, isn't it?
We win. Suck. Suck.
You have been slain.
Oh my god. We lost because I comboed wrong. That was my bad.
I'll be funneling.
Wait, how is he still level 3? he went bot lane with out clearing. He cleared one camp and went back bot. What the fuck?
An enemy has been slain.
Stop that! You will damage my turrets. Yeah. I concur. Ha!
An enemy has been slain.
Very interesting.
Wait, the guy killed Kha'Zix at jungle. There's no fucking way.
Did I leave the tridiminium ovulator on? It's smaller than the diagram.
Manifold pit band.
Just as I hypothesized. I do love a good conundrum. This will put a wrench in their plans. Let me fix that.
Hey, I got my juggler.
It's smaller than the diagram.
You have slain an enemy.
Hey, they don't get to have fun either. That's what I'm talking. That's why you know bot lane's the best lane. With
Brain over brawn.
I think I almost died. My life flashed before my eyes. Holy shit. The stretch mode went back for 109 months. Hybrid mechanics. Wait, I actually think my hybrid's clean. Not really though. Like it's okay. I need like a warm up game. There is no way this guy is finishing the thing because he.
An enemy has been slain.
Yeah, my knowledge is just shitty on this guy. What?
An ally has been slain.
Aha! 42! I knew it! Now! What was the question again? Ah, the sweet smell of science! It's smaller than the diagram. Ah. Back to the drawing board!
Killing spree.
Yeah, I'm so intimidated. He shot the other way. You don't think the Kha'Zix is coming bot here, right?
By my
Because that would be very unfortunate. Let me go ward real quick.
Not enough variables. Not nearly enough variables. Ha!
Shut down.
Order
That's fucking
enters
crazy.
a never-ending cycle. Yeah.
Oh.
Goggles on.
Bro, this pick is really annoying.
Yes, yes, hurry. I have important work to get back to. It's smaller than the diagram. One step closer to greater understanding.
The hell? The chasm's just here.
42. There's just something about that number. What an uncommon denominator.
What the hell?
Every problem solved is another reveal. It's smaller than the diagram.
An enemy has been slain.
Ah, the sweet smell of science. Raise your what?
Raise your what?
Right quick, wonderfully efficient.
Rampage.
Look out! It's smaller than the diagram.
An enemy has been slain.
Oh my god. This I was.
Fascinating, isn't it?
Shut down.
You have vision there? You like how they climb? Well, thank you. You look on yours as well.
Turret plating will fall soon.
That just fucking scorched there, man. I'm telling you, I'm like at the point where the Samira is not gonna finish.
I'll be fuddling. The cosine of your root divided by I concur.
I don't want to give up bot tower. I think that was. Oh my god.
Your team has destroyed a
Guys
turret.
have the same idea as me.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Yeah, about that, yeah. It's true.
Did I leave the tridiminium ovulator on?
An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Aha! It's smaller than the diagram. Ah, the sweet smell of science. I've applied the formula for success. Just as I hypothesized.
Shut down. Killing spree.
I do love a
Your
good
team
conundrum.
has destroyed a turret. An enemy has been
I've seen if I have a TP, but it looks like they're winning.
rampage.
Like I win a TP here.
Let me fix that.
Double kill.
It's smaller than the diagram. I put the scheme in schematic.
When you have a cannon, you could just ulti and get an hour, like just straight up.
Brain
Always something good to know.
I could
Oh,
do that better.
good.
It's smaller than the diagram. Ah, the sweet smell of science.
Shut down. Shut down. Double kill. Triple kill.
Fuck.
You have slain an enemy.
Aha! 42. I knew
Nice
it.
hybrid tech abuse. Yo. Did you, when you died that first game at that first time on Brand, or you got ganked? Do you know what? Did you see what Jake did? He flashed into the bush here. I was gonna be like, man, I would be fucking pissed.
Back to the drawing board.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Does hex flash? No, he literally just flashed it. He just said, fuck it.
By my calculations.
Brand looked pretty good though. Did it show?
Not enough variables. Not nearly enough variables.
Legendary.
Order, entropy, a never-ending cycle.
Show the best. I don't know, man. I got killed, but I don't think I ever could have won the game.
An enemy has been slain.
Goggles on.
Come get me, cat.
It's smaller than the diagram.
Shut down.
Heads up.
Holy fuck, Hybridinger does shit fast. Honestly, I thought he located there. Lady was. Had some bad moments, but also had some good moments. The Ribbon, I don't know, but he's 11. What if this is revenge on his ult account?
Don't blink. It's smaller than the diagram.
Wait, never mind. He's against Renekton. He wouldn't have won this matchup. I hope Revenge is still out here.
What an uncommon denominator.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Oh no.
Every problem solved is another revealed.
She really used everything for that, huh?
Has been slain.
Wonderfully efficient.
Has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
Bro, I'm literally fucking.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Shut down. Shut down. Enemy double kill.
The cosine of unique divided by.
Shut down.
I was about to actually fucking game on them, and then the Samira flashed on me, huh? That's not fair. This guy's a cheater.
I concur.
Ally has been slain.
Interesting.
I think he's in this bush.
Ah, the sweet smell of science. Did I leave the tridiminium ovulator on? It's smaller than the diagram.
Fuck, man. Dude, Ribbon just. Oh, fucking sent it, man. Like.
It's over.
Oh my my god.
Just as I hypothesized.
Super important to have this before the fight.
I do love a good conundrum. Ah, the sweet smell of science. Let me fix that. I put the scheme in schematic. Brain over brawn. It's smaller than the diagram. I could do that better.
The enemy's inhibitor is respawning.
Bro, I tried to bait it, but like I didn't Zodius fast enough.
Shut down.
PR, oh, it sucks. I died in 0.6 seconds. Oh my god. Wait. No, you proc Sterix before the fight. The only thing you have to do is not take damage and not proc Sterix, man.
Entropy, a never-ending cycle.
It's okay, okay. Maybe they don't do Baron, so we're okay. Dude, the way the game should be is everyone waits for them to dive me, and I'm playing fucking Heimerdinger, so it's easy. As long as the Xerath doesn't get too fed, it's fine. But the Xerath is now officially very fed.
Back to the drawing board. It's smaller than the diagram. By my
Shut down.
Not nearly enough variables.
Bro, there's no way we... I just need people to play around me, and it's easy. I can't believe that guy had a stopwatch there.
Has been slain.
That's unfortunate.
Order, entropy, a never-ending cycle.
Yo, chill. Do I care that Zed's having a bad game? We just win.
It's smaller than the diagram. This calls for a prototype. Ah, the sweet smell of science. Goggles on.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Yes, hurry. I have important work to get back to.
Bro, what the fuck? We won. I told you we could win. Look at these guys trying to dive my ass, bro.
There is no other way.
A summoner has disconnected. Victory!
Easy peasy. Nice. A little bit of a promo. I only get 21. I feel like 21 is really low. I thought I would get higher. Let me go play some ads. I mean, it's 8 right now. I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab more water. I don't think this. I think it's no point. Give me a couple minutes. You know, I might switch to TFT later today because I feel like I'm doing that thing where you last minute cram for an exam. You know what I mean? But like, it's not really helpful. You know, one of my favorite people finally caught you live. Oh, hey, I like you. Welcome to the stream. Today is a league day. I've heard Zach is actually OP. Oh, but if it's a jungle that's hovering Zach, I probably can't play. Survey's done. You go back to TFT only player. I was never a TFT only player. When the tourney's done, I'm probably gonna. I usually just alternate games. The TFT is just always one of them right now. Lulu Kog'Maw. Oh, Karma.
I'm on the case.
Oh. What's that random Caitlyn build? Hold up a sec. I mean, I'm definitely taking Clemson, right? No brainer. Do I go this or do I go First Strike? First Strike is more fun. I'll try this build. I think this is the more balanced one. The Karma legal. I think Karma's crazy right now.
My duty is to protect the citizens of Piltover, and I will see that through. First Strike return, yeah, maybe. I'm just a bit. I should just go First
first strike.
I am not Piltover's dog. I work.
I mean,
for
I'm still going pen. Don't worry. I'm just not going. Actually, am I going pen? Yeah. What the fuck? We're all AD.
First blood.
Never a dull moment.
Ah. He was slow. Oh, it's Luxbot. Interesting. Wait, actually, I think I have to go the normal Caitlyn build. Because this guy's gonna go Zhonya's first. And yeah. Yeah. That's
Drop your weapons.
I always get 2 powered attack. I stepped out of the stupid thing. He's waving back. Dude, if they fight us with level 1, I'm pretty sure we win.
Someone called for a sheriff. I have all the evidence I need.
Which side's Karma? We should be.
Predictable. Never falter.
That hit me? Wait, what the heck? Oh, I didn't. That's fine.
This is where you yield. Peace. As expected. Even the smallest clue can break a case.
I'm not gonna get level 3 that. Oh wait, there's no gank at level 3. Wait, we won.
Never fall. I aim to win.
We actually won the game.
Focus. Target in sight. Peace.
Really, the jungler's not here, and we can just own them right now, right, guys? Because they definitely blew all their fucking sums.
I cannot afford to falter. Peace. The heart of Piltover is its
my
people.
An enemy has been slain.
It's my people to know what others do not. Much appreciated.
You have been slain.
There's no way. Oh, this game sucks. It's okay.
I'm back on the case, and this time I will not fail.
Sorry, I'm this rest of our. Okay, I'm not worried. Wait, double kill? Yeah, because these fucking.
One must never start an
Oh my
investigation
god.
without first examining the evidence.
I miss so much CS actually.
Boom. Headshot. Laws mean nothing when they fail to protect the public.
Focus.
God damn it, man. Well, at least we got 1 3/4 of a plate, give or take.
I much prefer this to desk duty.
Never falter.
I'll make this quick.
Sa el sa hiridi. Peace.
Never maintain a proper chain of command. Brilliant.
Peace. Sa el sa hiridi.
Let's crack this case wide open.
Focus.
An enemy has been slain.
The law bends for no one.
Never falter.
Well, this game's fucked.
I'll be adding that to the charges.
Peace.
I always aim to win, and my aim is perfect.
Never falter.
As expected.
God, we get them to such a low health value, and it doesn't matter, man. Cause like as Caitlyn, like you can't really finish them off. Oh, where is my bot laners?
I'm on the job.
But it's Agmon, you just play against his cooldown, his W cooldown.
An ally has been slain.
I love a good chase.
Ooh. Well, I don't know where the jungler is, so...
Never falter.
No matter the situation, a good investigator always remains home.
Guyana Kiri. Focus.
Witness the singularity.
Let's do this by the book. Be good while I'm gone, won't you?
Unfortunate.
You have been slain. Reduced to nothing.
It seems I may have a new suspect. They cannot run from the long arm of the law, nor from the scope of my
We
rifle.
did not win lane hard enough. Well, I think that's obvious because we were fucking like 50 levels behind, but
Fancy a treat? Let's investigate.
can't wait to be fighting full item up.
Never falter.
Oh, can we go ward immediately? That's unfortunate. Should I want to go ward immediately?
I do love a good mystery.
Full rage blade. I'm fucked.
I will not tolerate lawlessness.
What?
Never falter. Sa ela sa. Got you. Shattered. Not too close.
Enemy killing spree.
Sa ela sa. Here.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Focus.
Shattered staff. Enemy rampage.
Oh, I put this the wrong way.
You have been
GG. This game sucks. We lost every lane but top lane. It spilled over into my lane too hard.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Kiana came, got one shot, and it was game over.
And this time I will not fail. I'm not here to serve. I'm here to protect. I must always be 3 steps ahead.
Turret plating will fall soon.
As expected.
An enemy has been slain. Enemy rampage.
Oh, he's ghost flashed it. Wait, does that really matter? He double sums me. I'm 0-4. I don't think that's the biggest waste ever. Yeah, I don't think that was worth it at all. That's a dub.
I'll be adding that to the charges.
If top is still winning, it's still possible to come back, assuming it's a bad fight. Oh, it is going to be bad.
Piltover's dog. I work for its people, no one else. Hot on the trail. Never falter. Crime is common. Logic is rare.
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain. A
Well, that was a cool game. Literally just I'm gonna go play some hat. Yeah. Didn't dodge the ganks well enough. Unlucky. Couldn't even tell if I liked the item build because I never got to my first item that game. I didn't finish my item before we forfeited, which is crazy. I finished it as we forfeited. Yeah, if I just played the character better, it would have been easy. But like cause then when we get ganked, we wouldn't be such low life, but it didn't matter. Like I can't believe that the bot lane was able to stay at that health for so long and we didn't get a gank. And they blew flash ghost ignite. It's like holy shit, man.
The joke's on
How do I
you.
feel about this game? I see an 80 jungler. Let me see the comp. Ziggs? That's Ziggs AD. Oh, then I'll give this a shot. Never played the Ziggs matchup. Oh, it's Ziggs mid. I thought it was Ziggs bot. Boy, it might be Vayne top. No, it's not after Renekton, right? Question, is stopwatch the most value summoner spell. It's technically 750 gold. Like rune, I mean. I feel like that's a really high amount for a non-keystone. It feels like really high. Yeah, that's really high. I don't know if I'm even getting that much value off of first strike in half of my games. The boot value at the same level is 350, but you get 10 more move speed, right? So or 300. 10 more move speed is probably worth like, I don't know, like 100 gold. Huh. Used to be 650. It's hard to sometimes hard to qualify. Yeah, we'll see.
I have seen this place.
I mean, it feels like
A battle.
oh, this is a very hard lane to play against. Especially in general is really annoying.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. "30 seconds until minions spawn.
There's 3 saves. Dude, not kidding.
Minions have spawned.
Wow, he didn't cut here? Oh, wow. Yeah, this is the Nihilist from a few games ago who roamed a lot. But man, I've been chilling.
Try to die with dignity. All roads lead to Noxus. All visions to Demacia. And to think, they called me a cripple.
Go for 33 health and E as well. You know, we're not even in a bad spot. Wait, he blew both of his. He blew both of his healing push. Okay, I take that back. We are in a bad spot. Cool, no problem. There's both 2 of my pots here.
Diplomacy is a subtle art. A conquered nation is a loyal one.
He doesn't even have a CSC. Can win. They cheat a recall here.
Incompetence surrounds me.
First blood.
I often feel in my visions. When I close my eyes, do not come to me. I suppose it's easier than conquering a demon.
An enemy has been slain.
Empire above all. The ends of war are death.
We can win on. We can win on. Here, I think.
You lack discipline. You would do well to die before my ravens find you.
That Vayne literally, it's having difficulty walking up.
You dare oppose Noxus?
Is someone here?
This will be my offering.
An ally has been slain. You have slain an enemy.
Victory awaits.
An enemy has been slain.
This is the least of my crimes.
I think I want Raleigh. So maybe I should have taken Boots. You this? Oh, I don't think so. Never mind. It's JD James. Thanks for sub on this stream.
If you insist on dying, pity stays the hand of the merciful, but not mine.
Shut down.
Submit. Gathering intelligence.
I want this plate. Fuck it.
How tedious. The right to rule, head in my hand.
I'm not gonna lie. Do you guys think I could have won that if I ultied and just fucking turned it? I think I could have won that.
For pettier men.
An enemy has been slain. Double kill.
Weak of body, weak of mind.
I think I can win this. Boots. I want sweeper for the 1v1 so I can sweep to see where she comes to. Actually, fine. Just do whatever. I think the Alistair should just do whatever he wants because I'm not any immediate problem.
Strength is the only teacher.
Killing spree.
Sacrifices must be made. I will not tolerate interference.
I mean, I feel like I got like I feel like I can grief there.
Try to die with dignity.
I didn't have fucking mana, man.
There is nothing noteworthy about
Yeah,
them.
let's add to flash that though.
The is worth noting.
An enemy has been slain.
I hope you do well tomorrow, but not too well because Zach is my homie. Wait. No. You want me to do super well.
An enemy has been slain.
Wait.
Turret plate
It's fucking
falls
Faker on Aurelia, dude.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
I can't believe he wanted to reject the lane. Crazy.
And to think, they called me a cripple.
An ally has been slain.
Do not try my patience.
It's just his Vayne's like one of the only.
More than what we do not know.
Vayne's like one of the only characters that can, like, Swain doesn't want to deal with hot people who do percentage health stacking because, you know, bad for me. Oh, he has a shield. That's so lame.
Diplomacy is a subtle art.
Killing spree. An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret.
More important than heroes.
Shut down.
are thieves.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Your turret has been destroyed.
Ah, 69 gold. Easy. And a free stack.
An enemy has been slain.
Kuma Bear, welcome back for 24 months. Thanks for your subbing. Bro, is your name named after the manga? Kuma Bear?
A conqueror is a massive motion.
An ally has been slain.
No, you're fucked. You need a name change, bro. All I can think of when I see your name is Kuma Bear. I'm not even kidding.
Incompetence surrounds me.
Wait, yeah, have you guys seen the anime or read the manga? It's literally about a girl who has a bear. Like two bear onesies, and she alternates between the two, and she's OP. Like the dark onesie does something crazy, and the light onesie does something crazy, and she has two. Wait. We 4-for-1 them there. Guys.
An enemy has been slain.
Going somewhere.
An ally has been
You
slain.
lack discipline.
Bro, we 4-for-1 and turn it into a 5-for-4. Like, come on.
Your
You
turret
would
has
do
been
well to
destroyed.
die before my ravens find you.
for so long. I mean, they just got greedy. It's okay. Like if it turned out well, it would have been awesome, right? I would have been like, yo, yeah, great job. But it didn't turn out well. So you know what? Fuck you guys.
An enemy has been slain.
This will be my offering.
Again, I do not mind if my team ints. It sucks if they do, but it's whatever. If you want to go for highlight plays, it's fine. I will just be like, I think you should not. Whoa, what the fuck? My control, my character? I think I clicked the mini map and it forced me backwards. You see that? Fuck, man. I'll do Riftmaker? Nah, I'll do it.
If you insist on dying. A truce in all but men.
Does that take some armor? Because I feel like against this much AD, I might as well grab one armor. It's more important than amp here. Right, I'll ever play Roa? Hell no.
Pity stays the hand of the merciful, but not mine.
Oh, I get blue buff? Oh, hell yeah. Fucking Swain.
Another piece, please.
That's Ally right there.
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Your team has destroyed a
Stand strong!
Your team has destroyed a turret.
A petty squabble will petty men.
Fuck. No. You got my shutdown? They try perma ban, it's fine. I mean, they have so I'm already getting 3-4 bans a game. You think I don't have a champion Ocean? I have a champion fucking Valley. Oh my god, he lived. Wait. No way he wins. Holy Oh, wait. I haven't played Genshin since the first week. I heard they made Genshin a lot harder. The Abyss. I don't know why I thought of Abyss, but how much harder is it now?
Strength is the only teacher.
Oh, that's a broken comps. I see.
Sacrifices must be made.
I'll fix my way real quick. I'm gonna W bot twice here to push it. Don't care about getting the CS. I care about getting the shove. 8, 7, 6.
We must remind them of their place.
Oh my god. Okay, you fucker. I just pressed on this fast enough.
Shut down. Shut down. The enemy's inhibitor is respawning soon.
They think.
The enemy's inhibitor is respawning soon. Our ally has been slain. You have slain an enemy. Triple kill.
Fine. Bro.
Try to die with dignity.
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
You know, I think I'm going demonic death cap, right?
And
That's the build.
They called me a cripple.
destroyed.
GG.
Victory.
The Scarra play a little mage bot. I'll be honest, Syndra bot is like not a real thing, nor has it ever been a thing. I don't know when. I think it was maybe half of a thing before they changed her, but ever since they changed her, she's incredibly level dependent. So she's not a champion that should ever be bought, and she was level dependent before as well. So it's like that's not a real AP. Like the bot lane APs are like, you know, like stuff that can go bot are more like more supports than ADs can go bot. Seraphine, yeah, I mean that's a real one. Their bot, that's a support one. They'll play some ads. It's not real, like, I don't know. Practice bot, I mean that, yeah, it is, but that's not what I'm talking about. I mean, I think Brand sucks AD unless you're against Cho'Gath. Then it's like, well, okay. She better not. She doesn't need levels to send her skills now. I'm pretty sure she needs levels to do base damage with her skills. Like the way Syndra works isn't that you Q them and your Q is the only ability that does damage. Usually, like you have to hit them with W damage and E damage. Nico's great. She's also level dependent kind of, but she does so much damage with her spells at every level that she usually wins all of the trades. Since her stuff does too much damage. I love y'all as a great dude. When you eat over a wall, you're fucking psychopath. I had Zanya's there. I just didn't think you would do it. I was so depressed. You're crazy. Like I think Brand is actually okay. Like pretty good support and okay mid. AD, you have to have like a great matchup or like a support to hard carry you. Whereas I feel like a lot of times like the support brands like are the ones doing the carrying. It's like technically, yeah, you can play Xerath and you can play Brand support or AD, but it's just really difficult. Turn challenges start? Hell no. We're not even gonna get to Masters. I'm quitting the game before, pretty sure. You have a plan you can share for tomorrow? Just play well. Like everyone knows what champions I play. It's not like there needs to be a plan. Just there probably will be a draft plan, but we don't even know what side we are, so it's like is that guy really playing Gwen?
The joke's on you.
Play a Seraphine bot, that's fine. Oh, Lulu got banned. Jungle Gwen. I will try this one last. Oh, do I want to try that one more time? Can you ever pick a phase rush? Never. I just rather run Ghost.
I'm on the case.
Okay. Knock. Don't. Ba-ba. Oh, I cut down last game. Oh, was this my last page rune page? Oh, I had Bloodline on Swain? Oh, I don't know about that. That's an oops. But cat, I'm good. Oh, okay, okay, great. Confirmed. We. I like when I play an actual AD. I get to play against Malphite Eve. I love it.
I'm placing my trust in you lot. Let's see this case through. And try not to disappoint me.
Let the camera work? Oh, that's not what I said. Pretty sure I said. I've never said that before. I just don't play Cap because she's a high skill demanding character, and I do not play Cap. I don't play this game, so I don't. I'd rather not spend 50 games to learn her.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
That's a
not by a long shot.
This is the worst way to stand if you're a.
The law bends for no one.
Minions have spawned.
Good luck, GF. You know what that means? Gank bot level 3. I'm so fucking good. I can translate everything someone says. Wait, I didn't get level 3 last game. Wait, did I? So it's 3. I've been level 3'd 4 times out of 7? 5 times out of 7. 4 times out of 7. That's not bad. Oh shit, they both got hit with a NATO? Wait, our opener is fucking insane.
Anything you say can and will be used against you.
Waiting. You shoot to kill. You better hit the heart. Bliss comes only in the moment before.
You cannot outrun your crimes.
Oh my god, we had the same idea. I've been level 3 too many times, man.
Surrender now. Never a dull moment. I cannot afford to falter.
Eve is pretty weak 3-6, so try to take advantage of that.
You inspire me. What?
I do love a good mystery. Thank you.
Oh, wait, that guy just Scorch? No way. My bad.
It seems I may have a new suspect.
I was trying to bait him to kill himself, but I died to... I didn't think they would kill me.
Laws mean nothing when they fail to protect the public. Stay out of my way.
The reason why traditional ADs are hard for me is because, like, when you play ADs, especially someone like Kate or Ashe, you have to be okay taking small incremental leads. With Caitlyn, the leads are really small, actually. Like 100 life here, 100 life there, kind of deal. Whereas, like, and then your mistakes are amplified a large amount. You make a position error, you can just die. And that's the AD carry role, and then the upside of Caitlyn is you get even less upside than you do normally, if that makes sense. But like the reason why she's playable is you get like she does get a large like
This case wide open.
Life has no meaning, but your death shall.
the guy literally was not watching the screen, by the way. The trade-off is you get an insanely strong lane for it. But like for me, the trade-off is really worth it because I already don't like the AD role because of that. I'd rather make like medium risk, medium reward plays as opposed to having to play.
The heart of Piltover is its people.
Oh.
This passion compels me.
I'm back on the case, and
That's
this time I
unfortunate.
will not fail.
Yeah, like over time, I grew like 200 health lead, maybe like right there, like I had like a couple like 400 health lead, and I didn't pay attention to mid lane ping, and I fucking died to Malphite ulti. Happens. Damn, he killed top lane. Well played.
One must never start an investigation.
It's hard. I mean, I
first
should just
examining
flash
the
it. That was my
evidence.
bad.
A true professional is always aware of her surroundings.
An enemy has been slain.
But you know the comforting thing is, I know the other AD is getting fucked as well, a lot of times, and that brings me great joy. Cause when I died to a Malphite ulti and the other jungler didn't, or the other AD didn't die to my jungler, I'm like, aha, got him.
Brilliant. This is where you yield. Going somewhere?
Oh yeah, look at the. Oh, you see the lead I just got there? 400 health lead right there. Great. Where's Malphite? Where's the Eve? Where's the Eve? Anyone know?
In position.
Right,
An enemy has been slain.
Mind the trap.
Oh, I tried to do like a weird combo, but I didn't get it off. That's fine.
Let's investigate. Boom. Headshot.
Through my work, you shall transcend.
much prefer this to desk duty.
Fuck you, just hit sick.
An ally has been slain.
I must always be 3 steps ahead.
Why is this guy chasing me, man?
Crime is common. Logic is rare.
I knew you would find your mark eventually.
Much appreciated.
What?
I love a good chase.
Am I gonna get? Oh, okay, we're good. We're good. Where's their jungler?
Brilliant.
Outside.
What?
I'm not here to serve. I'm here to protect. Always maintain a proper chain of command.
Actually, her sitting there is really smart.
Not so close. Do not disturb the crime scene until I return.
Don't worry, I'm still actually ridiculously up on CS here, which I don't even know how. I'll be honest with you, no fucking idea, but we take those. Gwendolyn needs up? Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's Gwendolyn. She can't really gank. Her gank is a slowing plant and ghost. Like, whatever, man. But she's been doing good. Well, like she helped the lane and it's been doing great. The Eve hasn't been able to get as many ganks off as I thought. Oh, well played. So I feel like walking up means I'm.
I will not tolerate lawlessness.
Any thoughts?
Breathe in the atmosphere.
I'll have this finished before tea time.
Yeah. Flash.
4. Art shall blossom from your feet.
Let's wrap
How you're supposed to play Caitlyn, which is very aggressive, is actually really hard to play. I didn't trap her? No way. What? Oh, that sucks, man. Was it Malphite? Fuck, I didn't even see.
Boom. Headshot. Target in sight.
Okay, Malphite ulti.
I inspire action.
4. Me miss? Not by a long shot.
You will learn what beauty truly is. One, two, three. 2, 2, 3.
Do not move. As expected.
This is okay.
Turret plating will soon fall.
Oh, he has Storm Rage. No wonder you move so fucking fast.
There is waiting.
You know,
Brilliant. The law bends for no one.
Oh, we have this one today. Ah, shit.
Enemy double kill. Shut
Oh,
down.
I wanted one more wave, but it was my
An
bad.
enemy has been slain.
I didn't think the guy was there.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Oh, I should buy pink here. Wow. Is this just the greatest monkey in the world?
And my aim is perfect.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Even the smallest clue can break a case.
With my technique, killing blooms into artwork.
They cannot run from the long arm of the law, nor from the scope of my rifle.
We can't even walk up because of you. She fucking was bot. Got a double kill.
I aim to win.
You.
Rampage.
Let's do this by the book.
Double kill.
Literally the best monkey in the game. Now we can shove.
You won't escape. Pay no attention to the trap.
High tide.
You've awoken something inside me.
Dominating. Double kill.
Yeah, that's all me.
Thank you.
I got tower aggro. There was, I swear, there were more people there than me. I was the first one to hit him. Oh man. Bro.
It seems I may have a new suspect.
Like, I thought I wasn't the first one to hit him because my bad. I did not even check to see the tower shot before I autoed first. I made it an assumption. But that's cool. That's cool. I'm sure I could just walk up and not die to the Eve right here. It's not a big deal. No way the Eve is just on this wave, right?
I cannot afford to falter.
Okay, now. Fuck.
I do love a good mystery.
Mind the trap.
a trail. No more cat and mouse. Immaculate.
Oh my god, man. That's why I didn't want to do it, because our jungler was at literally 10 life, man. But it's okay, it's okay. He got the double here. I think I might die to Eve here, but I hope not.
If time never sleeps, then I best.
This is such a cool back end. Look at this. It's like she's struggling to walk into the wind, and then she gets the trophy. What a beast. He really is the best. Do you see my damage I did, by the way, to that character? Fucking did peanuts. I need an LDR pronto.
No matter the situation, a good investigator always remains calm.
An enemy has been slain.
Whatever, man. The bot laners are combined 0-5 or 1-5, I guess. And this one's 2-6.
Let's cut this case wide open. Boom, headshot. Laws mean nothing when they fail to.
Yeah, I own. Yeah, that was all me.
An enemy has been slain.
Be good while I'm gone, won't you?
I wonder if I can Gwen's still on the map. So that way hit tower because Eve's still on the map. So
The heart of Piltover is its people.
Are you lonely? I can help.
oh. What the fuck is going on? Is this character broken?
Your team has
That's so close.
destroyed a turret. Team has destroyed a turret.
I'm playing Wukong bot tomorrow. You're right. There's always a lot of champions. Some champions I feel like do insane amounts of damage. For instance, I feel like that one champion, Poppy, like does crazy damage.
One must never start an investigation without first examining the evidence.
Wukong always feels like the damage comes out of nowhere, you know? Like the damage for Wukong is like peanuts, and then at some point with ulti he just one-shots you with
I am not Piltover's dog.
You think the Eve is here?
People. No one else.
Never mind.
A true professional is always aware of her surroundings. I'm on the job. Let's investigate.
Please, bro. I can't even get the fight. Where did my character path to? Guys, I swear I'm doing something. I promise. Like I'm owning it. Wait, I killed him, I got an assist. Wait, the monkey clone is killing him, man. Like a bot gap, of course.
A summoner has disconnected.
My top laner, dude. I've not seen a monkey like this since fucking Harambe, dude. This guy's the second coming. We go play some ads. We did nothing. Like, I literally look at this. Ba-bum. I mean, I'm climbing, I guess. Holy shit, wait, man. Match history looks fucking insane. How come my Caitlyn games I'm 0-5 and 1-5? Wait a second. Wait, certainly there's something wrong with that. No, that can't be me. I've never seen that Caitlyn player in my life. Okay, wait. While we're doing here and waiting, I need to see where am I on the thing. Nation begins in 2 hours. Okay. Okay. Okay, I need to grind. I recognize some of these guys. A lot of these guys. Frankie, Kavy, Gumi, Chris, So I know like half of the people on the advanced ladder. Wait, Soul and Clay are both here. They're not getting bounced the first day. Let's fucking go. Those are my VTuber friends right there. Above Gumi, yeah. Where am I on the ladder right now? I'm safe for a couple days. Thank God, because I don't think I can play today at all. And then tomorrow I might be like not feeling it because of I just got off. Depends on how much I play tomorrow.
The joke's on you.
Let me go look at some picks. I need to think of something. Are you just playing one game tomorrow? Oh no, I'm not doing that. Don't worry. Those will be our opponents. This guy.
Fear the power you do not see.
This guy clicked that when I was in the middle of my thing, so I couldn't actually do it. He's been part of the Project L playtest, whining about how he never hit Zari. Wait, really? That's funny. I mean, I think it's cool that there's I think the coolest thing about this is that there's a separate ladder for casual players. I definitely think like these players who like may not have played TFT before are getting a chance to like kind of somewhat not like compete, but it's just cool that there's a separate ladder. Oh, actually no, Core. What the heck, Core? I didn't know she's still streaming. Coffee, Core, Nidhogg, Nemso. We did. I think three groups is better, and that means that you can. And it's cool that I think. What is this? What are the prizes? Yo, you know that's pretty good. Everyone who plays gets $125. That's sick. Swain with Silas ulti, or Silas with Swain ulti, sorry. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. If I don't place at least top 2 in advanced, I will be disappointed. I might not have enough days to do it, is what I'm worried about, because I missed like 3 or 4 days of grinding. But like I would hope that I could place first, but just we'll see. Whoa. You realize I already masters? Yeah. But like that's like, don't worry, they're running out of steam, and I'm not even gassed up yet. I heard someone just say Overwatch. Someone called the police.
The outcome was decided when they brought an army.
We have a problem in this
I
house.
brought a demon.
I need the authorities, man. Oh, he's going the pro way. God.
A conquered nation.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
All
Minions
roads
have
lead to
spawned.
Noxus. All visions to Demacia.
Why is it always about strength with Noxus?
Oh.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has
That's
been
fine. Whatever.
slain.
That's fine.
We must remind them of their place. I will not tolerate interference. If you insist on
I haven't made nah. I needed a challenge, so I would just get it for free.
Marvel at that!
Incompetence surrounds me. Strength is the only teacher.
Oh my god, my CS is being ruined. Then I'm level 3, we can win.
Pity
When you're playing against Vel'Koz, block forward a lot. It's hard for him to release his Q early.
Gawk at this!
Weak of body, weak of mind.
Say this, but I just fucked up.
An enemy has been slain.
The more I see, the more I realize how much remains hidden. This will be my offering.
You have been slain.
Ooh, I fucking was able to do it. But him hitting me with the E sucked.
The battle is yet to be decided.
An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Car's still swaying. That sounds. I've never heard of something that bad before. It sounds like just a meme.
Diplomacy is a subtle art.
If I really get to be Steven, okay, well that's not possible.
You would do well to die before my ravens.
Not Nico.
Blast them, Gauntlet. Yeah.
No way.
You lack discipline. Empire above all.
Damn. Blowing my stuff before my level 6, my ghost for level 6 sucks. This bot lane blows. Man.
Now I'm here.
Can't help but a fall.
How interesting. Not losing is not winning either.
Fuck it. I'm gonna go this build. Dude, the thing is, Rylai's is so much better than this, but what am I gonna do?
You dare oppose Noxus. The right to rule held in my hand.
An enemy has been slain.
And to think they called me a
An ally has been slain. You have slain an enemy. Shut down.
That is one way to surrender.
Oh, shit.
The ends of war are dead. The sooner we kill them, the sooner we can leave these forsaken wastes.
We will win. It's fine.
A raven's eye view. Try to die with dignity. This is the least of my crimes.
Great.
Submit.
Is up.
Sacrifices must be made.
Shut down.
Gawk at this!
Shut down.
Breathtaking. I will fight. Mine.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Refreshing.
Can win.
More than what we do not understand.
Is real thinking? No, but he gave me the free dub. Okay, super strong now.
Light on my feet.
A conquered mission is a loyal one.
Turret plating will fall soon.
I doubt they can hit the tower now. If I catch him once, then
We must remind them of their place.
Double kill. Killing spree.
Blue Cane? Oh, we want for sure. Oh, as long as she doesn't get Giga fed, I am very good at it.
Martyred.
Quick as a fox.
Wait, our Timo Oaks. Wait, our Timo's 3-0 and the top tower is gone. Heck yeah. Edge it. Ooh, look at how good I'm getting with swing W's, man. I'm gonna pat myself on the back right there.
I will not tolerate interference.
Yeah, E4 here.
Marvel at that!
If if you insist on dying.
Gawk at this!
There's so much damage.
Shut down. Rampage.
Strength is the
Shut
only
down.
teacher.
An enemy has been slain.
2 for 2?
Pity still back.
Shut down.
Guy literally just entered my fucking lane, man.
Shut down.
Man.
It is still watching.
I just could pull them. You can't pull without vision. I don't know if I hit CODs actually.
Valor to me. Quick as a fox.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Weak of body, weak of mind.
Oh, I mean, this guy ulted. That's fine. That sucks that I died.
Light on my feet.
Yeah! Marvel at that!
What a rush! Give me your help.
Am I reborn?
Yep. I don't know, man. Sometimes I play League and I'm like, am I blind? Did I miss something? Or did the person who said something, were they wrong? I don't know. I think there's a good chance that I didn't read her. That wasn't in range.
This will be my
That's a vessel. All in the game. Hit that and Alistar, 2 vessels.
Your team has destroyed a turret. An ally has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret.
But I digress.
Damn. I flashed into Vel'Koz ulti. That sucks, man. Oh, at least I have Bright Lights now. Dude, mid tower is literally 1 auto. That sucks.
Magic cannot be caged.
Shut down. Killing spree.
Diplomacy is a subtle art.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Need eyes on
An
us.
ally has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed. Rampage.
You would do well to die before my ravens
Slain an enemy.
When you have rallies, most people can't run away. The good upside.
You lack discipline. Secrets whispered in the shadow.
What's yours is mine.
Holy fuck. Oh, that's fine.
Has been slain.
No problemo.
Unstoppable. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Unmindful.
Shut down.
The energies burned it.
Dominating.
Empire above all.
Shut down.
How tedious.
Ooh, I have very low stats.
I never stop planning.
He was doing super well. My heart is
oppose
well
Noxus.
this game.
An enemy has been slain.
Jax this way? I have not. This is actually one of those games where you could go Jax though.
Your team has destroyed a turret. An ally has been slain.
I know you're near.
An enemy has been slain. Godlike.
Need eyes on us.
Shut down.
Valor to me.
Your team has destroyed a
And to
turret.
think, they called me crippled.
Now I'm here.
Oh, the T-Bow was right next to you there. Did pretty good.
slain an enemy.
There is nothing noteworthy about Demacia, but that in itself.
Almost Masters? Yeah, not bad. Honestly, it would be kind of cool to hit Masters again.
The more I see, the more I realize.
Just to be able to say, yeah, I did it. It wasn't hard. Just took 100 games. Yeah, Timo is super fed. I didn't even realize. He is, like, the biggest thing that happened in this game is I actually lost so much CS for dying a lot nonstop. And I wasn't able to pick up any waves. Okay, I swear. Is this...
The ends of war are dead.
Hmm.
An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
You can go all the way back.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Your
Try to
team
die
has
with
destroyed an inhibitor. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
Light on my feet.
This is the least of my pride.
We're chilling. Oh, this is funnel drag. We get some. Oh wow, the cater's right here.
Rampage. Shut down.
Wow. Oh, that guy actually. Oh, I killed him. I didn't think he would kill me with that. I think Zanya's there. Ooh.
Gouge him, Valor.
This is a Master of whatever the mind. I think. Oh, Master's actually okay.
Go for your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
Yeah, Velvet has been. I've been told has been pretty good.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
She reminds me of Master Yi.
Unstoppable.
Call it.
Oh my god. Crazy.
I would never let you suffer.
A summoner has disconnected. Victory!
She definitely reminds me of that. This community leaderboard. Oh, there's egg codes for people's communities. Oh my god. Huh, interesting. Let's see how far I have to go to see someone that named me. Surely someone's gotta be right. Anyone? Like, surely, like, H-Jude has one before me. Woohoo Jin. Appies. Okay, well, I can understand that. Okay, wait, I'm just gonna search. This is taking too long. At 206? Good shit, man. You're a beast. I'll remember you guys. A 120-ish? Oh, okay, that's not bad. I'm gonna go play some ads. I'm okay, it's 10. What the fuck is this? Huh? What did Matt invite me to? Look at our match history. Oh, we got Kentwood? Okay. Pre-challenger week, bro. No. I would need 3 months, and it'd be probably not possible. What am I playing? What am I playing?
No spark between us anyway.
Let me see. What am I playing? I somehow got swindled into a flex game, but you know what? I'm okay with that. You know what? Why did I type stream? I'm gonna play one of these and see how it feels. Play one of these. I should have banned Thresh, man. Oh, do you guys think I will do enough damage without Gathering Storm to kill Scion? Maybe I just hope we don't go 60 minutes. Because if we do go 60 minutes and I miss 168 AP, I will be very upset. A Master Yi player? No. The game start probably 11 or 10, 12. Let me double check the announcements real quick. Yep, it's noon. The Void works on Caitlyn pet, both the normal headshot and the trap. I don't know what that means. You mean like lowering cooldown? Is it just enhanced auto? But I don't know if it's enhanced auto.
I'm going.
I don't even want to play this game because I'm playing against literally, what is this? It's full tank for Yi. I fucking play against a fucking. No way he didn't flash for that.
Minions have spawned.
I'll take this one, and throw it in your face.
Let's see you get mouthy with a harpoon in your neck.
What do you mean this doesn't look safe?
These bad at tanky characters? No, it's I just don't want to play against fucking Yi funnel, man. I'm a fucking beast.
Don't worry, I got this. Hey, where'd that bomb go?
We win push, we win push.
Come on, come on. Fuse is burning, fuse is burning.
First blood.
Okay. Their jungler's dead already at 3 minutes. I feel good about that. That's a dub.
I'm going, I'm going.
I was gonna say, like, they're really gonna.
You have slain an enemy.
What beast?
Let's blow this joint.
Did I start shoving in the wave? Is that my bad?
What do you mean this doesn't look safe? Don't worry, I got this.
Ah, fuck.
Hey, where'd that bomb go?
An enemy has been slain.
Impatient? I'm not impatient.
I don't need a TP to this, but I'm gonna make sure that guy can't base.
Come on, come on, come on.
An enemy has been slain.
Lights out.
He just froze infinitely, but this is more interesting.
Bombs away! Fire in the hole! I'm going, I'm going.
An enemy has been slain.
Okay. It's 05. These guys are so fucked, man.
Killing spree.
Let's blow this.
Cannon, right? Yep. I am fucking Gucci.
What do you mean this doesn't look safe?
No way he lived.
Anyone got a match?
Where did the Kaisa go?
Hey, where'd that bomb go?
Oh, he saw her try to slide back and she's like, wait a second. I don't know if I can do that.
Don't worry, I got
Your team has destroyed a turret. An enemy has
It's
been
playtime,
slain.
guys. It's fucking playtime.
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
What do you mean this doesn't look safe?
An enemy has been slain.
It's playtime, guys. It's playtime. It's playtime. What time is it? It's playtime.
Slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Ah, yes. I seem to be quite fed. Oh. Wait, he did build tank. Thank God. Okay, we're Gucci.
I'm not impatient.
We're actually Gucci.
Snug up to it. A master stroke.
An enemy has been slain. Double kill.
What's that? Free tower?
Explosion first, questions later.
Wait. Yeah, they should put plates in here. Holy shit.
I got
I should TP bot. Fuck.
What do you mean it doesn't look safe?
Wait, I TP to the wrong place. God damn it.
Coming up.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
No way. No way he was here.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Wait, I'm the only one without a spree in my game. What the RYT? What the fuck? Did I get aggro from Leandries? Oh, that sucks. Okay, let me. Yeah, this is a good timing for me to grab something. Some food. I ate chicken breast for lunch. Fuck it. I need a loser's meal. Now, I've been really feeling Chipotle recently. I don't really know why.
Killing spree. Shut down.
Holy.
An ally has been slain.
Hey, where'd that bomb go?
He's not here. What?
Come on. Bombs away.
I got yelled at by my little brother. I'm playing versus against Scarra. Hell yeah, little bro. Let's go. Tell him what's up.
Come get some. How about this? I am the storm.
You have slain an enemy. Double kill. Has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. What do you mean? Your team has destroyed a turret. The enemy has been slain.
love this joint.
Actually, right. Fuck. Wait, 70709450. My Pike has 0 kills, and we have 26.
I'm going.
Oh my god, he missed again. No way I watched that with you. Oh, that range, I did not think. Okay.
You're so impatient? I'm not impatient.
Victory.
Okay, I I just played a warm-up, guys. That's what you call a warm-up in the business. No, great job, Pike. Dude, this game felt so illegal. What was my tower damage? Damage done to turrets. Zero 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 890. Music stop. Okay, I need to know why does music static when I audio split on OBS? Oh, here we go. No one seems to know what I'm talking about. I split my audio a while back. Audio does static popping noise lasts for 5 minutes, goes back to normal, but at 35, it just from all added something music sound on Discord. How do I fix this? It's caused by yes. Look at this thread. I read audio issue. Let me play some ads while I'm trying to figure this out. Read an audio issue with sound cracks. Oh, this is exactly what I do. This is exactly what I do. This is the person's literally me. Isn't this a Uta manga character? Really horrible because we're here ourselves. And then, okay. Wait, I used a different thing. I used a different thing and still got this. Okay. Any is there any solution? Quick update. So 10 hours. I didn't have any sound issues. I guess the OBS plugin has some issues. There's no way, because I use a different fucking plugin or a different fucking thing, not a plugin. I used something else to capture it before. Yeah, I think I used this. I think I'm this guy. Okay. From the user's point of view, you can do almost nothing on your side to resolve the issue. Okay. Okay, there's a bunch of random stuff. Okay. Do I really want? I really don't want to use voice. Same problem as reported as an OBI certified HDMI capture. What does that even fucking mean? Same issues for months now. That's me. I started to happen after upgrading to AMD CPU. Not really. I think it randomly started happening out of nowhere on my last PC. Literally nowhere. Nothing changed hardware wise. Mic and audio is unaffected. Nope. Spotify is fucked up for me. It only is fucking with my Spotify right now. Nothing else. None of my games, which is, I guess, a good thing because my other one was affecting my games. So it's just Spotify. Try changing your I was wondering if it was a frequency thing, but I feel like it wouldn't be, but I'm down to try. Fuck it, just change all of my sound down. Okay, I'm down. Audio. Well, I can't do it now, but it's not a Spotify thing because I had it with different games nonstop on my old PC. I think I'm wondering for this, do I just change it down? I guess I just change it down to 4400. I'll change my my sound settings to that as well, right? Here. Where the fuck is my output device? Wait. It's at 48, maybe. Wait. Why can I only do? It's not the same? Wait, I could have sworn I tested they were the same. I think I found the answer. It's right here. Okay. I will just do this tomorrow. It's okay. It's okay. I found the fucking problem. All right. Well, I'm fucking genius. Google and me, unstoppable. Okay, hopefully, okay. Am I just done with today then? Guys, it's 10 p.m. I can, okay, you know what? I'm not done. I need to I'm down to queue it one last time for the road. Actually, I'm down to queue a TFT game just to end my night. I'll grab some food, queue a TFT game, and it'll just be chilled. Oh, sorry, I was streaming another 4 hours, bro. Did I stream long today? What time is it? I've streamed almost 11 hours today. Oh, wait. My friends are watching you and trying to read for you. Yeah, don't worry. I got it tomorrow, man. But thank you for the support. The rookie numbers, bro. Come on. I'm looking for food. I don't want anything heavy. I just want, like, I don't know, soup. Hey, it's me. Pho would be good, but nothing's really open right now around me for that. McDonald's, like, no, it's not. But it's okay. I will just find something. Maybe something new. Okay. What am I feeling, guys? What are you guys feeling? Maybe I keep the Slayer. What's good right now? I need to know. Azir and Nasus. Oh, okay. I kind of like that.
I am here to test souls.
I guess I should. Oh, I should hold on to this for Ixtal just in case. I might just sell this then. I'm not really feeling the Masia. Dude, there's this deli place nearby that's just complete ass. But maybe I had a really bad day. You ever feel like sometimes it's just like a bad day and it's not their fault?
Fight me if you have no spirit.
Okay. What do you think guys? What do you guys think I'm playing? Probably Azir from this position. Oh, Taco Bell did get more expensive, but everything got more expensive. So I can't really blame them, you know. No, I'm not feeling this. I'm not feeling this.
Always rises to the top.
We can hold swing character.
But Noxus will remain.
What is Azir starting mana? I might just play Azir. Or I can play even strat. What is? Can I play if the Felios good? I could give it a shot. Yeah, Freebirds? Oh, we don't have that in LA. I almost lost this. What the hell?
I will forge it.
As Ionia changes, so must I.
Every step, a new journey.
I think patient study is fine even if you win. If you think of what patient study reads, it's if you win, have a 20 gold win streak, which is still pretty good. I think the idea that you always have to lose streak with patient study is wrong.
Ionia speaks through me.
Bow to the void or be consumed by it.
Shreema multi. I don't think I need to slam now. What do I even hold on to? Get the invokers? Nah, that sounds like a waste of my position. Position is great for Azir, I guess. Question mark.
Ionia. The place was so damn quiet before I came along.
I have decision paralysis.
Noxin always rises to the top.
It's fucking doomed, man. It's fine. I'm good. Got a burrito. That seems pretty good. All right. I didn't need to slam any items to 5 streak this game. That's fucking wild. Next round, I am I started with so many 2-class this game. It just felt unfair. My item slams seem not bad. Drunk Minotaur 08, thanks for sub over this stream. I think I'm gonna go for a Azir this game. Do I need to level up? I feel like leveling up right now is stupid. It's gonna cost me a lot in my win streak. Curse is pretty good. Fuck it.
Ah, this place could use some reshaping.
What's the install? I lost. If I take social distancing, I'm pretty sure the wad.
Shurima is not of this time.
I think. How much damage is my karma doing? I think an okay amount of damage actually. I think I only care about gold now. We're gonna just drop a little bit up for the board. Wait, did he? How did he get that? Okay. Ionian spats. Village water spat. Okay, I don't know if I want any of these. Or Rex here. It looked like I should have just slammed even shroud, honestly, but it's okay. Azir will carry me, right? Hopefully? Question mark.
As Ionian changes, so must I.
No idea how Coach Water got tuned. Because the amount of games that get played on PBE pales in comparison to the games that get played on live in the first day. Also, they did tune it. Like more, like they already explained why it came out the way it did. It just happened. Sometimes you just get shit that's broken. And it's not even like something that's like crazy. I don't know. Is this guy playing the Samira comp? Have you guys seen the Samira Nefari comp where Nefari has 3 death blades and then you die? And then you give the 3 triple death blade Nefari to Samira? Because I saw that and I was like, what the fuck is going on?
Noxus will rise. Noxus will rise.
Well, it's whatever. We're probably going fast 9 this game. Oh, this guy's going Tiniest Titan. This is so good at. This is like one of the best augments in the game at 2-1. And at 3-1, it's very average. Question: how do you even play the Azir comp? Is it 4? I probably just play Sedge. It's just with tacticians. Just oh my god, that's an interesting one. Okay, that's dub. That's a dub. It's a big dub. You're not just frontline. Okay, yeah, but are you really gonna be playing more than 2 juggernauts? Maybe you play 4 if you're like feeling really bad about yourself.
Ionia. Place was so damn quiet before I came along.
For great science.
Oh my god.
Ionia. Place was so damn quiet before I came along.
Restart. Okay, we're in business. Okay, I'm losing a little bit. Next round is 24. But I want to get, am I going level 8 enrolling or am I going level 9 at this enrolling? This.
Divine Noxus can taste your blood.
Oh man, do I roll here? The back row, it doesn't really matter right now. I almost killed this player. Oh shit. Could I wait 2 rounds potentially? Okay, yeah, I think I can. I think I can.
We are to fight now? Let's go!
What's the best bat? I mean, it's probably just Shen, right? Live streamer. Okay. Wait. Wait. Wait, both the teams have their Azir knocked out of the fight. Interesting. 44. I mean, I think I dropped out the 4 always, so I dropped this, then I play Shen. Maybe I drop these 2 and play Shen. That way I can keep invokers.
Demacia, now and forever.
Oh my god, there is a fucking... I did not realize.
For great science!
Battle, yes. Battle, yes.
Do this. Wait, these items are kind of weird because okay, I need Jarvan in for sure.
This will put a wrench in their plans.
Demacia, now and forever.
Now it's just we're just gonna freestyle this, I guess. Drop this. Drop this.
Shurima is not of this time.
Let's go over here. I want the Shrinko.
I will rule the front.
Go. Mechano. I had no Azirs, but I hit Heimer too, but I don't have any bows, which is really bad. Like super fucking bad. I had 3 Bastion. I'm just gonna sell this and I'll put in Jarvan probably.
arena is where all paths converge.
Do I just play Mechana? Sure, I'm down. TP? Sure, that sounds fine.
Has returned.
I should have left home years ago.
I've eaten my entire fucking shop, by the way. Yeah, this is not the comp I expected, but I mean, I'm fucking, I guess.
I sound rude because I've got
Look at my bench, man. Like, what the fuck? Oh, Rise is actually doing some damage. I'm down. Like, upgrade. It's literally 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 upgrades.
Everyone pays.
Oh, Rise kind of owns you. This is like a very strange comp because I almost want to sell GP, but I'm pretty sure I need GP to do damage, and he's like really good at fucking doing damage. And he gains, everyone gets attack speed, which is perfect, exactly what I need. The 2 win streakers, that is really bad. I mainly need a Cassante upgrade is the most important thing, I think. And after that, I think Rise upgrade. Those 2 in that order. It punted my damage out. What the fuck? Okay, I'm at 2 life, whatever. That's cool. I have no fucking damage to my comp. Vanquisher style. This gives me Scion too, and I like the Shiv more than I like the Vanquisher stat. Which sucks because I said I wanted this item, but like I would... yeah, it's fine. The item fits better, and yeah, better. I think what happens now is I don't greed this. Which of these 2 is better? It's the Nasus. Do I really lock again? I don't think I do. Locking again here seems really bad. Ori, welcome back for 28 months. 2-star Sejuani, my love. I don't know about that. So Aatrox? Oh. Maybe Aatrox 1 and 2 are not really. Oh, yeah. Actually, I like that. Wait. Yes. Okay. You're right. You're right. Aatrox 1 and 2 is actually no diff here. I have no items on him.
I won't be denied.
Fuck you. Okay. Big rise, big rise. Damage goes up to 30% health. Holy shit. Oh my god. My Rise dropped that guy and fucking nuke. There's a nuke from orbit there. Cassante, you demon, man. Okay. I mean, I'm like kind of as capped as I can get. My board is very weird. If I lose to someone, I'm gonna feel so sad. Look at how expensive my board costs. PG, please. I need some damage. Okay. Nice. And he's dead. Awesome. On top 4.
Your king has returned.
But this is the first time I've seen Heimer's actual damage be so high. It's Heimer himself that's owning, not the other people. I really need you. He flipped his edge, right? Yep. He's gonna charge in the back line, perfectly positioned.
Broadside.
I don't lose this, right? Come on, boy. Come on, you got this. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, wait. I have Aatrox. Okay, fuck you, man. I got kind of scared there.
Yes.
No way I lost this, dude. Oh, it was a positioning problem, man. I fucking should have flipped my Scion and Cassante left. I would have won. No. No, man. I actually put 4th place this game. This is such a free first. This is such a... Also, the 4 top 3 were all re-rollers. You telling me my level 9 board, which is literally all 2-star 5 costs lost to these guys? Oh, no fucking way, man. Fuck it, I'll play one more. Fuck this. I'm like, that did not feel good. Or that's what I'm saying. Or I'm playing so many games right now. I just gotta play League tomorrow and I'm done. %90% to get these players quit before they win the big. True. What algorithm is closed caption using? God bless. Oh, it uses Google speech recognition. It's horrible, really? Yikes. Wait. Oh, I didn't. Wait. I actually might need to look at it. It's because I didn't set it for this OBS on this PC. So whatever it's telling you right now is just complete bullshit. I have no idea what it's telling you. Because it's picking up the music. It shouldn't. It should only pick up my... Oh, okay, wait, hold on. Does anyone have the website on how to enable closed captioning on OBS? I think Pokey tweeted about it a long time ago. Oh, I have it. Okay. Yeah, it's because if it's picking up my music, it shouldn't. Ooh, invokers. Yo, are invokers hot right now, guys? Are they sexy?
Let's start the show.
I think they're mid. Oh. All right, what do I need to do for next stream? I need to change my studio quality for audio, and I need to fix this closed caption. It shouldn't take that long.
Is what I want to see.
Oh. Okay, we got Sorts, Ori, Sort. Okay. I like it. I'm down to sell this, because if I have Ori 2, it was installed. What is it? The power champions gain 10% max health. And they also gain 40 max health. That's cool. That's sick. Well, I hear Cho is really good with that one, actually. Cho Biden.
fall to darkness, but Noxus will remain.
Where are the Sorks now? Is Silco? Silco's a blue buff user, right? There's a new Piltover comp. Yep. No Piltover in? Okay. I think if my Piltover should be pretty easy. Kill one here. Yep.
This is very exciting.
I can make 20 here, but is it worth? Is making 20 worth it here? Oh. Someone Master 400 rolling for 0. I would re-roll if I was missing Oriana. If that makes sense. I don't know if I would re-roll for the other two. It's just because Piltover is 3-3-2. Honestly, like the way I see it is I'll probably get Piltover by here, and I can just cash out like a 12. Like someone beat me with Jinx 3, fucking Jace 3. Like there's no fucking way I need a Piltover cash out that badly. You know? Oh. My toxic self wants to sell this fucking Ori for 30, but I'm pretty sure if I do that, I'm the biggest griefer ever.
Let's start the show.
Like a monumental griefer.
I carry my family with me.
Here, take notes. Oh, don't. I committed a sin. I took Piltover without having 3 Piltover, and so I'm just hoping I high roll a Piltover. Because if you do Piltover, it's not that great. So I committed a extreme sin for fun. Yo, I saw you're doing well in the league. Congrats. Yo, you should have moved up to advanced, bro. You gotta be stuck by. Oh, no, don't worry about it. Oh my god, it's an echo. This game is so hard. That's how I feel about Valorant, man. Now you understand. This game is fucking easy. I can play this game with my eyes closed and win. But Vala, fuck. I have to be running 60 neurons at once. Is 60 a lot of neurons? How many neurons are in the brain? 86 billion.
If I don't kill you, Saul will. Killing you will be one of my finest works.
Yo, anyone know Jinx BIS? Anyone got me on this? Do you not need a dino in? You don't need a dino in.
I got no time.
Automatically comes.
This is very exciting.
Runan's IEGS. Oh shit. That sounds pretty lit. I mean, I have Robo. I should just play Jinx reroll, right?
Darkness.
I did not even know it was fucking glass, and I've been missing gold the whole time. That is very sad. Hold on to this, but I'm not very excited about it. It is a Zon unit.
So strange. They scream.
You wait one round and then you level and see how it is.
If I don't kill you, son.
Wow, that's such a good 4. If I get a +1 on, I'm taking it. That's such a good 4. It makes my other unit fucking unkillable. I'm down. Well, I was like, why? Where's my build over? And then I'm like, oh, it's not in. I am not going to. Wait, I could win this. Oh my god. I didn't roll. I keep my robo arm on my body at every round because I'm worried that there might be some rounds where I might win. Looks good now. Now put it in and then kill 2 at the end. Fucking great. Level up here. I level up to 9. I roll down. I fucking win the game. Or Zon +1 and I play Soko, no Warwick, and I play tier. Fuck off. Yeah, I'm gonna be able to do that playing. Oh, Zon 1 looks kind of. Oh. Which one's better? I have to play. Oh, I think it's the most fun thing. It's Gunner because I get another Jinx. Yeah, then I'm not playing this bullshit. I'm playing so after that. I'm hitting some heavy hitters here.
No, just...
Whoa, 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 whoa. This guy's boarded dog shit. Wait, whoa, 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 whoa. I got a little scared here. Holy shit. They guy leveled to 6 here. Okay, hold on. I got really spooked there. That looked kind of crazy. So do I reroll at 6? Or do I just go 7 and reroll anyways? I just reroll at 6, right? For things 3.
Dawn is the future.
Reroll at 7, you need to hit 4 costs? Oh, okay, I'm down.
I may be merciful, but Targon isn't.
Every step, a new journey.
Listening to a daughter? Wait, are you fucking with me? Wait, I literally didn't even realize you're doubting. Wait. I can't even fucking robo arm this because this guy's board looks like dog. Oh, it's looking pretty good now. I'm telling you, these. All right, I start rolling next round, and then I don't care if I win. Oh my god. I learned from last game that last time you can't actually use this spat in this comp. I'm not gonna get fucking baited. I'm just gonna take the IE and be happy with it. I'm slamming IE here. You don't need to slam the other thing because you're probably playing 8 gutter or 6 gutter this game. So I slam IE here and I play for Jinx 3. And if I don't hit Jinx, I don't hit Jinx. No big deal. No biggie.
There will be peace in the Freljord. I will forge it.
The world may fall to darkness, but Noxus will remain. Fear the ocean's weight.
I never hold back.
Watch this.
I don't even want to roll. Like I don't even care about these people, man. I should have rolled to 0 here. That's my bad. I don't want to play Forzon. Actually, maybe the cash out is okay. I might play the cash out and get out of it because I think it's the highest spike I can get before I hit.
Is it?
What? What?
If I don't give you a song, every soul shall serve. Shurima is where all paths converge. Shurima is not of this time.
What are these rolls, man?
Is not of this time.
Let the monster out.
Do I want to cash here? I think I cash here anyways. Yep. Do I have a Graves too? Anyone know? I don't fucking know if I have Graves too.
I will rest when our homelands are restored.
Oh, I do not.
Dawn's future's fast
Let's just do this and sell. I would have got a spawn. This game blows. This game blows. Face this. And then another hurricane or hog? Probably another hurricane. And then actually it was probably Hodge that I save a rage blade for Ophelia, so that's fine. It's weird to roll more here. Yeah. Because I want to make sure I don't get spat here. Do I hold spat and pray for something crazy off this? But oh, long distance pals is kind of sexy, but I don't have a unit that has a lot of AD in the front line. No Urgot, you know. Our support item's good, guys. Well, he's 180 AP. Wait a second. 25.
For Piltover. Demacia, now and forever.
This sucks. I feel really bad about rolling here. Do I just go 8 here?
Demacia, now and forever. Gone is the future.
I think I'm all in next round. I want to try to find better front line. Because these two things are not cutting it. It looks like I found another Jarvan. Fuck it, fine. Oh, idea. I put this on Echo, and then I put in another Juggernaut, and I sell this fucking garbage.
Piltover's finest.
Who told me to roll at 7, guys? Who the fuck did it? I don't even think I want to put in another Darius now.
I won't be denied.
Piltover? I mean, I can't drop any of these, so...
Become what they fear.
Survive. I have 2 Juggernauts. But they're both not Juggernauts, so it's like, I'm not gonna lie, I either roll here for Jinx 3 or I fucking give up. And am I a quitter? Hell no.
Night, night.
Noxus will rise. Noxus will rise. I bring death.
Wait. That's 6 gutter. Oh, I'm dead. I should have maybe tried putting in 6 here, but it was kind of weird. I guess I just take out Sedge. This game felt very bad. One more. I don't think I can do one more. Yeah, I think I'm out. Sorry guys, a shitty last game, but I maybe should have stayed 6. I don't know. I think 7 wasn't even a bad idea. I just never saw the. I did need to skip and just go for Aphelios. I was hoping to find Aphelios 2 or and then change items or something else, but I found neither, and I'm just like, well, okay, life sucks. But it's okay. I'm gonna go ahead and raid Celine. Goodbye, guys, and thank you so much. I'll see you guys tomorrow at 12 when my team plays our best of 1 against Afro's team. See you guys there. Goodbye.
Bro, that Shen does so much damage. It's pissing me off.
You come with, brother.
Okay.